Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry's future was hunted by a child with a monster's soul. Here is short summary. Reborn as a child, Bellatrix Lestrange is sent back to end Harry Potter before the prophecy can unfold. But as the lines blur between mission and emotion, can a monster's soul resist a second chance? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Bellatrix, who was walking behind him, was holding her head down. She had her eyes fixed on the ground and was shivering from the pain she was feeling throughout her body. She had just been placed under the Cruciatus curse from one Harry Potter and was still feeling her muscles twist and bend on their own accord. Voldemort turned around quickly and looked at her with a fiery gaze in his eyes. Crucio! He screamed while the corner of his mouth started to twist in an upright position. Bellatrix dropped to her knees and cried out. It was 20 seconds later when the curse was lifted from her body. How could you let him go? Voldemort shouted to her in an aggressive way as spit was dripping from the corner of his mouth. That worthless piece of shit named Harry Potter. You could have killed him right there. He was within your reach. You could have killed him and it would have been no trouble at all for you. But no, Miss Bellatrix had to lead him out. Miss Bellatrix had to show him where I was, you worthless piece of shit. You did nothing to him while you were helping him. Crucio! Sounded the voice of Voldemort again. Again Bellatrix screamed out in pain. The pain was unbearable, but in a way, it was also manageable for her, and it was something that confused the hell out of her. What remained playing through her mind was that the Cruciatus curse from Harry Potter was much more painful than the one from her lord. Her thoughts went from Lord Voldemort to Harry Potter and back to Voldemort. There was one other thing she no longer understood. She was so strong. She was the right hand of her lord. She was feared by all but not by him, not by Harry Potter. But why or how she did not know. She did not know what had happened and she had to be submissive. Tears ran down her cheeks as the pain from the Cruciatus curse ripped through her body for the second time. The curse burnt in her body and was pulling at all her nerves, that made her arms and legs twist and turn into odd angles. When the curse was lifted, she lost herself again in her own thoughts. She had not slain the boy who lived. She had brought him to her lord, but she had not weakened him first. She knew that by doing that she had severely disappointed her lord, the great Lord Voldemort. This was the punishment that she deserved. At least that was what she was telling herself. She had not been a good servant, yes, she had been and was, but not today. But now she had failed him enormously. Her thoughts then went to earlier that day. Lucius had dropped the prophecy. So he also should be punished. They should all be punished, she had thought, at least those who had escaped from the ministry. Lucius, for instance, was only free because he had obtained the support of Fudge, and Fudge had a bag of gold in his pocket because of it. But now it was her who had to be punished. Crucio! Sounded the voice of Voldemort again. Bellatrix screamed. Her nose began to bleed and her eyes were red from crying silently. There she was, laying breathless on the ground with her cheek on the cold stone floor. Her chest was going up and down as the cold from the floor numbed the pain she was feeling. You bitch, get out of my sight, she heard her Lord Voldemort hissing aggressively from above her. With much pain, she crawled out of the room on her hands and knees. Her lord had punished her. This was the punishment she deserved. She had disappointed her lord and she knew it. She went down the hall crawling to a room. There in the corner of that room was a single mattress. Blood dripped from her nose as she lay down on the mattress. All her muscles ached everywhere in her body while she felt the pain of the Cruciatus curse that was still making her twitch every now and then. She trembled and shook even after the curse was broken. She coughed up a little blood and felt it leak down her chin from the corner of her mouth as she eyes looked into the darkness that surrounded her. Slowly, her eyes closed and she dreamed away. She did not know why, but the only thing she saw were two emerald green eyes looking at her with love and pity. How long she had been lying there, she did not know. But her mouth was dry and her body stiff. With a lot of pain, she pulled her legs up against her chest while she sat herself down in the corner against the wall, while the tears were flowing freely down her cheeks. If she would have her way, she would make a run for it, but she also knew that she could not do that. Her lord would never allow it. He would have Death Eaters search for her and have her murdered without mercy. And that was if she was lucky. For all she knew, she would be a plaything for a while, to be beaten and tortured before she was allowed to die. It did not matter how you looked at it, she was trapped here as a South Avenue to her lord. Bellatrix wondered why she had these kinds of thoughts. She did not know why, but she did everything her lord wanted from her, and still, it didn't feel good. She hated it with every fiber of her soul. These thoughts and feelings had begun in her cell at Azkaban. Just a year before, her cousin Sirius had escaped from that place. Something had happened there, but she couldn't remember what it was. It was something vague, like it was there but untouchable. A slightly older woman with blonde hair walked into the room. "How are you feeling, Bella?" she asked in a friendly tone. Bellatrix looked up with tears still in her eyes. "Sissy, yes. Everything is going well," was her fast response. Sissy was her sister, Narcissa Malfoy. Like her sister, she was married to one of the Death Eaters that formed the inner circle of Lord Voldemort. She spat on the name of her husband. And like her sister, she had never really chosen for such an arranged marriage. But she followed Lord Voldemort with everything he did. Their husbands were Death Eaters from the first hour. They had followed their husbands as it was written down in the old ways and in their arranged marriage contracts. With a contract like that, a married woman could never contradict her husband. Actually, you were mostly a mindless South Avenue in such a contract, no more and no less. There were all sorts of spells on those contracts to make you submit to your husband. That was how it was, you just had to do as you were told whether you liked it or not. Bella was still pressed against the wall. She felt a hand from her sister fall over her shoulder. The hug she got was something she was not used to. Still, it felt good to feel such an arm around you. It was one of love and not one of lust. "Bella, dry your tears and come to the kitchen. Lord Voldemort has some announcements he wants to share with all of us," Narcissa told her softly as she hugged her little sister a little closer. Bella wiped her eyes in an unladylike way with her sleeves as she walked slowly after Narcissa and down to the kitchen. There was a large table there with all the Death Eaters around it. She saw her nephew Draco at one end of the table. He was sitting next to his father. He was 16 years old and wanted to have the Dark Mark more than anything. She knew that Lucius had failed his duty. So, therefore, Draco would have a great responsibility, this in order to save the honor of his father and his family name. Slowly she slipped herself into the seat next to her sister. Without even looking at another person around the table, she sat in silence. She did not dare to look up. Her fear was big and the pain of the Cruciatus curse was not completely gone as she twisted a little. Voldemort stood at the head of the table and spoke. "I'm very disappointed in all of you." He leaned forward and looked at everyone. "Now, not only does Harry Potter knows that I'm back, and he spat at the name of Harry Potter, but now the Ministry knows it too, and to think that Fudge was eating out of my hand. At least he did it until yesterday." With this, he gave a look to Lucius. "Tomorrow morning everyone will know I'm back by reading the Daily Prophet. And all thanks to your blunders and incompetence. A whole year we have worked on Harry to get him to get the prophecy. A whole year Severus held his mind open and reachable for me. Has it all been for nothing? Severus has done everything to torture him, just to make him weak. For what and why, I ask you, my faithful Death Eaters, you let yourselves be overrun by 6 children, 6 measly children." His gaze went past the table and rested on Bellatrix. "Bellatrix," he cried out in a snake-like way. "Why? Yes, my lord," was her whispered answer. "Bellatrix, you made a lot of mistakes, and therefore you have a lot to make up for. We will talk about that later, and especially what you can do for your lord." Voldemort hissed a little more sadistic than he had done a moment ago. Narcissa, who was sitting next to her, put a hand on the knee of Bellatrix and pressed it hard. Bellatrix looked at Lord Voldemort and just nodded. She quickly looked back at the table. She would follow her lord, but she did not know why. There was a voice in her head that kept saying that she needed to do something else. "Carrot, do not listen to him, you're better off without him, Carrot." It was always the same voice and it always said the same thing time and time again. Voldemort looked around and went on. "Lucius, I have one question for you. How could you have dropped the prophecy? Lucius swallowed when his lord said his name. It was Harry Potter. My lord, it was he who made me drop the prophecy, Lucius said in a small voice full of fear. Lucius, Lucius, Lucius. Do you really think that I believe that my left-hand man cannot win from a 15-year-old boy, a boy, without a real education? Voldemort looked with a lethal look at Lucius and gave him a small hiss. Would have slain Potter, Draco snarled. Voldemort looked at him and wondered if Draco had any value for him, or if Draco was of any value at all. Draco, if that is so, then tell me, how could 4 kids overpower you and your friends so easily? You had help from that toad Umbridge, was it not? She was there and you had their wands. Draco blushed and looked down in shame, while he whispered that he wanted to curse Potter and his friends. Voldemort smiled and laid his hand on the shoulder of Draco. Next year Draco has to perform a task for me. It's not a big task, but it is very important. At the end of that year, he will have to fix something for me and he has to kill Dumbledore. Then, and only then, are you worthy enough to be a Death Eater. Maybe you can also save your father's honor. Voldemort gave Lucius another deadly look. Lucius nodded and looked down. The door to the kitchen swung open and Severus Snape walked in. Ah, Severus, my faithful servant. What's the latest news you will bring us? Voldemort said while he was looking at Severus. Bellatrix looked at Snape venomously. She hated Severus but could not tell why. Severus glanced at her and then looked to Lord Voldemort. In one simple movement, he dropped to his knee and kissed the hand of his lord. My lord, the arrogance of that Potter boy is insufferable. He gives his story to the Daily Prophet as if he's the hero. Dumbledore even says he had conceived the whole plan to lure you out of your hiding place. Really, my lord, they are saying it as if they are better than you. They think they can outsmart you. Bellatrix thought to herself that it was not right. She had never heard Harry Potter say something to lure someone from his hiding place. Harry Potter could not even put her under the Cruciatus curse the way he had to do it. He did not have the heart for it. His heart was full of love and the Cruciatus curse could only work if your heart is filled with hate. Bella knew that she had to hate Harry. But something in her heart told her that she could not do that. His curse was hurting so much more. It was more painful than the one of Lord Voldemort. But it was not filled with hate. She did not know what to think of it. A fear crept over her heart and a shiver ran down her spine. The idea alone that Harry Potter would throw and pronounce that curse with hate, with him that curse would be fatal right away. Lord Voldemort looked at Bellatrix and ordered her to look at him. Bellatrix looked at her lord and felt a tingle go through her body. Lord, let me kill that Potter boy. Let me restore your honor, she exclaimed immediately. A smile appeared around the mouth of Lord Voldemort as his eyes found the eyes of Bellatrix. Narcissa looked vaguely at her sister from out the corner of her eye. This was not the sister she had comforted less than an hour ago. This was not the hopeless shell she had seen sitting on that filthy mattress in that corner of that little room. Bellatrix, I appreciate that you want to defend the honor of my name. But I have another task for you in mind. A task which I think you are the only one capable of. In addition, I will also need the help from Narcissa. Lord Voldemort said while he looked at the both of them. Severus, tell me what is the next step that Dumbledore is going to take. My lord, I have heard that Dumbledore will take that Potter boy under his wing. What he wants to do with Potter, he has not told me yet. But I think he will prepare him for a fight with you. The way as it is now, I think he wants to use him as a shield. He wants to sacrifice the boy, and then kill you with his own hands. The boy is just a pawn for him, his life has no value at all. Severus smiled at what he had said. Voldemort looked at him calmly. Well done, Severus, I appreciate the effort that you have done for Lord Voldemort. Voldemort again shifted his eyes and was now looking at Peter. Wormtail, get that book of which you and I talked about yesterday. And take it to the sacrificial chamber. Yes, master. Good master. It was a slimy answer that Wormtail gave to his lord while he gave him a dirty look when Voldemort wasn't looking. Voldemort had shifted his eyes over to Narcissa. Narcissa, take Bellatrix to the sacrificial chamber. I'll be there in an hour to explain to you what it is what I want you to do. Follow the ritual on page 9, and on page 17 of the book. Wormtail will bring you the book in a moment. Read it and see if you can do it, hissed Voldemort to Narcissa. Narcissa nodded and took Bellatrix by the arm and led her to the sacrificial chamber. In a room along the corridor, she saw Severus Snape sitting on a chair. Narcissa left Bellatrix behind in the corridor and went into the room to talk with Severus. Bellatrix did not really know what her sister was doing with Severus Snape. She saw her sister talking to him for about 10 minutes. Suddenly she heard Severus create a magical promise. She was a little shocked but nothing more. When Narcissa came out of the room she immediately asked why that was. Severus must keep an eye on Draco. He is his godfather, so I made him promise it to me, Narcissa said to Bellatrix. A little smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Narcissa took Bellatrix by the arm again. She took her further along the corridor to the sacrificial chamber. There was one other thing that did not sit well with Narcissa. But that would be for later. In the middle of the sacrificial chamber stood an altar that was made entirely out of stone. Bellatrix looked at her sister intently. A little too driven, Bellatrix asked Narcissa. What do you think I have to do for my lord? Do you think I'm his favorite again? Narcissa wanted to give her an answer. But it was Wormtail who had just entered the room. Narcissa held her tongue but gave a look at Wormtail. Wormtail, put that book down and get out, Narcissa snapped. Wormtail put the book down and ran out of the room again, with a smile that was twice as big but went unnoticed by the two sisters. I loathe that rat, Narcissa thought to herself. Now there was still that one thing that did not sit well with Narcissa. Narcissa now looked at her sister and waved her wand over the eyes of Bellatrix. She mumbled a spell and looked deep into her eyes. If I did not see it, I would not have believed it, she said. You are under the Imperious curse. Narcissa shook her head and thought hard. Narcissa, who was now eyeing the book on page 9 and 17, the book was filled with rune spells. It was an ancient book and full of dark rituals. And this was a ritual to give someone a fake memory, one they would think was real. It would also make the memory sentient until the task was done. On page 17 there was also some ancient rune spell to make someone younger. What was it that her Lord Voldemort was planning to do, Narcissa thought. What was it that he wanted from her sister? But especially what was it he wanted her to do? It was exactly at 8 o'clock at night that Lord Voldemort walked into the sacrificial chamber. The air in the room immediately became a few degrees colder. It was the one thing that always gave Narcissa a shiver. It was his presence that somehow dropped the temperature in every room with a couple of degrees. The shiver she got was from a lot of loathing but also from a little fear. Narcissa, did you understand the 2 rune spells that I pointed out to you from that book I ordered Wormtail to give you? He hissed. Narcissa nodded slowly and kept her eyes away from her lord. Her mental shield was up and holding, but she knew that he could break them in a second if he wanted to. Good, then you can start with the first spell. It will take you about an hour. When you've finished with the runes I will give her a new memory. After that, we shall turn her into a little girl of 7 years old. That was what Lord Voldemort told Narcissa, with a hint of sadistic pleasure in his voice. My lord, may I ask what you are planning to do with Bellatrix once we have turned her into a little girl? Narcissa asked hesitantly. Lord Voldemort looked carefully at her with his red eyes and laughed his dirty laugh. Sure, there is no real harm in telling you. You see, we will turn Bellatrix into a little girl. Then we will send her back in time to a place of my past self. There she has to find little Harry Potter and kill him, he said as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Narcissa was shocked when she heard what her lord wanted to do. But she kept her face tight and nodded slowly. Lord Voldemort suddenly collapsed and dropped to the floor. When he recovered he looked around himself in a hunted way. His face was one of pain and confusion. Narcissa could see that something was wrong with her lord. He had a frightened look in his eyes. Someone had done something and it affected him deeply. In her mind, she had the thought that she should know what it was, but she just couldn't figure it out what it was or what it could be. Narcissa, I need to do some checking. The ritual has to wait until tomorrow morning. We will do the rituals at exactly 8 o'clock. Make sure that Bellatrix is ready so I can give her the memory, Voldemort said in a firm voice, but Narcissa could clearly hear a little bit of fear slipping through it. Narcissa nodded again and saw how her lord left the manor in a hurry as if the hellhounds were hot on his tail. While Narcissa took in the silence that was surrounding her, now that Lord Voldemort had left her alone. In the silence she went into a deep in thought about what to do next. Suddenly she knew it. With her hand on the arm of Bellatrix she apparated out of the manor and into the secret bunker of their family. It was a bunker that was specially made for the Black family. Almost no one knew of its existence. The only ones who did know were Bellatrix, Sirius, and Narcissa. Andromeda did know, but that information was taken from her on the day her grandfather cast her out of the family. The others who had known of it were all dead, so this bunker was the safest place to be, and in this bunker was everything that you could need, in times of emergency or danger. On a shelf was a jar full of Veritaserum that was under a stasis charm so it would never go bad. Veritaserum was a poison the Blacks often used. It was a truth serum that would make you tell the truth. You could even say it was a kind of an Imperious curse in a jar. It would immediately take the normal Imperious curse out of operation, when, or if someone was under the influence of one. In one of the corners stood a very old and massive pensive. That was something that could be handy later on, Narcissa thought as she looked around herself. Narcissa took the lid from the jar and placed 3 drops of Veritaserum in the mouth of Bellatrix. The Imperious curse stopped working instantly when the drops of Veritaserum hit the tongue of Bellatrix. Now the only thing left for Narcissa to do was to ask the right questions to every answer she wanted to know. Bella, how long have you been under the influence of the Imperious curse, was the first question Narcissa asked when she started. The whole time I have been married to my husband, Bellatrix answered. Did you take any part in the abuse of the Longbottom family? No. I only tied them up in a room and placed them under a compulsion curse. But I did it under the influence of the Imperious curse. My husband, his brother, and Barty Jr. tortured them by taking turns using the Cruciatus curse, Bellatrix told her. Your job was to kill little Neville Longbottom. Why did you not kill the little Longbottom kid? This was a hard question for Narcissa to ask, but she had to know. It was the one thing that could save Bellatrix later on if the answer was good enough. I began to resist the curse, and I put little Neville Longbottom in the closet under a pile of clothes. Who was the one who kept you under the Imperious curse? Narcissa asked with a little hesitation in her voice. It was my husband Rodolphus Lestrange. I was resisting against his Imperious curse at that time. Are you still resisting your husband? No, I was placed under the curse by my husband for the first 4 years of the war. It was after that I started to resist it. So I was placed under the curse by Lord Voldemort. I was starting to resist him too, but I could not do it. After Harry Potter defeated him, I was placed under the curse again by my husband, but I resist him and placed little Neville Longbottom in the closet. Have you ever done something against the law when you were not under the influences of the Imperious curse? Was the last question Narcissa asked of Bellatrix. No, everything I ever did, I did under the influences of that curse. Narcissa could not believe the things she was hearing now. Her little sister had been in Azkaban while she had been innocent the whole time. She had been there for almost 15 years without anybody finding out. That alone would be enough to make anyone crazy. She placed her memories of what she just heard in an unbreakable tube and let it sit there. With her hands in her hair, she walked through the bunker from left to right. What should she do right now in Merlin's name? What could she do? Suddenly she knew it. It was like a cannon went off in her head. She picked up the book she had received from Lord Voldemort and started to flip through the pages. In that book, she had seen a rune spell about the use and misuse of memories. She kept flipping through the pages until she found the right page. How to Erase Memories and Replacing Them, was the title of the rune spell. Narcissa knew that while Bella was still under the influence of the Veritaserum, she would do whatever she said. Bella, I want you to get all those old memories from before you were 10 years old to the front of your mind. While Bella was gathering her memories, Narcissa was removing the pensieve and placed it in the middle of the bunker. Her thoughts went all over the place, but she knew that this might be the only chance she got to help in the things her lord wanted to do to her little sister. She gazed over at Bella and saw her looking at her. Now I want you to place those memories in a container so I can get them from your mind in one go. All the other memories I want you to put in a different container. Now she pulled all the memories from the head of Bella and put them in the pensieve. She divided the memories into different categories of magic and family. When she was done, she took another look at the book and saw that she had to draw 4 runes on the side of the head of Bellatrix. With a small paintbrush, she did the runes and read the spell aloud. Bellatrix, who was stretched out on the ground, remained to lie there and let Narcissa do the work that had to be done. Thanks to the spell, Narcissa was able to remove everything out of her memory. She then put back all the memories of magic from before she was 10 years old. As she placed the memories back into her head, she changed one little thing. Now she would no longer be known as Bellatrix Black. She would now be known as Bellatrix Smith. Someday she would find out her real name. But that was not now. The rest of the memories and those of her family from before she was 10 and thereafter, she would place back in an encrypted shape, once the first ritual had taken place. Then she would make it so that it would reveal itself when she was 16 years old. Slowly Bellatrix started to move around. With a well-placed stupefy, she hit Bellatrix so she would stay on the ground. The last thing she wanted to do was to freak her little sister out when she saw that she was in an adult body while she had the mind of a child. A little tear slipped from her eye as she thought about the time when they were a happy family. Her sisters Andy and Bella, who were running around in the back garden of the home of her Aunt Doria Black Potter, with Sirius and Regulus Black. It was also there that they had all been friends with the Potters. This was before Voldemort took it upon himself to brainwash all the purebloods with his garbage about pureblood supremacy. It was almost 5 o'clock in the morning when she brought Bella back to the sacrificial chamber at her own home. She read over the spell that she had to carry out in front of Voldemort. She studied it carefully. If she would forget a single rune, the spell would not work properly. But an outsider wouldn't notice it at all. The one thing she knew for sure was that Lord Voldemort had never been that good in ancient runes. It was one of the things that had made her extremely valuable for him, this because she had passed her Newt in ancient runes and even started part of her mastery on the subject but never finished it because Lucius didn't allow it, just like he didn't allow her to become a healer like she always wanted. Still, with this advantage, she hoped she could mislead him with this spell. She brought Bella into a deep sleep by a potion she kept in a cupboard in the chamber. She didn't like to do it, but she had a reason for it. She hoped that Bellatrix would think she had dreamed it all when she awoke. Of course, it would be a simple thing to say to Voldemort. She would tell him this so he would not know that she already had the memory of a 10-year-old girl. Narcissa drew the runes on the undressed body of Bella and intentionally forgot the one on her back. In silence, she waited until her Lord Voldemort would make his appearance. It would take almost half an hour before he finally arrived in the chamber. Narcissa told him the lie of the dream thoughts, and to her surprise, he believed her completely. Narcissa swallowed by her lie but kept her face tight and then started to read the spell out loud. Halfway through the spell, Bellatrix started to glow brightly and completely from head to toe. Now she told her lord that Bellatrix was ready and it was time for him to give her the memory he wanted her to have. Lord Voldemort bent down to the ear of Bellatrix and whispered in his demanding tone. "Find Harry Potter. Kill Harry Potter." Bellatrix repeated what Voldemort had told her. "Find Harry Potter. Kill Harry Potter," she said in a monotone voice. After that, Voldemort asked Narcissa how long it was going to take before they could do the next spell. Narcissa took a look at the page and told him that it would take her about 4 hours. But in all honesty, it would only take her about 2, something her lord didn't need to know. Voldemort left the room so that Narcissa could place the next runes on the BPD body of Bellatrix. First, she placed the one rune on her body, the one she had not done the first time. She quickly told the spell as she stood by her ear. "Bellatrix, please become happy. Become friends with Harry Potter, when you're in school. Love Harry Potter. He will be a mighty wizard and he'll be good for you. Help him with everything you can." Bellatrix repeated what Narcissa had told her in her ear and glowed brightly and completely from head to toe. "Bellatrix, please become happy. Become friends with Harry Potter, when you're in school. Love Harry Potter. He will be a mighty wizard and he'll be good for you. Help him with everything you can," in the same monotone voice she had done before. Narcissa quickly placed the encrypted memory back into the head of Bellatrix and started to pray to Merlin himself that all would be okay. If all went as she wanted it to go, then she would recall these memories when she was 16 years old. Then she would remember that she was Bellatrix Black, that she had two sisters. Perhaps then she could even help her to get rid of Malfoy. She would also recall the memory of Narcissa, the memory about how she had been used and abused over the years. Narcissa removed the runes which Bellatrix had all over her body and quickly replaced them with the new ones that she needed for the next spell. It had hurt her when she had found out that Bellatrix had always done everything under the influence of the Imperious Curse. The woman that was on the table in front of her was not the monster that was described in the books, it was her little sister. She had always been used and abused by Lord Voldemort and her husband Rodolphus Lestrange. Now she herself was going to help Lord Voldemort to rejuvenate her and send her back in time. All with the aim to kill Harry Potter. Just the thought alone made her sick when she thought about what her sister had to do. Bellatrix would be 7 years old when she would wake up in a different time. She would have no family, but she would have magic. For the first time in her life, she could be happy, really happy. Narcissa could only hope her deception was successful, and that she was not going to kill Harry Potter. How Voldemort could let a thing like this happen she could not understand. How could someone shape someone into a child and then watch that child kill another child? It had been that sick thought that made Narcissa decide to fool her lord. She did think that it would be a good thing to send Bellatrix back to an earlier time. Maybe her sister could have some luck for once, and not end up in Azkaban, and have a chance at a better life. The good thing was that nobody could see her as the older Bellatrix. When Bella would wake up at that point in time, her older self would be sitting in a cell in Azkaban, therefore, she could never be seen as Bellatrix Black. These were one of the many thoughts went through her head, and that all happened while Bellatrix lay asleep on the table. When Narcissa was finished with the second set of runes, she asked Lord Voldemort to join her again while she would perform the spell. When Voldemort left the chamber, Narcissa once again looked at her sister. On the face of Bellatrix, she could now see the pain that she was in. The whole process of the spell would last a whole day according to the book. With every hour that went by, she saw pain and change on the face of her sister. The sunken eyes from years of captivity had disappeared before her own eyes. With every minute she became younger and younger. The bags under her eyes also disappeared and gave way to a beautiful and younger version of Bellatrix. After a few hours, Narcissa recognized the sister that she had lost so long ago. Now that she was a girl of 15 years old. As she drifted off into her own thoughts, she thought of anything and everything at once. Sirius came into the memory of Narcissa. She saw him running through the garden behind her and her sister. Both sent chuckling spells at each other. It was a wonderful reminder that she got. It had been one of the happiest moments of her life. Bellatrix was on the table and was now about 12 years old. Narcissa looked at the clock and saw that she had been working for 20 hours already. And she had to go another 4 hours. Just another 4 hours and she would see the girl of 7 that Narcissa would recognize once again. Voldemort walked into the room and looked approvingly at Narcissa. "You've done nicely, Narcissa. You are your lord worthy," Voldemort hissed at her. Narcissa was very disgusted by that thought alone. It was her husband that had become a Death Eater, not her. She never wanted anything to do with this. But she knew she had to do it. She had to follow her husband because that was what it said in their magical marriage contract. The worst thing was that Lucius was raising their son to be a Death Eater just like him. Her little Draco would be just like her husband and there was nothing she could do about it. Maybe little Bellatrix could do something for Draco if she was back at Hogwarts. Lord Voldemort gave her another book that she had to look at. She saw it was a spell to send someone back in time. From the spell alone she could see that it was centuries old, it could even pinpoint the correct number of years, up to the precise month, where the person would come back into existence. There was only one place left where they needed her to appear. Voldemort would do the spell together with Narcissa. This because 2 people were needed for that specific spell. Voldemort would be the one to figure out where they were going to do the spell. That night Voldemort told his followers that he had released Bellatrix from her suffering. "Now, as you all know, my faithful followers," Voldemort started. "You have all disappointed me deeply by your failures. Now, in the goodness of my heart, I granted you all a second chance, but for Bellatrix, I took another decision. I first wanted to give her an assignment to prove her worth, but last night I thought differently about it and killed her. This message was received by a shocked gasp from everyone that was around the table and with a laugh from Voldemort when he saw the fear creeping into their eyes. If he could kill Bellatrix just like that, who would say they wouldn't be the next to go? Dirty bastard, was the one thought that went through the head of Narcissa. But in her face, there was nothing to see, not even a muscle that twisted just that little bit. Narcissa looked at the table. In her mind she was with her sister, who was now asleep in the sacrificial chamber. Bellatrix was again pure and innocent, and Narcissa only hoped that her new life would be full of love and happy memories. This was it, and there was nothing more she could do. Any other thing she would have done would have resulted in her own death and maybe the real death of her little sister. The next morning Voldemort and Narcissa with Bellatrix between them apparated in front of a building that lay in ruins. This has previously been an orphanage near the place where that Potter lived. A year ago I destroyed the building. It was in my way, Voldemort said like it was nothing at all. Narcissa knew that Voldemort had once been in an orphanage. And that it probably was this orphanage where he had been. Bellatrix, who was still held in her sleeping form, lay on the ground in front of their feet. Together with Voldemort, she began the ritual. Bellatrix was slowly fading into nothingness. The ritual would be successful if Bellatrix would completely disappear and would be done when they would hear a bang. The next 10 minutes that followed was nothing more than to say the spell over and over again. From out of nowhere, there was a bang and the spell was done. Voldemort said nothing and disapparated. Narcissa was left behind, just standing there. She stood there just watching with tears in her eyes. She was looking at the spot where her sister had just been lying on the ground, a spot that was now empty. So in her thoughts, she said goodbye to her sister. If she was successful, then the encrypted memory that she had placed in her mind would unlock now. Now that Bellatrix would be 16 again, she would remember everything about who she was. That was where she was now hoping for. Goodbye, dear sister of mine. I hope I will see you soon and safely home again. Bella was slowly opening her eyes. Ah, you're awake, said a voice from her left. I hope that all is well with you, little girl, asked the friendly-looking woman her while she was kneeling beside Bella. We were quite shocked when you suddenly appeared here lying on the sidewalk in front of our orphanage. The woman looked at Bella while she said that and gave her a sweet smile. Where am I? Bella asked in a soft voice. You were at our orphanage in Little Whinging. And we found you here on the sidewalk, right in front of our orphanage. We don't know how, but you were suddenly there, right there from out of nowhere. The woman helped Bella to her feet and led her inside the orphanage. Bella looked a bit scared as she was looking around. She did not know what to do. It was all so different and there was so much fussiness in her head. She followed the woman inside and sat down in the chair which the woman had pointed out to her. Do you know where your parents are, sweetheart? Asked the woman her in a friendly tone. Where are your mum and dad? Bella looked a little insecure at the woman. I have no mum and dad, at least I think I don't, Bella told her. I know I did have a mum and dad, but I cannot remember them, Bella told her, still a little confused with her own answer. The woman raised an eyebrow and looked at her carefully. You do not have a mum or dad, or do you not know what a mum and dad are? She asked Bella. I really don't know, madam, Bella answered her with a bit of sadness in her voice, as if it was an answer she should be able to answer but just couldn't. When Bella said this, the woman knew that something was wrong. You could never really know what was going on, so she immediately thought the worst of the situation and called a local doctor and the local police department. Bella was taken to a room where she could play with another girl that looked to be around 13. Just as Bella was entertained by the girl, the woman immediately went to investigate the situation on her own. No one in the neighborhood seemed to be missing a child. That was, after all, what the police had told her when she had called them on the phone. It was in the same phone call that she also found out that there were no children missing in the surrounding cities. At the end of the call, the police had promised her to do a nationwide search. Maybe the girl was missing from somewhere else in the country and she ended up here in one way or another. Later that afternoon, Bella was visited by a doctor. When the doctor had left, she found out that there was nothing wrong with her. Her health was good and she had no visible injuries, at least not what they could see at first hand. Okay, She was a bit shy. But then again, who would not be? In a strange environment like this, especially, if you were a little girl like her. The only thing that troubled the doctor was her memory. And he said that it could be a mild form of amnesia or something, and they had to see if it would get better in a couple of days. Then there were still a few things that the woman didn't know of her. She did have the things the police had told her and the doctor, but now she had to do some digging of her own and took the decision to go and talk with her herself. For starters, she did not know her name or her age, and that was a big thing. "Hello, sweetheart. May I ask you something?" the woman started when she walked into the room. Bella looked at the woman and nodded slowly. "I would first like to know your name so I know how to call you when I need you." Bella had to think hard for a moment. "My name is Bellatrix Smith. But everyone just called me Bella. At least that's what I think they did." The woman frowned a bit and thought that the doctor could be right about the amnesia, but continued. "And Bella, where do you think your mom and dad are now?" It was kind of a trick question, but she wanted to try it nonetheless. Maybe Bella had run away and would slip up as she asked it in this way instead. "I have no mom and dad, ma'am. I'm not sure why, but I know that I have no mom and dad. At least I think I don't," Bella said as she placed her little hands at the side of her head. "I still have one more question for you, Bella." Bella looked at the woman and nodded again. "Bella, how old are you? How could a question be so simple? And still, leave Bella to think so hard?" the woman wondered. It was almost after a good 10 minutes when Bella looked up. "I think I'm 7 years old, madam," Bella said with a weak smile. It was weird when she got the answers from Bella, so the woman gave her a critical look. She was friendly and well cared for. And yet she had to think deeply and hard for each question. Maybe she had a concussion or something else. Maybe the doctor was right and it was something more serious like amnesia. That was something that would explain her memory loss of her parents. Now, because Bella looked to be cared for and that she was polite, it told the lady that Bella did have parents, or at least someone that took care of her as a parent did. The woman could not think of anything else, at least not as quickly, so she left it like that for now and went away. Bella was again brought back to the room with the other girl. There, she could get some playtime or talk if they wanted to. For Bella, however, it was not nearly as nice as it was before. The girl at first did as she was told, but now she had none of it. She wasn't in the mood to babysit a strange girl and started to bully her as she told her the most awful things. At one point, she even started pushing Bella around the room. What the girl did not know was that Bella was a witch. She had no wand, but she did have the magical power. The girl pushed Bella again and again. And from out of nowhere there was a bright light and the girl was thrown hard against the wall on the other side of the room. This could be called the accidental use of magic. This was something Muggles were very afraid of. It was something they could not explain or understand. And for that, it was called freakish behavior. The friendly woman came running in and took one look. Her smile disappeared and she started to scowl at Bella. Bella wasn't sure, but she could have sworn that the lady had said you were one of them. In the end, the girl Bella had been playing with turned out to be the daughter of the lady. Bella was told that she would go to a special foster home, one special foster home, which the mother of the woman had used for a boy that was just like her. And that was almost 60 years ago. She was pushed into an empty room with only a bed and a chair for her. There she had to stay until they had found her parents, or until the foster parents came to pick her up. And perhaps they could find her a better foster family, but that was something she thought was highly unlikely. The woman suddenly sounded hateful and even a bit aggressive when she said all of this to Bella. For the next couple of hours, Bella was sitting alone in that room. She had to stay there and just wait for the foster family to come and pick her up. There was nothing for her to do, so suddenly every thought she had went through her mind. She did know of 2 girls but could not remember their names. She did know that the oldest of the 2 girls looked just like her, or how she looked like her. Then there were memories of a boy that was older than herself. His name was Sirius, but that was all she could remember. He was, however, with another boy with unruly hair and glasses that was just as old as him. The first so friendly woman turned out nothing more than a spiteful woman. She had brought her to this room and left her there. One time she had come and look at her. Then she had told Bella that they would be eating in about half an hour. But she also told Bella that Bella could not be joining them. After all, she did not live in the orphanage and, therefore, she had no right to eat with them. The only other thing was the woman's daughter. Now and then she came to the door and called her bad names, names that would hurt her to the core. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a man and a woman walked into her room. They were old like a grandfather or grandmother. These are your foster parents for as long as they are needed. They know exactly what to do with little girls like you. If we find your parents, we will let you know, the woman that started out to be so friendly told her, but she now told it to her with hatred in her voice and a look of loathing in her eyes like Bella was the most awful of things she had ever seen. That evening Bella lay on a single bed in a strange house. A lot had happened today, but she did not understand it at all. Why could she not remember who her mom and dad were? Why could she not remember the names of the two girls? Also, why could she not remember more about the young boy named Sirius? It was all so very strange and confusing to her. They were all happy memories of the girls and the boy, and not one of them was bad. No matter how hard she tried, that was all she could remember. Well, she could also remember a lot of Latin phrases. But what those sentences meant, she did not know. Extremely tired of thinking so hard, she fell into a deep sleep. It was 6 o'clock in the morning when Bella was roughly awakened. Her thoughts went to the previous day. The older man and woman that had picked her up had been so friendly when they were there to get her. And now they were so mean. What happened, she thought with fear in her eyes as the woman was hanging over her. The eyes of the older woman were inches away from her face as she started to speak. So from now on, you are going to learn to cook, wash and clean up. You are going to learn everything a good housewife should do, otherwise. Smack. Bella got a slap right in her face across her left cheek. The pain from the slap brought tears into her small eyes as she felt it burn. This is a warning for you. You're going to listen to us or you'll get more of these blows. Smack, smack, smack. As the woman left, she turned around at the door. Be down at 7, or else, had been what the woman had told her. Bella sat on her bed and cried softly, while her hands were folded in her lap. 5 minutes after 7, Bella was down. Before she knew it, she was grabbed by her collar and was hit 2 times, straight in her face. Smack, smack. The woman told her that if she did not pay attention, she would be hit every day. Just as long as it took to learn every lesson they gave her. And also that she was hit because she was 5 minutes late. Bella wiped her tears away and listened to what she had to do. Within a short time, and many bruises later, Bella had learned a lot. She could now cook and wash. She could do almost everything a housewife could do. It was in this house she became the house elf of the family, even though she did not know what a house elf was. It was something that she had heard somewhere and knew that it was something she should know. Just like all the other things she suddenly remembered and still could not remember from where. From early in the morning until late in the evening. Bella was working every day and she did everything she was told. She even had to do the garden. The life that Bella now had was certainly no picnic. It would be a terrible life for her and she knew it. It was a daily misery that she had to endure. Every day she had a new bruise from one of the lessons she didn't do right. Almost every night she lay crying on her bed. During the day they would not see her tears, but at night she would give them free rein to run wild. Both her foster mother and foster father were beating her on a daily basis. It was gradually getting too much for her. At night she lay awake with the idea to run away. If she did everything according to the rules, she had little or no beatings. But that was very rare and almost never, until that one particular evening. Her foster mother had gone out for the night and she was alone with her foster father. He asks her to come to him, so Bella stepped into the doorway of the room and looked at him. He was lying on the bed and patted the mattress beside him. She was now 8 years old and smart enough to know what he wanted. She saw how he was only wearing a pair of boxer shorts. As she shook her head violently from left to right, she ran for the door. She would do everything and anything, but not this. She did not want to do this. So she ran as fast as she could, away from this horrible house, away from those horrible people. Not once had she looked back. Not once did she look over her shoulder. She did nothing but run. Just running away from that place, running into the deep dark night, far away from that house and hoping to run to a much better place. Early in the morning, she woke up under a slide. Still a little dazed, she looked around herself and knew she was in some kind of playground. She did not know where she was or how she got there. The only thing that she knew was that she never wanted to go back to those people. In the distance, she saw a large building which she recognized immediately. It was the orphanage where she had been before. That was a place where she would not go. Not now or ever again. Slowly she looked around. As she looked around, she made the decision to do some walking throughout the neighborhood. It was not so much her care where she went as long as it was not near that orphanage. In another playground, she saw a group of boys. These boys were beating on a little boy with messy black hair and glasses. Preferably she would walk up to them to help the little boy, but she did not want the attention on her. She watched and saw the little boy escape. Although you would not say it if you saw him, but that little boy was very quick for his size. She followed him with her eyes and saw how he hid behind a wall. With his small body, she thought he could not be much older than 6 years old. Suddenly he looked straight at her. There she looked straight into the two most beautiful green eyes she had ever seen. For a moment she was warm and fuzzy inside. She shook with her head and he was gone. Later that night she sat under a railway crossing in a small tunnel. Here she was able to sit out of the cold wind that blew around that evening. With the thought of two green eyes, she slowly fell asleep. She didn't know how long she had been lying there. But she thought it had to be 2 hours for sure. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, Bella heard some rattling that sounded like it was coming to her. With a frightened look in her eyes, she looked up and around. She could see someone walking on the other side of the tunnel, and that person was coming straight at her. As Bella looked closely, she could see that it was an older woman with 2 big shopping bags. Slowly she passed by Bella. Bella was looking around and saw that there was no place she could hide. So Bella did the only thing she could think of. She closed her eyes tightly, hoping the woman would just walk on. Maybe she would leave her be without a word. Unfortunately, that was something the woman did not do. The woman stopped and asked what she was doing here at this time of the evening. Little girls like her had to be at home. Bella made every effort to not respond. She did not look at her and kept her eyes closed like she was asleep. "Did you come from the orphanage?" the older woman asked Bella kindly. Bella looked at her and nodded slowly. "I do not want to go back there," Bella almost shouted. "Nor to that other woman and that awful man," Bella cried fiercely. The woman looked at Bella with a raised eyebrow. "Well, if that is the case, then tonight you can come with me. Tomorrow we will see what more we can do for you." Bella thought for a moment. She did not know what to do, so she slowly stood up. With small steps, she went after the woman to her home. Her house was located in a street where Bella had not yet been. For a moment, they stood in silence in front of a house with number 7 at the side of the door. Bella took a good look down the street. Everything from the grass to the fences looked the same to her. And it even seemed like everyone in the street had the same kind of car. When she looked at number 4, she had a tinkle through her body that gave her a shiver. Bella walked behind the woman and went inside the house. Inside the house, she looked around in amazement. Suddenly there were 10 cats and kittens all around her. Bella now understood what she heard rattling in the shopping bags of the woman. Those were the cat cans in the bags of the woman. The woman put the bags down on the floor and bent over. All the cats and kittens came straight at her, and they all looked up at the woman, so they could be petted. Bella watched it all with a smile pasted on her face. "Come on, sweetheart, they do not bite, you know," the woman said. Bella smiled again and walked past the woman. She went inside the room and sat down on the ground. All the cats and kittens were immediately walking up to her. Within 10 minutes, Bella was lying on her stomach on the ground between the cats and the kittens. Everywhere around her there were kittens and cats. So she did the only thing that she could think of and tried to pet and cuddle them all. The woman liked it when she got visitors. So the woman walked into the kitchen and left Bella behind with the cats. She had seen that the girl looked like she was malnourished. Just like a certain boy she had to keep an eye on. First she wanted to ask the girl a lot of questions. One of the questions was her name. But as she looked at her, she wanted to give her a proper meal first. So she went into the kitchen and went to work passionately. After an hour, she called the girl over to have dinner with her. A little shy, Bella sat down at the table. May I ask you your name, little girl? The woman asked. Bella looked at the woman, who gave her a loving look back. The last year had been very miserable for her. But this woman was different, she was kind. My name is Bellatrix Smith, but you can call me Bella, Bella said timidly. Well, Bella, my name is Fig, Arabella Fig, you can call me Arabella. Now you may eat as much as you want. Really? Bella asked. Yes, really, you can eat as much as you want. Bella looked across the table. On the table was everything that she liked. So she took a little of everything that was there. After eating, Bella helped Arabella to clear the table. Together they did the dishes and cleaned up everything. Bella had removed her sweater because she became hot by the work she was doing. Arabella saw that she was only wearing a t-shirt. Her small arms had the occasional bruise here and there. When she looked closely, she could even see little cuts on her hand from working in the garden. What would you say about a nice hot bath, Bella? Arabella asked, and Bella nodded. She thought she was quite dirty, and a hot bath was something she was ready for. Arabella had run a full bath for Bella and left her to it. At the door, she heard that Bella had stepped into the bath. As she shook her head, she thought to herself, 2 children in one district who are treated this way. That's just outrageous. Half an hour later, Arabella walked inside. She saw that Bella was enjoying her bath. Arabella had an old t-shirt from her younger days in her hand. It was for Bella to put on later. She did this so that she could wash her other clothes. Arabella threw a quick glance at Bella. She saw that the girl was covered with bruises and minor scrapes all over her body. Bella, we should have to have a talk soon if that's okay with you. Bella knew she was not going to wriggle herself out of it. So whatever would happen, it was okay with her. In any case, she did had a wonderful meal out of it. After an hour, Bella came down and went into the kitchen. She was now squeaky clean and had a big smile on her face. On the table, she saw a glass of pumpkin juice waiting for her. Why she knew it was pumpkin juice she did not know. But she just knew instantly what it was. Slowly she sat down at the table. Arabella sat down opposite of her and looked at her with a smile. Bella, all these bruises you have, are they all from your foster parents? Bella looked at her and blinked. She had expected that Arabella would ask her that question, but not so directly and straightforward as she did. Bella again nodded slowly. Bella, listen, I'm going to tell you this once, so listen well. Tomorrow I'm going to the police. There I will tell them what the orphanage and those other people have done to you. Then I will tell them that you are staying here with me until they find your real parents. And when I get back, you and I will go to London for some new and nice clothes for you to wear. Bella had expected everything. She had to go back or she had to go somewhere else, but this was not what she had expected at all. The only thing left for her to do was hoping that it was really going to happen. Bella looked at Arabella and smiled at her. Bella quickly walked around the table and gave her a big hug. The last hug Bella could remember was the one she got from Sirius. The downside to it was that she did not know whether that hug was real or not. Together Arabella and Bella remained talking for a long time until Bella yawned. Arabella smiled and took her to her own room and own bed. Arabella smiled at her and went to her own room. It was early the next morning and right after breakfast that Arabella went away, leaving Bella all alone in the house to play with the cats. Bella sat on the couch and was looking outside nervously. She hoped that Arabella would come back soon. While she was looking outside the window, she absent-mindedly stroked a cat. The house that was diagonally opposite from the house she was at was No. 4. Bella looked at the house and saw how a thin woman walked outside the door with her nose high up in the air. She was followed by a boy who could barely fit through the door. When she took a good look at that kid, she noticed that she recognized that boy. It was the same boy she had seen the day before, the one that was beating up that little boy. To her surprise, she also saw the little boy with those beautiful green eyes. Was he living there? She thought. At the same moment as when the boy came out of the door, he got a shove in his back. The boy fell on the street and was yelled at. He was told to go into the car, that he had to pay attention and to not make a spectacle of himself. The man who had pushed him was big and fat. He also had a big bushy mustache. The boy with the green eyes looked sad. While he sat down in the car as they drove off, Bella just looked back and forth down the street for a moment. Afterwards she went back to play with all the cats. On a table against the wall there was a little red book that was just lying there. Bella picked up the book and began to read. It was some kind of diary, but it had all of those horrible things in it. She sat down on the couch and took the book in her lap. Slowly she continued reading it, page after page. Harry has turned 4 this day. The 2 blue eyes which he has were the birthday present he received from his uncle. Harry put out the trash and something had rolled beside the waste bin. His uncle has beaten him 4 times for that mistake. In the afternoon Harry had to remove the poison ivy from the garden. He had to do this from his aunt without the use of gloves. It was bad. I saw his aunt sitting there with a pair of gloves in her hands. Harry has done 4 hours of garden work with just 1 glass of water. And it was still the hottest day of the summer. Bella gulped and quickly flipped to another page. To her surprise, the whole book was just like that. She did not know who that Harry was, but she watched with horror to the text that appeared to be on every page. She read how Harry was locked up in the cupboard under the stairs, and that Arabella had not seen him for 4 days. When Arabella came home, she found Bella sitting with tiny tears in her eyes. "Sweetheart, what is wrong with you?" Arabella asked. "Why are you crying like that?" Bella wanted to answer her but could get a word out between her sobs. "Bella, come sit with me," Arabella asked. Bella looked at her sadly. Suddenly she got an anxious feeling, a feeling that gave her a little shiver. What was Arabella going to tell her? "Bella, you can stay with me for as long as it takes. That's what the police told me, however you do have to answer some questions," Arabella said with a smile. Bella immediately looked pleased at Arabella and was waiting to see what more she was going to say. "If the police cannot find your parents within half a year, I will be allowed to adopt you. That is if you want me to when the time is there." Bella looked at her. "I no longer have to go to the orphanage or to those other people." Arabella smiled. "No, honey, you may stay with me forever if that is what you want. Or until we find your parents." At that point Bella was the happiest she had ever been in that year. She flew herself around the neck of Arabella and gave her a big hug and a kiss on her cheek. She sobbed in her neck and whispered softly, "Yes, I want to stay with you." That afternoon they were headed to London as agreed, just to buy some clothes for Bella. After that Arabella had taken Bella to a McDonald's. It was something she had never done before. And just because of those reasons they had a wonderful afternoon. Bella went straight to her room, and fitted all the new clothes she had received from Arabella. Arabella immediately went to the kitchen to provide for dinner. After an hour Bella was called downstairs for dinner. Bella came down and looked at the table. The table was again full of everything that was tasty. Arabella, who was already sitting at the table, looked surprised when she received a kiss from Bella on her cheek. "Thanks," was whispered in her ear by Bella. After having washed the dishes together, it was time for a quiet evening. Arabella sat down on the couch and Bella again was sprawled on the floor playing with the cats. Bella just loved it here, and after a year of misery she was finally happy. In the middle of the evening Arabella heard little sobs coming from behind the table. Arabella stood up and walked to the sound of the sobs. Bella lay there on the floor while she was crying softly. "What is it, dear? You had the same thing this afternoon." Arabella did not understand it until she actually saw the little red book. "Come sit with me and explain to me what it is that makes you cry." Bella stood sobbing and looked with watery eyes at Arabella. "I found this book earlier this afternoon. And I'm so sorry for Harry. Is this really happening to him, all of it?" asked a sobbing Bella. Now it was Arabella who got watery eyes. She looked at Bella and nodded. "You know, darling, Harry lives here on the opposite of the street at No. 4. He is a small boy with glasses. And is the sweetest boy that I have ever known. But, like how you were beaten last year, the same thing is happening to him, and it has been happening from the day he arrived here. I've seen how he was laid down here on the pavement. He was still a baby. Even then, as a baby, he was almost never fed or cared for. Sometimes I could hear him crying for 6 hours at a stretch. And I could do anything about it. It is very important that he continues to live there. But if I had my choice, I would have brought him here just like I did with you. You and him are the one with the same fate as the other. Bella climbed onto the couch and looked out at number 4. I've seen that boy earlier this afternoon when he received a push by that big fat man. He fell out of the door and onto the ground. Yesterday I saw how he was beaten up by that fat boy and his friends. Arabella immediately picked up her pen and wrote down what Bella was telling her. Arabella, can I be friends with that boy? He has the most beautiful green eyes that I have ever seen. At those words from Bella, Arabella could do nothing else but smile. Yes, my sweetheart, you can be friends with Harry. Then he finally has one true friend. Merlin knows he still has no one or ever had one. For the rest of the evening, Bella had hung on the couch and looked at the house at number 4. That evening Arabella had asked her why she did that. But the answer Arabella got was an answer that she did not expect. The boy across the street of us has it worse than I ever did. In the morning, I only had to make breakfast. And I was only hit if it was not ready in time or when I had done something wrong. That was the same with everything I had to do. If I did something good, then I would not get hit. Bella paused and again looked at the house on NR 4. But Harry from across the street has it much worse than I've ever did. He gets hit because they like to hit him. He gets a thrashing just for the fun of it. Yesterday I saw how much they liked to humiliate him. His uncle pushed him out of the door and onto the ground with just one blow. Again Bella paused and gave Arabella a look. And if I may, I want to be his friend, only if it's okay with you. Arabella looked at Bella and was stirred. I think Harry would love that. But now it's time to go to bed, young lady. Later that night Bella had a dream. She was walking with Harry from across the road. They were holding hands and they were somewhere in a playground. It was a wonderful dream when it started. But it ended up really weird. In the middle of the dream there was a man with a bald head and almost no nose. This man had red eyes and pupils like slits. He was constantly asking her to murder someone named Harry Potter. But she did not know who this Harry Potter was. The only Harry she knew was the boy who lived at number 4. On the other side of the playground stood a bee-owned woman, one who seemed very familiar to her. It was a woman who asked her to be happy and to be friends with Harry Potter. She slowly woke up and could clearly remember the dream, but it was one dream she didn't understand. In the dream the man with the red eyes became angry and angrier every time he told her that she had to kill this Harry Potter. He even said something which hurt her in her dream. It was a pain she could still feel now that she was awake. At breakfast, she told all of her dream to Arabella. She had described everything and also told her what the man looked like. Arabella had told her that she had to listen to the woman and that to kill someone was very, very bad. Bella knew that to kill someone was bad and therefore she would rather know who this Harry Potter really was. Although Arabella knew that the young Harry, who lived across of them, was the great Harry Potter. She did not know if Bella would be a witch. She did, however, knew that the bold man was none other than Voldemort. He was the only man she knew with red eyes and pupils like slits. Arabella was also not sure whether she should tell her that Harry from across the street was none other than Harry Potter. And especially now that she knew that Voldemort wanted him dead. There were a lot of questions that were raised in Arabella's mind when she heard the story from the dream. For now, she decided to wait and see what would happen. She could always decide later what she could do with, or could do about it. Bella now simply sat on the couch and looked at the house on number 4. This happened a lot after she had heard the stories from Arabella, and also after she had read that little red book. She now knew that she only wanted to do everything she could to help Harry. The way Bella was doing all of this for little Harry, from across the road, was very admirable, at least that was what Arabella thought of it. It was something that gave her a warm feeling. It was just unfortunate that they had not seen Harry for almost 3 whole days. Arabella had told Bella that he was probably locked up in the cupboard under the stairs. That again was something that was happening more and more. Bella knew that Arabella knew more than she had told her. She also knew that she could not ask any questions about it. So that was something she would not do. Her main goal now was to make Harry just a little happier, even if it was with something very small. But the idea that someone could lock up a little boy like Harry, in a cupboard under the stairs where only cleaning stuff were supposed to be. That was too much for Bella to understand. 2 days later, Bella saw how little Harry slowly walked out of the house. He had his eyes almost squeezed shut. The sun seemed to irritate him badly, more than it usual did. She looked over at Arabella and asked why that was. Arabella told her that it was due to the dark closet in which he was locked up for 4 days now. This was something that Arabella had not told Bella before. The fact that Harry had no light in his cupboard was something Arabella had not told her. She had read the Red Book several times, but there was nothing at all about the fact that he had no light in his cupboard. And she was now wondering what else he did not have in that cupboard. This went through the mind of Bella while she was curled up in her spot on the couch, just looking at little Harry from across the street. A car drove by and in front of Harry it honked its horn. Bella looked straight at Harry and saw that he was so scared when the car honked its horn it startled her. Little Harry ducked and was now squatting on the sidewalk, with fear written all over his face. For Bella, this was a terrible sight to see. She had never seen anyone so scared before. So out of pure instinct, Bella got up and ran to the front door. She immediately wanted to go to Harry and comfort him, just to tell him that all would be well, that she would be there for him. She, however, was stopped at the front door by Arabella. "Sorry, love, but this is something that you should not do. It is just as I have told you, it is very important that Harry is where he is. I know it's terrible when you see him so scared. I myself have seen it too often to find it a good thing. And yes, I know it hurts when you see him like this, it always makes me hurt inside. But it is not allowed for us to do something about it. I do not know why, but it is just not allowed. When you are a little older, I will tell you all about it, but not now." Arabella sat down next to Bella and looked at Harry. "Sometimes Harry comes here for just a few hours or so. Even then, I have to pretend that Harry is not a nice boy. It is also something that you should do when he comes here." Bella looked at Arabella and wanted to argue, but Arabella held up her hand. "When Harry is inside and the door is closed, then we can be nice to him, but not before that. His uncle and aunt will beat him if he is just talking with someone else. That's the reason why we should pretend not to be nice to him. Occasionally Harry will come here for a weekend. If that happens, then we can have some fun with him, only his aunt and uncle may not know about that. So whenever he comes over, we have to do it secretly." Bella now looked at Arabella with a very sad look. She now wanted nothing more than to help little Harry. But Arabella had helped her very well, so she knew that Arabella had to be right. She did not like it, but she did understand it. Bella could now only look at Harry when he came out of the house. Usually he looked fearfully around himself. Just looking around himself as though he could be caught by his cousin at any minute. Then he went and sat behind the flower bed under the window. And sitting there just waiting for his cousin to come home. Afraid because he was not allowed to come home earlier than his cousin and scared about what could happen if he did so. "Arabella, why is Harry sitting in that flower bed?" Bella asked after a while. Arabella looked out of the window and saw Harry sitting there. "That is the only spot where his aunt and uncle can't see him. It is his safety spot." Harry was just sitting there hours on end, looking at everything that was happening in the street. All this had happened before, and it happened a lot, was what Arabella had told her. Bella now knew that Harry's life had not been easy, and it had not been easy for a very long time. Night after night Arabella watched as Bella was looking towards the house at number 4. The only thing she looked at was Harry, and what was happening to him. If she saw something, she immediately wrote that down in the red book which Arabella had started. That little red book was slowly filling up with small events, and each more gruesome than the other. Bella was slowly finding her own place while she was living with Arabella. It had been over 2 months and she loved every minute of it. From the police they had heard that all the efforts they had done for finding her parents had failed. So Arabella felt that it was time for Bella to go to school. This she had already discussed with Bella because she knew that after more than a year, the chances of finding her parents were almost zero. And going to school was a thing where Bella looked forward to. So after some paperwork, all was ready, and her first school day would be that Monday. On Sunday, Arabella had told her to go to bed early. Before she went to bed, she quickly looked out through the front window. From their front window, she could just see how Harry went into his cupboard. She watched his uncle close the cupboard with a padlock. That was another thing she had not seen before. So while she wrote it in the red book, she asked herself what Harry had done this time to be locked up at night. On Monday morning, Arabella walked with Bella hand in hand towards the school. From out the corner of her eye, Bella saw the cousin of Harry as they walked to school. His cousin was someone you could not miss. He was as fat as a baby whale. With wide eyes, she looked around her. When his cousin was there, then Harry had to be here too. But unfortunately, she did not see Harry anywhere. Maybe he was in a different class, she thought. He was younger than his cousin. At least he looked much younger, so he had to be in another class. But wherever she looked, there was no Harry. She hoped she would see Harry at school. But became slowly afraid that he might not be at this school at all. Maybe he was at a different school. In a way, Bella was glad that she could go to school, and in a way she was not. She herself could never make friends. It was something she suddenly remembered. There was always something going wrong, and it was always something that happened that she could not explain. That was also the one thing that would put an end to her friendship. Why she had this recollection she did not know, but it was a new one for her. Things always happened which made other people very upset at her. It was just like with the girl in the orphanage. Bella was so scared of her when she pushed her, and suddenly she was flying backwards into a wall. And that was why the girl's mother was so angry with her, and Bella was sent to those horrible people. At the gate of the school, Arabella said goodbye to Bella and went away. Bella was a little hesitant when she was brought to her new classroom by a teacher. "Class, this is Bellatrix Smith. She is our new student from now on. And she told me that she wants to be called Bella. Bella dear, why don't you just take a seat in the back with Harry?" Bella jumped up a little and looked straight to the back of the classroom. There, all alone and all the way in the furthest corner, was Harry. Around him was a half circle of empty tables. Bella smiled to herself and went straight for the table that stood beside Harry. Harry looked at Bella and asked if she wanted to sit down in front of him. Bella did not understand why he had asked it of her. He did sounded apologetic, but most of all he sounded nervous and scared. But because she did not wanted to fight with Harry on her first day, she did what he asked of her and sat down in front of him. The first morning in the school went very slow, and Bella just looked around the classroom. Right in the middle of the classroom, where his cousin was sitting, who appeared to be called Dudley. Dudley Dursley had a smug look on his face. That was a look that Bella right away found repulsive about him. She immediately thought of all the things she had saw of him and had read about him in the little red book. She actually found him instantly atrocious. She quickly glanced at the clock and hoped it would soon be 10:30. That was also the time when she would have her first recess, and her first chance to finally talk to Harry. Unfortunately, the clock is never fast enough when you want it to be. When the bell rang at 10:30, Bella remained sitting down. She was looking at Harry and waited for what he was going to do. Harry did not look at her and quickly walked past and out of the classroom. It was also now that Bella saw that Harry was very fast. She followed him and was looking where he was going. Around the corner she saw that Harry had disappeared. The first thing Bella wanted to do was go back and look again, but was just in time to hear the voice of his cousin. "Come on guys, I think he's already outside." This was the opportunity for Bella to see what his cousin was going to do with him while he was at school. She saw his cousin walking with 3 of his friends. They were the type of guys who had more muscles than brains. Bella noticed that the boys went around the corner to go and search for Harry. When she herself looked around the corner, Harry was nowhere to be seen. The only thing she saw was Dudley and his friends, whom were knocking over everything in search for Harry. But wherever they looked, they did not find Harry anywhere. Bella looked from a distance at the boys and saw how desperate Dudley was searching. From the corner of her eye she saw something with messy black hair run past her as she looked around. Harry ran to another corner of a building and around it. Bella looked quickly back to Dudley and saw that he and his friends were still looking for Harry. So she herself went around the corner to where she last saw Harry. Bella slowly walked up to him and looked at him carefully. Harry was sitting behind a trash can with his back against the wall. He was breathing deeply from all the running he had done. Harry looked her straight in the eyes and smiled sweetly at her. His green eyes gave her a warm feeling, a feeling that she felt immediately deep inside her. "Your name is Bella, is it not?" Harry asked gently as he looked around him with searching eyes. "Yes, I'm Bella, and you're Harry." Harry nodded and looked to both sides again. "Bella, you'd better not talk to me, otherwise Dudley will also beat you. He does not want me to have any friends, you know. And I do not want anyone to get bullied because of me." Harry stood up and immediately walked away. "Harry," Bella called after him. Harry turned around and looked at her again. "Harry, I do not mind though. I just want to talk to you, and Dudley does not affect me." Harry just looked at her. "Thank you, Bella, but it is better for you to not be my friend. You do not need to be beaten up because of me, you're too sweet for that." With a small smile, Harry quickly walked away from her. Bella watched him go but did not quite understand him. But he had told her that he liked her, she was sweet. She could not help blushing at the thought, while she stood there with her mouth open. When she saw that Dudley finally got a hold of Harry, he and his friends immediately started to beat on him very hard. Bella watched with horror at what Dudley did to Harry. Harry worked himself loose and ran off. She ran after the group and saw Harry sitting on the roof of a shed. How he came to that was a mystery to her, but he was on top of the shed. The worst thing was that Harry still was the one who received punishment for that. She had tried to help him by saying that he was being chased and bullied. But unfortunately for her, it did not help at all. At the end of the day, she saw how Dudley was picked up by a car. But Harry had to walk home alone. Again she wanted to go to him, but Arabella stopped her. "Not yet, dear, perhaps in a few weeks, but not just yet." That evening at dinner, Bella told everything that had happened that day to Arabella. She also said that Harry could not talk to anyone, and that he could not have any friends. If he did have them, then his cousin would beat that person up and Harry too. She also told Arabella that Harry did not want her to talk to him, and why. Then she asked why Harry just walked away. She had a sad look when she asked that question because she just did not understand it. When Arabella was explaining it Bella, that Harry did not want anyone else to have problems because of him, Bella was almost to tears. But Harry cannot do anything about it. His cousin is doing it, he does not, Bella almost cried. "Yes, I know, sweetheart. But Harry thinks that that is precisely why that it is his fault. That's why he does not want any friends. He thinks they are safe this way. It has always been told to him that he was the problem. So by staying away from everyone he is keeping himself, the problem, away." Tomorrow was the day Bella was going to go and try again to talk to Harry. That night she had a very bad dream, one that remained hanging in her head well into the morning. "Arabella," Bella called. "Yes, dear, what is it?" "Last night I had a bad dream. It was the same dream as before. You know, the one in the playground. This time I dreamed about that guy with the bald head and those gazing red eyes. He again told me that I had to kill Harry Potter, but I do not know who Harry Potter is. However, I noticed that there was a young man who came running up to me. He had a stick in his hands and fired it. It was as if he could do magic or something. The young man looked at me and had the same green eyes as Harry from the other side. I think it was Harry. But he told me that I should make my own choice and that I should not do what the man said. Then I woke up," Bella said in a soft voice. Arabella got a bit of an uncomfortable feeling in her stomach. She now knew who the man with the red eyes really was. That man was none other than Voldemort. Sure, she had known it before, but now she was sure of it. What she did not understand was that this little Bella had a connection with him. Fortunately, Bella did not know who that man was. Arabella also received an uncomfortable feeling because Bella had to kill Harry Potter. But luckily Bella did not wanted to do this. Arabella was thinking how to proceed now. She could tell it to Dumbledore. But she had already told him all about Harry. And yet, he left Harry with those terrible people as if it was nothing unusual. He did nothing for Harry. He did not come to have a look, just to make sure that she had seen nothing wrong, to see if the boy was okay. She was now also aware that Bella had magical powers. Therefore Dumbledore would automatically find out that Bella was with her. No, she had to find someone else who could help them, someone who would also love Harry, as they did. The next day at school it was a make-or-break day for Bella. With a firm step she walked into the classroom, she went right up to Harry and picked up the chair and table next to Harry and sat down. "Sit down in front of me, so you will not get in trouble," Harry hissed at her. "No," Bella hissed back. "I can sit where I want to sit, and there is no Potbelly that will stop me. And when I have nothing to tell you, he cannot blame me for anything." Harry looked at her with large eyes. He opened his mouth to say something but closed it immediately. Bella was right and he knew it. While the lesson was in full swing and almost everyone listened to the teacher except Dudley, Bella saw that Dudley was up to something. Dudley glanced over his shoulder and smiled a nasty smile at Harry. Bella saw that he was about to do something but decided to just watch. Dudley grabbed a piece of chalk, which he had lying around on his table, and tossed it against the head of the teacher. It hit her precisely in the back of her head. She turned around and immediately asked who had done this. "Harry did it, teacher. I have seen it myself," Dudley told her with a slimy smile. "Ooh, Harry, if that is true," she said as she pinched the bridge of her nose. "You know what? It does not matter to me," she cried, frustrated. "You have no recess today. You can stay inside and read your book." Bella looked angrily at Dudley, who was only laughing. Harry saw what she did and tapped on her table. Bella looked at him and immediately got the warm feeling in her belly. It was the feeling she always got when she looked in those green eyes of his. "Please, Bella, do not interfere with it. I'm quite happy with this. When I am inside, he cannot harm me," Harry said. Bella had not looked at it this way, but Harry was right. During recess, Bella walked over to a tree and sat down underneath it. From that spot she was able to look at Harry, who was sitting in the classroom behind his table reading his book. Harry went over to the window and looked across the playground. His eyes crossed with those of Bella. Bella looked at him and saw that he was smiling at her. A little shyly she smiled back at Harry, who was pointing just a little to the left of her. Bella followed his finger to where he was looking. There she saw Dudley and his friends beating up another boy during the recess. She looked back to the classroom and saw that Harry was back at his table. Once a week, Bella was sitting under the tree, sometimes it was twice a week. She was always sitting there when Harry had to stay inside, and every time it was Dudley who was responsible for it. She noticed that Harry was the complete opposite from his cousin. Harry was loving, his nephew was not. Harry helped her when Dudley was not looking, something Dudley would never do. But the worst was when they were eating their lunches at school. Harry always took 2 small sandwiches from his pocket, which looked old and soggy. Sometimes Bella thought that he only had dry bread with nothing on it, and that hurt her more and more every time she saw it. And when she looked at Dudley, she saw that he had the whole content of the refrigerator with him: chicken legs and large pieces of sausage, sandwiches and cheese, as well as cakes and sweets. With what Dudley was eating, you could feed the whole class, and you would still have leftovers, too. When she had told Arabella about this, she immediately made extra sandwiches for Harry. Harry politely refused it at first. But when Bella continued to insist, he took it, but he still did it hesitantly. In his eyes she saw how happy he was with just a cheese sandwich. Days became weeks and weeks became months. Before they knew it had been a year and more. More and more often Bella got those odd dreams. These dreams gradually became nightmares. Sometimes, Bella was screaming for hours on end that she did not want to kill Harry. Then she screamed as though she was dying of pain. Arabella could do nothing more than sit beside her, trying to wake her up. And when she had her awake, then it often took hours before she fell back to sleep again. Arabella began to worry about Bella and did not know what to do. She did, however, know now whom she could ask for help, and she did it right away. Sometimes Arabella came to Bella, and walked into her room, where she found Bella crying on her bed. Usually she was crying about Harry and sometimes about her nightmares. Then Bella again asked her what she should do. Or she said she had that nightmare again. She just could not understand why that man always asked her to kill Harry Potter. Often she imagined herself that Harry Potter was the Harry she knew from across the street. She found Harry sweet and kind. He was her best friend. That she told Arabella that she and Harry were now exchanging notes in class. It was a way to talk to each other, and in this way, Dudley did not hear them talk and could therefore do nothing about it or do anything about it against Bella. Harry and Bella were not together at recess, it was something that they consciously did not do. Every child who wanted to play with Harry was beaten up by Dudley and his friends. And this was precisely the reason why Bella was not beaten up by them. It also could not be done because Dudley was still after Harry whenever he got the chance. Once Dudley and his friends wanted to have a go and beat up Bella. Just then Harry came out of nowhere and stood up for her. "Can you not beat me, Dudley? You must now tackle a girl." She heard Harry shouting fiercely. Dudley listened to Harry. His words made him so angry that he immediately started chasing after Harry. Dudley stopped harassing Bella after that. Never had she heard Harry say something to Dudley. But on that day he helped her. That day they became secret friends, they became best friends. Unfortunately, by his action, it was so that Harry went home with more bruises and abrasions that day, more than he would have otherwise. This was something that Bella felt ashamed about. Those bruises had been intended for her. But it was Harry who had got them for her. "Bella, I will have a visitor this morning. And I would like to introduce her to you. And later I will have a surprise for you," Arabella said. Bella always loved it when it was Saturday. On Saturday Arabella always had a surprise for her. Sometimes they went somewhere. And sometimes they just baked cookies all day. Just things they could do together and have fun while doing it. Bella came running into the kitchen and turned on the light. She always did this without touching the button. She just put her hand high in the air and there was light. Arabella, who was a squib, knew a lot about magic. She herself could make the most difficult potions that there were. This way she also knew that Bella was a witch. But that was something she had not told Bella yet. That would happen in about 1 year when Harry and Bella would both be 11 years old. Bella poured herself some pumpkin juice. That was something she found very tasty. Arabella had told her that she always made it herself. At her first sip she was drawn to the bell on the front door. Bella ran to the front door and opened it. There in the doorway stood an older woman with her hair in a tight bun. She had on a Scottish skirt and looked straight into the eyes of Bella. "Good morning, little girl. I'm Minerva McGonagall and I'm here for Arabella Figg." Bella looked at the woman while considering what to do. She seemed to be a very strict and yet she also seemed like a very honest woman to Bella. "I'm Bellatrix Smith, my lady. Aunt Arabella is in the kitchen. If you would follow me I will take you to her." Upon hearing the name Bellatrix, an eyebrow rose up at Minerva's face. She followed the little girl to the kitchen and greeted Arabella friendly. Bella had to go and play in her room upstairs for a while the women could talk in the kitchen. "Arabella, who's that girl?" Minerva asked. "I have no idea, Minerva. I found her under a bridge. I've tried everything but could do nothing for her. I even asked the police for help. The police have not been able to find her parents and I was allowed to adopt her. Now that I am allowed to adopt her I was also allowed to become her legal guardian, which I'm. But she is like my daughter. She has been living here for over a year now and her name is Bellatrix Smith. She looks a lot like Bellatrix Lestrange, if you ask me." "What do you think about it, Arabella?" Minerva asked. "Yes, she does, but I know that Bellatrix Lestrange has no children, so she could not be her daughter. But Bella here dreams about he who must not be named. He tells her that she has to kill Harry Potter," Arabella told her while she was looking at the table. Minerva was shocked by the story, and especially about the influence of he who must not be named. "But there is more, Minerva," Arabella continued. "She sits with Harry in the same class at the same school, and she is friends with him, maybe even best friends. Sometimes I find her crying until late into the night, when I ask her about it. She tells me what he who must not be named asked her in her dream. The only thing he tells her is that she has to kill Harry Potter. Only those dreams are becoming more and more nightmares for her. The only thing I'm sure of is that she does not want to kill Harry Potter. She doesn't know that her friend Harry is none other than Harry Potter." Minerva nodded upon hearing the story, and quietly drank from her tea while she thought about what she had just heard. "But Minerva," Arabella went on, "I did not ask you to come here for this. I want you to browse through that little red book, please. Arabella pointed to the red book that lay on the corner of the table in front of Minerva. Bella sneaked out of her room. She went downstairs and tiptoed into the living room to eavesdrop at the door. She had missed the first part that was about her. But she heard that they were now talking about Harry. She heard Minerva ask, "Is all of this true? Has all of this happened to Harry?" she said. And Bella also heard something about someone named Dumbledore and why he did not do anything about it. She also heard that Minerva found it quite nice that Bella was so good for Harry. The doorbell rang again and Bella immediately ran back upstairs. She was, after all, not allowed to be downstairs while Minerva and Arabella were in the kitchen. Bella heard the slam of the door and that she was instantly called to come down. Quickly she ran out of her room and came down the stairs. Halfway on the stairs she stopped. Two green eyes looked up at her. It were the same green eyes that always gave her that warm feeling from inside. "Hi," was what they both brought out softly. Minerva left the kitchen and came out into the hallway. She was startled when she saw Harry standing in the hallway. She recognized him only because of his green eyes. Those were the same eyes as from Lily Potter, her favored student. "Hello, ma'am," Harry said sweetly. "Hello, young man, I'm Minerva McGonagall." "Hello. I'm Harry Potter." Bella's eyes widened and shots from Harry to Arabella and back. "Harry Potter," she whispered softly. Arabella looked at her and nodded. Minerva McGonagall gasped for breath when she heard Harry say his name out loud. Although he had the same eyes as Lily and although she knew it was him, from the first moment he came through the door. Still the name made her swallow hard. With the little red book still clutching in her hands she glanced at Harry. Her thoughts were going to all those things she had read in the little red book, while she was still in the kitchen with Arabella, and now as she looked at him she could clearly see what the book had said. He was much too small and much too skinny for a boy his age. She could not believe that Dumbledore was exposing Harry to this kind of treatment without doing anything about it, but knew that Arabella would not lie to her. The next thing she could not believe was that Arabella had brought a strange girl from the street into her house, a girl she knew nothing about. The one thing that Minerva was sure of was that both Bella and Harry were magical. She felt the magic flow from their pores simultaneously with waves in succession. With Harry she could feel the magic at its best. He had more magic than any child of his age, more than she had ever felt inside a child before. But the magic of Bella was not far off, when she compared it with the magic from Harry. Bella took Harry by the hand, and took him up to her little bedroom and sat on top of the bed. Harry looked a little shyly at Bella. "Bella, thank you for being my friend, even when Dudley has forbidden anyone to be my friend. And also for the notes you wrote in class, they helped me a lot. It was nice to speak to someone even when it was only by passing notes between us." Bella did not know what to do now. On one hand she wanted to tell Harry that she knew everything that had happened to him, and also that Arabella had wrote everything down to help him someday. But she also knew that Harry did not know that she knew everything and therefore she could not tell him that. "Harry, do not say that. Last year, you have saved me 4 times from Dudley and his friends. So we are equal at that point. If you had not done that, then Dudley would have beaten me to a pulp for all 4 of those times. Of course I'm your friend, never think differently about that and I will remain your friend." "Thank you, Bella," was all Harry could say. "Harry, how do you feel about having no parents?" Bella asked him. "I miss mine and I do not even know who they are." The question of Bella came as a total surprise to Harry. He had never stopped to think about that there could be other children who had no parents. Actually, he felt that it was quite understandable and yet he had never considered it. It made him ashamed of himself but knew that it wasn't his fault. "I do not know, Bella. I do not really know anything about my parents but they were much better than the Dursleys, I think. Even if they only tell me that they were drunks and layabouts," Harry said in a small voice. Bella wanted to say right away that it was so, but could stop herself just in time. Harry looked what saddened but said nothing. He didn't want Bella to think badly about him. "Sorry, Harry. I heard Arabella say that you, just like me, had no parents. And I thought I also have no parents. And we both had the same fate. Therefore I wanted to be friends with you. I'm sorry." Harry glanced at Bella. It does not matter, Bella. I understand. You do not need to apologize to me. He was not really sure what she meant by what she had said. But she was the first person who wanted to be friends with him. Despite the fact that Dudley had prohibited it to anyone who wanted to be friends with him. Bella was the only one that was having none of what Dudley wanted from all the others. And she was the only one who wanted to be around him. She was his first and the only friend he had. And for that reason alone he was grateful to her. Back in the kitchen with Arabella and Minerva. Minerva and Arabella walked back into the kitchen. Arabella, how often did you show this little red book to Albus? Minerva asked her after they sat down again. Ooh, Merlin, more than 10 times I think, and each time I showed it to him it was with the same reason. Every time it was with the reason that Harry was mistreated very badly, and also that he was beaten and bullied. The first thing I saw was that baby Dudley was poking baby Harry with a stick in his side. Harry cried, but those two muggles, his aunt and uncle, just laughed at him, and did nothing against their son. They just let him go on with what he was doing. Did Albus do something against it when you told it to him? Minerva asked. No, it's what it is, was all he said. It's a shame, he had said, but it has to be this way. It was for the greater good, he said. That was his excuse each time when he was here with me. It's for the greater good, it's for the greater good. Arabella sighed heavily, a little boy of 8 years old with 2 black eyes. All for the greater good, Merlin can key. My wrinkly old ass. With his greater good, Arabella spat. Minerva looked at Arabella and took a deep breath. Well, I'll see if I can get something out of Albus when I talk to him about this. Otherwise I will go and talk to a number of teachers to see what we can do for Harry. I assume that Albus does not know that you have Bella here living with you, Minerva said and asked. No, Albus knows nothing about Bella. The last time he was here, Arabella had to pause a little. I think it was more than 2 years ago. I was so mad at him that he didn't do anything about Harry. I even offered him to take Harry into my house. Arabella saw that Minerva was in deep thought about what she had said. Arabella, please try to hide Bella, for as long as you can, especially for Albus, but also for the magical community. It is very strange that there is another orphan who turns up in Little Whinging without any knowledge of magic. Now that we have Harry here as well, I'm absolutely sure they have something to do with each other. I just do not know what. But you know as well as I do that sometimes magic works in the strangest ways, Minerva told Arabella in a hushed voice. Together, the women drank their tea, and were just chatting about this and that, for the next few hours. At the door they took leave of each other, and Minerva told Arabella that she would owl her if she found something out. Come down, you two, Arabella called to the 2 children from the bottom of the stairs. Harry and Bella came down the stairs while they were laughing. Harry, who was walking behind Bella, just smiled. Arabella saw that he was wearing the biggest smile she had ever seen on his narrow face. It cheered her up to finally she seen Harry as a cheerful boy without a worry whatsoever in his little mind. Normally he used to be so sad or scared of anything and everyone, but not with Bella at his side. Harry, you know my foster daughter Bella, is it not? Harry nodded but said nothing. He just looked shyly at Arabella. Well, Bella told me how Dudley has been treating you at school. And that he does everything to keep you from having fun or any friends at school. Arabella had deliberately not told Harry that she also knew what was going on at his home, and especially with what was happening to him when he was there. Harry looked a little saddened at the ground but nodded anyway. The Dursleys do not know that Bella is living here, and they also do not know that I'm her foster mother. And they have never seen her down here because they don't come over here. So do you mind if this will remain our secret for a while? Then you can come over here occasionally to play with Bella, and the Dursleys does not have to know anything about it, Arabella told him. Harry seemed to become happier by the minute. He thought to himself that his uncle and aunt also did not need to know this. Otherwise, he was never again allowed to go to Mrs. Fig, not ever again. No, to keep this a secret was no problem for him at all. So Bella, I had promised you a surprise today, is it not? Bella nodded and waited anxiously for what Arabella was going to say. The surprise is that Harry is here until tomorrow evening. His aunt and uncle are gone until late tomorrow evening, so today the three of us are going to go to London. Harry looked up startled and thrilled at the same time. He was never allowed to go anywhere. And today he had a real friend and he was going to London. Thank you, he stammered to Arabella. Harry, I hope you do not mind, but we are only going to buy some new clothes for Bella. So it's nothing special what we are going to do in London, Arabella told him. That does not matter though, I've never been to London so it seems like fun, Harry said softly. Bella looked at Arabella. London was only 15 minutes away by car, and Harry had never been there. She did not understand why, but Arabella was just shaking her head. Arabella told that Bella and Harry first had to go to the bathroom, just in case. Arabella took Bella a little away from the bathroom, when Harry was in there. The Dursleys always brought Harry to me when they went to London. Just to avoid all nice things for Harry, Arabella said. In London they could spoil their little whale of a son while Harry was not there. The more Bella knew, the worse she felt about Harry. She just could not believe how badly he had it. She herself had witnessed it for a year, and that had been long year for her. And Harry was living through it for 9 years now. While she was thinking this, her mind went to the nightmares she had. She came to the conclusion that the man with the red eyes in her dreams could go and F.K. himself. She would never ever murder Harry Potter. She found his green eyes too beautiful, and something in his eyes gave her a warm feeling. 20 minutes later the three of them were walking through London. Arabella would prefer to have taken them to Diagon Alley. But neither of the children knew they were magical, yet. Arabella was for the magical community nothing more than a squib. But she had enough magic within herself to get into Diagon Alley. She always went to Diagon Alley to get her ingredients for her potions. This was what she always did when Bella was in school. Now, however, it was clothing store in, and clothing store out. Harry was looking at everything and everyone. There was so much to see that he no longer knew where to look. At a given moment he was even skipping hand in hand with Bella. You two want some ice cream? Arabella asked them from out of the blue. Yes, yummy, cheered Bella. Harry, what flavor do you want? Arabella asked him. See, can I have an ice cream too? I never got an ice cream before, only Dudley can have those. Harry turned his head away in shame. It was something he did not wanted to tell them, and yet he did it without knowing it. Harry, it does not matter, Arabella told him softly. But she did see the pain in the eyes of Harry that was now clearly visible. Harry, come and sit with me for a minute, then we'll go and get some ice cream. Harry sat down on the bench next to Arabella, his head still hanging down. Bella sat down on the other side of Harry. Bella took his hand affectionately and was also looking at Arabella. Harry, I've also seen a few things. I know you do not have it easy when you're at the Dursleys. Harry wanted to say something but got a finger pressed on his lips by Arabella. Harry, please do not say anything. You do not have to tell me anything. Today I just want you to be happy and have some fun. Tomorrow you must go back to them. Unfortunately I can do nothing about that. If I could do anything I would have done it immediately. Harry just continued to look at her, small tears forming in the corners of his eyes. With small watery eyes he looked up. If you've done all your chores on Monday, and those of the rest of the week, then you can come to us through the back door. In this way, the Dursleys will never know that you are with us. I also know that the Dursleys will not see you that way. If you do that, then you can come to play every day with Bella. And if you have to be with us, because they want it that way, then you pretend that you do not like me. Because I know that they will like it if you do not like it. Arabella put her finger under his chin and pulled his head up a bit. Harry, you're a good boy. Never forget that. You are very special and I'm trying to do something for you, but I do not know what, and whether it will work. So if I and Bella are sometimes a little mean to you, then that is not true. We do it just so that the Dursleys will think we do not like you. That way you can be with us more often. If the door is closed and the Dursleys do not see you, we can do nice things. Harry looked at Bella and Arabella. He did not really dare to look into their eyes. I understand, he said. Can I really come and play if I keep it a secret? He asked shyly. Yes, Harry, if you keep it a secret then you can come and play with Bella every day, Arabella said to him. Harry thought for a moment and slowly his eyes began to glow, and a big grin appeared on his face. And especially when he got his ice cream, the same one as Bella got. That afternoon Arabella and Bella were showing him the best places in London. In a playground at a park there was a little time for Harry and Bella to play for some time while Arabella was resting for a bit. At the end of the afternoon, they went into a few more shops. Although Harry did not really like shopping, he had a great time with them both. A man came running up to them. He was wearing a long dress. At least that was what Harry thought it was. Arabella had told him that it was a dress robe, and that it was something other than a dress. Yet Harry still thought it looked like a dress. The man was kneeling in front of Harry and said, "It's great to see you again, sir. I am very honored and happy that all is well with you." The man stood up and walked on without looking back. Not really understanding, he looked at Arabella. She looked back at him and smiled sweetly but said nothing. The remainder of the day, Harry saw that many people looked back at him and waved him goodbye or hello. He thought it was a pity that they had to return home again while he was having so much fun. After eating the delicious evening meal and after they had played a bit, it was time to go to bed. Harry was still lying quietly just thinking for a few hours. He had his own room here and a lovely bed. Although he did not live here, he was allowed to come and play here every day. It had been a great day for him, maybe even the best day of the lonely life he had so far. The strangest thing, however, was that man who greeted him. As if he had known him for years. But the best part was that he could talk with Bella without Dudley preventing them from it. And that they now had to do nothing through a piece of paper. He laughed at the thought while he slowly fell into a deep sleep. At the same time in Bella's room. Bella was in a room next to Harry. As she lay in her own bed, she looked up at the ceiling. Through the wall she could hear Harry tossing and turning in his bed. She did not know when she had fallen asleep, but it happened. From afar, a bald man approached her. He was the one that she had seen in her dreams before. Two red eyes looked at her intently. "You must kill Harry Potter. You can kill him now." Bella shouted in her dream that she was not going to do that. She screamed, "Why should I do that? I do not want to do that, and I'm not going to do that." In her dream, the man looked at her with piercing eyes. The man wished she would listen to him. But that was the last thing she wanted to do. From out of nowhere, the bee-owned woman came into her dream. "Stay friends with Harry Potter, it is very important. Stay friends with Harry Potter," she said. The woman was very familiar to her, but she did not know from where she knew her. What she did know was that she believed in the woman. In the distance there was a black dog, and suddenly there was a man with half-long black hair. The only thing she knew of him was that his name was Sirius. "Sirius!" she cried. But how she knew his name she did not know. She felt a hand slip around her arm and back, and she looked sideways. Two red eyes looked straight at her and were penetrating into her eyes. With much strength he squeezed her arm painfully. The pain went through her arm. "Kill Harry Potter now," the man shouted in her ear. "No, no, no," Bella yelled. "No, I'm not going to kill him. I do not want that. Help me, Harry. Please help me. Please stop him," she screamed into the emptiness of her room. Back in Harry's room, Harry was in a deep sleep when he heard Bella's voice in the distance. With sleep still in his eyes, he sat up in his bed. For a moment he did not know where he was. Then he remembered that he was staying the night at Mrs. Fig. He looked around his room again. In the room next to him he heard Bella screaming out loud. He slowly stood up and walked half asleep toward the door. Then he opened the door softly, and in the hallway he listened for a moment. It seemed that Bella was in a fight with someone. But there was no one else in her room, he thought. Slowly he opened the door to her room and slowly walked into Bella's room. In the bedroom room of Arabella Fig. Arabella Fig's room was at the end of the corridor. She had just gone to bed when she heard Bella talking in her sleep. The name she distinctly heard was the name of someone who was called Sirius. She did not know where she'd heard the name before. But she knew that the name seemed very familiar to her. She told herself that she had to remember that name and to tell it to Minerva. Later, however, she would forget the name, and thus she would not tell it to Minerva. She knew what dream Bella was having. It was the dream she had before. Now what she was thinking turned out to be the truth. Softly she heard Bella say that she did not want to kill Harry Potter. Arabella immediately stood up and walked to her door. Just before she wanted to open the door, she heard another door open. She instantly knew that Harry Potter had come out of his room. There was a pause, and then another door opened. Now she also opened her door and was slowly walking down the corridor. She saw how Harry had slowly walked into Bella's bedroom. So she herself also walked towards Bella's bedroom door but didn't go into it. From out of nowhere she heard Bella scream. No, I'm not going to kill him. I do not want that. Help me, Harry. Please help me, please stop him. With great difficulty, Arabella held the urge to run into the room. Slowly and carefully she looked around the corner of the door. Harry was sitting on the edge of the bed. Bella was lying in his arms, and on his lap. Softly she heard that Bella was whispering something. But she could only make some words out of what she said, but not everything. How long she had been standing there she did not know. But Harry had sunk down and was now lying beside Bella fast asleep. Together they slept like babies. Arabella looked at it with a smile on her face. She hesitated for a moment. But at the end she decided to leave the room and let them lie there. They were so cute, in the way they were sleeping together and just did not have the herd for it to disturb them. Harry's point of view. Harry stood in the doorway of Bella's bedroom. Bella was whispering something about she did not want to kill somebody. He also heard the name of someone called Sirius. He did not know who Sirius was, but immediately he thought of someone called Padfoot. But the name Sirius told him nothing at all. He now knew that Bella was having a nightmare. Her face was anxious and wild, but also filled with pain. Slowly he walked towards her. Harry could not remember how many times he himself had been awakened from a nightmare. But always when he had a nightmare he would wake up all alone in his dark cupboard with no one to hold him or to help him. How many times he himself had sat there crying softly in his cupboard. This was something that did not have to happen now. He was here today and he was going to help Bella, by comforting her. She would see that he was a good friend to her. Harry softly grabbed her by the shoulders and sat beside her on her bed. Slowly he laid her head onto his lap and stroked her lovely through her hair. No, I'm not going to kill him. I do not want to do that. Harry, help me. Please help me. Please stop him. Harry did not know against whom he had to help her, but he knew he had to help her. Shush, Bella, he will not hurt you again. I'm here, he said softly as he stroked her hair. I'm here, Bella, he said again. And I'll stay with you. Harry, is that you? You're really here? She asked. Yes, Bella. I'm here, he said. Go back to sleep. Thank you, Harry. He is walking away now. I do not know why, but it's like he's afraid of you. Harry, please stay with me for a while, will you? That's okay, Bella. I'll stay here with you, he said and smiled softly. Okay, thank you, Harry. Sirius is smiling to you. Harry will not go nha ha. Harry saw that she again had fallen into a deep sleep. Now she had a smile on her face. He himself began to fall asleep again. He wanted to go back to his own room, but slumped down a little bit. There was a ray of sunshine coming into the room. Bella, who was yawning as she woke up, looked strangely at Harry, who was now lying beside her. Harry slowly opened his eyes and looked at a startled Bella. Before he knew that he had woke up in a strange bed, and in a room that he did not remember. Harry, what are you doing in my bed? Was Bella's question right away. Still sleepily, he looked at Bella. You had a nightmare, Bella, and you cried out that you did not want to murder someone. Then you cried out that I should come to help you. I came and sat with you, and told you that I was here for you, to help you. When you became peaceful again, and you fell asleep, I think I also fell asleep with you, Harry told her as he blushed. Bella giggled a little and said he had to leave now. She had to go get dressed and he could not be there. Or he was going to see her BPD. Harry hastily left her room and closed the door behind him as he blushed more and more. Bella stayed behind and was thinking hard. She could not remember the dream herself but knew what it was about. The fear she felt in her heart was depressing and suffocating her. She hoped that Harry did not know that the man always told her that she had to kill him. Later that day when Harry went back to the Dursleys, he was disappointed and a little scared. with an expression on his face that hurt both Bella and Arabella a lot, but again there was nothing they could do about it. Later that evening Arabella told her that Harry had comforted her that night, but that she had not told him who she had to murder. When Arabella told her, she had screamed that she did not want to do it, and Harry had to help her, and that she needed him. Bella looked at her with big eyes, especially when Arabella told her what Harry had done and how fast he had got her out of her nightmare. After those words Bella looked very surprised at Arabella, and her mouth had dropped. When Arabella told her that she, in her sleep, had asked Harry if he could stay with her, because she wanted him to do it, and that he had done so just because she had asked it from him, her mouth had dropped open once again. The rest of the evening Bella had crawled on the couch and looked at the house at No. 4. That evening she had not seen him, not even for a short time. That night she often thought back to the conversation she'd had with Arabella. Harry had come to help her. And Harry had done something without asking anything. Throughout the day, he had asked her nothing about the dream, he had respected her privacy. And yet he had just helped her, just like he always did at school. The next day, Harry had not come to school. When school was out, Bella walked straight home to Arabella. She made sure that Dudley did not see her and crawled onto the couch. While she sat there, she told Arabella that Harry had not been to school that day. Arabella first looked at Bella, and then she looked worrisome to the house at number 4. She was not sure why, but that it was not right, that was one thing she was sure of. When Bella was sitting alone on the bench, Arabella hurried off to send a letter to Minerva McGonagall. She instantly did this by owl post, but in a way that Bella did not see it. Days passed and Harry had still not been to school. They also had not seen him outside of the house at NR 4. From out of nowhere on a Friday afternoon, Harry stood at the back door of the house of Arabella. His eyes were squeezed half shut by the light from the sun. He was very fearful and timid. Arabella let him in and gave him a warm loving hug and was very afraid of the way he crawled into himself when she did that. "What happened to you, my dear boy? Where were you all week?" She took him gently by the arm and saw how his face immediately went into one of piercing pain, as she rolled up his sleeve and saw an arm full of bruises. She could not help but cursed loudly. "Oh, poor boy. Come quickly and sit on the couch with me. Bella is at school, but you know that, right?" she said. Harry nodded and looked out of the window. Harry was softly telling Arabella that his aunt had sent him here because she had to go shopping and that he was not allowed to be alone in the house. "Harry, why have they beaten you so very bad this time?" Arabella asked. "I have been dreaming of the man who has greeted me in London. The one who told me it was good to see me again. In my dream, he did it again. I told them the story in the morning at breakfast. And also that he was dressed in a dress robe." As Harry quickly looked to the outside, he turned back to Arabella and continued. "I know I shouldn't have done that, but I could not help myself. Then, they just beaten me up and locked me in my cupboard for all those days." Arabella was looking angrily at him but said nothing. After all, it was not his fault that he had such a horrible aunt and uncle. "Sorry, but I must return to my aunt's home now. I have to clear up the groceries for her. Otherwise I will not have any dinner tonight," he said as he hurried outside again. That afternoon, Bella came home and saw that Arabella was writing in her second red book. The first red book was with Minerva McGonagall. "You've seen Harry again?" she immediately asked. "How is he doing?" Arabella patted the seat next to her and told Bella to sit down. Then she told Bella what Harry had told her that afternoon. Bella was now staring with big eyes at Arabella. Slowly the tears came into her eyes. "Harry received those blows after he had a dream, after he helped me all night long with my nightmare." Arabella slowly nodded to Bella. Bella ran out of the room and straight to her bedroom, crying loudly. That evening she did not eat. She did not feel like doing anything. She was just crying for her friend Harry Potter from across the street, her friend Harry Potter, the boy who lived at NR 4. That morning Bella came downstairs. Her eyes were still red from crying all night. She slowly walked into the kitchen and did not respond when Arabella was asking her a question. It was something that made Arabella look up. Arabella could see from the expression on her face that she had hardly slept a wink that night. And so it still would be the same for a long time, for days, weeks, and months to come. It would be another year full of misery for Harry. Harry, who was not in school because he was often locked up in his closet, would always look worse when he came, but he also came less and less to Arabella and Bella. In the notes that Bella and Harry exchanged at school, she knew that the Dursleys were becoming increasingly difficult for Harry. It sometimes seems that Harry was also beaten more and more by those Dursleys. Bella just could not understand that he needed to stay there. Occasionally Harry did come for a weekend at their home. Many such weekends were a form of relaxation for Harry. And almost every time he slept there, Bella again had that nightmare. Still she cried for help from Harry, just from Harry and only from Harry, and he never did seem to disappoint her in that way. And he still was there and always by her side. He never asked a question. And he never gave any judgment. In the morning, they woke up in each other's arms. The first 2 times Bella had asked him why he was lying in her bed. But now she knew better. Harry was the one who would always be there for her. He would always help her. And yet nobody seemed to help him. Harry had always been in trouble. And there was nobody who was doing something for him. She had just turned 11 and would go to a new school. Now she might never see Harry again. He was placed on a separate school by his aunt and uncle. Separate school from his cousin, of course. Bella had heard that when she herself was hiding at the top of the stairs for them. His uncle had told Arabella that Harry went to a school for difficult maladjusted children. It would be a kind of boarding school where they would use the whip and beat him. When Bella heard this, she did not understand it at all. Harry was not difficult, he was sweet and nice. Much nicer than Dudley, that son of theirs. When Bella told Arabella that she was looking forward to Saturday, Arabella could not help it but had to ask, "Ooh, and why is that?" she asked Bella. "Well, Saturday is Dudley's birthday and Harry may not be there on his birthday. So then he will come here like always." Arabella looked at her, a little sad. "I'm sorry, Bella, but Harry will not be here this Saturday. We are going away ourselves. I have agreed to go away with you and together with Minerva we are going to the beach." Bella had screamed bloody murder for Arabella so to get them to stay here. But none of that had helped her to remain at home. That Saturday morning they were in a train on the way to the coast. Bella could still find a present for Harry when she would be there. It was another 3 weeks and then Harry would be 11 years old. The gift would be just for his birthday. Although Bella would never admit it, she had a great day at the beach. She had a great time swimming in the sea, and eating ice cream all day. After an hour or so of playing, Bella came to them and lay down on a lounger. In her hand, she had a big seashell that she had found. A little shy, she asked if she could give this shell to Harry as a gift. That way, he could hear the sea when he held it to his ear. It warmed the hearts of Arabella and Minerva when they saw that even today Bella was still thinking of Harry. When Arabella had told her that it was a great gift for Harry, she went away to build a sandcastle. Meanwhile, Arabella and Minerva sat on the beach in 2 loungers. "Minerva, what did you achieve in the conversation you had with Albus?" Arabella asked to Minerva when they had sat there for an hour or so. "Not that much at all, as a matter of fact, basically nothing at all, to be honest. Most people believe Albus in everything he says. Now I know that Dumbledore is one of the greatest magicians we have. And perhaps the biggest that we know in this world at this time. However, I have not progressed much with it. He would not listen to me at all. He always told me that it was for the greater good." Arabella threw her hands up in frustration. Minerva looked at her with a look similar to that of Arabella. Minerva sighed and went back to her story. "After Albus had asked me to go away, I went to a number of teachers, and let them read a small portion of your book. A section that I had copied for that purpose only. To tell you that they were not shocked to see it, is telling it nicely. When little Harry arrives at our school, we will receive him with warmth and love. Many of the teachers will look out for him. Even the Sorting Hat will look out for him. Many of us are displeased with Albus. None of us understand why Albus has tolerated all of this. We also believe that the Dursleys will do everything to avoid him to come to our school." Minerva McGonagall glanced anxiously at Arabella. "Arabella, there's something else that is bothering me a bit. I have all the invitations ready for every new student this year. As you may know, Bella will also get a letter this year. Just like I always do, I do those letters with magic. However, on the letter of Bellatrix there was no Bellatrix Smith. Every time I did it, there was the name of Bellatrix Black. Eventually I wrote it by hand. And I immediately checked if Bellatrix Black was still in Azkaban. And yes, she is in a cell next to Sirius Black, her cousin. So she cannot be Bellatrix Black, or so we think. But maybe she is her daughter. Either way, we did not find anything about a daughter which she might have had. The other thing I would like to tell you is that Albus insisted on sending the letter to Harry Potter himself, though I do not know why he wanted to. Minerva thought she had said something terrible. So a little anxious, she was wondering what Arabella was going to say to her. Arabella, however, did not budge a bit. She had her eyes on Bella. Arabella, are you not surprised? Minerva asked her carefully. I'm sorry, Minerva, but no, I'm not that surprised. When I found Bella beneath said bridge, there was something that was not right about that. When she told me she was called Bellatrix Smith, I immediately start looking to Bellatrix Black myself. I also found out that she was, and still is in Azkaban. And to be honest, Bella could very well be Bellatrix Black. Do not ask me how, but it could be. While Minerva was thinking, she continued. You know I've been friends with the parents of James Potter, right? Minerva nodded and waited to see what Arabella was going to say. In those years I have seen little James grow up to a beautiful boy. Sure, he was a bully, but that changed when he had Lily. At 16, he came home with Sirius Black. His parents even took Sirius Black into their home and family. As you may know, the Blacks wanted to educate Sirius to be a Death Eater. Arabella took a break before she went back to her thought. As you know, I'm a squib. And yet I know everything there is to know of the wizarding world. And have little to do with it. By purebloods I am seen as a disabled scum. Sirius knew that nobody wanted anything to do with me, and that he, just like James, saw me as a grandmother. For that reason, Sirius took me often in confidence. He has often told me that he was thinking to abduct Bellatrix and Narcissa. Bellatrix, who was the sweetest according to him, he would prefer to abduct her the most. He always cried. She was pure of heart, he told me. It got worse when Andromeda Black, who was marrying Tonks at that point, was put out of the family, and Bellatrix was immediately put into a marriage contract. Just like her sister Narcissa. Both of them ended up into a dark family. According to Sirius, it was something that they never would have done voluntarily, neither of them according to him. All these stories are stuck with me. Today I'm thinking more and more about it. She looked to where Bella was and went on. And sometimes I think Bellatrix is Bellatrix Black. I got the idea that she is being used. You know, she has had nightmares. Minerva nodded. Well, in those nightmares Harry was sometimes present. At midnight she dreamed and called for Harry. He and he alone can save her. Every time Harry was there, he sat down beside her. Then he took her hand and told her that he was with her. Within 5 minutes he would have her quiet. For me it would sometimes take hours on end, and I do not exaggerate that. When he had silent her, he took her head and then caresses her hair. To then again very slowly and calmly bring her soothingly to sleep. I could immediately see Bella always unwind in his hands and soft gestures. So if Voldemort has found a way to bring back Bellatrix, then we can change it. The more feeling Harry and Bella can achieve for each other, the more difficult it becomes for Voldemort. The two women were sitting there for almost half an hour to enjoy the sun in silence. Both had turned up their thoughts in full swing. It was Minerva who broke the silence. Arabella, I can only do one thing about that. First I can let the Sorting Hat sort Bella intro her new house. Then I let Harry be sorted into his house. That way the sorting head can see everything that is in their heads. He will also know what to do when he has seen it all. It is what he has asked me to do. Minerva and Arabella were watching how Bella was playing in the sand and in the sea. Arabella had deliberately said nothing to Minerva about the fact that Bella was not only seeing Voldemort in her dreams, and certainly nothing about the fact that she had to kill Harry Potter in those dreams. The next day Arabella and Bella were back at Privet Drive. The first thing that Bella did was to walk to the couch and look at the house at No. 4. Harry did not show up again for almost a week. On the following Sunday she saw Harry walk to the end of the street. Bella right away asked if she could give her gift to Harry. Arabella felt she had to get Harry first, but she had to do it secretly and bring him to the house. 10 minutes later, Bella walked into the house with a timid Harry on her hand. Arabella raised her hand up to give Harry a pat on the head. Harry saw the hand go up. Out of a reflex, he squeezed his eyes shut and stooped down. There were tears of fear in his eyes. Bella walked to Harry and hugged him around his waist. Harry slowly opened his arms and placed them gently around Bella. Arabella was now sitting on a chair and was looking very sad at Harry. She asked Harry what had come to pass on the birthday of Dudley Dursley. There was a pause. But a moment later, Harry was telling Arabella and Bella all about the zoo and the snake with whom he had talked. But also how his uncle had beaten him, and thereafter how he had tossed him into his cupboard without food. 3 times a day, he was allowed to go out of his cupboard for a dry sandwich, a glass full of water, and to go to the toilet. This only because of his freakiness he'd shown. In the meantime, Bella was still holding him in a loving hug. Arabella saw how Harry had laid his head on her shoulder. His face was full of disbelief about why this was happening to him. There they were sitting on the couch in each other's arms. After 15 minutes, Bella asked if she could give Harry his gift. Finally, Bella was telling Harry of her day which she had on the beach with Minerva and Arabella. There she found a seashell of about 10 inches long. This seashell she handed it to Harry. She also told him that he could hear the sea as he held it to his ear. Arabella saw how the face of Harry was absolutely beaming at the seashell. Is this really for me? Just for me? This is the first gift I've ever gotten from someone. Harry had just forgotten everything and he suddenly gave Bella a hug, and also one to Arabella. Bella looked at Harry when he did hugged Arabella. Harry suddenly turned and thanked Bella again. He gave her a key on her cheek and said that he had to go home now. Bella instantly went to her place on the couch, holding a hand on the spot where Harry had key. Ed her on her cheek. Through the window she saw Harry walking down the street and going to the house at number 4. Right away after Harry had gone into the house, his uncle came out of the house. There, Bella saw that his uncle had his seashell in his hands and threw it on the street. The seashell broke into 10 pieces or more. Harry came back out and ran around his uncle. He was now trying to pick up all the pieces of the seashell. Even before he had it, he was caught by the arm and pushed inside. Arabella stood behind Bella and grabbed her in a hug. There they were, the two of them just sat there crying about Harry. A sobbing Bella asked, "Mommy, when will Harry be happy? For once, when will he be happy?" With big eyes, Bella looked up at Arabella. "Mommy, when will Harry be happy for once?" Arabella was still perplexed from the word that Bella had said to her. "It's not fair, Mommy. Harry is never lucky. He is never happy. It is not fair." Bella screamed. "No, honey, it's not fair," Arabella said. "But Harry does have you, and that means a lot to him. And you have Harry, you do remember that." Bella looked up with watery eyes, straight into the eyes of Arabella. "May I call you Mommy? If you really want to do that, then you can call me Mommy." That night, Bella again was crying more than she was asleep. 2 weeks later, Bella was sitting with Arabella in the kitchen just drinking tea. When all of a sudden an owl arrived and flew into the kitchen, through the open window. Bella screamed and wanted to run out of the kitchen in fear. Arabella grabbed her arm and said it was okay. "I'm scared, Mommy," she cried. "That's not necessary, sweetheart. He's just here to deliver a letter for you." The owl flew out of the kitchen, and there was indeed a letter on the kitchen table. "That letter is for you, sweetheart," Arabella told to Bella with a big smile on her face. With trembling hands, Bella opened the letter and began to read him to Arabella. To the Honorable Miss Bellatrix Smith, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin. First Class, Grand Sorcerer. CHF. Warlock. Supreme Mugwump. International Confed. Or Wizards. Dear Miss Smith, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Supplies list. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes would have to carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. By Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic. By Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory. By Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. By Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. By Felida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions. By Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. By Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection. By Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set of brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Bella looked uncomprehending at Arabella. Honey, you are a witch. And I think a very good one too. Mommy, are you also a witch? No, honey, I'm a squib. My mother and father were wizards, but unfortunately I myself have no magic. At least, I have only a little bit of magic. And that's why I'm a squib. It means I cannot do magic. That evening Arabella was telling everything to Bella about Albus Dumbledore, about Hogwarts and the wizarding world. Also about Diagon Alley and of all those shops which were there in the alley. It was there they would go and pick up all her school supplies. She also told Bella that there was such a place at her school that was called Hogsmeade. She also said that they could go there when she was in her 3rd year. Then she showed Bella to her basement. That was where she always made her potions, which she eventually sold back to other witches and wizards. That was the same as cooking, she said. It is one of the things a squib can do for the wizarding world. She also said that she herself had been to Hogwarts. She had had lessons in potions, astronomy. All classes you could do if you had no magic. This she did in the summer holidays. Therefore it was late before they went to sleep. The following day Bella noticed that Harry received an owl which resembled hers. And every day after that it became more and more owls. After a few days they saw his aunt open the window to the front of the house, and accepting things through the window. This went on throughout the week until Sunday. Mommy, come and see this. I think Harry has at least 100 owls today. Arabella walked over to her window and saw what Bella was seeing. 100 or more owls sat around the house at number 4. Now that Arabella saw this too, she herself went and sat down on the couch. The rest of the afternoon they were sitting together and looked outside. From the kitchen there was a small popping sound. Bella looked startled and Arabella told her that it was okay. Minerva McGonagall entered the room, and dropped into a chair. Has Harry received his letter today or not? Were the first words Minerva spoke. Bella shouted, no, and immediately told Minerva what his uncle had done with the seashell that she had found for Harry. Auntie Minerva? Bella asked. Minerva raised one eyebrow when she heard Bella say auntie to her. Without waiting for an answer, and the little giggles that Arabella gave, at the look Minerva had given to Bella, Bella continued. Auntie Minerva, if Harry receives his letter today, he can never respond to the letter in time, and then he cannot go to school. Even before Minerva was able to answer the question, the door at number 4 opened widely. Harry was pushed with brute force, out the door and into the car. Even before that Minerva was able to blink her eyes, they were gone. The fear gripped Bella around the heart, and the tears again began to burn in her eyes. Minerva looked up at Bella. Bella, do not be afraid. I think we can get Harry to go to the school. 2 days later, Bella was sitting on the couch just watching No. 4. That morning the car drove up the street. Harry, however, was no longer in the car. Bella wanted to ask a question, but Arabella shook her head. I'm going to send a letter to Minerva and then we'll see what will happen, okay? Bella nodded, and hoped that everything would be okay with Harry. That afternoon they went to Diagon Alley, for all the things they would need. It was a wonderful trip that they had on a double-decker bus to London. They went into a dirty-looking pub called the Leaky Cauldron. Bella shrugged her nose a bit at the sight of that pub but followed Arabella nonetheless. This pub seemed to be hidden from everyone. Inside, Bella saw a man who was stirring his coffee with only one finger without even touching the spoon. Further down the pub, a man was sitting with a floating newspaper in front of his nose. Together they walked to the back of a courtyard. That was where Arabella was helped by Tom the innkeeper to get to Diagon Alley. Bella could not do it because she was a squib and she did not have a wand of her own. When the wall disappeared, Bella looked at her with wide eyes. There was a shopping street full of witches and wizards, and shops that she had never seen before. Little Bella did not know where she should be watching, because there was so much to see here. This was something she had never seen before. Arabella took her to Diagon Alley to buy all her stuff. Books at Flourish and Blots, robes at Madame Malkin, ingredients for her potions, and a wand at Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander came from the back of the store and walked towards her and Arabella. He glanced at Bella and immediately looked questionable. Have we not already met once before, little girl? Bella. Bellatrix Smith. Bella answered him. Ollivander looked at her and said, Ebony 30 centimeters with a core of hippogriff hair. That was the magic wand that you had to take from your father. Bella looked at him quizzically. I have no father, sir, just a mother. And she grabbed the hand of Arabella. I am really sorry then, young lady. I've never made a mistake and this is my first. As Ollivander glanced at Arabella, he saw how she looked at him quizzically, but if I myself remember correctly, there was another wand that was more suited to you. Oak 35 centimeters core of unicorn hair. Ollivander took the wand from a shelf, and let Bella sway it briefly. He was very delighted when red sparks shot out of the wand. Arabella looked doubtfully at Ollivander, and then immediately told Bella. Bella, I want you to go next door and buy some chocolate frogs, for us. Then I can pay Mr. Ollivander for the wand. Bella took the money for the chocolate frogs and walked out of the store. When Bella walked out of the shop, Arabella turned herself to Ollivander. All right, Ollie, what's going on here? We both know that you've never made a mistake, especially when it comes to magic wands. I am still sorry, Arabella, sweetheart, he said. Yes, that pure blood posturing, I know. I also know that I'm a squib, but that was not good enough for your father. What was that with Bella? That's what I want to know. Ollivander looked at her. Do you really want to know that, Arabella? Yes, I really want to know that. So say it already. Ollivander glanced at the door and gave a serious answer. Bella is Bellatrix Black. Do not ask me how, but she is Bellatrix Black. When her father was here with her in the store, the wand was humming instantly and calling out to her. And so, as you know, the wand chooses the wizard or witch. And I do remember every wand I've ever sold. That one wand was very special, because there was a unicorn hair in it that was not allowed for her. Because a unicorn is a creature of the light. A hippogriff is a dark creature. Therefore she had to have the dark wand from her father. Magic is strange, that you know as well as I do. I think Bellatrix Black has a second chance. Though I do not know why, but long ago she was a nice girl, a little scared but a very nice girl. Now she is happy and full of life, and just as sweet as then that time long ago. So do not ask me how or why, but that is Bellatrix Black. Arabella knew that Ollivander would never make a mistake when it came to wands. And she also knew that Ollivander could really remember each wand he had ever sold. I will inform Dumbledore that Bellatrix Black is back, Ollivander told her. Ollie, let her go, she is with me now. If there is anyone who needs to know it, then it is Minerva McGonagall. I do not trust Albus Dumbledore any longer, she told him. Ollivander looked her straight in the eyes. Well, I'll let her go. This may be necessary, for more weird things are happening today. And this is one of them. Arabella glanced at him. What more has happened today, Ollie? The tone was pervasive enough for Ollivander to immediately answer her. An angry Arabella. He did not want to have. I've just seen young Mr. Potter. And to be honest, he does not look so good. Arabella was immediately focused on Ollie. What's going on with little Harry? She hissed. Arabella, you know there has never been a brother wand. Arabella nodded. Well, frankly, that's not true. Little Harry bought a phoenix wand. The phoenix in question was here together with Albus Dumbledore that day when his single tail feather was sold to a wizard. That wand I sold to he who must not be named. On that same time the phoenix cried and dropped another tail feather. That phoenix feather I have just sold it to little Harry. Harry Potter. Is he here, Mommy? Is he going to go to school? Did Auntie Minnie manage to give him his letter? Quiet, Bella. Sweetheart, please be quiet. Yes, they were successful, and Harry is going to school. He bought his wand just before us, Arabella told a now jumping up and down Bella. Ollivander looked at it all. The smile he saw on the face of Bella almost melted his heart. Young miss, you know young Mr. Potter? Ollivander asked. Harry is my friend and I love him. He's sweet and nice to me. Ollivander now looked at Arabella. Yes, Ollie, Bella knows young Mr. Potter. They have been friends for almost 3 years now, and they are already magically connected. Only they do not know it yet. Too bad we could have been more too. Ollivander dropped his head in shame and watched them walk out of his store. Bella looked in all directions as they stood before the shop of Ollivander. Harry was not so big there, for she could not find him right away. Mommy, what's that mountain who's walking there? Arabella giggled a little at that comment. That's the sweetest mountain that you will ever meet. Mountain Hagrid, you got a minute? Exclaimed Arabella to the half-giant Hagrid. Hagrid turned around when he heard his name. Arabella, hey, how are you? Hagrid called back. Bella watched with an open mouth to Hagrid and then to the little boy who stood beside him. Harry, and she ran at full speed toward him. In the middle of Diagon Alley, Harry was looking for who was calling out his name. Out of the corner of his eye he saw something that came running toward him at high speed. He looked in that direction and saw a bunch of black curls coming towards him. With a big bang the figure popped against him and together with the figure he fell to the ground. Hi, Bella, what are you doing here? Asked Harry to Bella when he realized that it was her who was on top of him. That it was her who struck against him just made him smile. Harry, I'm a witch. Harry, are you also a witch? Bella asked him, strained with a big smile on her lips. Harry laughed and told her. No, Bella, I'm not a witch, I'm sorry. Bella looked at him sadly. Bella, I'm a wizard, I'm a boy. With a playful tap on his shoulder Bella called to him brightly. You jerk, and Bella began to laugh, loudly. Harry looked at her and laughed along with her. Hagrid reached down and pulled them from the ground. Harry greeted Arabella friendly, and introduced Hagrid to Bella. Together they walked back to the Leaky Cauldron. There Harry would eat his dinner together with Hagrid, this because he still had not eaten anything all day. Arabella asked if they could accompany them. If they would like that, that is. Bella and Harry had talked the rest of the evening about Hogwarts and the classes that they would have there. Arabella had given them a book about the history of Hogwarts. While they were eating, Bella and Harry sat down and were bent over the book, and were reading it carefully. Hagrid had asked Arabella whether it was true or not, what Minerva had told them about Harry. And everything about some pages they had read of a particular book. With a sad look Arabella nodded in the affirmative. The curse that Hagrid shouted sounded like a foghorn. Everyone looked startled and also immediately to Hagrid. Tom the innkeeper wanted to say something, but Hagrid excused himself right away. Mommy, who is this Voldemort? And why is his name and that of Harry in this book? And also why is Harry called the boy who lived? When Bella said that name, she heard gasping for breath from half of the customers in the Leaky Cauldron. Here and there was a small cry of terror from some of the people. Nobody wanted to hear that name and she did not know what to do. Tom went to the table and sat down with them. To Bella he told her to be quiet, and that name was not to be pronounced. He said this in a real friendly but also in a pressing tone. We all call him, he who must not be named. Now Tom threw his eyes on Harry and looked at him with cause for concern. Harry, do you know how your parents have died? Tom asked. Harry looked uncomprehending at Tom when he asked him this. It was an automobile accident, that's what my aunt had told me. Therefore I also have this scar, a scar that I got from that accident. Harry told Tom a little carelessly. An uproar of noise came loose from the customers of the Leaky Cauldron. Everywhere was mumbled, a car accident. And it was scandalous that Lily and James Potter were dead by a car accident. Tom looked at Harry with a sad look in his eyes. I'm really truly sorry, Harry, but that is not entirely true. Harry's eyes were slightly larger than normal when he heard that it was not true. His stomach turned and his thoughts were everywhere. Bella felt it too and took his hand in hers. She immediately felt that Harry was becoming calmer. Harry, long ago, here in the wizarding world there was a war. Many people found therein death. Many lost family members and loved ones. The man who had done all that was he who must not be named. His name was Lord Voldemort. Again here and there was a gasp for breath, or a small scream of terror. Tom ignored his customers and continued his story as he rolled his eyes. Those were dark times, Harry, he said. A small group resisted the rise of he who must not be named. In that group were your parents. They fought with a force like no other. 3 times they stood face to face with him who should not be named. And 3 times they escaped with a small victory on our side. They were strong but not strong enough. After a few years Voldemort wanted them dead, and then called for a reward on their heads. When he who must not be named wanted someone to be dead, then you could be sure that it happened. You could not escape him, how much effort you did. For these reasons, your parents went into hiding. But he just wanted to just have your parents and did everything for it. He always used a particular curse, which no one had ever survived. You could say that it was his favorite curse to use. And if he used it, then you were immediately dead. It was dead quiet again in the leaky cauldron after those words. Everyone was listening to Tom, and there was no one who coughed once. Bella was sitting a little closer to Harry, and had an arm around his back. Arabella pointed at them both equally and Hagrid smiled at it when he saw it too. She is a good friend to him, hey Arabella? He asked in a whisper. Arabella nodded yes, and looked at it with a smile of her own. And Tom went back to his story. It was Halloween night 10 years ago. He who must not be named had gone in search of new victims. At the top of his list were your parents. That night he stood by your parents in front of their front door. When he was inside the house, he killed them both. Now how and why he has slain them no one knows. Now the reason why you are in this book is as followed. After he had killed your parents he wanted to murder you. He wanted to kill you as a baby. And after all those he had slain, he failed. Something stopped him that night, something held him back. And that something was you. That scar is a scar from that curse. He could not kill you that night, you were the one who stopped him. Now we do not know when he comes back, and if he will ever come back. But thanks to you the war was won that day. You're the boy who lived. You're the only one who has ever survived that curse. Bella had taken Harry into a hug and held her head pressed against his shoulder. Again Bella was asking herself whether it would always be this way for Harry. As long as she knew him, he had nothing else but misfortune, and that every day of his life. She loved him so much and had so much grief over him. He was always caring for everyone, and especially for her. And no one did it for him. A little later Arabella took little Harry back to Privet Drive. Harry had to walk alone into the street. Arabella had told him that he had to look miserable while he did it. If he could do it this way, the Dursleys would find it only funny, because he did not like it. They would punish him less if he was in pain. And that was true. When he arrived at number 4 they opened the door laughing at him. How Harry was pulling the trunk behind him, with sweat dripping from his head. They did not help him at all, they were just standing there and were laughing loudly. Harry did not get any help from them to get to the train station, he had to figure it out himself while they just thought it was funny. However, the Dursleys didn't know that Arabella and Bella had already agreed that they would help Harry when he had to go to the station. They had already agreed to do just that. The 3 weeks that had followed it, Harry was only twice able to be with Bella. Together they had looked through the books and try if they could conjure something. Actually, they were not allowed to do it. But there were spells that were admitted. One of those spells was the Lumos spell, which was the light spell. Both Bella and Harry had the spell almost at the first try. With 2 elongated wooden chopsticks they tried if they could do other spells. They were the funniest afternoons. Eventually, the day that they were going to school was almost there. One more night and then they could finally make their way to Hogwarts. That evening, Minerva McGonagall came by unexpectedly. "Good evening, Auntie Minnie," Bella exclaimed with a smile when she saw Minerva enter the room. "Hi Bella. Tomorrow you have to call me Professor McGonagall, because I'm your professor at school and not your aunt. But when I come by to drink tea at your office, then I can call you Auntie or not?" Bella asked, a little hesitant. "Yes, dear, if you come to my office to drink tea, then you can call me Auntie." Now it was about time for Bella to go to bed. Bella was put to bed by Arabella and was fast asleep within a minute. "Minerva, I'm glad you came over tonight. I went with Bella to Ollivander that day in the alley, and he has told me that she really is Bellatrix Black." Arabella told the whole story of that day to Minerva. Minerva just looked questionable at her and said nothing. When Arabella was finished, Minerva still said nothing and just stood up. In small circles she walked through the room, over and over again. "So if I understand correctly," she suddenly spoke, "then Ollivander has now sold the real wand from Bellatrix to Bella. The one that she would have all those years ago, and she is very different from all those years ago when he met her for the first time." Again Minerva thought for a moment. "Arabella, I will inform the Sorting Hat about this. I think he will overthrow everything if he hears about this. I will send you the memory of the sorting, then you can view it in that pensieve of yours, the one with rune that is made especially for you by the goblins." The next day, at the corner of their street, Arabella and Bella were waiting just around the corner. Harry could come at any time now and would walk around that corner. Bella was very excited when Harry came to them. Quickly she ran to Harry and helped him with his trunk and his owl Hedwig. That owl was a gift that he had gotten from Hagrid. His uncle wanted to throw out the owl, but Hedwig had bitten him, and that was the only reason that Harry could keep the owl in his cupboard. So Harry was allowed to keep her as long as she did not make any sound. While he was with them, he was still panting. A little bit. Arabella had a newspaper in her hands and told that it was a portkey. After that she had to explain what a portkey was. It was the portkey that Minerva had given her, one that would be triggered at a certain time. They hid behind a wall so no one could see them. They all took a piece of the newspaper and waited. They felt a pull from behind their navel and suddenly they were on a platform. Bella and Harry had stumbled and landed on their asses. On the sign above their heads, there was written, "Hogwarts Express, Platform 9 3/4. Both Bella and Harry thought that the train was looking amazing. From out of the wall on the side of Muggle London, there was a family with red hair, who just arrived on the platform. "Those are the Weasleys," Arabella told them both. Back on board the train, they found a compartment which was still empty. There they now were in the compartment. Bella stood crying in the open window. She cried that she did not wanted to go away, and that she wanted to stay with her mother. But Arabella had told her that she now had Harry with her. But she also told them that they would make a lot of friends at school. And that they could always go to Auntie Minnie for tea. And that they now had a mountain of a friend. At those words Belle had to laugh a little. Harry looked at her, not understanding what they meant. "Hagrid is the mountain, Harry," Bella told him. A little later she would tell him why Hagrid was the mountain. Slowly the train left the station. Bella hung out of the window and waved wildly to Arabella. Arabella was getting smaller and smaller until she was completely out of sight. Sad and a little weeping, Bella crawled against Harry. "I'll stay with you, Bella, and I will ask the Sorting Hat whether I can be in your house." "Will you really do that, Harry?" "Yes, Bella. I'm really going to do that. I also want to stay with you, Harry," she whispered. The door of the compartment slid open and there was a timid boy in the opening of the door. "Everywhere is full, can I sit with you?" he asked, a little shy. Bella motioned to him that he could. The boy placed himself eagerly. "I'm Bellatrix Smith and this is Harry, Harry Potter," Bella said. The boy first glowered at Bella, and then with big eyes he was looking at Harry. "My name is Neville, Neville Longbottom," he said. Within a few minutes, all three of them were great friends. 10 minutes later, there were two girls standing in the door opening. They also asked if they could join the group in the compartment. One was blonde with long hair and the other was one with red and slightly wavy hair. Bella introduced herself again and then introduced Harry to the girls. She saw that Neville already knew who the girls were. My name is Daphne, Daphne Greengrass. And this is Susan, Susan Bones. Harry looked briefly at them all one by one. In his mind he thought that Arabella was right about Bella. Bella could indeed make friends very easily. It was even quite cozy in the compartment altogether. Harry was sitting there with a little smile around his mouth. Bella was leaning a bit to him and laid her head on his shoulder. Almost a whole year without the Dursleys. I'm happy for you, Harry, Bella whispered in his ear. And Harry just nodded and keyed at the side of her head. From out of nowhere, the door was thrown open and there was a boy with red hair who walked into the compartment. They immediately knew that he was Ronald Weasley. Have any of you seen Harry Potter? He's my best friend and he is expecting me, the boy said. Everyone looked at the boy with an open mouth. They did not know what to say. Harry gave Bella a nasty smile and looked at the boy. Yes, I've seen him. He is about 5 compartments further down the train. Thanks, mate, the boy exclaimed and walked away. Without a word, they all started laughing. Harry saw a girl walk past the carriage. She was weeping a bit. She had a big bunch of brown and tousled hair. With his elbow he tapped Bella and pointed to the girl. Bella did not hesitate and pulled the door open. What happened? Why are you crying? She called after the girl. Come here and sit by us. The girl looked bewildered at Bella. She was somewhat surprised by the questions fired from Bella. She came into the carriage. Harry and Neville immediately put her trunk on the rack above their heads. Bella sat down next to her and Daphne was sitting on her other side. Okay, so why are you crying? Was again the question from Bella. She looked shy and then whispered softly. I was just in a different compartment and there they were saying really mean things to me. When I told them that my parents are muggles they began to insult me. They also believed that I was not allowed to sit in that compartment. I was dirty and a mudblood, according to them. Harry felt the anger instantly bubbling inside of him. So even in this school there are types like Dudley Dursley. Here you are always welcome at all times. I'm Bellatrix Smith. This is Daphne Greengrass and Susan Bones. Then you have this lovely young boy, that's Neville Longbottom. Neville became a little red at the compliment from Bella. And this is my first and true friend, Harry Potter. Really? Cried the girl with a shrill voice. Harry looked at her with a smile. Yes, I am really her first and true friend, he said softly. All together they shot straight into a laughing fit. The girl was a little embarrassed but smiled when the others were laughing. I'm Hermione Granger, she said when all was quiet again. It did not take long and she was completely included in the group that was now sitting in the compartment together. The 6 of them were having the greatest fun together in the compartment. Hermione had told them how she used to be bullied and never had any real friends. Daphne told them that as a daughter of a lord of a house, she should always behave herself and be properly at all time. Simply because it was asked of them. And that was why she had not many friends. Neville said that he lived with his grandmother and it was not ideal to have friends when it was just he and his grandmother. Susan said her aunt was the head of the DMLE. And therefore most were afraid to be her friend. Bella and Harry just told everyone that they were alone, because everyone thought they were different from others. That train ride, they formed a pact or 6 friends. From now on they would be friends and nothing could come to stand between them. The new friendship has already been put to the test within a quarter of an hour. The door slid open and A.B. Ownboy was just standing there. Beside him there were 2 human walking wardrobes. I'm Draco Malfoy, the boy said. And so this is where the great Harry Potter is in this train. He told them with a sound of arrogance in his voice. With his nose high in the air, he looked into the compartment. Well, Daphne, I do not think your dad will like it that you're sitting here. You're in a compartment with 2 mudbloods, or did you not know that? Harry's gaze went from Bella to Hermione. Hermione stooped down a little, and kept her head down. Daphne became red, not of shame but of anger. Neville had clenched his fists and cursed softly. Susan had an arm placed around Hermione's shoulder. Bella, however, was just looking angry at Draco. Harry did not understand what Draco had said, but that it was not good, that he knew. His eyes just went through the compartment. On the faces of his new friends, he could see that they were angry. And that Hermione's feelings were hurt badly. Harry stood up and was now standing right in front of Draco. I do not care who or what you are. But if you insult my friends, then you insult me too. Good day, Draco. With a bang, Harry threw the door shut in front of his nose. I will get you for this, Potter. But wait until my father hears of this, Draco screamed from the hallway. I do not know if that was a smart thing to do, Harry, said Daphne to Harry. Draco Malfoy is the son of Lucius Malfoy, the head of the Malfoy family. They are rich and have a lot of influence, according to my father, she said. I'm sorry, Daphne, but I do not know what that means. I only know for 3 weeks now that I'm a wizard and who my parents really were. Everyone except Bella was shocked when he said that. So Harry could do nothing more than to tell his story. The story about how his parents had died in a car accident. And that it had been a big lie. And also that he had been raised by muggles, his aunt and uncle. Harry did not tell that he was beaten and humiliated and used as a house elf. Bella was the only one who could know that. He was not surprised that the rest had heard of him. Daphne and Susan told him that he was a hero. And that there are many books written about him, and his adventures. It was also a blow to them that the books were all fabrications of lies. Hermione told that they were almost near the castle and they had to put on their robes. The 2 boys were going to a bathroom to change clothes. Afterwards, they were standing like 2 guards in front of the compartment. The girls changed clothes quickly in the compartment. They then took the boys back inside the compartment. And they could talk for about half an hour more. There was a whistle and they got off on the platform of Hogsmeade Station. It was already dark when they finally arrived. Harry patted Bella on her shoulder and pointed to the left. Mountain Hagrid, how are you? Bella exclaimed happily. Hi, Bella. Hi, Harry, had a good trip? Hagrid asked with a smile. Bella and Harry both nodded happy, and walked over to Hagrid. Everyone over here, come over here to the boats, everyone. All first year had walked towards Hagrid. Most were a bit worried because he was so big. Hagrid had a large black head of hair, and a large black beard. Everything about Hagrid said he would be a big aggressive giant. But his small eyes showed you that he was one of the nicest and lovable creatures you could ever find. Bella and Harry were the first who arrived at the boats. Together with Neville, they took a seat in a boat. Hermione, Susan and Daphne took a seat on another boat. Bella, who was a little afraid of water, grabbed Harry's arm tightly. Hagrid was sitting in the last boat and looked at all the boats in front of him. He enjoyed seeing that Harry now had some new friends. He had read a couple of copied pages from Minerva, and then immediately walked off to Albus Dumbledore's office. It was the day after he had entrusted Harry into the care of Arabella. That was the night he had gone straight to the headmaster. Flashback in the story. Minerva, who was also in the office of Albus Dumbledore at that time, looked with wide eyes at Hagrid. It was the first time she had seen him so angry, and at Albus Dumbledore of all people. Albus was the one wizard where Hagrid had always looked up to. She was just fast enough to stop him, just before he had said something about Arabella and Bella. Hagrid took the blame on himself because Harry had been through all of this. And Minerva knew that if Hagrid had been so angry about 5 pages, how would he be if he had read the whole Red Book? He was the one who had brought Harry to the Dursleys. It had been an order from Dumbledore himself, but it was him who had done it. He was particularly angry about the fact that Albus Dumbledore had allowed it. Hagrid was yelling that Harry was too small for his age and he looked neglected. Minerva had the greatest difficulty to get Hagrid out of the office. Before he had said something about the Red Book, Minerva was out of breath when they were standing in the hallway again. Outside the office, Minerva told Hagrid that he could not say anything about Harry. It was with difficulty that Hagrid agreed with that, but was shaking his fists in front of Minerva, and that was quite intimidating for her. Dumbledore, who was now sitting in his office, stared at the door which Hagrid and Minerva had just walked out. Hagrid had never been so angry with him. He himself did not understand why it had happened, and what he had to do. With his hands folded under his chin, he thought hard. Dumbledore was losing his grip on the staff at the school. Only he just did not understand why he was losing it at all. End flashback from the story. Slowly the boats drifted across the water towards the castle. When they went around the corner, the castle came into view of the students. It was gigantic, and in every window there was a light burning. It made the castle into a fairy tale. Harry leaned a little to Bella. It's beautiful, hey, is it not? Bella looked on with a look of enjoyment to the castle and nodded to Harry. Breathless, she said. The three of them sat staring at the castle. They were in admiration and astonishment of it. As they walked into the castle, they were looking around in bewilderment. Paintings were moving and greeting them happy, harnesses were looking at them. Harry said he felt like he was home and he was glad he was here with Bella. Hand in hand the two walked up the stairs to the top. Professor McGonagall, who stood at the top of the stairs and was looking down on the first years. Everybody, come here, around me and listen, Minerva said. As long as you are here in this castle, we expect from you that you behave and treat everyone with respect. You will soon be sorted into one of the four houses. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff and Salazar Slytherin. Your house is your family. By good deeds, you obtain points. By bad things, they are deducted. At the end of the year, the house with the most points wins the House Cup. You will wait here and all will get you, when it's time to be sorted. With long steps she walked away from the first-year students. There they stood all together. A little insecure and a little anxious. No one really knew what was to come when they stood there. Bella listened and heard something about a test. She heard that they had to conjure something from the hat. And even the story that she had to compete against some magical being. She looked questioningly at Harry. Neville, however, had the answer for her. Bella, do not be afraid, it's all not true what they say. According to Gran, it is nothing special. She told me that we are judged and then to be put into one of the four houses. And we do not have to do anything for it. This ensured that Bella was relaxing, a little bit after those words. Now she was a bit nervous, but that was just a little bit. All first years were standing nervously in the hallway, just waiting for the time that they were allowed to go inside the Great Hall. Bella, who was still holding the hand of Harry Potter in a death grip, did absolutely not wish to let go of his hand. Daphne had taken the other hand of Harry, and held him as tightly as Bella did. And immediately felt a warm feeling come up, which began in her belly. The sigh that Harry Potter gave her made her believe that he felt it too. It was a familiar and soothing feeling. Hermione looked at the friends and grabbed the hand of Neville. Neville, who was very grateful that Hermione did that. It was more that he wanted to hold her hand, than that Hermione wanted to hold his, but it was also something he would never say. What nobody saw was that there was a light that surrounded them both, something that said they were soulmates. Susan Bones walked calmly behind the group, and was the only one who needed no support. Her aunt had her already prepared for all that there was about to come. The large doors opened and they all looked at the Great Hall. All eyes were on the first years. And the eyes of the first years were focused on the enchanted ceiling. They were brought to the front of the Great Hall by Professor Sprout, and had to wait there for Professor McGonagall. From the back of the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall walked to the head table. She had an old rundown hat in her hands and was whispering against it. As she walked to the front of the Great Hall, she looked sideways at Bella. Bella could swear that the hat was also looking at her. After it had looked at Bella, it also looked at Harry for a second. Immediately Bella looked at her Auntie Minnie. The look of her aunt did not tell Bella anything at all. At that moment she really wanted to know what her auntie was up to, or even better, she wanted it to be over. While the first year's students were waiting in the hallway, McGonagall had walked to Dumbledore's office to get the sorting hat from its shelf. She picked up the hat and began to talk to it right away. Okay, so we're going straight to sorting the first years. According to Ollivander, Bella Smith is Bellatrix Black, and you know that he makes almost no mistakes, especially when it comes to wands. I have also seen that she is very clinging to Harry Potter. And she is not alone in that aspect. Daphne Greengrass is also clinging to Harry at this time, although I do not know why. You know what you should do anyway. She is now called Bellatrix Smith. She murmured against the hat. The hat opened the edge of its liner and started to talk back. I will begin with Bellatrix, or maybe with someone else that you will see at the list of first years. I have the magic to change that list, so it can be changed. When I have Bella with me, I can immediately see all her memories. Even if they have removed them all, I can still see every memory she once had. If I remember correctly, the last time she was in Slytherin House. I had to do it then, because Dumbledore wanted me to do that. It was only because her father wanted it that way, and he has paid 1,000 galleons to Dumbledore for me to do it. This time she will not get into that house. Even then I thought it was a shame for such a sweet girl. The girl was pure at heart and was full of life. She had done well in Gryffindor at that time. But it was Slytherin who had ruined it all for her. And when I now hear that Bella Smith really is Bellatrix Black, and so I certainly will do it very differently this time around. Professor McGonagall walked into the Great Hall and told the Hat who was Bella Smith, and who was Harry Potter. Together they looked at the two children when they were walking along them. Back in the Great Hall, McGonagall walked onto the stage and placed the Hat on the stool. At the moment that it all was quiet in the Great Hall, the Hat began to move and he spoke. No, he began to sing. Many first years gasped when they saw the Hat move. But also when edge opened up and a mouth appeared. When the Hat had sung his song, he started a little chat about the houses. And then he sang his song again. It was strange, but Bella liked it very much. He told that you needed to get into one of the houses. You had to be brave or smart, loyal or cunning. Each house had its own requirements. Bella did not know why, but she was not really afraid of the sorting. She was actually looking forward to it. It gave her a comforting feeling, a feeling that was clearly coming from the Sorting Hat. The only thing she really wanted was that she would be in the same house with Harry. After the Sorting Hat was done with his song, Professor McGonagall grabbed a piece of parchment and began to read it out loud. When I call your name, you will come forward and take a seat on the stool. I will then place the hat on your head, and we will see where you are sorted. Then you will go and sit at your house table and wait for the rest from the sorting. She looked around with a piercing look and the Great Hall immediately became quiet. The Sorting Hat had changed something at the last minute. Minerva did not understand it all, but she trusted the Hat. But with the first name she lifted her right eyebrow. This could go good or terribly wrong. But that she was in for a show that was something that was obvious, and she was going to enjoy it. Harry Potter was the first name that Minerva McGonagall called upon. If the Great Hall was not silent, it surely was now. Everyone was instantly quiet when they heard that name. After 5 long minutes Harry was sorted into Gryffindor. There he was sitting close to 2 red-headed boys and he right away looked at Bella. Draco Malfoy was the second name that Minerva McGonagall called out. Draco walked up to the Hat and put it on his head eagerly. In his mind, Draco told the Hat right away. My father wants you to put me into Slytherin House, so you have to obey, you inferior piece of shit. Your father is Lucius Malfoy, is it not? The Hat asked Draco with venom in his voice. Who has also been in Slytherin House, is it not? Yes, my father surely did. What do you care about that, you worn-out dust cloth? You know what to do. When Dumbledore is instructing you to do something, you do it. This was rubbing the Sorting Hat the wrong way. Young Mr. Malfoy, the Hat snarled. I have to listen to the greatest sorcerer who is in this room right now. Unfortunately for you, that's not Dumbledore at this time. And if I remember your father well, something I surely do. He would not have you in any other house than the Slytherin House. I'm glad you understand, you dust cloth. So do what you are told, you piece of garbage, Draco barked in his head. The Sorting Hat began to laugh out loud, and all of the Great Hall could hear it. You're absolutely right, Draco. I am sorry, it will be Hufflepuff. Draco, who was already looking pale, was now looking like a ghost. Let's see what your father has to say about this, chuckled the Sorting Hat. Professor McGonagall chuckled at the look of Malfoy. She knew that the Sorting Hat had begun to edit his possibilities. This year it would be very different, was what she was thinking. Dumbledore almost spit out his sip which he had just taken from his goblet. He had told the Sorting Hat that Draco Malfoy had to go to Slytherin House. Professor McGonagall, who glanced at Dumbledore, could only smile by the look on his face. She could also see how Severus Snape looked shocked when his godson was sent to Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger. Hermione was very eager and ran to the Hat. Professor McGonagall did not even have the chance to call her name out properly. The Sorting Hat did not take long to sort her into a house. It was more the search for why he had to sort her. Hermione told the Hat that Harry and Bella were her first real friends. And even what had happened during the train ride to the castle. But especially what Bella had done for her. Hermione Granger, do you promise that you will always help Harry and will always stand beside him? Was the question the Sorting Hat asked Hermione. Hermione looked up. Yes, of course I will, he is my friend. That's the best answer I can get. Hermione Granger, it is Gryffindor. Hermione ran towards Harry and sat down opposite of him. Hermione received a key on the cheek from Harry. Professor McGonagall then called out, Neville Longbottom. Neville was a special case. He was brought up to be a lord of his house Longbottom, and that was done by his grandmother. Namely the ancient and noble house of Longbottom. According to the wizarding law, Neville was not yet mature enough. And therefore he could not perform that task. That was why his grandmother did that job for him. But he could do it if he had to. The Sorting Hat required a long time to finally put Neville in Gryffindor. He immediately ran to Harry and gave him a hand. Hermione gave him a key on his cheek and a big smile. Neville blushed a bit but was hoping to get one more from Hermione. Professor McGonagall glanced at Dumbledore once more. It looked like Dumbledore was starting to become pale and completely green. Susan Bones was also sorted into Gryffindor. Like Hermione, she got a key from Harry, but also one from Neville and Hermione. Professor McGonagall did not know what had happened on the train, but it had been something special. There were followed by a few students who were sorted here and there. And then Professor McGonagall called, Bellatrix Smith. Harry sat down on the edge of the bank and looked intently at Bella. He did not ask the Hat to come in the same house as Bella, after all he was sorted earlier than her. Bella walked over to the stool, and put the Hat on her head. She looked anxious and waited for what was to come. Then she heard a soft homey voice in her head. This voice was clear and nice. Bella, you have had a tough time, is it not? Now I see that you have scary dreams. Also that there is someone who wants you to do something very bad. Yes, but I do not want that. Harry is loving and kind. He's my best friend, she cried fiercely and angry. She was not sure why the Sorting Hat was talking about things that happened during the night, and she was not sure if she liked it. Bella, I see that. Yes, I see. I see that there is another person who says you have to do something else. Who wants you to become friends with Harry Potter? Yeah, I do not know who she is, but I want to do that, and I am already friends with Harry Potter. But I'm not going to kill Harry. How often he may asks me, I will not do it. That's very good of your Bella. Also, I see that you are more than friends. Harry likes you very much. Bella did not know where the Sorting Hat was going, but it was very strange, that was certain. But he sounded sincere, and he also wanted Harry Potter to remain friends with her. Bella, I see that Harry has had difficulty in his life just like you did, only more, much more. I also see that he was beaten and humiliated by his family. Cut it out. Do you hear me? Bella shouted in her mind with tears in her eyes. Harry is my friend, and if I can help it, that will never happen to him again. He must be happy like all of us. The frustration that was felt by Bella was clearly noticeable for the Sorting Hat. You are absolutely right about that. I also see that Harry gets you quiet when you have a bad dream. How can that be? I do not know. Mom has tried many times and then I'll cry until the morning. But when Harry is with us, I'm quietly within 2 minutes. He comes into my dream and chases the man away. He is a true friend, Bella said, her eyes glistening with tears. Yes, he certainly is, the Hat replied. Bellatrix, listen to me and listen well. Harry will have a hard time to come. Stand by him, and he will also save you from that man. It is not easy, Bellatrix, but he's really your friend. Maybe more if you want. And now, in which house do you want to be? I want to be with Harry Potter, was her prompt reply. I thought so. It will be Gryffindor, sounded the voice of the Sorting Hat through the great hall. Bella ran over to Harry and threw her arms around his neck. I'm with you, she shouted loudly. Harry gave her 2 keys. The same keys she received from Hermione, Neville and Susan. Daphne Greengrass. was the next name that was called out by Professor McGonagall. Daphne walked over to the stool and put the hat on her head. Ah, Daphne, I was already waiting for you. Telephone me. In which house would you like to be? The hat asked. Gryffindor. There is a friend of mine in that house. Oh, tell me, who is this friend of yours, if I may ask that of you? Daphne was a bit shy to that question and softly said, Harry Potter is my friend. I think I like him, he is very kind. But I do not want to take him away from Bella, she's my friend too, perhaps my best friend. The Sorting Hat searched her memory to see what he had to do. He saw her father, Lord Greengrass, Lord of the ancient and noble house of Greengrass. She could be a positive influence on Harry, if he would put her with Harry. The Sorting Hat knew she was supposed to be in Slytherin. Listen, Daphne, Harry is a lord over 2 houses at least. So do not give up on him. There is place for you and Bella, on the side of Harry Potter. Again, the voice of the Sorting Hat filled the great hall. It is Gryffindor. Thanks, Sorting Hat, Daphne whispered softly to the hat. You're welcome, Daphne, but take good care of Harry, he needs it. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. She knew that all the Greengrasses before her have all been in Slytherin. So it came as a surprise that Daphne was now sitting right next to Harry, with a smile on her face. And especially when she gave him a key on his cheek. As Professor McGonagall cast another glance at Dumbledore, she noticed that he was not pleased, he was furious. In her mind she told herself that she soon had to ask the Sorting Hat what was happening. Next there was a Hufflepuff. Slytherin, 3 times a Ravenclaw. Ronald Weasley, called Professor McGonagall. It took 10 minutes for Ronald Weasley before he was sorted into Ravenclaw. Also, this was something different. Normally all the Weasleys were sorted into Gryffindor. Everyone was now sorted and sat at their designated house tables. Professor McGonagall looked back at Dumbledore. She picked up the hat but did not walk away. She walked over to the edge of the stage and waited. Dumbledore stepped forward and spoke out loud. I am afraid that the Sorting Hat has made a mistake here and there. Therefore it is my job to correct those mistakes. Exclaimed Dumbledore, to all of the Hogwarts students. Albus, put me on your head and do it now. Screamed the loud voice of the Sorting Hat through the great hall. Dumbledore was shocked and looked over at the hat. Professor McGonagall gave the hat to Albus, with a little sadistic smile. I would put him on your head, Albus, he does not sound very happy at the moment, she told him. Dumbledore slowly put the hat on his head. He looked into the great hall, and there was the little voice in his head. Albus, I'm sorting for about 1,000 years now, and it's up to me to decide which student comes into which house, and not you. Now I've often done your wishes. But this time, the choice is mine and mine alone. I have seen your thoughts and I know what you're planning, and know that I'm disgusted with you. But I will say nothing. So leave my changes as they are. Or everyone will know what I know about you. The voice of the Sorting Hat was piercing and full of hate. Dumbledore was not really happy with what he heard. Again the voice sounded. The head of Harry Potter was an open book for me, that boy has suffered more than you know. I have seen how lonely he was before he was on the train. I have seen how the Dursleys have treated him. Let it be Albus or I will tell them all about you. Dumbledore took the hat off his head and spoke again. The Sorting Hat just told me why certain choices were made by him. And unfortunately I was wrong. His choices were well thought out, so everything remains as it is. The Forbidden Forest is forbidden for everyone, even for some older students. The hallway on the 3rd floor is forbidden for every student who does not want to die an unbearable death. For the rest, enjoy the feast. McGonagall could see that Albus was very upset by the Sorting Hat, he was just not like he normally would be. Professor McGonagall was giggling as she was walking with the Sorting Hat through the halls of Hogwarts, back to its place on the shelf. In the hallway she immediately asked what the hat had changed. Put me on your head and I'll tell you. Then you can slowly walk to my place on the shelf, the hat was telling her. Professor McGonagall put the hat on her head and walked on. The Sorting Hat did not wait and immediately began to tell her. Potter is a wonderful boy. He has had a lot of misery in his life, but he has a heart of gold. His friends will play a big part in this life to come. Neville and Hermione could assist him with advice. Daphne and Bella will be in love with him. A love which he has never had, but they will give him that love. Minerva had to swallow at these words. She knew that Harry never had no love in any form whatsoever. She had read it all in the Red Book. Susan will be the glue between all the friends. Potter will be put on the spot, more than any other witch or wizard before him. But will he be able to overcome that? Minerva asked. When he has his friends with him, yes, especially with these friends. Ronald Weasley's been taught from an early age that he must be friends with Harry Potter, just to get Potter's inheritance in his hands. This was taught to him by Dumbledore and his mother Molly Weasley. Draco has learned to bully Harry Potter in any way he can. And he will do that with the help of Severus Snape, his godfather, and his two friends, Crabbe and Goyle. In Hufflepuff he cannot do that, because he has no friends in that house. The Sorting Hat made Professor McGonagall think about everything. He knew it was a lot that she had to take in. It took about 5 minutes before she asked why he kept Dumbledore from his statement. And why Bellatrix was in their midst again, while she was also, somehow, still inside Azkaban at this time. And after a small pause, the Sorting Hat started talking again. Albus Dumbledore has done more wrong with Harry than he himself knows. I have also seen how Molly Weasley is brainwashing her youngest daughter to be the lover of Harry. I've seen it in the head of Ronald Weasley. She is command them to bring Harry to their family. I've also seen that this has been in agreement with Dumbledore himself. He was the one to think of this plan. I've also seen that Ginny does not want to help with this plan of them. Therefore, I have taken Ronald Weasley away from Harry. Draco is worse, much worse. He has insulted me and ensured that I had to put him in Slytherin. Unfortunately for him, I'm not corrupt. The Ministry and Dumbledore unfortunately are. Dumbledore was aware of the bribe. It was him who made the bribe with Lucius. Dumbledore just did not know that Draco had to destroy the life of Harry Potter, by his father's command. Fortunately, there are no friends of the family Malfoy in the House of Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall was grateful for what the Sorting Hat had done. Now there was only Bella. The only thing she still had no answer to. Bellatrix is Bellatrix Black, the Sorting Hat said. She has come back at the hands of he who must not be named. He has given her the assignment to kill Harry. That's something she does not want to do. I have seen an encrypted memory of Narcissa Black in her head. Bellatrix has done everything under the influence of an unforgettable curse. She is innocent in everything she has done as Bellatrix Black. Sirius is also innocent, but we cannot do anything about that at this point in time, not yet unfortunately. I have also seen that memory that Narcissa Black has ordered Bellatrix to be friends with Harry Potter. And especially, not to kill him. Bella is also in love with Harry, but she does not know it yet. Professor McGonagall heard it all and wanted to say something. But the Sorting Hat interrupted her and went onward. Bella has a lot of dreams of he who must not be named. In her dreams he is real and his curses are too. She will scream for hours on end if she has a dream like this. Arabella could only get her quiet after a few hours. Harry can get her calm within a few minutes. I do not know how, but he fights him in her dreams and beats him every time. Remember this, Minerva. I also have seen something from you, but I will tell you when the time comes. Auntie Minnie. The Sorting Hat laughed loudly. But Minerva had a lot to think about. She was also a little absent when she came back at the welcome feast. She just sat and let her gaze go around the upper table. Severus Snape was looking with disgust at his godson. Draco was sitting with Hufflepuff. You could see that he had no friends there. Albus Dumbledore was arguing with himself just like a small child would. Whatever the Sorting Hat had done to get him this way, she liked it very much. Bella and Harry were laughing together. Daphne sat on his other side looking at Harry with a glow in her eyes. The smile she had spoke volumes. Hermione and Neville were sitting close together and were having fun. There was something between the two of them too. Professor McGonagall thought that could be a form of love. Susan was very happy as she just sat there watching her friends. She had to send the memory from the sorting and the feast to Arabella. She knew she would really like that. 20 minutes earlier that evening, Bella was told that she was sorted into the house by Harry. She took the hat off her head and ran to Harry. With 2 arms she flew around his neck. The 2 key. He gave her made her blush immensely. This was the second time he had key. Ed her. She blushed more when she got the same key. From Neville and Hermione. She had been overjoyed and grabbed the arm of Harry. Daphne was the last to sit next to Harry and key. Ed him on the cheek. Fred and George Weasley greeted Harry enthusiastically. Percy, their brother, was a bit distant. Draco was sitting at the Hufflepuff table and was cursing Harry with everything he could think of. None of them were really nice. Harry wanted to argue back when an older student called him back. Harry saw how a fellow student said something to Draco and that there were points removed from Hufflepuff. That was the punishment Draco had received. The friends were very cozy on the table when Dumbledore stood up. I am afraid that the Sorting Hat made a mistake here and there. Therefore it is my job to correct those mistakes, he exclaimed. Bella got a frightened look in her eyes and looked at Harry. Harry, he does not want to take me away from you, does he? Bella said, anxious. I will not allow it, Bella. You belong here and with me, Harry told her sincerely. Harry, I want to stay here with you and my friends too, Daphne exclaimed. You will stay here too, the same as all our other friends, Harry replied hotly. I do not know why, but McGonagall looks very angry at this point. I think she is going to explode at any minute now, said Harry. But even before that, Professor McGonagall could say anything, the Sorting Hat called loudly. Albus, put me on your head and do it now. It was a strange sight to see Dumbledore there with the Sorting Hat on his head. Bella was glad he did not change anything. She needed Harry by her side when she was dreaming again. But that was something that no one must know. The banquet that evening did fill the bellies of everyone. The first years were called together and escorted to their common room. The group of 6 friends walked behind the other 4 first-year Gryffindors. At a portrait of a very large lady, they were told that the password was monkeys. Daphne said, monkeys, and the portrait swung open to show them their common room. There they were all together in a nice big round room. There were sofas and chairs, tables, everything just as in a living room. Here they had to be at 9 o'clock, which was the curfew time. If they were later than 9 o'clock, they were given a form of punishment in one way or another. Here they could do their homework and hang out. The friends had agreed to make all their homework every day. In that way they could do nice things on Saturday and Sunday, and just be kids. At 10 o'clock everyone was in their own dormitory, and in their beds. Bella, who was still talking to Daphne, Susan and Hermione, had a great night with her new friends. It was well after 11 o'clock before the 4 of them fell asleep. Harry and Neville Longbottom were talking about House Longbottom. It was something that Harry found very interesting. Harry, I think you are a lord, just like I'm. And I think a very mighty one too. Harry did not understand it at all, and that was what he told Neville. Okay, Harry, I'll explain it to you tomorrow with Daphne and Susan, who also know all about that. Then we tell you exactly what a lord of a house is, okay? Neville was telling this to Harry with a yawn. Harry said it was fine and rested his head on his pillow. Before they knew it, they were both asleep. Good night, Bella, Harry muttered in his sleep. Bella was still twisting and turning when she heard, good night, Bella. With a smile, she closed her eyes and sighed a little. Good night, Harry, and Bella also fell into a deep sleep. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when Bella began to toss and turn in her bed. I told you that you must kill Harry Potter. You are so close to him now, and you can now do it so easily. Bella was dreaming again of that bald man with the red eyes. With those red eyes that were filled with pure hatred. When are you going to do it? You have to kill him, and kill him now. No, I do not want to do it. I will not kill Harry Potter. Hermione, Susan and Daphne were awakened by the unnerving screams of Bella. I will not kill Harry Potter, not for you or anyone else. You have to kill him. I demand it of you. Listen to your lord and master, the man screamed in her dream. The orders of the man were becoming more penetrating and more demanding. Bella could not help it, but the fear increased, and she could feel it deep inside her soul. She wanted to fight, but she knew that she did not really have the strength for that fight. Kill Harry Potter now, screamed the man with the red eyes again. Bella continued to contradict him and wanted to resist even more. The man, however, had a different idea about that. He raised his wand and shouted, Crucio. Bella did not know who or what was happening, but all of a sudden she screamed in pain. Her body was tensed and leaned into the oddest angles. Daphne and Hermione only heard Bella screaming that she did not wanted to kill Harry Potter. They did not hear the other man in her dream. They knew that Bella had a nightmare and they were feeling quite anxious. Especially when they heard her scream out in pain. How her body would bend over backwards, they themselves would be dreaming of it for months to come. Bella, wake up, you have a nightmare, they yelled at her. No, let me go, I do not want to kill Harry, Bella yelled. Susan grabbed the hand of Bella, who immediately became wild at her touch. She was waving her arms around and was hitting the people that were around her bed. Kill him! Kill Harry Potter now! Cried the man in her nightmare. No, no, I'm not doing it. Harry, help me, he is here again. He is hurting me. Help me, please help me, Harry, Bella screamed out in fear. Bella was now swinging faster and unintentionally around her. She hit Hermione full in the face, something she did not know herself. Hermione looked anxiously at Daphne and stood straight up. She sat down next to Bella, and hoped to get her to calm down again. Harry, who was in a boys' dormitory, did not hear Bella calling his name. It was now 5:30 in the morning. Bella was still stuck in her nightmare. They tried everything, but they could not get her out of her nightmare. In the doorway of the first year's dormitory, stood two other girls. These two third-year students, named Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson, looked at Bella with a questioning look. They were awakened by the screams they had heard. They went into the dormitory and searched for what they could do. They also tried to get Bella out of her nightmare, but their attempt was in vain. Whatever they tried, it did not help. Katie and Angelina had the greatest difficulty to hold on to the arm of Bella. They did not want Bella to injure herself by waving her arms uncontrollably around. Go to Professor McGonagall and get her here right now, Katie shouted at Angelina. Bella, who was now very wild, was kicking her legs in every direction. Without even knowing it, Bella was often hitting and injuring her fellow students. Katie, who had the greatest difficulty to keep her hands at her side. She tried to make sure that Bella did not hurt herself. By swinging her arms and legs around, it seemed that that was the only thing they could do for Bella at the moment. Meanwhile, Bella did nothing but scream that she did not wanted to kill Harry Potter and that Harry Potter had to come and help her. Angelina Johnson ran across the aisle and stood gasping for air at the door of Professor McGonagall. Banging on the door, she exclaimed, Professor, come quick. Bella is stuck in a nightmare and we cannot get her out of there. McGonagall came to the door in a Scottish checkered dressing gown. What's all this? Why are you here, Miss Johnson? It's Bella, Professor. She has a nightmare and we cannot get her out of it. The frightened look by Angelina Johnson told Minerva McGonagall enough. Professor McGonagall knew exactly what was going on, because it was something that Arabella had told her already. Dora! Professor McGonagall exclaimed. With a plop, there was a small house elf that now stood beside the professor. Yes, Mistress McGonagall, the house elf said. Dora, bring us to Miss Bellatrix Smith in her dormitory, McGonagall asked the house elf. With a small plop, she had took all three of them to the girls' dormitory. McGonagall walked to the bed and sat down beside Bella. She tried to grab the arms of Bella, but she could not get a grip on her. Harry, help me, he's hurting me. Kill Harry Potter now, came the voice of the man in the nightmare of Bella. I'm not going to kill Harry. Harry, help me, Harry, Harry, Bella's voice was almost pleading now. The pain Bella was in was clearly readable on her face. Professor McGonagall did not know what was going on, sure she had heard it from Arabella. But this was worse than her imagination. Something in the nightmare of Bella was really hurting her. And it gave her a lot of pain when she looked at her face. With everything she had heard from Arabella, was this the last thing she expected to see? Dora! Professor! McGonagall almost shouted. Yes, Mistress McGonagall. Dora, fetch Harry Potter and get him here right now. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, snappy. Something that was not her intention to do. But she could not help it now. With a plop, Dora appeared with Harry Potter at her side. Harry stood there in his oversized and worn-out pajamas. Something that made Minerva swallow hard. She could now really see that the family of Harry Potter had never really done anything for him. Again the red book came into her thoughts. What IISSS air? He asked sleepily. Harry, he wants me to kill you. Help me, please help me, Bella yelled again. Harry was instantly awake when he heard Bella's voice. Immediately he rushed toward her. I'm here, Bella. I am with you, he said. Harry told her that he was with her. He grabbed her hands and she was right away slightly quieter. She did not swing her arms and legs all around as she had done before. Harry was by her side. Harry, is that you? He's mean, Harry, he's hurting me a lot. Yes, Bella. I'm with you, I help you, and you know that, right? Harry slowly crawled beside her. He took Bella's head on his chest and was stroking her hair gently. Slowly she woke up and quickly looked at Harry. Small tears flowed down her cheeks. Professor McGonagall saw that Bella was awake but that she kept her eyes closed. Harry, I had to kill you again, he told me again and again. Why does he want it from me? I'm not doing it though. You're my friend. You are my friend. Slowly, Bella fell asleep again. The love that Harry was radiating, to Bella, was admirable. Professor McGonagall was looking at it with a glow in her eyes. Harry had a soft spot for Bella, and you could see it in everything he did for her. Professor McGonagall looked at the other 3 first years. Would you mind if Harry sleeps here tonight? She asked them. The 3 young ladies glanced at McGonagall and told her that they did not mind that Harry slept there. Professor McGonagall nodded and left the room with the 2 third years. Hermione looked a little anxious to Harry, just like Daphne and Susan. What is it with you? Harry asked them, a bit shy. All the girls looked at each other and then at Harry. They did not know what to say. Daphne was the first to speak. Harry, we spent about 2 hours to get Bella to relax and you did it in 5 minutes. We just did not know what to do with her. The only thing she called out was that she did not wanted to kill you, and that you had to help her. Harry knew that Bella did not want anyone to know about her dreams, but he could not withhold this from his and Bella's new friends. He took another look at Bella and began telling. Bella has, as long as she can remember, a dream where a man tell her that she must kill me. And I'm the only one who can help her in her dreams. Do not ask me how. But it's like I'm in front of her, in her dream that is, and then he disappears into nothingness. Professor McGonagall came back again and walked into the dorm and immediately called to Dora. Yes, Mistress McGonagall. Dora, I want you to hear this too, McGonagall said. Against the students who were in the dormitory. As Bella has another nightmare like this again, then you may call Dora here. Dora, only Daphne, Susan and Hermione may call you. If that happens then you can bring Harry and Neville here, okay? Okay, Mistress McGonagall, the house elf said. Bella woke up early in the morning and had firmly clamped herself on the arm of Harry. When Harry woke up, he saw that she had been crying again. What is it, Bella? I'm still here with you, am I not? Harry, he was here again last night, he was worse than ever, he was really hurting me this time. And Harry, he's just like you, he is also a wizard. Out of nowhere he called a spell on me and it was really hurting me, Harry, it was like there were knives stabbing me all over my body. He wants me to kill you and I do not want that. Why does he want that from me? Why is it he wants you dead? Her words were pleading. I do not know, Bella. But Daphne, Susan and Hermione are allowed to call me directly the next time it happens, if you have another nightmare again. Bella looked a little sad to her 3 new friends. But she also noticed that her new friends were there for her. Harry went back to his own room and to Neville. There he would tell everything to Neville, about what had happened that night. Bella looked at her new friends. She felt a little guilty and did not know what to do. Hermione seemed to see through the look from Bella. She slowly walked to Bella and gave her a loving hug. It's okay, Bella. We will make sure that Harry will be here as soon as we can get him here. And that we will always do it if you have another nightmare like this. Bella glanced at Hermione and felt 2 other arms around her. Now it was Daphne that took her into a loving hug. Yes, Bella, we will always help you if you need us. We are here for you and for Harry, Daphne told her honestly. Susan stood before her canopy bed, and nodded in agreement, with the others. Bella could only smile at those words. She had real friends now. Together with Harry, she was no longer alone, they had real friends now. And it was a wonderful feeling to have such friends. But the dream was still bothering her in the back of her mind. It was the first time she had felt this much pain. Her arms and back were the most painful, and even now she could still feel the pain. She could not remember just how that had happened. But the pain she remembered was almost too much. She had almost given into it. She was almost at the point to say that she was going to kill Harry for the man. The dream itself she could remember when she woke up. But that dream was now completely gone. At breakfast they got their timetables from Professor McGonagall. The first lesson was that of potions, then charms and transfiguration. Quickly they took their books and went to the basement for their first potion lesson. Neville and Harry sat in the first bench and the girls were seated behind them. The door flew open and a man came in, with greasy hair that fell past his face. His robes were flapping behind him as if it was blown up by the wind. He walked through the classroom with a big fake smile on his face. His gaze went straight to Harry, with a look of pure hatred in his eyes. Bella was behind Harry and had seen how the professor had looked at Harry. She put a hand on Harry's shoulder to tell him that she had seen it too. Before anyone realized what Severus Snape did, he fired all kinds of questions at Harry. And yes, that was the name of the professor, a professor they immediately did not like. Hermione threw her finger in the air to answer the question. She knew every answer. Bella also stuck her finger in the air, and gave a glance at Harry. Harry was supposed to know the answer, because he had read it in the book together with her. Harry told him that he did not know the answer. Maybe he had to ask Bella or Hermione, they knew the answer after all he had said. It was something that he should not have said at all. 10 points were immediately taken away from Gryffindor. Bella and Daphne immediately went on the rampage that it was not fair. 10 points for you meddling, screamed Snape. Now it was the turn for Hermione, Susan and Neville to shout that it was unfair. It does not matter what you think of me, you all have detention with Professor McGonagall this evening, Snape yelled again. The remainder of the class was going on quietly. Professor Snape was throwing nasty comments at Harry every time he looked at him. And each time there were 6 students who threw 6 nasty glances back at him. After the lesson, the 6 friends went red-faced with anger to their next charms lesson. The first lesson they've got was Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation of a feather. That was the best lesson they had all day. Hermione and Bella had been floating the feather, at their first attempt. Daphne and Harry had their feather floating at their 4th attempt. Neville and Susan had more difficulty with the feather. But by the end of the lesson they were also successful. At lunchtime that afternoon everything was passed on, with the Wingardium Leviosa charm. Things collapsed and goblets spill empty all over the table. After that Professor McGonagall had taught them the cleanup spell, they were allowed to go back to the Leviosa charm. Professor McGonagall liked it when students immediately brought the spells they had learned into practice. It was her opinion that if you do everything that you've learned in a day-to-day basis, you not only learn better but it's fun too. It gives you more control over your own magic. The last class of the day was their transfiguration lesson. This was given to them by Professor McGonagall. As they walked into the classroom they saw that Professor McGonagall was not there yet. However, there was a cat sitting on top of the desk. Bella sat down in front with Harry and Daphne on each side of her. They had their book already out, and were waiting patiently. "Where do you think Auntie Minnie is?" Bella whispered softly to Harry. "Who is Auntie Minnie?" Daphne asked. "That would be me, Miss Greengrass," Professor McGonagall said, from out of nowhere. Daphne shrieked and saw that Professor McGonagall was sitting on the spot on the desk, where just a cat had been sitting. "Hello class, I like to welcome you all in your first transfiguration lesson. In this class we are going to do everything from changing matchsticks to pins and humans into animals. Today we are going to transfigure a matchstick into a pin." Professor McGonagall explained the spell and everyone started to work. Bella and Hermione were again the first who succeeded in transfiguring the matchstick into a pin. Harry was not much later than Hermione and he was followed by Susan. At the end of the lesson, Neville and Daphne performed the spell. This was also due to the help they had from their friends. Bella and Hermione had earned 20 points for Gryffindor. While everyone left the classroom, Professor McGonagall walked over to the six friends. Your punishment will take place tonight at 8 o'clock in my office, she said sternly. The friends had to swallow hard when they heard her saying those words, and also by how severe she said them. They had completely forgotten that they had to do their detention that evening. But fortunately they had little to no homework. They had done all their homework in the afternoon and after their final lesson. They had even worked ahead in some lessons. At 6 o'clock they left the common room and went to the Great Hall to eat. Together, they quickly found the shortest way to the main hall. It was a wonderful meal and they were thoroughly enjoying it and their friendship. The idea that they still had to do detention was not the ideal night for them. They pretty much agreed that Professor Snape had some hatred towards Harry. They all could see the hatred he had directed at Harry. They only needed to convince Professor McGonagall of those thoughts. That they had to do their detention with Professor McGonagall was the only thing that was not nice. They were expecting that Professor McGonagall was stricter than Snape. At 8 o'clock they were standing at the door at the office of Professor McGonagall. With a stern look they were let in. The first thing that Professor McGonagall asked was, "What has happened in Merlin's name?" The five friends immediately began to shout what Professor Snape had done. And also how unfair he was against Harry. The hatred he had for them and all they could think of. Harry just kept quiet and listened to his friends. McGonagall told that Professor Snape would give someone a list of questions. He would do that every year. And every year it would be a Gryffindor. Which always ended in a detention for that student. Anyway, this was the first time she had 6 students at once that had to do detention with her. But she also said she believed the students in the first class. Professor Snape only did it because he could then show that he was strict, and in this way the students were afraid of him. Her second question was whether they wanted tea, with sugar or milk. Professor McGonagall was learning a lot from the friends that Harry had gathered around him in a short time. It was so strange to her. The way Harry was in the Red Book, and now here at school. It seemed that he was the leader of this group. And yet, it also seemed as if the group was one unit. It was something she still had to think about. The rest of the evening they were chatting and gossiping. Professor McGonagall kept them a little longer than was necessary, she was just having too much fun with the students. Something she did not have much of after the death of her daughter and husband. She wanted to learn as much as possible about the 6 friends. Later that evening she brought them back to their own common room. They had to look sad, she had told them. Just in case they would come across Professor Snape in one of the corridors. At their common room, they all went inside, only Bella paused a bit. Before Bella knew it, tears were already flowing down her cheeks. Minerva sat down on one knee and held Bella in a hug. The hug was something she had never done otherwise, but Bella was something special to her. And yet the hug was also something special even for her. "What is it, Bella?" she asked kindly. "Tell me about it," she said. "Auntie Minnie, I'm afraid to go to sleep here. I'm afraid he will come again in my dreams. He is much stronger here in this castle. What if I do not make it, without Harry? What if I want to kill Harry, just because I'm not strong enough to resist him?" Bella was now slowly starting to cry. "I do not want to lose Harry, Auntie Minnie. I feel safe when Harry is with me. That guy scares me. But with Harry there, I'm not afraid. It's worse here in the castle. I think I must kill Harry here and I do not want to." Bella could not hold it any longer. The tears came faster than she wanted. She did everything to be strong, but now she was crumbling before the eyes of Minerva. Minerva took Bella into a hug and kissed her forehead. She waited patiently until Bella came back to herself. Then she walked into the common room with Bella at her hand. Inside the common room, she took the 6 friends up to the boys' dormitory. There she sat down upon Harry's bed and looked sternly at everyone. "Dora," she called. Within a second the house elf stood beside her. "Dora, I want you to keep an extra eye on Bella here. If she calls for Harry, even if she only calls for him once, I want you to bring Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom directly to Bella and the other girls here." She glanced at the boys and she looked even stricter. "There are 2 empty beds in the girls' dormitory. If you are there, you can sleep in the empty beds and not with the girls. Now she glanced at everyone. I hope you will not abuse it, otherwise I'll come back on my decision. Now all of you go to sleep and I'll see you tomorrow. Professor McGonagall left the common room and went her own way. She knew that Bella would try to call Harry that night. It was something that she would not mind for once. The fear she had seen in the eyes of Bella had been unbearable for her. She would have never believed it if she had not seen it herself. She knew that Arabella had told her all about it, and that it was what she could expect. Yet in her mind she did not believe Arabella at first thought. And last night she had lived it and experienced it all. Bella had been lying in her bed and was screaming for more than 2 hours. And Harry had her quiet within 5 minutes. In her own office she took the little red book yet again in her hands. For the 100th time she was reading it and she now knew that it was all true, and everything about Harry was true. The tears began to flow again with every word that Minerva McGonagall was reading. What Professor McGonagall had imagined about what could have happened that night, was something that happened. It was just before midnight when Bella cried out for Harry. Dora the house elf had brought Harry and Neville to the side of Bella within a minute. Dora the house elf had popped in and out before they could blink. But before she had left them, she had said that Harry and Neville had to call her in the morning. Then she could bring them back to their own dormitory. Neville went into one of the empty beds and was snoring before his head had reached his pillow. Bella saw Harry and flew him around his neck. Harry went into the other empty bed and lay down quietly. Bella briefly crawled into his bed just like Daphne did, and after a little hug, they all went to sleep. Hermione also crawled into the bed with Neville, even it was just for a moment, but in his sleep he had hugged her briefly, then they also went to sleep in their own bed. When Professor McGonagall walked into the girls' dormitory at 12:30 in the night, just to see if they were all in their own beds, she saw the boys and girls lying in separate beds. She obviously knew that this was going to happen more often. But it was something that she actually did not mind at all. She knew that the kids could behave themselves when needed. It was early in the morning when Dora was shaking Harry by the arm. "Wake up, Mr. Potter. Wake up, please," squeaked the elf. "Wake up. It's time for you to go back to your own dormitory," squeaked Dora again. While Harry and Neville were taken back to their own dormitory, the girls were getting ready for the lessons of that day. This was a lesson that Neville had looked forward to. It was his first lesson of herbology. For Harry it made no difference, he just wanted to see and learn magic, just like Bella did. He was more scared of his first flying lesson. Just like the rest of them were scared of that. Meanwhile, Bella was sitting in the common room waiting for Harry. She had a smile around on her face, because her Auntie Minnie had arranged that Harry could always be with her, if she needed him. When Harry entered the common room, the smile on the face of Bella was twice as big. Immediately she told Harry that she would only call him when she needed him. She did not want to make Auntie Minnie mad at her. Last night she had only tried it, to see if it worked. He wanted no evil Professor McGonagall on his bedside, he said to her, now that he was thinking about it. Together they were snickering at those thoughts. After breakfast, the 6 friends were walking to the greenhouses of Hogwarts. Neville told them that he had a greenhouse of his own at home. That was something he could do for himself according to his grandmother. His grandmother had also instructed him that he had to grow certain plants. According to Neville, his grandmother would sell those plants again to others. What he did not know was that Arabella was the largest buyer of those plants. Every year we go on holiday from the money we made of those plants, he explained. There were 3 large greenhouses on the grounds of Hogwarts. The happiness on the face of Neville was obvious. At the first greenhouse there stood a little witch with mud on her hands and clothes. Everything about her said that she was always busy with plants. With her hands she waved everyone into the 3rd greenhouse. "Hello, I'm Professor Sprout. Here you will learn all about plants and herbs. The majority of the herbs that we grow here, we will also use in our potions lessons and infirmary. The first thing we'll do is push the pus out of the pus plants, milking their juices from the flowers." Professor Sprout explained how they had to push the juices from the plants. And everyone went to work. Neville had the greatest fun with the lesson. Neville was also in the top of the class. Daphne and Harry followed right behind Neville. Unfortunately for Hermione, Susan and Bella, it was not their best lesson, but they also fulfilled their task at the end of the lesson with the help of their friends. After the lesson, there was nothing more desperate for Hermione than a bath, just like Bella it was for Bella. Neville, however, seemed to be a natural at herbology. That day Neville received an owl at lunch. He got a package with an odd orb in it. This orb was filled with white smoke. It was a remembrall. These were very rare according to Hermione. These orbs would tell you that you had forgotten something that was very important for you, when the smoke would turn red. The downside of it was quite often that you never knew what you had forgotten. Such was also the case with Neville. The smoke got red and Neville did not know what he had forgotten. Together, the friends walked to the Quidditch field. Neville was still thinking about what he had forgotten. Madam Hooch was on the field watching the first-year students walking towards her for their first flying lesson. Neville shouted as a small cry of anguish when he saw Madam Hooch standing beside a few brooms. Hermione looked up at him with a questioning look. "This is what I forgot. I'm afraid to fly," he cried out. "The downside of it all is that I cannot do anything about it." He was now at the lesson, so he had to go through with it, afraid or not, he told her. Hermione listened to him and placed a calming hand on his arm. She could see how scared he was of flying. "Everyone beside a broom, put a hand over the broom and say up," with a stern voice, she said. One after one they were standing beside a broom and called up at the same time. Harry's broom jumped into his hand. The brooms of Bella and Daphne also jumped up, though it was a little hesitant, just like the one from Susan. The brooms of Hermione and Neville did not want to come up to their hands. Eventually the brooms came to their hands and they could join the class. "Okay, now that you have done that, you can put a leg over the broom and push up. Float a bit and bend forward to land again." Harry was the first to try. He floated a bit and then leaned forward. Calmly he dropped down and landed gently. Bella was the second who did it well. Neville looked a bit scared to everyone who managed to float a bit. With some brute force Neville pushed off from the ground and began to float. He floated into the air. 1, 2, 4, 9 meters higher and higher he went. Neville did not stop but went higher and higher. "Lean forward, Mr. Longbottom," Madam Hooch shouted after him. But Neville still went higher and higher. "Come down here, Mr. Longbottom," Madam Hooch called again. "Come down here, Mr. Longbottom." Neville did not respond and just flew off, but anyone who was on the ground heard him screaming with fear. The fear from Neville sent shivers through everyone around. Neville was flying over the roof of the castle. Bella and Harry did not hesitate a minute and went after him. "Miss Smith and Mr. Potter, you will come back, and you will come back this minute," was called after them by Madam Hooch. Neville had no control over his broom and was now flying zigzag over the castle. He clung to his broom with all his power. Whether he sat on his broom or hung underneath it, he could not get his broom under control. Bella and Harry were following him closely. Neville literally flew over the fields of Hogwarts and towards Hagrid's cabin. Just before the cabin he went left, missing Hagrid by a hair. Hagrid, who was busy in his pumpkin field, looked up. His eyes went wide and looked straight to Bella and Harry, who came straight at him. Harry shot past Hagrid on his right side, and Bella shot past his left side. Bella leaned slightly more forward to make more speed. And Harry followed her example. Neville flew straight at Madam Hooch. Just in front of her, he shot straight up to the sky. The look of Neville was just one of fear. Hermione shouted at him that he should be calm, but that did not help. Daphne sat on the ground with her hands over her eyes, looking through the slits between her fingers. Neville flew straight at one of the towers from Hogwarts, just past the window of the office of Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was startled when she looked out of her office window. Just as she stood at the window, she saw how Bella and Harry were also shooting past her window. Both had a look that was totally focused on Neville. She looked and watched how Neville was hanging with only an arm and a leg on his broom. Neville suddenly turned around and went straight to his friends. Bella and Harry could barely avoid him. Neville was now swinging between the towers of Hogwarts. Harry followed him at every movement he made. Bella flew around the towers and was hoping to get to Neville in a faster way. From out of nowhere Neville turned left, and with a thundering blow, he went head first against the biggest tower of Hogwarts. He just went limp and began to slide from his broom. Madam Hooch was now flying right behind Bella, and had a good look at what was happening. Neville was not aware of anything, and managed to slide a little further from his broom. His broom was now falling straight down to the ground, with an unconscious Neville behind him. Harry and Bella did not hesitate and dove also to the ground, hoping to stop Neville. Madam Hooch screamed at them to stop. But the friends ignored her screams and accelerated their speed even more. Bella and Harry flew directly into Neville. Just above the ground there was a noise of a blow. The three of them were now rolling on the ground. The blow was very hard and the three friends lost their consciousness. How Madam Hooch saw it. Madam Hooch saw how Harry and Bella dove straight at Neville. Just above the ground she saw how Bella grabbed his upper body in flight. She also saw how Harry grabbed his legs in flight. The blow of it was heard in the wide surroundings. The three friends were now rolling across the ground. Madam Hooch stopped near them and looked worrisome to the three small bodies that were now lying on the ground. The other students were making their way towards the three students who were now laying on Hogwarts grounds. Hermione and Daphne were the ones who were at the forefront of the group. Daphne immediately ran to Harry and Bella, while Hermione was running towards Neville. Madam Hooch levitated the three students and took them to the infirmary. In the infirmary, Poppy Pomfrey sat quietly in her office. "What has happened in Merlin's name?" she shouted loudly, when the doors of the infirmary were thrown open. "Poppy, this boy lost control over his broomstick and has had a wild flight. At a certain moment he has flown against the highest tower and nearly slipped off his broom. He had a fall of more than 100 meters. If it had not been for those two stupid kids, he would have been dead when he hit the ground. They caught him just above the ground in a nosedive," Madam Hooch said to Poppy Pomfrey. Poppy looked at the three students who had been placed on an empty bed. She swung her wand across the bodies. "Those two have only slight bruising, but he is worse off," Poppy said. "Leave those two there so they can wake up peacefully. Then they can leave the infirmary after a potion for the pain," Poppy explained. "If all goes well, Neville may leave tomorrow. If all goes well, that's." After 2 hours, Bella and Harry came back to consciousness. They were still in their clothes, much to the relief of Harry. The last thing he would want was that they would see his scars. Daphne was sitting between them and was holding the hands of her friends firmly. Hermione was sitting on the edge of Neville's bed. Susan sat on the other side of Bella and between Neville. She also had a worried look for her friends. Bella was the first who asked how Neville was doing. Hermione looked at her with a sad look. "Neville will be all right. Poppy is keeping him in a dreamless sleep. He has a couple of broken ribs and he bruised both of his legs. If it was not for you two, he would probably not have survived. That was what Madame Pomfrey just told me. You saved his life," Hermione told them through her tears. And again it was obvious that there was more between Hermione and Neville than just friendship. Bella looked satisfied at Harry. "We have done well then, Harry," she said with a smile. Harry glanced over at Bella and also smiled. Daphne stood up and hugged Harry and Bella. She was pleased that it would be all right with all of them. It took almost 4 hours before Neville would wake up. He still had pain all over his body, but was happy that they had saved him. "I owe you a life debt now," he told them. Harry and Bella were now looking at him quizzically. Daphne laughed as she saw their faces. "Bella, Hermione and Harry, we really need to talk about the old ways and the old families. There are a lot of things that you must know about this, and about the magic that comes with it. One of them is a life debt. This happens when you save someone's life. There are only 2 ways you can pay off that life debt. One is to save the life of that person. And the second way is dying. In other words, you owe them that debt your whole life," explained Daphne to her friends. Professor McGonagall entered the infirmary. She was only now allowed in by Madame Pomfrey to be with her little lions. Little lions, that was how she called the students of her house. This was because the house mascot was a lion. "Auntie Minnie," exclaimed Bella. "Hi Bella, is everything well with you?" was her question when she was at their beds. She went to sit with her little lions and watched them for a moment. "You have done something very stupid and very brave. It's not often that two first year can do such a great deed. I am really proud of the both of you, even though it was still stupid to do such a thing. She looked at them stirred, with the smallest smile she could do. It even seemed that she was waiting for something. Less than 10 minutes later, a boy with brown hair walked into the infirmary. They did not know who he was, but Professor McGonagall seemed to have been waiting for him. May I introduce you to Oliver Wood? Wood, I've got two of the best chasers here that I have ever seen. The face of the boy seemed to become happier by the minute. Professor McGonagall said goodbye and left the infirmary. Oliver Wood remained behind and began to explain what the sport Quidditch really was. Both Harry and Bella had never heard of Quidditch. That they were now the chasers for Gryffindor was a surprise for them. Especially when they heard what they had to do. Both Bella and Harry now really wanted to play Quidditch. At the Gryffindor table, they were welcomed as heroes. Neville, however, had to stay another night. Maybe he could sit with them the next day at dinner. Everywhere in the Great Hall they were whispering. Everyone had heard of the two first years, who had made a nosedive of about 100 meters. All of this just to save the life of another first year. On top of all that, there was another rumor that went around. Those two first years were now in the Gryffindor Quidditch team. And they would be the first years that could do that. That night Harry and Bella were dreaming about a career as chasers, in a sport that they knew nothing about. The next day, however, it was very different. First lesson they had was defense against the dark arts. This was the lesson where Harry and Bella had been looking forward to. They sat at the back of the classroom and looked forward to the teacher. Harry told his friends that he had encountered Professor Quirrell in the Leaky Cauldron. And that he stuttered when he spoke. Everyone looked at the door when the professor walked inside. He walked to the front of the classroom wringing his hands. There he stood with his purple turban on his head. Go good tomorrow morning class, he stuttered. DTTH this ISSD the DEFA defense against the dark arts. Quirrell turned around to the blackboard. Harry immediately clutched his scar, and cried out in pain. The pain that shot through his head was unbearable. He did not know what to do but held his hand to his forehead and against his scar. Beside him, Bella looked startled at Harry. Are you all right, Harry? She asked anxious. Harry was now looking with tears in his eyes, tears of pain to Professor Quirrell. At that moment, Bella shot a quick glance at Professor Quirrell, who was still standing with his back turned towards them. Kill Harry Potter. You can do it now. From out of nowhere came the voice at once in her head. She heard the voice where she normally only dream about. Kill him now. No, she screamed out loud. Bella looked frightened at Harry and shook her head. She looked around the classroom at everyone who looked at her and Harry and ran out of the classroom. Harry saw that something is wrong with Bella, but through the pain he could not really see what it was. She suddenly got up and ran away. Without really thinking about it, Harry followed her at full speed. Bella, Bella, wait for me, he shouted after her. 2 corridors further he could finally catch her by the arm. He grabbed her and pulled her into a hug. What happened? Why were you running away from the lesson? Harry asked Bella a little worried. I heard his voice in the classroom. I had to kill you again, Harry. And I do not want to, Harry. I was awake and I heard him. Hold me, Harry, please hold me. A sobbing Bella looked into the green eyes from Harry. Miss Smith, Mr. Potter. A voice called sternly down the hallway when she saw them. Why are you not in class and why are you here in the hallway? Harry heard the stern voice from Professor McGonagall and looked up at her, a little scared. I'm sorry, Professor, but something very strange happened when we were with Professor Quirrell in class. Ooh, Mr. Potter, please tell me, and be fair, she said, as she looked at Bella. I got a sudden pain in my scar. And Bella heard that voice again, the one who tells her to kill me. As McGonagall looked at the pair, she told them that they were to go to the main hall. While the pair walked away, Minerva looked after them worried. Again she had seen the pain and fear in the eyes of Bella. Harry and Bella were sitting together at their house table when their 3 friends came back from class, where they had walked out of. Bella whispered to them what had happened and that she had heard the voice again. The friends had not forgotten how bad it was that night. And that they now had potions was something they were not looking forward to. It was not their favorite lesson. Fortunately, it was not as bad as last time. This time it was hell. They had lost 40 points from their house. And they did not know why. The potions they all had made were removed by Professor Snape even before they could turn them in. They wanted to tell it to Professor McGonagall, but thought they could not do that now. It did not sound good to run to Professor McGonagall every time something went wrong with potions. So they all were grumpy when they walked into Great Hall in order to do their assignments. At dinner time, Neville walked into the Great Hall. With a big smile, he sat down next to them. Finally out of the infirmary, he said happy. Harry, I got a letter from my grandmother and she wants to officially thank you for saving my life and you too, Bella. She wrote me that I as a lord of the House Longbottom, I have to express an official acknowledgements. Perhaps also with a promise on my magic. Bella and Harry looked at him quizzically. Again they understood nothing of it all. Hermione had read some books about it and then exclaimed, Really, Neville, on your own magic, is that what your grandmother has written? Again, Harry and Bella did not understand it. Daphne, who had watched it all unfold, stood up, and took Bella and Harry at their hands. Tonight we do our homework, and tomorrow we are going to explain to you what it means to be a gentleman and a lady from a house. If I'm not mistaken, you are one of the major lords, Harry. Harry looked again at Daphne with a look full of questions. Bella saw that Harry understood just as much as she did herself. So she took his hand and squeezed a little. Harry took the hand gratefully. Something inside told him that it was good when Bella held his hand that way. A feeling that he always wanted to have. Bella did something to him that he never felt before. She saw him as Harry, not like the boy in the cupboard, or the boy who lived. In turn, Bella thought again that she could have no better friend than Harry. With him she felt safe and complete. She did not know why. But that man who was always telling her that she had to kill Harry, seemed to be very afraid for Harry, for some reason, and that always gave her strength, a strength that she would not have otherwise. There was so much that Harry and Bella did not understand. So Bella just smiled at Harry and knew he was the one. She laid her head on Harry's shoulder and sighed with happiness. Without even knowing it, Harry was now playing with her hair. At times like this, all the others were air for them. Something that Daphne did not really like, but she could also see the love they had for each other. In her heart she wanted to be in the arms of Harry, however, that place was now occupied by Bella, and her thoughts went back to the beginning of the year. The Sorting Hat had told her it would be okay. So with that in mind she held onto it like a lifeline. It was late at night before they went to bed. Bella was not tired enough, so she was left alone sitting on a couch in the common room. There she sat alone in the common room in front of a fireplace. She stared into the fire and heard that voice again. Now there was also the voice of the woman. Kill Harry, he said. Make friends with Harry, he will help you, the woman's voice sounded through it all. This dream was different, it was one that was not scary. The woman in her dream was helping her. She told her she had to rely on Harry. Now she also saw a young man again. He had long wavy hair and a friendly face. Sirius was his name. She did not know why, but that young man was one man she trusted completely. He looked at her and was smiling kindly at her. There was another young man that walked into her dream. Sirius was laughing and took his hand. Then Sirius pulled the young man in a heartfelt hug. James Potter, what are you doing here? She heard him say. There was a smile on the face of Bella. She thought it was a beautiful sight to see two friends share their feelings for each other. James Potter was a true friend of Sirius, she thought. James turned and looked straight into her eyes. Bella gulped when she saw James looking at her. Harry Potter, she called out. Dora acted instantly. She appeared next to Harry. She grabbed his hand and led him to Bella. Harry was sleepy but looked around himself. Bella was lying there like a ball on a couch in the common room. Harry sat down next to her and watched as she smiled in her dream. This time she had no nightmare. That was something Harry was very happy about. Harry crawled beside Bella on the couch and fell asleep almost immediately. Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson were the first students that walked into the common room that morning. Both got a smile on their faces when they looked into the common room. Katie, if there were ever two people made for each other, I can definitely say that it is these two right here. Look at how cute they are laying here on the couch, Angelina said. Angelina watched how Harry was lying in his oversized pajamas with his head on the armrest of the couch. Harry had his arm around Bella, and Bella was extra close to him, with her back towards him and her head resting on his arm. Both had a smile on their face. Katie slowly walked up to them and took the arm from Harry and away from the waist of Bella. To her surprise, Bella grabbed the hand of Harry and pulled it back around her waist again. The two ladies just giggled and woke Bella and Harry up softly. Sleepily they opened their eyes and looked at the friendly faces of Katie and Angelina. Wake up you two, you have your first Quidditch training today. Bella and Harry instantly shot straight up, and looked around. Both a little embarrassed that they were found in the manner they were lying there. Katie and Angelina, however, assured them that they would not tell anything to anyone. They had done nothing bad, they said. Katie told them that everyone had fallen asleep in the common room one time or another. Bella and Harry ran toward their dorm and dressed quickly into their Quidditch robes. Within 10 minutes they were running along with Katie and Angelina to the Quidditch pitch. They were followed by two red-headed boys. You could clearly see that they were twins. They also were looking very sleepy. Oliver Wood was already waiting on his team. You're late, he shouted. Why is that, if I may ask? He snapped a little angry. Katie glared at him, but it was Angelina who responded. Olivier, there are people here who would have loved to remain in the spot where they were, but that's something you do not allow. So be glad that we are here, you South Dot Avenue driver, she snapped back. She quickly gave a nod to Bella and Harry, which were both already read about the thoughts of how they were lying on the couch. Okay, it's all good, but be ready in 10 minutes, was his quick answer. Okay, listen all of you, Oliver Wood cried out. First we will see what these two first years can do on a broom. I've heard that they would be good chasers, but I would like to see that for myself. Bella and Harry did not know what to make of Oliver Wood. What they did know was that he was extremely passionate about Quidditch. Fred, George, I want you to fly across the field. And then we can see if these first years are able to tap you on the back in flight. Easier said than done. Harry and Bella received a broom each and had to go straight after Fred and George. It took a minute for Harry to tap both of these guys on their backs. For Bella it took a little longer, but she tapped them as well. Not bad, Potter, not bad at all, but can you catch? Oliver asked. Harry shrugged his shoulders and just looked at Oliver. So the next thing he had to do was catch tennis balls. Oliver simply hit them off with a baseball bat, and Harry had to catch them before they hit the ground. He only missed the first ball. Katie, who was the seeker of the team, had to go head-to-head with Harry. Katie had only captured 2 balls, while Harry had 8 balls in his hands. Every ball that Oliver hit across the field appeared to be making him happier. From his pocket he took a little gold ball. This ball unfurled its wings and flew away. He was telling Harry that it was the golden snitch, and that he had to capture it, before Katie had caught it. 20 minutes later, Harry was holding the golden snitch up in the air. In the stands there was a little applause. Harry and Bella saw Hermione, Daphne, Susan and Neville sitting in the stands. Katie flew to Harry and patted him on the shoulder. Great job, Potter. I did not even see the snitch, she told him. Oliver asked if he wanted to be their new seeker. He even said that he would be better than Bill Weasley. Harry had no idea who Bill Weasley was. But he would find that out later when Fred and George told it all to him. And Katie would again be a chaser, and chaser was something that she liked far better than seeker. Bella was sitting at the sideline watching Harry go after the winged little ball. Katie did not even saw the ball. Bella was clapping just as hard as the others when Harry held up the golden ball. And now it was time for Bella to show what she could do. According to Oliver, she would be a perfect chaser, little, fast and agile. First she had to toss a big red ball around. It was called the quaffle. All of this while she was flying in circles, together with Angelina and Katie. 15 minutes later they were throwing the quaffle at each other in all kinds of angles. Now she had to toss the quaffle through the rings, whereas Oliver tried to hold it out of the rings. After all, he was the keeper of the team. Half an hour later, Fred, George and Harry would try to steal the quaffle from them. After an hour or two, it seemed as if they had always played together. Only Harry was fast enough to make it a bit hard for the chasers. Bella was a natural at the game, and she therefore scored 20 times more than Katie and Angelina together. She threw the quaffle in every impossible way to the other players. And they were always caught by the others. Finally, Fred and George were allowed to show their talents as beater. They were allowed to hit Bella and Harry with bludgers, and the only thing that Bella and Harry had to do was to avoid it. It was 8:30 and everyone had to go to breakfast. The reason why it was so early was to keep Bella and Harry secret from the rest of the school, a plan which of course would never succeed. The moment they left the Quidditch stadium, they came across Professor McGonagall. She congratulated Harry and Bella and told them that she had been watching the entire training. She assumed that Harry was now a seeker instead of a chaser, something she would have done herself. Yes, she was very pleased with what she had seen on the Quidditch pitch. Oliver told her that Bella and Harry still needed different brooms, the school brooms were just not good enough for the game. Harry told him that he had enough money in a special account that his parents had put aside for him, that was something he had learned from Hagrid. So he could pay for his own broom, but Bella did not have the money for a new broom. Something that Harry already knew, so before she could say anything, Harry promised her that he would buy her a new broom. With a cry of happiness, Bella flew herself around his neck. He immediately asked if Professor McGonagall would go with him to buy a new broomstick, because it was not allowed for first year to do it on their own. Actually, it was not permitted for first-year students to have a broomstick at all. Professor McGonagall told him that she had to go and think about it. Maybe they could do it in 2 weeks. That was if she got permission from Dumbledore to do it. It was something that she hoped she would be allowed to do. The entire team walked to their common room. There they would take a shower that they were craving for. At 9 the whole team were at the breakfast table, along with all their other friends. Professor McGonagall had seen them leave the Quidditch pitch. Again she thought back to the little red book. Harry was very different here than at home. And yet there was a lot that was the same. Harry had many friends, but he only walked in the middle of them. It was as if he had built a protection wall of friends around him. He also talked a lot with his friends, but was very quiet when an adult asked him something. It seemed as if he was afraid to answer. It was these things that raised more and more questions for Professor McGonagall. She kept thinking about it until she was sitting at the breakfast table, and looked at the group. What she saw raised more questions, but they were about something else. Hermione had taken a book from the library about Quidditch and was now talking about it with Oliver Wood. Daphne had the broom from Fred in her hands and was treating it with a cleaning kit. She could even repair the twigs that were bent. Neville sat next to her and helped her with the polishing of the broom handle. When they were finished, Angelina gave her broom to Neville and Katie gave her broom to Daphne, which were immediately repaired and polished. Oliver looked at the whole ritual. The first years were very thorough with the cleaning and restoration of the brooms. He was also very impressed with Hermione. She had remembered everything she had read in the book, and in that way she could think up the best strategy. She pointed Oliver on the strengths of each team member, but also their weaknesses. She had told him that she had done it all together with Susan. So it was shortly thereafter that Oliver stood up and ran to Professor McGonagall. Together with Professor McGonagall he came walking back to the table. Oliver had a wide grin on his face and was obviously happy about something. "Miss Granger, is it true that you and Susan know the strong points and weak points of each team member?" was the question Professor McGonagall asked Hermione. Hermione immediately told the good qualities of each player to Professor McGonagall, but also where they could improve themselves. "I see that Oliver was right about that. Would you consider being the coach of the Gryffindor Quidditch team together with Susan?" Hermione looked at Susan and together they nodded violently and happy. Next, Professor McGonagall held the broom of Angelina Johnson in her hands. "Miss Johnson, I would like you to test this broom outside, and you too, Miss Bell," was the next question that Professor McGonagall asked both ladies. 10 minutes later, the two ladies were walking back inside. "And what do you think about the behavior of your brooms, now that they have been polished and repaired?" "They've never flown as good as now. They are much smoother and more agile than before," was their joint response. Professor McGonagall looked at them approvingly and was now completely focused on Neville and Daphne. What would you both think if I would ask you to take care of the maintenance of the brooms and the robes of the team? And also for the entire team during the games, such as giving them water and other things. Neville now glanced at Daphne. Professor, I speak for Neville and myself when I say we would be honored to be the caregivers for the Gryffindor team and their equipment. The sheer sincerity with which Daphne was telling it did melt the heart of the otherwise so stern Professor McGonagall. Then you are all a part of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and you are also expected to attend every practice. She told them and walked away with a rare smile. All first year were immediately congratulated and taken in a few hugs, only Harry tried to escape those hugs. And when he got one he froze immediately, something that Angelina and Katie immediately noticed. Daphne sighed slightly when Harry's arms went around her, but she did not show it. And Harry did it all just to escape the other hugs, and that was something that was only seen by Bella, and she was the only one to see the fear in his eyes. It was a delicious breakfast that they had after all the events from that morning. Daphne was sitting along with Bella, creating ideas about their team robes. They all thought that now they were part of the Quidditch team, they therefore were entitled to a team outfit, something that everyone agreed on. Back in the Great Hall of the big doors opened and there was a man with long blonde hair who came walking in. Behind him was a small figure. Harry looked at the little figure. With his elbow he touched Bella and pointed at the little figure. Bella stared at the creature in admiration as did Harry. That creature saw them sitting and went with the same admiration to Bella and Harry. Hello, Harry said. Hi, Bella said. The eyes of the creature grew wide when he saw the scar on Harry's forehead. Come sit down with us, said Harry. The eyes of the little creature immediately filled themselves with tears after those words from Harry. You want Dobby to sit with you as an equal? Asked the creature between sobs. Yes, why would we not want you to sit with us as an equal? Harry asked confused. Little Dobby just looked at him with admiration and did not know what to say. Dobby, come here now. Bella looked at the man with the blonde hair. Something inside her told her that she knew him, but not from what. She saw how the scared little creature walked toward that man. Harry instantly knew it was wrong. That little creature was being tortured by that man. You could see it all in the attitude of that little creature. Unfortunately, Harry also knew he could do nothing about it. In the middle of the Great Hall, they could hear the man yelling at Dumbledore. I insist that you place Draco back into Slytherin. That's the house where he's supposed to be. Otherwise I will take him from this school or worse. I can assure you that next year will be very different, for anyone who goes to this school. The tirade man of the went on for about 25 minutes more. Everyone knew it was about Draco Malfoy. Draco was the boy with the blonde hair who was placed in Hufflepuff. He was sitting very secluded at the end of the house table. For Dumbledore it was a different story. He desperately wanted to put Draco into Slytherin more than anything. But Dumbledore knew that the Sorting Hat knew a lot about him. More than that, he wanted the Sorting Hat to know. He did not really know what he could do about it. Lucius saw that he gained nothing with Albus Dumbledore and went over to stand with Severus Snape. Severus, this is your godson. You must take him in your house, or should I ask the board to do it? Severus looked at him doubtfully. Then he looked straight at Dumbledore. There was an obvious hatred in his eyes. Lucius, I would turn to the board for this. I think you have better luck with it. The old fool will do nothing for you. Again he cast a hatred glance to Dumbledore. Dumbledore was deep in thought, just staring into space. He did not know what to do about it. If he had his way, Draco would have been in Slytherin, but the Sorting Hat thought otherwise. Again the doors of the Great Hall opened. This time it was a somewhat plump woman that walked into the Great Hall. She had a bunch of bright red hair and an intense look in her eyes. Behind her she was pulling a little girl along, painfully at the arm. Harry immediately thought back to the times he was pulled along, at his arm that way. When the woman saw Dumbledore sitting in the middle of the staff table, she let go of the girl and pointed a finger straight at Dumbledore. The girl was stroking her aching arm and looked around her, a little fear in her eyes. Come sit down here. The girl looked around and looked into the two greenest eyes she had ever seen. Bella took her hand and pulled her on the bench between her and Harry. Fred and George came from the rear of the table and sat between Hermione and Neville. That's our sister Bella, they said. Ginny, these nice people are Bella Smith and Harry Potter. The shy girl looked up. First she looked at Bella and subsequently to Harry. Ginny was not sure what to do now. On her left was the boy who lived, the boy she dreamed about at night. Hermione gave her a glass of pumpkin juice and looked at her kindly. Here, Ginny, drink this, I'm Hermione by the way. With an angry look she looked at Fred and George. The twins swallowed due to that look and quickly introduced Neville, Susan and Daphne. Ginny looked at the others, still a little shy but quietly drank her pumpkin juice. While she was still rubbing her aching arm with one end, Harry turned and looked where her mother had gone. Harry saw her mother standing by Dumbledore. He sat up straight because he could hear every word she said to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, we had an arrangement, she shouted. You know exactly what you promised me, and I assume that I can hold you to your promise. You know what the deal was with my Ron and Ginny. Ginny sat next to Harry and looked at him in horror. What's Ginny? Bella asked from behind her. Now Ginny looked at Bella. I'm not going to do it, she told Bella slowly. You will not do what? Bella asked again. Ginny was really shy now and could not bring another word out of her mouth. Bella tried it one more time, but it did not help. When she saw the beginning of small tears starting to come into the corners of the eyes of Ginny, she immediately stopped the questions she was asking. It's good, Ginny, you do not have to tell us, if you do not want to. We will be your friends when you are here at school, we will be your friends in whichever house you will be in at that time. Ginny looked grateful to Bella. Harry brought his attention back to the head table. There, at the head table, the woman with the red hair was still shouting at Dumbledore. In fact, Harry did not like it at all that she was doing that. It was like the man before her, who was still standing with Severus Snape. It was not the shouting that they did against Dumbledore, that was something he actually found quite nice. No, it was the way this man treated that little creature, and how that woman had treated Ginny. Harry could not stand it, the way she was pulling Ginny behind her like a rag doll. Everyone in the Great Hall had seen it, but nobody said anything about it. It seemed that Dumbledore had managed to get her to calm down a little bit. Harry looked further down the head table. Every teacher was watching intently at Dumbledore. Only Professor McGonagall was simply eating her breakfast. He thought he even saw a little smile around her mouth. The angry woman came walking back and wanted to grab Ginny's arm again. Ginny looked rather anxious and did not know what was going to happen. The woman brought her hand to Ginny's arm and wanted to grab it. And just before she grabbed the arm of Ginny, it was Harry who grabbed the woman's arm. Do you think it's normal that you are hurting your daughter in that way? Harry asked her quietly. The woman looked at him angrily, and that was the moment she saw his scar. Harry, she squeaked. With a look from what to do, she softly took the hand from Ginny. Come along, sweetheart, she said a little hesitant. Harry, however, had still not released the other arm of the woman. I asked you a question, ma'am, Harry said with a penetrating voice. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I would like to know whether you think it's normal to do that. Do you know that you were just now hurting the arm of Ginny again? Harry asked her again, but was still not releasing her other arm. Listen good, you spoiled brat. I decide myself whether I or Molly. The voice of Professor McGonagall echoed through the hall. This she shouted before Molly could finish her sentence. I would like you to answer that question, and that you treated Mr. Potter with the respect he deserved and not with, spoiled brat, you know nothing about Mr. Potter. Molly looked from Professor McGonagall to Harry. Then she looked from Harry to Ginny and saw that Ginny was a bit anxious. And only then it dawned at her what she had done. Ooh, great Merlin, she said. You're right, Harry. I think I was too angry and not thinking about what I've done. I'm really sorry, Ginny, Molly said. But Harry could see that she did not really mean it. It was a look he always saw from his aunt. Harry turned and continued eating. Ginny stood up and whispered, "Thank you, Harry." With a small smile, Harry said that it was good. Molly did not know what had happened to her and walked a little dazed, with Ginny at her hand out of the Great Hall. Fred and George looked at Harry with wide eyes but also with awe. No one had ever taken a stand against their mother that way. Ron, who was sitting at the Ravenclaw table, was making his way to Harry, fire and hatred in his eyes. Where do you think you get the nerve to do that against my mother? How would you like it if I would do that to your mother, you stupid rotten prick? Harry turned himself around angry. I would love it if you would do that, Ron, Harry shouted back at him. That was the last answer that Ron had expected. One moment he was beaten out for words. And why would you like that, Potter? Ron yelled back at him. Almost no one could hear what Harry said at the time. The only ones who heard what he said were Bella, Daphne, Fred and George. Then at least I would know that I still had a mother, was what he said, while the tears were flowing down his cheeks. Professor McGonagall had already turned away. She had heard what Ron had said and wanted to say something to Ron about that. But what happened next was way too fast for her. Bella and Daphne wrapped their arms around Harry and held him in their arms while he was sobbing. Fred and George literally jumped over the table and each grabbed Ron by one of his arms with an iron grip. And then they immediately dragged him out of the Great Hall. Meanwhile they were shouting things and curses into the ears of Ron. George shouted a little angry, if Professor Flitwick wanted to come along. Not sure what it meant, but still Professor Flitwick followed the twins out of the Great Hall. Harry had now become a little calmer in the arms of Bella and Daphne. Professor McGonagall looked shocked at the moment and then asked, Mr. Potter, can you tell me why you were talking to Mrs. Weasley in that way? Ginny was kind to us, so that's something that you also should do yourself, when it is done to you, Harry told her, with the tear stains on his cheeks still visible. Professor McGonagall gave a small smile when she realized what Harry meant. You are right, Mr. Potter, but I meant Mrs. Weasley, her mother. Professor McGonagall sank back down to one knee. Now she was sitting at the same height as Harry. Well, why was that, Mr. Potter? She asked again. Harry looked her straight in the eyes and said in a whisper. As long as I can remember, I get beaten and humiliated by my family who does not like me. I know exactly how bad it is. And Ginny does not deserve such a treatment. Nobody deserves that treatment, even though it's only once in a while. The eyes of Professor McGonagall widened by his words. Did Harry just tell her what she thought he told her? But Mr. Potter, you also do not deserve such a treatment. Harry shrugged his shoulders and turned back to his food. It is as it is, I think, a freak as I will always have it that way, he whispered. Bella had grabbed his arm and rubbed a hand over his back. Daphne did the same thing on the other side, even though she did not know what Harry meant by those words. A bewildered Professor McGonagall walked back to the head table. She sat down at her place and put her head onto her arms. Bella looked up and softly said to Harry and Daphne, I think Auntie Minnie is crying. Harry looked up quickly and walked with Daphne's hand in his hand behind Bella to the head table. Bella walked around the table and stood at the side of Professor McGonagall. Auntie Minnie, are you okay? Asked Bella. Professor McGonagall felt the small hand of Bella up on her shoulder. McGonagall looked at Bella, and Bella could see that she had been crying. Why does Harry thinks that he earned such a treatment from his family? She asked Bella. I think he does not care for it anymore. For him it is just normal, it's his life, it always has been that way. I also think that he never expect it to be any different, and it will always be that way for him. He has no hope for anything better, and I wished that I could give him hope for something better, Bella said to her Auntie Minnie. Now Professor McGonagall felt another hand go around her shoulder. She looked to the other side and saw Harry standing there. I'm sorry that I have made you cry, Professor. It was not my intention to do that to you. You may give me a punishment because I've been a bad boy, Harry said to Professor McGonagall. Ooh, Harry, you've done nothing wrong, and there will be no punishment for you. Go play with your friends, and enjoy your Saturday. She looked at Bella. He really is that way. I understand it now, Minerva said, and Bella nodded. Yes, Auntie Minnie, he really is that way, and Bella followed her friends outside. Professor McGonagall saw Fred and George come into the main hall and quickly threw a glance at the house points. She saw that Gryffindor had risen 50 points. But that Ravenclaw had dropped 50 points. She waved to Fred and George that they had to come to her. And immediately asked them what had happened. Fred told what Ron had said to Harry. And also what Harry had replied back to Ron. That was the thing that Minerva had not heard. When she heard what Harry had said, she almost started to cry again. And they had repeated to McGonagall that they felt that they had to intervene. But they had no regrets about that. Especially the way by which they have done so. Professor McGonagall said that they had done well and gave them another 50 house points. This because they had called in the head of Ravenclaw House. She also asked whether they had apologized to Professor Flitwick about how they did it. George told her that Professor Flitwick had waved it away. He thought it was a reasonable action according to the circumstances. That is why she had given them 50 points. Professor McGonagall sent the boys back to their common room. And again there was a lot she had to think about. Professor Minerva looked after the twin boys as they walked out of the Great Hall. She herself stood up and also left the hall. A little trudging she walked toward her own teacher's chamber. Her head slightly drooping and her shoulders down. A little defeated, she went into her teacher's chamber. Inside she sat behind her desk and again began to cry slightly, about Harry and what he had said that morning. She could not understand how Harry did everything. The love he had for others. And the sweetness that he gave them. And the coldness he had for himself. What had that aunt and uncle of him done to him, to make him feel that way about himself? Why did Harry not care about himself, as others did? She knows that there was so much more than that there was written in that little red book she had read. She even received a cold shiver when she had those thoughts. Harry had to have suffered far more than that Arabella or Bella had ever known about him. She noticed that he did accept the warmth of Bella and Daphne, more than that of the others. She basically wanted to go and ask Harry about it. But something told her that she should not do that to Harry. She just could not understand the boy in that way. So much love for others and so little for himself. The way he was standing up against Molly was something that she had not seen often before. The power he radiated outwards was more than she had ever seen at that age. Albus himself was nothing compared to Harry at that time. She had seen how Albus went backward when Molly railed against him. Harry just went against it and stood his ground. She had enormous respect for Harry by that action alone. It also brought back memories of the Sorting Hat. He had already told her some things, but she wanted to know more. Actually, she wanted to talk to the Sorting Hat one more time but did not know how. Albus would not leave his room this weekend. And that was precisely the place where the Sorting Hat was. She wanted to know more about Harry so she could help him. But she could not think of a way that she could do that. The only thing she could do was to tell Arabella everything. And ask her if she knew what she could do for Harry. She would handle the matter only if she was sure it would help Harry in any way whatsoever. In the short time that Harry was at school, she had fallen in love with that boy. That was something she did not understand. It was a love of a parent for her child. She did not dare to tell her reflection in the mirror that she loved that boy. She just hoped it was love from love, not from pity or pity for the boy. Because that would not be fair to him, he deserved real love. There was a thump on the door of her room, which brought her out of her thoughts. Rubbing her eyes dry, she headed for the door and opened it slowly. To her amazement, it was Albus Dumbledore that stood outside her door. "Minerva, I have here the Sorting Hat," he told her. "It asked me if I wanted to bring it to you." Albus was holding the Sorting Hat like a piece of rubbish, with no respect whatsoever for this centuries-old heirloom from the forefathers. He stretched out his hand and gave it to Professor McGonagall. Professor Minerva took it and laid it flat on her hand. She herself handled the Sorting Hat as a family friend. Which was something that Albus Dumbledore did not do in any way. She thanked Albus and walked back inside without another word. She was not going to talk to Albus, her anger prevented that. The only thing she saw was the little red book when she looked him in the eyes. The Sorting Hat was put down on her desk and she herself sat down opposite of it. She did not ask him anything and just looked at the hat that was lying in front of her. "Minerva, what is it you want to know from me?" the hat said. Minerva just looked at the hat for a moment. How did he know that she wanted to see him? "Minerva, I'm 1,000 years old. My job was more than just sorting the students. I was the first pensive ever made. I gave memories of people to other people. That's why the founders have become so great. They shared their knowledge with each other through memories. And if I'm not mistaken, you want to understand everything there is about Harry Potter." Professor Minerva just nodded that he was right. "Minerva, I want you to put me on your head, then I will show you some memories that I have seen in our first year students. And I hope you will understand them more when you have seen them. For a moment she looked at the hat. She was not really sure if she really wanted to know what was going on with her first year students. Yet she did put the hat on her head even though it was with a small hesitation. In her head, the hat's voice sounded softly but firm. Minerva, closed your eyes and listen to my voice. I will first show you a memory from Bellatrix Black. This is a memory with young Neville Longbottom. Everything went black before her eyes, and a moment later it became light again. Bellatrix stood with her husband before the house of Alice and Frank Longbottom. Outside the house she saw the husband of Bellatrix, saying an unforgettable curse. It was the imperious curse that he pronounced. At first Minerva could not see who he had put under that curse. Then she saw it. It was Bellatrix who was placed under the curse. She was ordered to disable Frank and Alice Longbottom before the other three men went inside. Something they did without any challenge of their own. Bellatrix tied them to a chair and locked them in a room. Her husband, his brother, and Barty Jr. walked in and began torturing the Longbottom. Bellatrix was given the order to take baby Neville to the other room and kill him there. Minerva could see that Bellatrix starting to resist the command she had received from her husband. You could see in her eyes that it took a lot of effort from her. She had pronounced that deadly curse almost 3 times. And then she did it anyway. She said the unforgivable curse, loud so that her husband could hear it in the other room. After that she took baby Neville and rolled him up in a blanket. She then put him in the back of a closet and piled a mountain of clothes in front of him, so that nobody could see him anymore. Minerva whispered. Neville was found in the back of a closet. Bellatrix had saved him that day. The Sorting Hat told her that Bellatrix never went dark. It was her husband and his master who had done that. She was forced to do the dark curses, forced to take the dark mark. Something that was made possible by the marriage contract she had with her husband. Then the Sorting Hat showed the next memory to Minerva. Again everything went dark, and when she saw him, her heart skipped a beat out of fear. In front of her stood Lord Voldemort. He was very angry and abusing Bellatrix, who was right before her eyes. Crucio! Crucio! She heard him shout. Rodolphus, you are no longer controlling her. She is resisting herself against you. From now on I, Lord Voldemort, will keep her under the imperious curse. Voldemort cursed Bellatrix and Minerva could do nothing about it. Minerva just did not know what she saw. She was a little sick of the way in which Lord Voldemort treated his people. But she also knew that Bellatrix was innocent of everything she had done as a Death Eater. She went to the next memory and saw Lily Potter. In the back of the room, she saw Sirius Black. Lily was clearly speaking to Sirius. Sirius, are you sure we should take Peter as our secret keeper? Yes, Lily. They will never believe it's Peter. I'm the best friend of James, which is well known to everyone. So they all will think that I am the secret keeper. But Peter they will never suspect, therefore it is better that it is Peter and not me, Sirius told Lily. Okay. But promise me 2 things, Sirius. Sure, Lily, tell me, Sirius said. 1. Never tell Albus this, but there are things that only I know. At this point the memory was hazy. All Minerva could see was Lily and Sirius. But she could not hear them. And just like it was hazy 1 minute, it was good again the next. 2. If something happens to us, then make sure that you take Harry and Minerva very far away from here. You and Minerva are the only family I have left. And I trust her for 100%, but I do not trust Albus. Minerva had to think hard about what she had just seen. So Lily did not trust Albus at all, but she did not know why. Now there was another memory. She saw Lily standing right in front of her in her own teacher's chamber. Professor, you know I have to go into hiding. But I'm not sure if we are safe in that place. Anyway, I would like to ask you something. I would like to ask you, if you could care for Harry. If something happens to us, Sirius will never be able to do it by himself. Minerva could remember that day like it was yesterday. Please make sure that Albus does not get a big influence on Harry as he has on James. Harry has to make up his own mind. Minerva saw herself nodding in the memory. Then she saw that Lily walked away and turned around at the door. Thanks, Mom, I love you. And the memory was gone. The only thing Minerva thought was that she had abandoned Harry. She had promised Lily to help him, and she had not done so. The other thing that had happened was that Albus had arranged everything else. She could kick herself on the backside for this. Again it was dark around her, and there was a new memory flashing before her eyes. She was in the ministry in the chamber with the veil in the background. There was a major fight going on there. She saw Sirius and James fight a couple of Death Eaters. They fought against Lucius and one of the Lestrange brothers. She looked again a little closer. James never had green eyes and Sirius also looked older. Suddenly the penny dropped in her mind and she saw it. That was not James she saw, that was Harry. This was something that still had to happen. Merlin. She could see how much Harry looked like James. From out of nowhere, she saw Bellatrix fired a spell at Sirius. She did not see what spell Bellatrix had used, but it hit Sirius. The impact of the spell meant that Sirius fell through the veil. Sirius was dead. There was no doubt about it. Minerva watched as Harry was beside himself with rage and grief. He screamed for Sirius and wanted to go after him. Luckily Remus stopped him. She saw how Harry tore himself loose from the grip of Remus. With rage, he ran after Bellatrix. With her hand over her mouth, Minerva saw and heard how Harry cried Crucio, one of the unforgivable curses. Bellatrix was hit and fell to the ground. She stayed strong because of the imperious curse of Lord Voldemort. But Minerva could clearly see the pain in her eyes, a pain that reminded her of little Bella. She saw how both curses were lifted from Bellatrix. The memory went on, and she saw Albus fighting with Voldemort. But also how Voldemort took possession of Harry. To the left of her she heard Bella whisper, "What have I done, my cousin, my own cousin?" And Harry, "Sweet Merlin, my little Harry, my dear Harry, why, I'm sorry Harry, I'm so sorry," just before everything went dark. Minerva had no time to think about what had happened because the next memory came already into her mind. In the next memory, Bellatrix was sitting in a small room vibrating in pain. Minerva knew that she was placed more often than usual under the Cruciatus curse. She saw Narcissa come into the room and kneeling beside her sister. The memory turned into another memory. There, she saw and heard Bellatrix tell that she was always under the influence of the curse, but she could never truly resist it. Minerva also heard Narcissa responded to that statement. Then everything was black again. Even though it only took 10 minutes before the Sorting Hat to show Minerva all the memories, it made sure that Minerva still had to have a moment for herself. 10 minutes later, the Sorting Hat he asked if everything was all right. Minerva answers yes, and they could continue. Now there was a memory she knew all about, and what had happened. She saw herself standing and Albus stood beside her. This was the night they had brought Harry to those Dursleys. She heard herself complaining against Albus, how terribly those muggles were. But Albus ignored her and said this was the best for Harry. It had everything to do with the greater good he had said. That was something she still could not understand. Hagrid came on a flying motorcycle. He flew towards them to bring Harry. While Harry was left behind, and everyone was gone, Minerva even had a chance to go back to little Harry, even if only for a moment. She remained seated there until his Aunt Petunia had fetched him inside. Almost all night she sang "Oh Danny Boy" for him and rocked him back and forth in her arms. It was the last thing she could do for him. Shortly after there was another memory of Arabella sitting in the office of Albus. Who told Albus that Harry was abused and locked in a cupboard? But again Albus waved it off. Again he told her it was for the greater good. Albus did not intervene. He had not even gone there to see for himself. She saw Arabella again sitting in the office of Albus, with tears in her eyes. "Albus, Harry is now 6 years old. You have to get him out of there. He is beaten and treated like a house elf. I dare myself to say that house elves are treated better than Harry. Read the little red book, Albus, and get him out of there, or I'll turn to the Muggle authorities." It was a plea that Arabella did by Albus, a cry for help. "No, sorry Arabella, Harry must stay there, it's for the greater good." Again there was that greater good. Minerva could not stand those words. How Albus could let Harry stay with people that treated him so badly. She watched as Arabella put on the Sorting Hat, so that's the reason that the Sorting Hat knew those memories. The next memories she saw were those of the little Bella. She saw how she was beaten because she had done something wrong, how she got punishment, and how she tried to avoid everything. She saw the fear in those little eyes of hers. The fear that she last had seen that time she had that dream. How her father wanted her in the bed with him, and that she did not want to do that. She watched as Bella ran away from the house into the dark night and hid in a playground under a slide. This was where Bella saw Harry for the first time. She saw how he was beaten by his cousin and his friends. Bella was found by Arabella. That was her turning point in life. Many memories thereafter were from Bella. Especially the memories about the way Harry was treated by his family, and how they passed notes to each other in school. She saw that Bella was the silver lining in his life. And that Harry was the silver lining for Bella. The first nice memory she saw was that of London, as Harry was really happy for the first time. She almost laughed when a man greeted him. She knew immediately that it was a wizard. That look of disbelief on the face of Harry was nice to see. When she heard how surprised he was that he could have an ice cream too, because otherwise, he could never have one. That broke her heart, and all the joy she felt was gone. The notion that he never had something just like that did make her blood boil. And again she saw only memories of Harry who was mistreated. There was one in which Bella was angry that she had to leave, but she wanted to be with Harry. That was the weekend that the three of them went to the beach together. It was also the weekend that they would leave the Sorting Hat, to decide everything that needed to be done. Minerva looked at how Bella came running towards them with a large seashell. "May I clean it and give it to Harry?" she had asked. Minerva liked the fact that she had even thought of Harry while they were on the beach. It had been a wonderful weekend. Even Bella had been enjoying herself. The memory turned into the memory that Bella gave Harry the seashell. Harry was overjoyed with his very first gift. He looked at the seashell as if it were a brand new wand. She heard him say that he had never had a present before, and he was happy. The blushing look of Bella, when Harry gave her a key on her cheek, was too good to be true. Unfortunately, she also saw how that uncle threw the seashell from Harry straight to the ground. It was broken and there was nothing to do about it. This was his first and only present, and now it was just a lot of pieces. "That's the life of Harry and Bella in a nutshell," the Sorting Hat said. "You do not want to know what else I've seen, Minerva," came the voice of the Sorting Hat in her head. "It is a surprise to me that they are both still so sweet and innocent. But I also regret to do this to you, Minerva, but I have to show you 4 more memories. Then you must make a decision on which side you will be standing, the side of Harry or that of Albus." It took a while for that question to dawn on Minerva. She knew she had to choose for Harry, but Albus had often helped her. Just like the day her own daughter had died. And because of that, she was taken away from her. She was mentally drained after the horrific death of her husband, and her stillborn daughter was the blow that she could not have handled. All this was told by the healers to Albus Dumbledore. He was the one who had decided that she could not see her own daughter. To see a dead child was bad enough, but your own daughter would have been too much. That was something that Albus had assured her. Albus had helped her with this loss, by giving her a job at Hogwarts. For that she was forever grateful to him. "Let me see the memories," she told the hat. The first memory was of James, who stood in the office of Albus. She listened intently to it all. "Dumbledore, we have a son, and we are calling him Harry." "That's great, James. Congratulations." "Yes, really great. Hey, I also have to tell Minerva about Harry. Lily thinks she should know what Harry means to her." "Well, James, I think you have to wait before you tell Minerva. I think that Minerva cannot handle that at this moment, not yet at least." "But Albus, come on now. She has the right to know, do you not think so?" "No, James, you know of the prophecy. We must now take the necessary steps." "But Albus, she has the right to know. James, it is for the greater good, you know that, don't you?" "Lily is not going to like this, Albus. I'm telling you this now. I hope you're right about this, Albus. Otherwise, I cannot stop Lily if she goes after you." Minerva saw Albus' sighs. What was it that Lily knew? What was it that Albus was not telling her? Why did Lily tell her that Harry was named after his grandfather? Harry had been the name of her late husband, but it was not the name of Lily's father. "Minerva, you must understand that you cannot say anything about this to Albus. You will learn the truth when the time comes. But keep it to yourself. Do not go to Albus with this, sounded the voice of the hat in her mind again. The next memory was that of Lucius and Severus Snape. They were standing in the great hall alone with Albus. Severus, you do know for sure that this will succeed, right? Draco must be sorted into Slytherin. It is only there that he could make Harry's life the most difficult he can, along with his friends, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Sure, Lucius the First will personally guarantee it. I myself will also provide the necessary burden to make the life of Harry as miserable as possible. We need that brat to be as miserable as he can be. If our Lord should come back, then Harry must beg him to kill him. You know Harry must defeat him, so we have to keep that brat as weak as possible. The less Harry learns, the more likely that Voldemort wins. But Severus, how do we convince Dumbledore that he has to put Draco into Slytherin? Simply, Lucius, Dumbledore is even more corrupt than our Minister of Magic. It was at that moment that Dumbledore walked into the Great Hall. Severus immediately walked up to him. Dumbledore, he said. Lucius and I are here to ask you to put Draco into Slytherin. You know it's my godson, and I want to keep an eye on him for his safety. Sure, I can understand that, Severus, but you know that the Sorting Hat decides who gets sorted. I know, Dumbledore, and here is 1,000 galleons for you. You can bend the rules for that, and you're done it before for Bellatrix Black. That's true, Severus. The Sorting Hat can do what I tell him, and the money will help this process. Lucius gave him the bag with 1,000 galleons and walked out of the Great Hall. Minerva heard the hat say in the memory, Albus, I will not do it. There are other circumstances why they want to put Draco there. It does not matter. I want you to do it, so you do it all right. I am the headmaster and that's all you should know, Albus hissed against the hat. It was the first time that Minerva heard Albus speaking directly to the hat in that way. She always had a lot of respect for Albus. But that respect was almost all gone. She was extremely disappointed in him. She knew that there were still 2 more memories to go. Internally, she was considering whether she wanted to know it or not. It was something she did not want to know, but she needed to know it. The hat wanted to show her these memories, so he must have a reason for it. The thing that was the most confusing to her was Harry. That boy had been through so much misery, and the Sorting Hat had told her that there was more misery for him to come. The next memory was launched by the hat. She was back in the office of Albus. Right in front of him were Arthur and Molly. Molly, Arthur, I'm glad you could come. I have a proposition for you. In 2 years, Harry Potter will appear here at school. On that day, he will need a friend, I think. Molly and Arthur both looked at Albus. It was clear that they did not follow him. Minerva did not know what was coming but was not happy about it. Something deep inside her told her that it was nothing good. Dumbledore had been quiet but went onwards. What I want is to ask you, if you could tell Ronald that he must do everything he can do to be friends with Harry. I know that Harry did not have it so easy. So the first boy he sees, he will immediately consider as a friend. I've personally dealt with that problem, and I can assure you it will be okay. And second, I would like you to tell Ginny that Harry Potter belongs to her and her alone. He needs love when he gets here, and Ginny alone can give him that love. I know for sure he wants to jump onto any kind of love he can get. Molly and Arthur looked at Albus equally questionable. Molly opened her mouth. Albus, if we do this, what do we receive in return for this? It seemed to shock Arthur more what Molly asked than what Albus had suggested to them. Molly, you know that the Potters are one of the richest families in the country. So their wealth will be yours. Arthur jumped up and said that he would have none of it. And he certainly did not want them to cooperate with plans like this. He thought it was bad enough for the boy that he had lost his parents that night. But he did not want any part of the group that wanted to take advantage of that boy. Minerva looked approvingly at Arthur. He had a good heart. Molly was different. She only saw the galleons in front of her eyes. The last memory started immediately when the other had ceased. She saw Molly sitting at her kitchen table with Ron and Ginny. She told them what the 2 children had to do for the family. Ron turned out to be very much like his mother. The only thing he saw were mountains of galleons. He also was very keen to be friends with Harry if he would get galleons for it. Together with his mother, he made a plan how they were going to tackle it. Ginny was a different story. Ginny screamed that she only wanted to be friends with him, and more if he wanted to, not because her mother and Albus wanted it. Minerva was shocked by the reaction that Molly gave at the words of her daughter. From out of nowhere she saw Molly at once lashed out at Ginny. The slap echoed through the kitchen. Ginny was shocked when she received the blow. Ron, however, said she had to listen as a lady of pure blood, she was not allowed to have an opinion, and had to do what she was told. Ginny nodded, but her eyes said something else and Minerva had seen it in her look. That was the last memory she saw. Slowly she pulled the hat from her head and laid it on the table. She laid her head on her arms and sighed deeply. The world she knew collapsed around her. Nothing was what it was, or had ever been. Frank and Alice Longbottom tortured and Neville saved by Bellatrix. Harry has been tortured and humiliated all his life. And Albus knew all about it but had done nothing. And then there was Bella, who turned out to be the best thing for Harry. What was even more confusing was that James had said that she was family, but she was not, she had no Potter blood in her family. And that she could not know that by order of Albus. No, she had a lot to think about. She just did not know where to begin. It was at the end of the afternoon when Professor McGonagall was staring at the sorting hat that was lying in front of her on her desk. Everything she had seen had been disturbing news for her. Nothing was what it seems, or had ever been. What she thought she knew had been nothing but a lie. All the misery that Harry had lived through in his young life, and everything she had told Albus, had already been known by Albus. And yet he let it all come to pass, he had done nothing for Harry. On top of all this, the sorting hat had forbidden her to say something about it, especially against Albus Dumbledore. That was the thing that was bothering her the most. In her heart, she wanted nothing else than to go to the headmaster and give him a piece of her mind. Sorting Hat, when can I tell him what I think of him? She almost begged the hat. My dear Minerva, when the time comes you can have your revenge. When the time comes you will know. All we need to do now is to take care of young Lord Potter. And you will take a big part in it, you and his friends. Young Mr. Neville Longbottom and young Ms. Daphne Greengrass will teach him what he needs to know. They are the ones who will teach him what it's like to be a lord, and how to behave like a lord. Have faith in those two children. Minerva, go along with their plans and ideas. Our young Lord Potter will soon find his place in our world and you will know it too, said the hat to Minerva. What do you mean by I will know my place too? You think I do not know my place already, snapped Minerva. Have faith, Minerva, have faith, that's all I can say. The friends were sitting in the common room on the seats in front of the fireplace. Bella was the first to break the silence. Okay, Neville, Daphne, why do you think that Harry here is Lord Potter? The question came out of nowhere and surprised Neville and Daphne a bit. Hermione immediately got up and ran to her dorm to get a book about the lordship. In that book was everything they needed to know in order to teach Harry, Hermione, and Bella all about the lordship. Neville stood up and asked them to come with him. Together, the friends left the common room to go to the classroom of Professor McGonagall. McGonagall came out of her classroom and asked them what was going on. Can we use your classroom, Professor? Daphne and I want to teach our friends and mainly Harry everything about the lordship of a house. We think Harry is Lord Potter. Actually, we know for sure that Harry is Lord Potter. Neville told her honestly. The eyebrow of Minerva just shot up and she just nodded. But if you do not mind, I want to check some homework while you tell the others about the lordship. The friends just nodded. They were happy enough that they could make use of the classroom. Professor McGonagall did not have any homework to check, but she heard the sorting hat say she had to listen to what Neville and Daphne were going to tell the others. At this time, she did not know what's going to happen, and just went with it. She took her place behind her desk and put the sorting hat on the shelf behind her. Neville, who was often uncertain, something he had with almost everything he did, asked if he could tell his story first. Then Daphne could assist him if he forgot something. Susan would intervene if there was something they both forgot, or if she thought to add something. When they were finished, they could ask what they wanted to ask. Nobody said anything and waited for what was to come. Neville cleared his throat and began his story. My name is Lord Longbottom of the ancient and noble house of Longbottom. Neville held his head high as he told his story. McGonagall looked at him and was proud of the way he did it. He was a lord worthy. Neville threw a dignified look at his friends and went onwards. Because I'm the last man of my family, I have the duty to be lord of the manor. With this title also come many responsibilities. I'm not of age yet, but I do have the title because my father cannot do this duty. My grandmother has been conducting my duties until I'm old enough. After that, I will duly perform the task. My grandmother is teaching me everything that is associated with that task. So when the time comes, I'm ready to take on my lordship. I'm sorry that I have to say this now, Harry, and Neville looked straight at Harry, before he went on with caution, but because your parents are deceased, you're the last man in the line of the Potters. That's why we think you're Lord Potter, of the ancient and noble House of Potter. My grandmother once told me that the House of Longbottom and the House of Potter go back many generations, almost to the time of the founders, and that we have always been allies. And I hope to be able to continue working with you as allies in the years to come. The reason why I think you're Lord Potter is because no one has claimed that title as of yet. It also means that you are the only living Potter. This is also something that my grandmother has told me. Neville sighed deeply and was proud of what he had just told everyone. As a lord, he had to do it with dignity. But as a child, he wanted to keep it simple. But he hoped that his grandmother would be proud of him. Mainly for offering his hand to the House of Potter. After so many years had gone by, they all looked at each other. Daphne looked at everyone equally. Before she began to speak, I will now explain to you what the title Lord means and what it stands for. Then Neville will tell you again what a lord of a house should do and must do. If you have the title Lord, you must do the following. You are, after all, Lord of your house. This means that you are the boss of your house. You must make sure that everyone in your house, from your children to your grandparents, but also your uncles, aunts, cousins, nieces and nephews, know that you are their lord. You must protect everyone in your family, at whatever level they are. You must decide whether someone is worthy enough to come into your house or worthy enough to be in your house. Even your aunts must ask your permission if they have found a potential husband for themselves. The same applies to the uncles, cousins, nieces and nephews of the family. Each of them will need your permission. You have to defend anyone in your house in danger or by insult. Like an insult to your family name is also an insult or threat to yourself, which you could immediately see as a threat to your house. These things can be fought in different ways, which we will discuss a little later on. Is everything clear up to this point? Again, Daphne looked at her friends one by one. Bella was the first who understood everything that was said. So Harry is Lord Potter, the owner of the name Potter, but also of anyone who bears this name. He protects and defends that name at all costs. And he will do anything for his name to keep its honor. He also decides who is worthy enough to be allowed to use that name. That's the big picture, Bella, Daphne told her with a smile. Now it was again Neville's turn to talk to his friends. Now you know what a lord of a house, in a nutshell, does. Now the house is not just the name, it's much more than that. There are 5 types of houses in the wizarding world. One is a no name, when someone is removed from his house by his lord. He has no name anymore. All the protection and security that went by that name, he or she has lost them all. The second is that houses have a name but nothing more, as the house of Hermione Granger. The Granger house is just Granger House and no more. Hermione was the first to introduce that name in our world. The third is an ancient house. These are houses that go back more than 20 generations, like the Weasleys, too small to have any rights. The fourth is a noble house. These are less than 20 generations, but big enough to have rights in our world. As a seat in the Wizengamot. These are houses like the David House and the House Pottle. And finally you have houses like ours. Noble and ancient house. Large enough to be noble, and old enough to be called ancient. If you go further back than 20 generations and more than 50 generations. Then you are a most noble and ancient house, which is House of Longbottom and House of Potter. My house is House Longbottom. It is centuries old. Under my defense are 3 smaller houses. I cannot mention them only because I forgot, but my grandmother can. The lord of one of the smaller houses may decide on his own house. However, he can also make a commitment to a large house. Should that happen, I, as the big house, have the following obligations. I have the duty to protect that house, defend and help in case of emergency. In exchange for my protection, that smaller house has its own duty to perform. Those houses want to promise me and follow me in my ways of doing things. This is very important in politics. We will talk about that later. A smaller house can get together with a larger house in different ways. The first is by getting married. Imagine you and Daphne are getting married to each other. Daphne blushed a little when Neville took her as an example. But in her mind she was hoping it would be true. She already saw herself in a wedding dress next to Harry. It was a highlight in many of her dreams. If Daphne gets the approval to marry you, then her father will promise to be loyal to your house, and make a commitment to be one with your house. In exchange for that you have his daughter as your wife. There are also other forms of marriage contracts but who have nothing to do with this now. A different way is when a house consists of only women, like the house of Susan. Imagine the husband is deceased and they have no male descendants. In that case the woman can make themselves subordinate to your house. Or they could become concubines to you. Then they follow the way of the house. But now you are obliged to protect and defend them. You may further provide for posterity. Usually the child bears the mother's name in order to avoid the extinction of the house. In this case, house bones. The last way is by a feud or conquest in war. Suppose someone insults your wife. Then you can defend her in a duel. These can be gained by preparing rules for the duel, or by killing the other. If you do that and you win, then you are owner and lord of that house. And you may do what you want. Everything is yours. You are the owner of all his titles and women, but also of all his houses and vaults. At that point you have to take that house into your protection. This was something they all understood. Harry, however, did not know if he would like to be lord of a house. Bella took his hand and whispered in his ear. If you're Lord Potter, I can be Lady Potter. And I will always be on your side. This was something that Harry had not thought about. And with Bella at his side, then it would not be so bad to be a lord. Bella had always been there for him. She was the only one who did not run away because Dudley Dursley told her to. She was the one who hugged him because nobody else did. Hold him when he was crying from the pain and loneliness, and not laughed at him when he did. She was his rock in life, his lifeline to continue. No, Lady Potter would not be that bad, but Bella would be his lady, even when he would not be the lord. He had the same feelings for Daphne, and yet the feelings for Bella were just a bit stronger. Daphne stood up and took the position of Neville. Again she looked at everyone and began. I'm going to tell you about politics and the Wizengamot. The size of your house determined the influence you have. Previously there was a lot of fighting to gain influence. Now it is more negotiating and making allies. But if you have a big house and a lot of minor houses at your side, you can determine a lot in the Wizengamot. The bigger your house, the more seats you have in the Wizengamot. All major decisions are made there by the big houses. Imagine Neville now has 2 seats under the name Longbottom. My family has 1 seat under the name Greengrass. So when I marry Neville, my father commits Greengrass house to House Longbottom. Now we have 1 seat from House Greengrass and 2 seats from House Longbottom. Those are 3 seats that decide on the same thing. I know that the Potters have 4 seats on the Wizengamot. They probably have more there, but I know of 4. And which are all held by Albus Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall heard those words, and knew immediately that something was wrong with those words. Daphne had not seen that Professor McGonagall had looked up and just went ahead. Neville has just said that House Longbottom has always been allies with House Potter. That means that House Longbottom and House Potter now have 6 seats, which makes with the 1 seat of my house 7 seats on the Wizengamot. There are 50 seats total, so the more seats you have, the more influence you can have on our society. The Weasleys have no seat. They have one of the oldest families but never expanded, it's just a little family. They also understood this. Harry still wondered how he could be a lord like Neville, sure he was the last Potter. But it was never told to him that he could become a lord. And that was something he immediately asked for. Neville and Daphne, however, told him only that they thought he was a lord. But they were not sure how to become one. Hermione, who had been reading in a book about the lordship, looked up and coughed loudly. Neville, you're the last of your family, you're a man, Therefore you can be the Lord of House Longbottom, she asked, and Neville nodded. Because your grandmother is your family, she may represent you as being Lord of House Longbottom. Neville nodded again. So if Harry would have a family member, Harry could become Lord of his house, and that family member may represent him. Neville nodded again. Can a magical guardian also represent a house? Hermione asked. Neville was thinking hard about it. However, it was Professor McGonagall who answered the question. No, Miss Granger, only a member of House Potter may do so. No magical guardian and no mentor. If there is no living family member of House Potter, Harry will only be allowed to become Lord Potter when he is an adult, and that's when he's 17 years old. Daphne had raised her finger. And Professor McGonagall smiled a little. Miss Greengrass, we are not in class, so just ask your question. Daphne blushed but asked her question. Well, Professor, I know from my father that Professor Dumbledore is using the 4 seats of House Potter, and he also represent those seats with that name. So that means that Dumbledore is a relative of Harry. Miss Greengrass, if it's true what you say, then something is not right here. Professor Dumbledore is not a relative of Mr. Potter. So he cannot represent those 4 seats in the name of Potter. This is something that we need to find out. It means that Albus is misusing the name Potter, only I do not know how we can know that for sure. Neville immediately came up with a solution for this. We would have to ask my grandmother. She knows everything there is to know about the Wizengamot. Neville said to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall nodded that it was good and took a good look at Neville. Augusta Longbottom was an older friend of hers, and she had told her that Neville was shy and subdued. But you did not see that in this group of friends. Neville was a real lord. He was still young. You could see that in everything he did, but he had the potential to be a big part of their society. The friends were sitting there and looked at each other. It was almost dinner time, so they decided to leave the rest for another time. Already they had more information than they thought, and because of that they were really tired. Professor McGonagall had one more question and then they were allowed to go. Mr. Longbottom, do you think your grandmother could come here tomorrow morning? So we can talk about this. I myself would like to know whether Harry is, or is not Lord Potter. But also what we should do to be sure of that. Harry nodded that he too wanted to know it. Bella sitting next to him whispered in his ear that she wanted to know the answer as well. Neville told Professor McGonagall that she had to ask his grandmother. She would definitely do it if McGonagall asked. He knew she never did anything special on Sunday, so she did had the time for it. And that she would surely come because she loved to talk about the Wizengamot. It was another half hour before they were allowed to eat. Together, the friends were also quietly walking towards the main hall. It was Saturday night, so everything went slowly. Harry now had a lot to think about. Not that he understood much of the idea, but he did find something very interesting. Would he have more family? That was something he definitely wanted to know. And if you would look at him deep in his heart, then it was his deepest wish. Somewhere someone who could really love him just because he was Harry. Because they had already finished their assignments for that week, and already had some work done ahead, they had the rest of the weekend to simply enjoy. They knew they were not allowed into the Forbidden Forest, but they had been allowed to walk along the lake. That was something they did every day if they had the opportunity for it. It was a lovely walk for about 3/4 of an hour. Hermione walked beside Neville and was obviously enjoying his presence. Bella was walking beside Harry and Daphne walked on his other side. Susan went to the other side of Hermione and just enjoyed the walk. With the 6 of them they had a lot of fun the first 4 weeks of school. Bella was really pleased with their group of friends. Hermione was the one who could get the most knowledge out of a single book in record time. Neville, who knew all about plants, and how you should deal with them. Harry, who was good at spells, especially in explaining it to others. Daphne, who knew exactly how to get something done with the grace and elegance of a lady. Susan kept everything under control. She was the peace factor of the group. No, she was pleased with the friends they have now. But most of it, she was happy with Harry. He was the opposite of what he was at home. Here he was a real boy, had fun and was happy. He did not have to look over his shoulder. Here he also took care of her even better than at home. Harry, she asked. Yes, Bella, he said. Harry, would you want to be a lord of a house? I do not know, Bella. The only thing I want to have is a family, and not the Dursleys where I was left to live with. Bella knew that Harry always had a difficult time living with the Dursleys. She even once asked Arabella if Harry could live with them. Arabella had just said that he could not, but she had never told her why. Harry was walking in the middle between Bella and Daphne. For the first time in 11 years, he had friends, and Bella was happy just to be one of them. Back at the castle they encountered Professor McGonagall. Mr. Longbottom, your grandmother is coming tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock in my office. As you can to be there at that time too, then we can ask her all the questions that we want. The friends said they would be there and went to their place for dinner. That evening they laughed and went for a pleasant evening back to their common room. Sunday morning they were early risers. Harry and Bella left the castle because they had Quidditch training, and still had to change clothes for practice. They were a quarter into their training, when they saw their friends sitting on the sidelines. Hermione sat with a piece of parchment in her hands and wrote everything down what she saw. Susan looked over her shoulder at the parchment, and pointed every now and then to one of the players. Neville and Daphne sat next to them and had a second broom in their hands. Oliver Wood was trying everything he could think of to do. From Professor McGonagall he had received 4 old school brooms. Those brooms were there for Neville and Daphne. They were allowed to do whatever they wanted with those brooms. They were also the brooms that Harry and Bella had to try over and over again. Just as long until they found the broom that suited them the best. Harry knew he could easily buy a broom for him and Bella. He only hoped that Professor McGonagall had succeeded in convincing Dumbledore so that they could really buy their own brooms. After training they quickly went back into the castle, to be able to eat for the last hour of breakfast. Neville was the only one who was more nervous as time for their appointment became less and less. His grandmother was after all a strong, tenacious woman. Neville also admitted honestly that he was sometimes quite afraid of her. But he also knew that she would do anything for him, and made it all worthwhile. It was just after 2 o'clock when they walked to the office of Professor McGonagall. Neville knocked softly on the door. Hermione grabbed his hand and said it was good and immediately let go of the hand. What happened next surprised even Neville. The 6 of them walked into the office of McGonagall. Harry was the last to enter the office just after Bella. Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, stared at Bella. Professor McGonagall had told her who Bella really was and had shown her the memories of her and Neville by the Sorting Hat. For years she had thought that she had tortured Neville's parents. Now she knew she had actually saved Neville. From out of nowhere she dropped to her knees and hugged Bella. Bella did not know what happened to her, so the only thing she could do was to hug Augusta Longbottom back. Augusta then turned her face to Harry, and glanced at his scar. This was something that everyone did when they saw Harry for the first time. For everybody the scar was a proof of the disappearance of Lord Voldemort, for Harry it was the knowledge that his parents were truly dead. His scar was more famous than he knew himself and he hated every moment of it. She looked into the green eyes of Harry and took his hand in hers. Lord Potter, it is an honor that I can finally meet you. On behalf of Lord Longbottom, I, Augusta Longbottom, spokeswoman and deputy lady of the ancient and noble house of Longbottom. You Lord Potter of the ancient and noble house of Potter, I'm really proud to say welcome back in our midst. Me as a spokeswoman and Lady Longbottom inform you that the ancient and noble house of Longbottom, for generations we have stood by your side. Also, now that you're back in our midst, the house of Longbottom will stand once again on the side of the most noble and ancient house of Potter, and together we will take a point of view against the rest. Harry looked and listened to what Augusta was telling him and just nodded. This also proved to be the right thing he had to do as a lord. Harry on the other hand did not know what it all meant and just nodded, because he thought that was the best thing to do. Just call me Harry, I do not know whether I am a lord or not. Harry, a little bit shy, told this to Augusta Longbottom. That's good Harry, but then you must call me Gran. Like Neville, and that's for all of you, call me Gran. The 6 smiled and introduced themselves one by one. Hermione, who had a book about the lordship in her hands, had looked slightly embarrassed up to Augusta. What's girl? Just ask me, I do not bite. Hermione was greatly bullied at her Muggle school, and here she was a mudblood. She knew mudblood was a curse word in the wizarding world. But she also knew that a lot of purebloods really thought in those lines. She was, after all, dirt and of no value to the wizarding world. My parents are muggles. Is that a problem for a pure blood, as you? Hermione asked, almost in a whisper. Augusta smiled kindly and looked straight at Hermione. Girl, there are a lot of wizards who think that way. But the House of Longbottom and the House of Potter only see witches and wizards. We see magic just like magic, whether you're a goblin, house elf or wizard, for us everyone is equal. Take the house elf as an example. Many pure-blooded wizards see them as avs. We the Longbottoms and Potters see them as an employee and friends. They need our magic to live, and they thank us by providing us. This answer was enough for Hermione to once again take the hand of Neville. Augusta watched with a raised eyebrow to her grandson and his hand. Then she looked at McGonagall and smiled at her. I see what you mean, Minerva, she said with a smile. Professor McGonagall already had a great conversation with Augusta before the children were there, and smiled back. Augusta glanced at the 6 children and smiled sweetly. I just had a conversation with Professor McGonagall and know what's going on. I've also heard what Ms. Greengrass and my grandson have told you. Well, the things I do are basically all the things Neville should do as a lord. And I do this as Lady Longbottom in the name of my lord, Lord Longbottom. That's Neville here. Well, despite that Neville is not yet of age, he is the lord of his house. Our house has 2 seats in the Wizengamot. And it is also true what Ms. Greengrass has told you all. Albus Dumbledore does represent those 4 seats of your house, young Lord Potter. And like McGonagall, I also know that he's not related to you in any way whatsoever. So he cannot possibly represent those seats as a family member. There is one possible way he can do that legally, and that's only if he had permission through the will of your parents. Therefore I ask my good friend Amelia Bones, the aunt of Susan Bones, but you know that already. If Albus has been authorized through that will. She, however, has been able to tell me that the will of Lily and James Potter is opened by anyone. Only you, Harry Potter, can do that. So I ask you, Lord Potter, why have you not done it already? Her eyes were now pointing straight at Harry's. However, Harry himself looked at her quizzically. I did not even know there was a will, Harry told her right away. Who is your magical guardian? Augusta asked. Harry looked equally uncomprehending. What is a magical guardian? He asked her. The eyebrows of Augusta and McGonagall immediately went up at that question. It was as if he had asked the dumbest question he could ask, Harry thought to himself. A magical guardian, Harry, is someone who accompanies you in our world, and teaches you everything you need to know if you're here for the first time. In your case and that of Hermione, I think it is Albus Dumbledore. A magical guardian arranges and takes care of everything you need in our world, and of everything you need here at school. Harry again looked uncomprehendingly at Augusta. But I do not know who it is. The first wizard I met was Hagrid, Harry said. Hermione told them that she only received a letter, and that if she wanted to go to Hogwarts, that she had to go to Tom the innkeeper at the Leaky Cauldron, and he would help her with everything that she needed to know. That's not the way it's supposed to go, Professor McGonagall told them. A magical guardian must be present at all they have to do in the wizarding world, until the moment they stepped into the Hogwarts Express. The 6 watched the older ladies briefly. They were muttering and whispering very much between the pair of them. Bella could see that something was not right, or just not what it ought to be. Auntie Minnie, have we done something wrong? She called through the conversation of the 2 ladies. Minerva looked at her a little shocked and answered. No, darling, you have done nothing wrong. But if Albus Dumbledore really is the legal magical guardian of Harry and Hermione here, then it cannot be that he can do all those other things that he is doing now. And if he really is your magical guardian, then, he was meant to be at your side from the moment that you had received your letter. The result was that everyone was silent after those words. Nobody knew what to do or to say about it. It was Bella who was the first to break the silence. Harry wanted to know if he's Lord Potter, and also whether he can perform that task, just as Neville does. If that is possible in any way, then Harry has another magical guardian or a living family member. Is there any way that Harry could find out if it could be so, and also that he could become Lord Potter, just so that he can know the truth about it? Augusta thought about it deeply. Yes, Bella, there is a way. If we can get all of you to Gringotts, without anyone knowing we are there. Then they can see if Harry is the true lord of the House of Potter. They can also see who his magical guardian truly is. I tell you, they have ways to see and check everything. Again, Augusta thought hard for a moment before she continued the answer. But I think we should do that without Dumbledore knowing about it. Perhaps we can also see who the magical guardian of Hermione is. Because if it is Dumbledore, then he has already done quite a lot of things wrong. What we have to decide now is if and when we can go to Gringotts, and which excuse can we use for it, Augusta said with a twinkle in her eyes. Professor McGonagall had the answer to that question. I think we can go best after Halloween. In mid-November you have your first match. For that game you need a new broom. I think we will be able to arrange a trip to Diagon Alley, just to buy new brooms. Bella and Harry really liked the idea to buy new brooms, but that they still had to wait so long, that part was less fun. But they decided to just say no more about it. Professor McGonagall had kept Augusta behind just for a little chat. While the six friends went away, Minerva looked penetrating at Augusta. What do you think when you see little Bellatrix in this way? Asked Professor McGonagall while she was still holding that gaze at Augusta. If I had not seen it myself I would not believe it, Minerva. That girl is nothing but love, and all of her love is only for Harry and Harry alone. There's also a little love for Daphne Greengrass, it's not big but it grows. It's crazy now that I also know that she is still in Azkaban. She thought for a moment. I forgive her, Minerva, Augusta said slowly. Professor McGonagall looked away for a moment and walked over to her bookshelf. She pulled a little red book from the shelf and made a copy of it. The advantage of a magical copy is that you cannot even copy it again. And it will disappear after a week. With a little hesitation she swallowed hard and handed the copy over to Augusta. This is the life of Harry until the day he came to Hogwarts. It is maintained by Arabella and thereafter by Arabella and Bella together. I want you to read it, Augusta. I have my doubts about Albus, and if you read this you too I think. But I also think you already had your doubts about Albus. Augusta looked intently at Minerva. Those doubts I had for a while, but you knew that already. Meanwhile, she was leafing through the book. Minerva looked at her anxiously. And waited for the reaction of what she read in the book as she flipped through the pages. The face of Augusta was slowly becoming tighter with every word she read. Without even wanting to, Augusta began to read a portion out loud. I've seen Harry today working in the garden. This is the first time I've seen him this week. He has not been at school or outside. I think he was again locked up in his cupboard under the stairs. I can see that his uncle has beaten him. He walks slowly from the pane, and there is still a bruise under his right eye. I want to go to him. But Mom said I should not go. Mama told me that Harry should not have any friends, for his own safety that's. Yet Harry's my friend and it's hard to keep that a secret. I can see that he gets skinnier with every week. I am afraid that it really does not go well with him, but I can do nothing about it. Augusta sniffed and held a hand over her mouth. Harry had finally been with us today. His back was black and blue. I could see that his uncle has beaten him with a belt. I can also see what was on that belt buckle. The imprint of the buckle is printed clearly in his back. I asked him why his uncle had done it. At first he did not say anything. But just before he went home, he told me anyway. Mama has heard everything but said nothing to him. Harry said he had dreamed about me. He had told in his sleep that I was his girlfriend. His cousin had heard him and told everything about it to his uncle. With the beating he received, therefore, he had to promise that he would have no friends anymore, and would certainly not dream about them ever again. Augusta looked with horror at Minerva. Minerva, do you want to tell me that all of this is true? I'm sorry, Augusta, but that's one of the little things that you have just read to us. There are enough things in that book that are much more serious than that. And yes, it's true, the Sorting Hat has seen it all in their heads. And it's worse than that. I can tell you that there are things that are not written in the book. The tears that had started in the eyes of Minerva told Augusta everything she needed to know. Augusta, Harry does not know that we know. I think Bella is the only one who knows it all. Should it not be that, then she knows the most about it. But you can read it all at the end of the booklet. Harry is different than we think, Augusta. And I feel a strength in him that is greater than any force whatsoever. But he is afraid to let it all go. And if I'm honest, I would be afraid if he really let go of everything. It was at these words that Augusta had to think. She had felt that power inside of Harry. Augusta said goodbye and took the book under her arm, and left the office of Minerva. The children were on their way to their common room. Neville had taken leave of his Gran just like the others. And now went along with his friends and Hermione at his side. Harry was very quiet as they walked back. Bella had taken his hand and hugged him briefly. She knew that some things that were said took the best out of Harry. While Harry was going to take a bath, his friends went to sit around a table in the corner of the common room. "What's going on with Harry, Bella?" asked Neville. Bella shrugged a little and did not know what to say. Daphne glanced over at Bella. "I think it's Dumbledore," Daphne said. "Harry was silent when your grandmother told him that Dumbledore had done everything wrong when it comes to him and Hermione." Bella was just deep in thought before she said, "I think you may have a point there, Daphne. I know that Harry really looked up to Dumbledore. He once told me he thought he was a hero, because he had fought Grindelwald. And now that he has done everything wrong with Harry and Hermione, it really let him down. It even seems that Dumbledore has used him. And that is something that Harry really does not like." Daphne nodded and Neville and Hermione looked a little embarrassed. While she looked at them both, Bella asked, "What's wrong with you two?" "I told him that I am proud because I am the friend of the great Harry Potter. And Hermione has also done that to him," said Neville, and Hermione gave the sign that it was true. "Do not be afraid about that. Harry knows that you are his friends. And that you are proud of his friendship. He also knows that you do not want anything from him because he is Harry Potter, not like Ronald Weasley. With Dumbledore it's different. Harry knows that Dumbledore knew everything about him, and also that he has done nothing for him. That is the big problem, I think." Susan had been silent the whole time they were in the common room. She also doubted if she had to say something, especially the thing that she wanted to know. After a short battle from inside her, she asked her question. "Bella, if Dumbledore knows everything about Harry, and we know that everything that has been in the books about Harry is nothing but lies and fabrications, what is it that Dumbledore knows about Harry and we do not about him?" was her question. Bella knew better than anyone what Dumbledore knew about Harry. Her mother had after all told him everything. Although she was not sure she could tell it all, and so decided on the following. "I think Harry should tell you himself. But don't ask him about it. He will have to do it himself, when he's ready." It took half an hour before Harry came walking back into the room. Daphne was the first who ran up to him and took him in a hug, and dotting his cheek. That hug seemed to do wonders with Harry. Daphne took his hand and led him to Bella. Bella also took Harry into a soft hug and rubbed his back. She held his head on her shoulder for nearly 5 minutes. It was after those 5 minutes that Harry answered her hug. Daphne knew Bella would always be number one would it ever come to a choice. But every now and then a hug, that was enough for her. Harry sat down between them both, and laid his head against the shoulder of Bella. He would continue to stay in this position for the rest of the evening with his hand in that of Daphne. Everything was quiet in the weeks after that afternoon in the office of Professor McGonagall. They had not heard from Augusta and Professor McGonagall had not said anything about it either. Neville had come to the point that he himself had written a letter and sent it to his Gran, but again there was no reply to that letter. Harry and Bella had focused entirely on Quidditch, and Quidditch alone. This was the best team they had ever had, according to Oliver. The little time that Bella, Harry and their friends were alone together, was making their bond stronger with each day. It was something that McGonagall saw when all the friends were together. While Bella and Harry were with their friends the major part of the day, they still had a moment here and there together, just the two of them. And now and then they were joined by Daphne. It was something that happened more and more. Professor McGonagall thought it was mainly through the influence of Bella. But being with Bella and Daphne was helping Harry the most. He was the one that had the most benefit from it. She saw how the young Mr. Potter was growing up to be a great magician. Maybe he could be bigger than Merlin, if he could just let go of his inner magic. The lessons Neville and Daphne were giving their friends did not go by unnoticed by the other professors. Harry and Bella began as necessary to behave properly and formally. Even Hermione Granger revealed herself as a respected lady. No, the changes were obvious and could therefore carry away the approval of Professor McGonagall. It was the day of the Halloween feast. Everyone was excited when they thought about it. They had heard numerous stories about how it was. But the friends wanted to experience it all themselves. The afternoon classes were all cancelled so that everyone could get ready for the feast that evening. While everyone were enjoying themselves and were hanging around, the friends used the time to do their homework and assignments. This way, they again had the entire weekend to themselves, while others were studying all weekend long. Bella and Harry had a workout and the others also had their own obligations for the Quidditch team, which ultimately led to a weekend that began on Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock. The first thing Harry did was to walk over to Fred and George. Something none of his friends understood. They were pranking everyone all day and were never caught doing it. However, everyone knew that if you needed anything for a practical joke, Fred and George were the ones you needed. Harry had asked them to get special hats, it was something he had seen in a magazine. But Fred and George had a better one that they had made themselves, one that turned your head into a skull when you put it on your head. This thing was a gift from him to his friends, who took those hats eagerly. Daphne and Bella had even given him a key on his lips, as a thank you. And because they secretly wanted to key him, what they did to him was turning his cheeks bright red, but it also gave him a smile. It was a strange sight. Harry walked arm in arm with Bella into the main hall. But nobody saw the hat. They only saw two people with the head of a skull. They were followed by four other people who also had a skull for a head. A while later Fred sat beside Bella and asked if he could sell more of those hats. Bella shrugged and said he had to go his way, for her it did not matter after all. An hour later, half of the Great Hall sat with a skull for a head. George put a bag of gold right in front of Harry and smiled broadly. "Why do you put that down here, George?" Harry asked. "Well, Bella has told us that it was okay to sell more hats, and that is something we have done right away for twice what you paid. And it's all thanks to you that we have earned so much. When everyone saw what you looked like, they wanted a hat, the same as you had. So this is your part of the gold we have earned," he shouted jovially to Harry, with a smiling Fred standing in the background. Bella looked admiringly around her. Everything was delicious and beautiful, the food, her friends, and especially Harry. She saw that he was happy and that was all she wanted to see. Bats flew low over the tables and everything seemed perfect. It was Professor Quirrell that suddenly came running into the Great Hall. He shouted that there was a troll in the dungeon before he collapsed. The friends looked at each other in disbelief and looked around. Everywhere in the Great Hall the noise started to rise, fear and disbelief filled the Great Hall. There came a kind of panic that quickly spread through the room. Harry saw everyone getting up and out of nowhere Professor Dumbledore called everyone into silence with a loud voice. Bella knew that the voice had been magically enhanced, but it worked and that was the main thing. The students had to go to their common rooms. And the teachers had to go to the dungeons. While everyone followed the other to their common room, Harry heard screams coming from the side of the corridor. With a frightened look he looked at Bella. Bella looked at him and nodded without any kind of hesitation. The others saw Bella and Harry running towards the screams. Daphne and Hermione did not doubt, and immediately ran after Bella and Harry. Neville was not as fast, but he went after them too, partly because he was dragged by Susan. Everyone knew that Neville was not as heroic as the others. But he was good though with just being the best friend. Harry called out to him that he had to go get the professors, and then bring them to the screams they heard. That was a job that Neville wanted to do more than anything else. Out of the corners of their eyes, they saw Neville racing towards the dungeons. Bella ran ahead and motioned for the others to follow her. The screams seemed to come from a deserted corridor. There they heard someone yell out in pain. They then heard a loud bang and they saw someone thrown against the wall on the other side of the corridor. Bella was still running in front of Harry when she went around the corner. Katie Bell was the person that they saw lying on the floor, and Angelina Johnson was sitting like a bundle of rags against the wall. And right there stood before them a troll that was much bigger than Hagrid. Bella fired a spell at him, but that spell had no effect. It was as if it bounced off of him just like that. However, it seemed to make him only angrier, which was not a good thing. Harry, who had just come around the corner, immediately fired a tickle spell at the troll. That spell had no effect either. He did, however, brought the attention of the troll to himself. Bella ran to the other side and fired a new spell towards the troll. Now the troll turned back to her and was ready to attack. With his club held high above his head, he wanted to hit Bella. The troll mowed the club an inch above the head of Bella. Harry fired a Leviosa spell at the club. The club hovered up into the air. Without a second thought, Harry threw the club from him as far as he could, and instantly beyond the reach of the troll. Hermione and Daphne also came around the corner and rushed towards the others. They saw Bella standing to the left of the troll and Harry on the right. Hermione and Daphne ran immediately to the two and stood with them. Harry moved towards Bella while he fired one spell after the other towards the troll. Now they all stood in a way that the troll was completely enclosed by them. Susan was the last to come around the corner, and slowly walked towards her friends. Hesitant and fearful, she stood between Daphne and Bella. Every time the troll would attack one of the friends, one of the others fired a spell off to get his attention again. In this way the troll always went after the one that fired the spell at him. Bella knew this could take a while, if they continued to do so. But she also knew that they could not stop the troll this way. Harry, what should we do? She cried out. I do not know what to do, Bella, just do something, was his answer back. Susan, who was not that good in spells, fired at random, and hoped that a spell would hit the troll anywhere. One of her lucky spells hit the troll between his eyes. The troll now teetered dangerously backwards. Daphne, who stood behind the troll, screamed and ran a few steps back. With difficulty, however, the troll held his ground. Hermione suddenly had a devilish smile around her mouth. She walked behind Susan and whispered something into her ear. Susan nodded and took a defensive stance. Hermione rushed further to Bella and whispered something into her ear as well. Bella nodded and walked a few feet away. Bella also took a defensive stance. Now Hermione stood by Daphne. After she whispered something to her, she went to Harry. The friends were still firing spell after spell, everyone in turn after the other. The troll swayed by their spells, but he did not fall. Now the idea of Hermione was put into operation. Hermione rushed toward the side where Angelina was still lying against the wall. Katie Bell was just starting to move a little. She had opened her eyes a little and looked more anxious than she had ever looked. Through the Leviosa spell, Hermione took Katie towards her and Angelina. Katie Bell looked dazed to the four who were standing around the troll. Hermione was standing before her and appeared to direct everything that happened. Daphne now, Hermione cried. Katie was shocked but immediately looked to Daphne. Daphne conjured a rope around the troll's legs. The troll looked confused at the ropes around his ankles. Susan now, Hermione's voice sounded again. Susan fired a shower of sparks past the head of the troll. This ensured that the troll looked in the direction of Harry. And now your turn, Harry, Hermione cried out again. Harry looked focused at the troll and pointing his wand right between his eyes. A small fireball went straight at him. It hit the troll between the eyes and the troll began to waver. Susan now conjured ropes around his upper legs and body. Harry put a rope around his shoulders. Okay, Bella, finish it. Hermione's voice sounded loud and clear. Bella took the club that the troll had taken to the school, and with Wingardium Leviosa she floated the club upwards. With all her strength she sent the club straight at the troll, which hit him in the back of his head. Slowly, the troll became cross-eyed. He staggered even more after the blow. The ropes that were around his body were becoming tighter and tighter. He was trying with great effort to stay upright. This only made it harder for the troll to remain standing. He was swaying and stumbling. His legs buckled under his weight. With a dull but deafening bang, the troll came down on the ground. His head hit against a wall and he was immediately knocked out. The five of them sat down near Angelina and Katie. Panting heavily but satisfied, they looked at the troll who was tied up and knocked out on the floor. It was at that same moment that Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall came walking around the corner. Severus Snape and Professor Quirrell were following behind them. They were in turn followed by Neville, who was still a little scared. The four professors watched the children, who were sitting on the ground close to each other. It was Severus Snape who was the first to open his mouth. "I see that Miss Bell and Miss Johnson have done everything they could to save Mr. Potter and those worthless friends of his. They without a doubt have saved your life, a waste if you ask me." He snapped at Harry and Bella. Harry wanted to open his mouth, but Angelina, who had woken up, was faster than him. "I'm sorry, Professor Snape, but it was Potter and his friends. They have saved us from that troll, and they were great. We thought we could conquer the troll. We are, after all, third-year students. Had it not been for the 5 friends there, then I think the 2 of us would not have been here. I think we would not have survived the troll." Severus Snape wanted to say something again before he was cut off by Katie Bell. "It is true, Professor. Potter and his friends saved us. It was a great example of cooperation. They were really great. Angelina and I can only learn a lot from the way they worked together," she told him. Severus could not stand it if he was not right, and certainly not if Potter was right. Harry did not know why Snape hated him so much, but he did, and that was clear. 50 points from Gryffindor by Miss Bell and Miss Johnson because for endangering 5 first-year students. He almost spat the sentence as he called it. They were all shocked and looked at each other. "Severus, you cannot be serious about this. They have just escaped and overcome a mountain troll, an adult mountain troll. Even great wizards have trouble with a troll like that one." You could feel the anger that Professor McGonagall was radiating when she said this. Quirrell was standing in the background and kept very quiet. Slowly he turned and walked down the corridor out of sight of the others, with his back towards the students while he walked away. Harry grabbed his scar with a facial expression of pain. Bella looked at Harry and her eyes were wide. "You can kill him, do it now." "No!" Bella screamed and threw herself on Harry. Her arms closed around Harry's neck, and held him tightly. The voice was gone, and the pain in Harry's scar was becoming less. Dumbledore looked thoughtful from Harry to Bella and then at the point they were looking at. It was Quirrell had just walked to the corner, and then he looked back to the students. "Miss Bell and Miss Johnson, can you tell me exactly what has happened?" Dumbledore asked in a fatherly tone. In the 10 minutes that followed, they told them what they had seen, also that they had been so stupid to think that they could win a fight with a troll. The story that they had worked together and how they did it was very interesting, thought Dumbledore. It was a beautiful example of magic and cooperation. He knew their spells meant nothing, they were simple spells. But they had used this very effectively. He was rightly proud of his students. Harry did not know what he was thinking of Dumbledore at that point. It was so double for him. Dumbledore thought a moment and spoke. The 50 points from Severus remained standing. Everyone immediately wanted to protest, but Dumbledore raised his hand to hold them off. Even Professor McGonagall seemed to have trouble with that thought. "It was incredibly stupid of you to try this. Your punishment is therefore that you must clean this corridor when the troll is taken away without magic." He glanced at Angelina and Katie. Both nodded their heads in understanding. Now he turned back to Bella and her friends. "For your courage, ingenuity and cooperation, I give each of you 20 points. It is rare that the 6 first years meet danger head-on, although I will not forget the action of Miss Smith and Mr. Potter for a long time." Now he looked at Neville. "You've done the best you could do, by sending someone right away to get a professor to help you." And that was the last thing that Professor Dumbledore had told them. McGonagall told that the punishment would take place tomorrow morning and that they had to all go to the infirmary. There Angelina and Katie had to be treated for their injuries. And the 5 friends had to stay a night and rest up because of the overuse of magic. While they were all in the infirmary, Angelina told them that a witch or wizard had only so much magic in them. And it could be dangerous if they would drain their magic. It could even mean death if they are not careful enough, and especially since they were just freshmen. Then there was the danger that they would use too much magic too fast. That night Bella secretly crawled by Harry into his bed. "You have heard that voice again, Bella. That's why you were suddenly grabbing me tightly," he said softly to her so that no one else could hear them. Bella nodded and silent tears flowed down her cheeks. "And you felt the pain in your scar again?" she asked Harry just as softly. Now it was his turn to admit it. Within 10 minutes they were both fast asleep. Madame Pomfrey wanted to go and get them separated but was stopped by Minerva. When Madame Pomfrey had seen the memory, the one of the night when Minerva had brought Harry to Bella, she knew immediately what Minerva wanted to say. Minerva, why does it feel so familiar the way these two are sleeping together? And why do I feel that there is something that will affect our future, the way those two are complementing each other? Minerva looked at Poppy when she heard her question. She herself knew a little bit, but could not yet tell Poppy everything. I do not know Poppy, but Harry and Bella belong together, that I know. It was early Saturday morning. One by one everyone slowly woke up. Katie and Angelina were watching in admiration at Bella and Harry. AAWWWW was all they could release. Bella and Harry were still comfortable in each other's arms. They were sleeping on a bed, with the covers pulled up to just under their chin. Bella had her head tenderly placed on the chest of Harry, while Harry had his arms protectively around her waist. It was like as if they already were together for many years. Madame Pomfrey pulled Bella gently from the arms of Harry and told her that she had to get dressed, and that there were no more keys from Harry this morning. A little shy, she looked up to Madame Pomfrey and nodded, her cheeks red. Without looking back, she ran to the bathroom to get dressed. An hour later, the group walked together towards the Great Hall. Everyone in the castle had heard how they had defeated a troll, and how they had saved two fellow students by doing that. So when they walked into the Great Hall, they were received with deafening cheers. Only the Slytherin looked as if they had eaten something dirty. Draco had just walked out and snarled something under his breath at Harry. Harry himself had not heard what Draco had said, but Bella had heard it all. She raised her wand and immediately fired a spell at him. Draco's mouth was instantly sealed with tape. Potter, 50 points deduction for unlawful use of spell in the Great Hall, and on a fellow student, came the voice of Severus Snape. Harry looked startled at Severus Snape. What? I have done nothing, he exclaimed. That's another 10 points deduction for contradicting a professor, Severus Snape cried again. May I ask what's going on here? Dumbledore asked from behind the group. Potter has cursed Malfoy. I've seen it myself, and Mr. Malfoy did absolutely nothing to Potter, said Snape. Dumbledore looked at Harry and then at Severus. Can I see your wand please, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded and gave his wand to Dumbledore. Prior incantato, Dumbledore said and pointed his wand at Harry's wand. There they saw ghostly ropes appear from the tip of the wand. You can see that Potter has not done what you said he did, Professor Snape. I suppose he will get his house points back that you have taken from him, Dumbledore asked kindly. If Severus was angry before, he was furious now. Bella giggled as they walked on. At the table she said that it was she who had cursed Draco, and why she did it. After the story everyone in the Great Hall could hear a loud laughter that rose from the group of friends. At the end of the breakfast Professor McGonagall walked up to them and stood at their table. Neville, your grandmother is here at 10 o'clock. I expect all of you to be in my office at 11 o'clock. I want you to dress up warmly so we be able to leave the castle at noon. After that, she walked away, leaving the stunned friends behind. At 10 o'clock they were back to their common room and they quickly made themselves ready to leave. It was 10 o'clock when the flames in the office of Professor McGonagall flared up green. Augusta stepped out of the flames and greeted Professor McGonagall and immediately looked sharply at her. Is it really true, Minerva? Everything that was in that red book, is it really true? Did Harry really have to live through all of that? McGonagall said nothing and just looked at her old friend. The coldness that Augusta saw in the eyes of Minerva was enough for her. It made Augusta gasp for breath. She had difficulty with swallowing a lump that was stuck in her throat. She immediately collapsed into a chair with her hand over her mouth and a look of pure disbelief, anger and pity in her eyes. I still cannot believe it. So much misery, and he seemed so nice, as if nothing was going on. That's something that even amazes me, Augusta. He is kind and very caring for his friends. I think that we have to thank Arabella and Bella for that. After a cup of tea they drank in silence, the friends knocked on the door. Come in, Professor, McGonagall said. Take a seat so we can talk about what we will do. Then we can quickly leave and look for a broom and the other stuff we will need. Bella looked thrilled at Harry. Which one am I getting, Harry? You know that Mama will pay it back to you, Bella said happily. Mama? Augusta asked a little skeptical. Bella looked at her with her head slightly tilted. Yes, my mother is Arabella Fig, and I call her Mama, as it should be, Bella said a little snappy. Augusta smiled at her. Yes, you are definitely a daughter of Arabella Fig. That's something I can hear in your voice. You're just as snappy as she can be, she said with a laugh. At noon they left the office of Professor McGonagall by Port Key. They arrived in a room in the leaky cauldron. Augusta and Minerva remained standing, just like Daphne, Neville and Susan. Bella, Harry and Hermione were lying in a heap on the floor. They did not know how to travel with a port key. The room in which they had appeared was arranged by Arabella. Bella jumped up and the first thing she did was hugging her mother, and then she introduced Arabella to everyone. Arabella smiled and looked delighted at the friends Harry and Bella had already made. The first thing they were going to do was to go to the Wizarding Bank. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank was at the end of Diagon Alley. It was a large white building. Harry had only been there once, and that was with Hagrid the day he heard that Bella was also a witch. That day he received his key from his trust vault. Hagrid had told him that his parents had left him that money for his school supplies and other small things. Harry had received some lessons from Neville and Daphne about Gringotts and hoped he would do well. He had learned that everything in Gringotts was all about the gold, and to the goblins time was money. Harry walked with Bella, Augusta and Professor McGonagall into the bank. Neville with Hermione, Susan and Daphne were accompanied by Arabella. They went looking for a robe for the Quidditch team and a lot of other things they needed. The gold that Harry had received from Fred and George was just intended for that purpose. Harry had said that everyone had helped him by wearing those hats, and therefore the gold that he had received from Fred and George was for everyone, not just him. Harry walked to the back of the bank and spoke to one of the oldest-looking goblins that he could find. Good afternoon, sir. I would like to speak to someone about the lordship of the House of Potter, Harry asked as he looked straight into the eyes of the goblin. Harry placed 3 galleons on the counter and said, "May I thank you and may your gold flow freely." This was something that the goblins told among themselves. That was what Neville and Daphne had taught him. It showed a form of respect for the goblins. "I'll see what I can do for you, Mr. Potter." The goblin left his post and went into a corridor further back in the bank. Augusta looked at Harry and gave him an approving nod. It was normal that you give a goblin a tip of a galleon. If you put down more than 1 galleon, then they saw that as a compliment. 5 minutes later the goblin came back with another goblin. This goblin looked even older than the one that went to get him. "Good afternoon, young Mr. Potter. My name is Bogrod, and I am your account manager. Just like I was the account manager of your father and your grandfather, I will serve you the best to my abilities." Augusta gulped a little breath and whispered softly to Minerva. "That's the boss of the goblins. He normally does not do business with witches or wizards. And he certainly does not do a personal account." Harry stepped forward slightly and shook the hand of the goblin. Augusta was shaking her head, but she was too late. Bogrod looked hard at Harry. "Young Mr. Potter, may I ask why you shook my hand?" Everywhere in the bank it became silent. Harry looked at him. There was no irritation in the voice of Bogrod, nor anger. But it was clear to Harry that he had done something he could not or should not do. Thinking hard about a reply, Harry said, "I always shake the hand of a friend. And if you are my account manager and you were also the account manager of my father and grandfather, then I will see you as a friend of my family. You know, young Mr. Potter, that it's not common for a wizard to treat a goblin as an equal, and you certainly do not shake hands with a goblin. It is common knowledge for wizards that wizards are better than goblins," Bogrod told Harry. Again Harry thought hard for a moment. His face was very serious, and searching for a good answer. A few times he opened his mouth and closed it again without saying anything. And it was now that Augusta and the others could not help him that would be very disrespectful towards Bogrod and the goblins. "I am sorry, sir," Harry said after a while. "I meant no offense, but I do see you as an equal. After all, we share the same world and we are both magical. So to tell you the truth, I see no difference between us." Again Harry was silent for a moment and then said, "But if you do not want me to treat you like a friend or an equal, then I will do it no more." Harry paused for a moment and continued his point of view. "However, I'm not sorry that I see you as an equal. I am not another witch or wizard but my own. I do not see you as a lesser person. If you do so yourself, then that's your problem, not mine. Augusta bit her lip and looked anxiously at Bogrod, like all the other goblins and wizards who were in the bank. It was not common for a wizard to treat a goblin as an equal. And certainly not to openly speak against them, let alone the boss of the goblins. Big was her surprise when Bogrod bowed to Harry. That was something that a goblin only did when he had a lot of respect for a certain wizard, and that was never. As you wish, young Mr. Potter. It's an honor for me that I may be your friend, said Bogrod. The four of them were then escorted to the office of Bogrod for a private meeting. Bogrod sat behind his desk. He showed them a chair to sit down in, and just watched the foursome briefly. Young Mr. Potter, what can I do for you today? He asked. Harry looked a bit shy, then he swallowed hard and looked at Bogrod. First, you can just call me Harry, that's something all my friends do. And since I consider you a friend, you may also call me Harry. Bogrod nodded, and Harry went back to his story. I do not know if I may use the title Lord Potter. But I'm here to see if and when I may do so. I would like to introduce Lord Longbottom's grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. Augusta Longbottom handles the affairs of Lord Longbottom, of the most noble and ancient house of Longbottom. I would like to know whether I am Lord, and if I still have family that also could do that for me. It also came to my ears that Mr. Dumbledore perceives my business at this time. Something I've learned, and it's something that's not right. So my question is. Harry took a breath and went on. Can you check for me if I can use the title Lord Potter? And if you can also see who my magical guardian is in the wizarding world. But also could you see if I still have a relative who is still alive? For this, you may charge me up to 3 times your expenses. So your gold may flow freely. Again Augusta gave an approving nod to Harry. Bogrod's eyes widened a little. Young Mr. Poe, he stopped mid-sentence. Harry, Mrs. Longbottom is known to me. She is a good and worthy witch, and has great respect for us and we for her. I can also see that you have already learned a lot about our customs, and I am pleased about that. There are some rules that I must follow. I just cannot do everything at once. We will have to take some steps, just to be sure that we may take the other steps. First we will have to see if you are allowed to take your lordship. Bogrod pressed a button and a small goblin walked inside. Hello, Griphook, are you well? Harry exclaimed when he saw him. Griphook looked up startled. He looked at Bogrod and gently said, Hello Harry, I'm very well. Bogrod just watched the conversation between Harry and Griphook. Griphook, get me the Potter box. Young Harry wants to know if he's Lord Potter or not. Griphook nodded and walked away. Well Harry, I see that you've already met my son. And it is an honor that you regarded all goblins as equals and worthy. May I offer you and your guest a cup of tea? That was the next question Bogrod had asked. It was polite to drink a cup of tea when that was offered to you. About 10 minutes later Griphook returned. In his hands he had a box with the Potter coat of arms on it. Young Harry, I'm going to leave you. There is a particular piece of parchment that I need and I'll be back in a minute or so. Please drink your tea. With that Bogrod left the room. Augusta looked curiously at Harry. Have I done something wrong, Grangran? Harry asked her. Harry, you've done better than I could ever imagine. Goblins are quirky creatures. They help people only when they can earn some galleons. Respect to a wizard is seldom and never really shown. The only way that you get respect is if you get the honor to be allowed to drink their tea or if they bow to you. But tea is the greatest honor you can get. And we just received tea from Bogrod. She looked at Minerva and went on. Bogrod, Harry is the master of the goblins of England, and we have just had the honor of being allowed to drink tea with him. Again Augusta looked at Harry just like Minerva. Bella did not understand what had happened, but she knew that Harry had done something good. But why is it so special, Grangran? She asked. It was Professor McGonagall who gave her the answer. Bella, Harry, look, you showed respect for Bogrod when you said he was your equal. He shows his respect by giving you a cup of tea. It is a small gesture but with a lot of value. It is the sharing of food and drink, something you only do with family and friends, not with the enemy. Therefore it is only a small number of wizards and witches who gets the honor to drink tea with a goblin. And as far as I know, there is only one who can do it with the boss of the goblins. And Harry, that's you. Even Dumbledore does not have that honor. Everyone drank their tea and sat in silence. Bogrod came walking into the room and he had an old piece of parchment in his hand. But also a very big sharp knife in his other hand. Both he lay on the corner of his desk without saying a word. Okay, young Harry. First we want to see if this ring, the ring of the most noble and ancient house of Potter, sees you as his lord. Put it on your finger and hold your finger down. If the ring slides down your finger, then you are not Lord Potter. Harry slipped the ring on his hand and wanted to keep his hand down. But the ring narrowed and was magically reduced. The stone that was in it also reduced itself. Now it was the perfect size for Harry's finger and hand. Bogrod smiled broadly and clapped quickly. Well done, Lord Potter, he cried loudly. Bogrod got up and slowly walked around the table. Harry did not know what was happening. He also stood as well and waited for what was to come. Bogrod was just as tall as Harry when they were both standing straight up. Before the eyes of Harry, Bogrod sank to one knee and bowed his head. I, Bogrod, ruler of the goblins of England, worthy member of the tribe of the elders, the future successor and ruler of the goblins of the world, and chairman of the goblins group in the world, call upon you, young Lord Potter, of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. Welcome back, and may our homes be one again as they once were. And may my family once again serve you, as worthy members of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. Augusta watched with wide glance at Bogrod and could no longer contain herself. You are a minor house of the house of Potter, she cried, troubled. Bogrod sniggered and nodded. 7 generations ago, the then Lord Potter saved the life of my grandfather. Because we goblins cannot repay a life debt, my grandfather then connected our house and subjected it to House Potter. The Lord Potter has saved us many times during the last Goblins' uprising. Because we were seen as traitors by our own kind. After that, every Lord Potter who came after him protected us and stood beside us in times of conflict, and we stood next to him. Bogrod said while he looked at Harry. Harry grabbed the hand of Bogrod and helped him off the ground. I do not know exactly what to do as Lord Potter. But with help from Grangran, I will fulfill my duties as Lord Potter to you and your family, my friend, Harry said formally. Bogrod looked up at him and took him into a hug. Lord Potter, as goblin and a member from your house, I can only say one thing. May our gold flow freely and may our enemies die a dignified end, friend of goblins. Bogrod took again his place in his chair and looked at the papers. The ring has accepted you as his lord. Therefore you are now Lord Potter of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. Here are a pile of papers that you can go through at school. They are very important to know, but everything is in order. I myself got that settled. But please look it all through. I see that your magical guardian is Amelia Bones and that she is also the guardian of one Hermione Granger, Bogrod continued in a businesslike tone. Harry did not wait until Bogrod was ready and almost shouted. I've never met Amelia Bones, and have therefore thought that Dumbledore was my magical guardian. I have been told that he was magical guardian of all Muggle-raised children, Harry said. I am sorry, young Lord Potter, but Dumbledore is not your magical guardian, Bogrod said. Bogrod, can you tell me if Dumbledore is a relative of mine? I know he uses 4 chairs from my house in the Wizengamot, and I have learned that only a relative can do that. Bogrod seemed to think for a moment. You're right, Mr. Potter, but I will have to ask permission from Amelia Bones. Augusta stood up. I'll do it. Is it okay if I use your fireplace? Bogrod nodded and Augusta had gone through the fireplace. 5 minutes later she returned and was followed by a woman with blonde hair. Amelia, this is Lord Potter. Harry, this is your magical guardian Amelia Bones. Amelia looked at Harry and gave him a hug. Harry instantly stiffened as she took him in a hug. Frightened, he looked over at Bella. Bella instantly grabbed the hand of Harry, just to give him the feeling that she was there for him. Amelia did not notice anything and hugged Harry again. She also did not see the looks Minerva and Augusta had towards Harry. I did not know I was your magical guardian, Harry, but what can I do for you? Amelia asked softly. Harry, who visibly came to rest again, looked up at Amelia. I want to know if Dumbledore is a relative of mine. If he is not, then I want the 4 seats in the Wizengamot represented by people of my own choice, not by his. Amelia looked at Harry. Here was a boy who was only 11 years old who already took a stand against one of the great leaders of their society. Then she looked at Augusta and Minerva. In their eyes, she saw that they wanted the same thing as Harry. She understood instantly that this was not the normal course of business, and if Dumbledore is no relative of the Potters, then it was sure there would be a lot of trouble. With a little hesitation she nodded to Augusta, and said, Harry, you have my permission to seek out everything here that you think may be necessary. Beautiful. Bogrod called out jovially. Young Lord Potter, I want you to make an incision in your finger with this knife, and then drop a few drops of blood on this parchment. Afterwards I will heal your finger. Harry looked worrisome by that question but saw Augusta nod from the corner of his eye. Carefully Harry cut himself and a drop of blood on the parchment. And immediately saw how Bogrod healed his finger. Young Lord Potter. Bogrod began again. Anyone who has had a vault here has always relinquished a drop of blood. So do their children. On the basis of your drop of blood, we can see who is family, and who is not. We can look back many generations. And we can also see if you still have family that is alive. And even if he or she could perceive your duties, because not everyone is allowed to do that. To the great astonishment, Bella saw that there appeared a text in the color of blood on the parchment. Bogrod picked it up and examined it carefully. Ah, I see that you are related to Godric Gryffindor. And the 3 brothers, my, this is very unusual. Your family goes way back. The unusual part is that the blood of the brothers has found you worthy enough to continue their line. Just like the blood of Godric Gryffindor. Your grandfather also was worthy enough. Your father was unfortunately not worthy enough according to the blood. Usually it is the blood itself that will find a relative not worthy enough. If that happens, then the bloodline dies out, but you have just brought 2 bloodlines back to life, most 2 noble and ancient bloodlines. One is the Gryffindor bloodline and the other is the Peverell bloodline. You now also have the right to the lordship of Gryffindor and the Peverell brothers, according to their own bloodline. Furthermore, I see that you have many houses to watch over. The eyes of Bogrod narrowed a bit and he became quiet. Mrs. McGonagall, would you be willing to donate a drop of blood, and if it is possible at this piece of parchment here? Professor McGonagall looked at him blankly. With a little hesitation she gave a drop of blood, and was internally wondering why. Bogrod went back to Harry. I found something very interesting. So it is with joy that I can inform you that you have a living relative. Your father is James Potter. Your mother is, as he glanced down at the parchment from Professor McGonagall. Your mother is Lily Potter. Prior to Potter she was Lily Evans. But she was born as Lily McGonagall. McGonagall looked startled. That cannot be, she exclaimed. My daughter was stillborn. That's because of the news I got. The news that my husband was murdered during his work as an Auror. Dumbledore came to tell me that himself and that I could stay in the castle with him. There I could quietly mourn their deaths. Dumbledore took care of me and supported me in my grief, and later I was able to become a teacher at the school. Bogrod looked at her and slowly said, I'm sorry, Mrs. McGonagall. But it says here that your daughter has been taken away from you, that you are not sane anymore. The grief for your husband made sure that you could not take care of your daughter. She was taken away by Albus Dumbledore. You are the only and real grandmother of Harry James Potter. Harry and Minerva looked bewildered at each other. Could it really be true, Minerva thought? Was she the grandmother of Harry James Potter? Slowly it dawned upon her. Lily had called her mom. She had seen it all in the Sorting Hat. Lily had called her mom. Now she immediately understood what James wanted Dumbledore to do. And Lily had called her mom. I think it's true, Harry. I'm your grandmother, Minerva stuttered. Harry could see that she was just as surprised as himself. Bella hung a little closer to Harry. Harry, if you have a grandmother now, you do not have to live with those muggles. You can finally get away from them, Bella said with a smile. Harry looked up at McGonagall. It's true, Harry, but I have no house. I live at Hogwarts. McGonagall said to Harry, still thinking about what she had heard. One moment, please, asked Bogrod. Young Lord Potter, do you want your grandmother to represent your tasks as Lord Potter? Harry looked again at Professor McGonagall. You are really my grandmother? Harry asked, a bit shy and scared. Was it true that he had a grandmother now, someone to get him away from the Dursleys? Yes, I think so, Minerva stammered a bit. When she again recalled the memories from the Sorting Hat, Lily had called her mom. She had also heard her say to Sirius that Harry and she were the only family she had left. Yes, Harry, I am your grandmother, and you are going away from those Dursleys. I just need to find a house for us. I can help you there that with, said Bogrod. Because Harry is not old enough, he does not have access to his entire inheritance. But you, Minerva McGonagall, as his grandmother, have access to everything that is owned by Harry. Also the 8 houses and the Peverell estate, with on its ground the Potter Castle. The 8 houses are rented out and give him a monthly income. But all that we can discuss later. In the first place, there are 4 vaults that are available for the young Lord Potter. The first he already knows, that his Trust Vault. Then we have the Godric Vault and Peverell Vault and the Potter Vault. Also we have the will and some letters. Dumbledore had told us that Harry only had the consent to open it after his 20th anniversary. But since you're his grandmother, you have the right to do that now. Which are the letters in the Potter Vault, I mean? The last will of Lily and James can only be officially opened after the new year. We can do this at a later date with his grandmother. So if young Lord Potter wants to sign here, we can now make your grandmother the official representative of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. Harry signed the parchment and the ring disappeared from his finger. The moment McGonagall signed the parchment, the ring appeared around her finger. You, Minerva McGonagall, are now the representative of the most noble and ancient house of Potter, Bogrod told her. Thanks, Oma Minnie, came Harry's voice, soft and shy beside her. Just now, it really dawned upon her. Harry had called her grandmother. And Lily had called her mom. Her daughter had not died. Albus did not keep her away but had stolen her daughter. She was the mother of Lily and Albus knew. Albus had kept her away from her daughter and her daughter away from her. And now he wanted to do the same thing with her grandson. Great Merlin, her grandson, Harry James Potter, was her grandson. And Albus knew everything, all the misery and pain that Harry had endured, know that her grandson had endured. Her grandson, Harry James Potter. She could not help it, but she stood up quickly. Her chair fell backwards to the floor, and she took Harry in the biggest hug he had ever had. Great Merlin, I have a grandson, I'm a grandmother. I'm so sorry, Harry, I did not know. I will love you and care for you. You will never go to the Dursleys again and always stay with me. I will love you, Harry. I want to love my grandson, Minerva said with tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. First Harry stiffened again but let himself calm down slowly and hugged his grandmother back. He had a grandmother and she had said she wanted to love him, he thought to himself. Yes, he had a grandmother. There they were cuddling for nearly 10 minutes before they pulled apart, with smiles on their faces. Bogrod just laughed. Young Lord Potter, of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. The families that belong to you are Peverell plus 2 small houses, Gryffindor plus 3 small houses. My family and 4 small houses. Together with your own family, you have about 18 seats in the Wizengamot. It may also be more, but I do not know yet. You have 20% of the daily profit, and several other stocks. What you might want to know is that you also have 5% of our bank. I want to call someone to take you to the Potter Vault. The Gryffindor and Peverell Vault will open when you're an adult, which is 17. Bogrod looked again at Harry. Harry, it was a great pleasure to get to know you. You just have to call me and I'll be there. Thank you for the cooperation and may our gold flow freely, friend of goblins. Bogrod gave a stack of papers to Professor McGonagall and also took her leave. Amelia, Augusta and Minerva agreed to the following day to explain everything to Minerva what she had to do. And then took leave of Amelia. But now they first went to the family vault of the Potters. It was a vault deep in the underground passages of the bank. It was much deeper than the vault where his other money lay. It was 10 minutes later when they arrived at the vault. Griphook was the one who had brought them there. Slowly the door opened, and everyone saw that it was a huge vault. Mountains of gold were scattered all over the floor. Augusta watched, her eyes huge of wonder. Harry, I think you're the richest wizard there is, she said softly. He is the richest wizard of all of England, Griphook told them all. Bella had already walked into the vault and looked at everything that was shiny. In the back she found 2 letters. The first was addressed to Harry and the second was for Minerva McGonagall. She picked them up and gave them to Harry and her Auntie Minnie. Harry walked to the other side and saw 7 brooms hanging on the wall. 4 had the name of his father and 3 of his mother. Bella stood next to him and looked at the brooms. "Want one of these brooms, Bella?" Harry asked. Bella looked at the brooms. "Are you sure, Harry, they are the brooms of your father and mother?" she asked. "The brooms are there to fly, not to hang around. Pick one, I'll take the fire dragon. That one looks like the best." "Okay, Harry, I'll take the HHMMM snake dragon." "May we also take those books, Grandma?" Harry asked in a joyful tone. Minerva reduced them all and put them in a bag, but could not keep the smile off her face. Harry had called her Grandma again after another 10 minutes of looking around. They all went back to the others. Minerva McGonagall just had to get her mind around what had happened. When they went in here she was just a teacher. And now she was a grandmother, the grandmother of Harry James Potter. She looked at Harry and saw how proud he was with his broom. It was a broom made especially for James by the Nimbus Company, and it was now in the hands of his son. His son, he was now her grandson, her Harry. Bella proudly showed her broom to Hermione, Daphne and Susan. Harry did the same with his broom to Neville. Hermione showed her robe for the Quidditch matches. Daphne and Neville showed their cleaning equipment and repair tools. Quickly they went back to Hogwarts. They were just in time for the evening meal. Bella and Harry had to stay behind for a moment. The rest already went to the Great Hall for dinner. "Harry, Bella, I want you to keep all this a secret for Dumbledore. After Christmas we can read the testament of your parents. Only then everything will be official. Then we can say that I am your grandmother. Until that time, we practice twice a week in order to be sure how to be a lord. Augusta and Amelia will come to assist me with that. We do that Wednesday and Friday at 8 o'clock in the evening. Daphne, Neville and Susan will continue to help you with that. Amelia and Augusta want to keep this a secret because we do not know why Dumbledore did this. And that's something we want to know first. Now off with you. Go eat," she said with a smile. Harry hesitated at the door and said, "Thanks, Grandmother Minnie. You do not know how happy I am that I no longer have to go to the Dursleys." Harry ran back and gave his grandmother a hug and a key on her cheek. Harry did not know that Minerva had seen the Little Red Book of Arabella. "Yes, Harry, I know, and I'm terribly sorry. I wish I had knew all of this before today," Minerva whispered to herself. After dinner, all the friends went straight back to their common room. Harry sat on a couch in front of the fireplace. It was his favorite place in the Gryffindor common room. In his hands, he had the letter with his name written on it. His hands were shaking violently, but he did not dare to open it. The fear he had in his mind was clearly visible on his face. "Shall I open it so that I can read it to you?" Bella suggested. Harry nodded slowly and handed the letter over to Bella. He was extremely nervous about what would be in it. And if he was honest, he did not wanted to know the contents of the letter. He was afraid he would not like it. Bella figured it out and snuggled up against him. Daphne sat on the other side of him and took his hand in hers and rubbed her thumb over the back of his hand. It made Harry feel good that he got the support from both of them. It was something that was totally new to him. The feeling of friendship, a friendship he had felt only with Bella, but now he also felt it from Daphne, and from all his other friends. Neville and Hermione sat next to each other and opposite from Harry. Susan was standing behind Harry and laid her hands on his shoulders for support. That was something that he had never felt before. Bella looked again at Harry and tore the letter open. Gently she pulled the letter out of the envelope and unfolded it carefully. "Do you really want me to read it to you?" she asked again. Harry nodded. He knew that he himself could not read the letter. She coughed gently and began reading. "Dear Harry, if you read this letter we, unfortunately, are no longer with you. I first want to say that we love you very much and are extremely proud of you. Your father was overjoyed when he got you as a son. And I was just as happy. You were such a beautiful boy and we loved you so much. Unfortunately, it is a war now with a dark wizard that wants to dominate everything. I do not know what is going to happen, but we are hoping for the best. Now that you read this letter, we are no longer there to protect you. It is something that gives me a lot of pain. I had so much to teach you. And so much that I wanted to tell you. There are some things that I need to tell you. And also a few things I need to warn you about. It is very important that you know it all. I do not know if you will like this, but you have to know it. My dear sweet boy, I cannot tell you how much it hurts me that I have to tell you this in this way. Albus Dumbledore is perhaps the greatest magician out there. He is wise and very powerful. Unfortunately, he also is not to be trusted completely. Dumbledore is a good friend, but he makes many mistakes, so be on your guard around him. It is often his ego that is in his way. He thinks he knows everything, and that he does not need anyone's help. I also have a sister. Her name is Petunia, and her husband is a very bad man. They are not your family, Harry. Do not trust them at all. They will not be kind to you. If you are there now, then get away from there, as soon as you can. They hate everything that is magical and loathe our species. They see us as monsters and will treat us as such. They will not hesitate to hurt you when they have the opportunity. I hope they do not put you there with them. And I also pray that you'll never see them or know them. You still have family, Harry. This is one of the things that Dumbledore has done wrong. So it was much too late that I found out I was adopted. After searching for many years, I have found my real mother again. I was astonished when I found out she was my Transfiguration teacher. I wanted to tell her right away, but I could not. Dumbledore has kept me from telling her. It was something that I have never understood. Her name is Minerva McGonagall. She's your grandmother. At school, her name is Professor McGonagall. She may look very strict, but she is a very sweet woman. If you have not met her yet, then please go look for her. And if you find her, then give her this letter. I know that she will do everything for you. She may not believe you right away, but she will do whatever is necessary to find out what the truth is. But Bogrod is the one who will be able to help you there. Bogrod is a good friend of the family. He is a goblin. His house belongs to our house. Your Lord Potter. In our vault is the book about the lordship. Read that book, it is very important that you know it. You can also ask Augusta Longbottom and her family for help if you want. She will love it if you call her Gran. Also, you can ask Amelia Bones and the Greengrass family to help you. The niece of Amelia, Susan, and the daughter of the Greengrass, Daphne, is the same age as you, sweetheart. They could be good friends with you. It would be nice if you can grow up alongside them. I regret that I must tell you the following. Because you are reading this letter, it means we are deceased. It also means that Voldemort has found where we were hiding. I have done something which means you are protected. It is ancient magic that even Dumbledore knows nothing about. He has his suspicions, but no more than that. It is, therefore, important that you're with your grandmother, and especially together in our home. Your grandmother will know where that home is when she has been to Bogrod. If not, then search for her, sweetheart, please search for her. We have probably been killed by Lord Voldemort. And he will want to kill you, so watch out. Practice a lot and learn as much as you can. We love you. Never forget that we love you. Now let's go on to better things. Your father has told me that there are 7 brooms in the Potter vault. They are hanging on the wall. The top broom is his own broom. It is his fire dragon. If possible, try to be a seeker. He was one too. He will be so proud of you if you are a seeker. I myself was a chaser. If you are a chaser, grab my broom. It is the snake dragon. We also have a book about Quidditch in the Potter vault. It contains the 2 brooms and what they can do. Those brooms are made for us by the Nimbus Company. They are not as good as professional brooms. But they are good enough for Quidditch at Hogwarts. And it would mean a lot to us if you use them. There is so much more that I want to tell you. But I will do that later. For now, know that we love you. We love you so much. Never forget that we love you so much. Your mother and father, Lily and James Potter. Harry was crying softly. He had laid his head on the shoulder of Bella and whispered. They loved me and they knew it. They said I should never be at the Dursleys. The last sentence from the letter he did not understand but thought no more about it. He knew that he would never be able to talk with his parents ever again. Bella read the letter one more time and folded it. She was not sure what to do with Harry at this time. This was the first he had ever heard from his parents. And yet he did not know much. It was the first time he had heard that he should not have been with his aunt and uncle. But he had been there for 11 years. It had been 11 years of misery that he had had at their hands. She put her arms around him and held him against her. Her eyes went to Daphne and Susan. They were also mentioned in the letter. Both had a look of disbelief in their eyes. But no one in the common room outside of Bella understood what Harry meant by the Dursleys. But could clearly see the pain he had when he talked about it. They heard the portrait of the fat lady opening. All at once they looked at the portrait hole. There they saw Professor McGonagall. She was standing in the portrait hole with tears in her eyes. A little earlier that day, Professor McGonagall saw the students go to dinner. She herself would follow 10 minutes later. At the main table she saw Albus Dumbledore sitting in his chair. It was also for the first time that she looked at that chair like it was a throne, and he was sitting there as if he were a king. It was as if her stomach did a somersault of hate. He had her daughter taken away from her and then told her that she was dead. It now appeared that it had been Lily and Harry was her grandson. Preferably she wanted to go over there, and curse Dumbledore on the spot, and send him to hell. But she knew she could not do that. She had asked Harry and Bella if they could keep it a secret. And no matter how difficult it would be, she too had to keep it a secret herself. Fortunately, she was on the right side of Dumbledore. In this way, he could not see her ring. With a sigh, she glanced into the great hall. There, she saw Harry. Her grandson was sitting at his friends and they were laughing together. She could not help but feel a little warmth at the sight of Harry and his friends. There she saw her grandson, the Harry Potter, her grandson, Harry. When Bella and Harry had left the great hall, Minerva got up and walked away immediately. One more time she had looked angry over her shoulder at Dumbledore. Later in her own private room she sat behind her desk, and was thinking about everything that had happened that day. To her left was a large stack of papers. Those were the papers that she had received from Bogrod that afternoon. Around her right hand was the ring with the Potter coat of arms on it. Something she found difficult to believe, and she became a grandmother on top of everything else. On the right side of her desk was the little red book of Harry. Her thoughts went to what was in that book. That will never happen again, she told herself. She could still remember everything she had told Albus. She had told him that he could not leave Harry at those muggles. After all, they were the worst sort of muggles that she had ever seen. But had he listened to her? No, it was for the greater good he had said. In the middle of her desk was the letter from the Potter vault. With on the front written in elegant letters the name. Minerva McGonagall. With a trembling hand she took the letter and opened it. Minerva McGonagall. I'm sorry that I have to do it this way. But my name is Lily McGonagall. Yes, Mom, you read that right. I am your daughter. You know me as Lily Evans Potter. I have often been on the point to tell you everything. But unfortunately, Albus Dumbledore has always blocked me from it. According to him, you were not sane enough, and it would have hurt you too much if I did it. I even think he has obliviated me a number of times to prevent me from telling you. But I tell you now, that you are my mother. I know it will be a shock, but I will try to explain everything to you in this letter. I was placed in the Evans family when I was still a baby. I always thought that I was their daughter. When I got my letter from Hogwarts on my 11th birthday, everything turned out to be different. I was a witch, the only one from my family. While I was with my parents buying my school supplies in Diagonally, the first doubts came to my mind about my parents. At Ollivander I introduced myself as Lily Evans. Ollivander looked at me and then at my parents and told us that there was something wrong, but he did not tell us what it was. That night my parents took me aside and told me that I was not their real daughter. She loved me like I was their daughter, and they felt like real parents to me. They told me that I was brought to them in the middle of the night by a wizard. It was Albus Dumbledore who had brought me there. My mother had gone mad about the death of her husband, my father. She could never take care of me, that was what he had told my parents. A week later we were back in Diagon Alley. We went to Gringotts to open a vault, so I could have my own money in the wizarding world. When opening a vault you had to donate a drop of blood. There I was told that my mother was still alive. And that she was working and that she was not crazy. Gringotts did not tell me where she was working. They did not even want to give a message to her. All they could say was that my real name was Lily McGonagall. At school, I learned that the head of house was none other than Professor McGonagall. My curiosity was piqued when I heard that name. The first few years I did not even dare to talk to you about this. After all, I was not sure if you were my mother or not. Years thereafter I sought out everything I could find just to be certain that you or someone else could be my mother. In those years, you and I became good friends. In my 6th year it was certain you were my mother. First I told my story to Dumbledore. It was stupid I know, but I knew nothing else to do. He told me that you had gone mad after the death of your husband, my real father, and that I should not tell you about this. You then told me in confidence that your daughter has been stillborn. You also told me how your husband Harry McGonagall was killed in his profession as an Auror. You can understand that I walked straight to Dumbledore. I was mad at him because he had taken me away from you. He forbade me to say anything about it to you. And I was too afraid of him to go against him. I was only 16 years old after all. According to him, you could not handle the shock it would give you. You were much too vulnerable, according to him. Many times have I begged Dumbledore to let me tell you. And every time I asked I got the same answer. No, you would not be able to handle it. James has also tried. But he was told the same thing. As you know, we had become good friends. I also must tell you honestly that I was starting to see you as my real mother. In subsequent years, I often dropped subtle hints. Every time I called you Mom, you looked at me. However, you never asked or said anything. You always smiled and took it as something normal. The many times that you were with us, you kept your grandson on your lap. Those were the most beautiful moments I had. When the war came, everything went way too fast. That you are now reading this letter is a sign that I'm gone. I do not know how old Harry is now, but I hope he is with you. Harry has a godfather. His name is Sirius Black. His godmother is Alice Longbottom. They will take care of Harry. And let him grow up together with Neville. But he still needs his grandmother. I have not told Harry about Neville, for fear that something could happen to him. Alice and Frank are just like us in hiding from Voldemort, so I have not said anything to Harry about Neville. That's something that you should tell him for me. Mom, I love you. And I am sorry that you hear of my existence in this way. I would have preferred to hold you in my arms and cry with tears of happiness. Worse is that I was taken away from you. And also, that I was kept away by Dumbledore himself. Even worse is that I have to ask the following. Sirius will not be the best father, we both know that. Would you help him in raising Harry? If Harry is not with Sirius or with Alice Longbottom, then please make sure you have him. They cannot refuse his grandmother. If you cannot keep him at the school, then you can bring him to the Greengrass family. They will take care of Harry for you when you're at school. There he can play nicely with their daughter Daphne. He can also stay with Amelia Bones, there he can be with Susan. The next thing is Bogrod. He's a goblin. Bogrod is a friend of ours. Bogrod is the son of the boss at Gringotts. Bogrod is looking after our affairs and everything from the Potter family. At Gringotts he can make sure you're his grandmother, because they have ways to prove it. Promise me one thing, Mom, do not let them bring Harry to that so-called sister of mine. They hate our kind and will mistreat him. I cannot describe what they would do to him. I can only imagine. And that's not even how bad it will be for real. Harry will not survive there. And I seriously think he can die there. Mom, please listen. Please, make sure that Harry does not go there. That he will not experience such a treatment at their hands. You also have the right to be acting Lord Potter of House Potter. James took care of that. As long as Harry is underage, you can represent him as Lord Potter. Professor Minerva McGonagall, you are my mother and I love you dearly. Harry is your grandson. And Dumbledore knows all about that. Do not trust that man. He is a great wizard, that I do not take away from him, but his greater good is not the good that he thinks it is. And I also think that there is more what he did, but I do not know what. There is another thing. There was a prediction, and it comes down to this. Either Harry or Neville Longbottom has to kill Lord Voldemort. We do not know who it is. Lord Voldemort will mark him as his equal. We are currently in hiding. And hope that we do not have to send this letter. It is also why we did not tell Harry about Neville. But if you are reading this, then Harry is the one who has to kill Lord Voldemort. He will need training, More training than he will ever receive from Dumbledore. Then there is one last thing, Mom. And I'm really sorry. I've looked at everything, but I knew nothing else to do. I've done a ritual through which Harry is protected as long as he is with his family. My sister is not my family, you are, though. This ritual gives him an extra protection. But he must be in a home with his family. In a house that he can call his home with his thoughts but also with his heart. And with you, he will always be home. Protect my son and your grandson. He is really great. And he already has a lot of magic. Poppy had to bind his magic a month after his birth. She must undo it for its 3rd anniversary. I love you, Mom. We will talk again soon. Your daughter Lily McGonagall, Potter. Professor McGonagall put the letter down on the desk. Tears burned in the corners of her eyes. She had always thought that her daughter was dead. Albus had told her so and she trusted him. And now, after everything, she found out that she had known her daughter all this time. It had been one of her most favorite pupils. Lily Potter was her daughter. Harry, little Harry, from out of nowhere, was her grandson. Lily knew he would have a miserable youth if he would stay with the Dursleys. And Dumbledore has placed him there. He was responsible for everything Harry had endured. Why had she believed him? Why did she not do more for Harry? The protection that Albus always spoke about lay with her and not with those Dursleys. All those things went through her mind. She thought of everything and felt much more. Anger at Albus, sadness for Harry, frustration that she had not known all of this before. Her gaze was focused on the little red book on the left side of her desk. Everything that was written in it gave her a sick feeling. Every blow and every type of torture that Harry had endured by the hands of those Dursleys. If only Albus had listened to Lily, all of that could have been avoided. Great Merlin, if Albus had not taken away Lily from her, then all of this might not have happened at all. Albus had not only turned the life of Harry into a hell, but also that of Lily and hers. Years of grief over her dead daughter had been for nothing. And now she knew she was alive, she was immediately reminded that she was dead, and all that was left was Harry. Merlin, her Harry. Slowly she stood up and walked to the Gryffindor common room. Again in the corridor, every line of the red book went through her mind. All the misery that Harry had gone through and all the pain he had endured. There she stood in front of the portrait of the fat lady. Fortuna Major, she cried. The portrait swung open and she went inside. She saw Harry sitting on a couch, his head on the shoulder of Bella. Bella had her arms around him in a hug. Daphne sat on his other side with his hand in hers. Harry had tears in his eyes that were slowly sliding down his cheeks. His letter was folded on the table. McGonagall was standing there in the middle of the common room. Almost everyone had gone to their beds. Only Katie, Angelina, Fred and George were still up. They were in the corner and watching the friends closely. Harry looked into the eyes of Professor McGonagall and immediately stood up. He ran to her and said, "They knew it, they knew it." Crying, he stood by her. She had caught him in her arms and pressed him close to her. She could not speak and was crying softly along with him in her arms. It was very strange for her. Harry had crawled in her lap as she sat down in a chair. Bella had given her the letter from Harry. In that letter she read that Harry could not stay with his so-called aunt. At that moment she knew what Harry meant. "Your mother told me the same thing," she sniffed a little. "I'm sorry, Harry, if I knew sooner then you would have never been there. And I promise you this, you will never go there again." Harry looked up at her with tears still in his eyes. "Really, you promise? I really do not have to go there ever again." "No, Harry, you'll never have to. Never ever again." "Thank you, Grandma Minnie," said Harry with a small smile. At that time, Angelina and Katie looked at her. Silent Angelina asked, "Grandma Minnie?" McGonagall smiled at her and nodded. Later that night she would explain everything to the twins and the two ladies. She also asked them if they wanted to keep it a secret for now. It was a lot for Professor McGonagall to take in. Mainly because she was now thinking very differently about Albus Dumbledore. She knew she had a difficult time after the death of her husband. But a week later she was back home, and almost back to normal. Sure, she cried, but who would not do that after something like that? The worst was the death of her daughter, who turned out to be not dead, and now she was. Lily Potter, her daughter. She was at their wedding as a special guest. Why had Albus done all of that? What has he achieved with it? And what was the goal he wanted to achieve? In the common room, all of them had gone to bed. After half an hour, Harry returned to the common room. He could not keep his thoughts from the letter. Everything he had heard that day was new to him. From out of nowhere, he became a lord of a house, and he had a grandmother. Years he had prayed for something like this. And now he had it. He had friends and family. It was a small family, but it was a family. His aunt had never hugged him in all the years that he was with them. Sure, she had hugged Dudley, but never him. From out of nowhere, he had a grandmother who did it, and he loved it. For once in his life he was happy, really happy. On Sunday morning, he looked sleepy in the eyes of Bella. "What are you doing in my room, Bella?" Harry asked. "Your room, Harry? You are lying on the couch in the common room. Did you sleep here all night?" Sleepy and yawning, he was standing up. "Yes, I think so," he said. Shuffling, he walked to his dorm room and started to get dressed. It was almost 8:30 when they made their way to the Great Hall. There they were eating at the Gryffindor table. Professor McGonagall walked past them and gave him a pat on the head. Without saying a word, she walked to the head table. Harry looked around and just smiled at her. "She loves you, Harry, and she is happy that she is your grandmother," Daphne said in his ear. Bella sat next to him and nodded that Daphne was right. It was a wonderful feeling that he had a grandmother now. McGonagall sat at the head table. As their eyes met each other, Professor McGonagall gave him a rare smile. Dumbledore was sitting in the middle and looked very sullen. Harry did not know what was wrong with him. But there was something that was not right. And it gave him a good feeling. It was a wonderful feeling that he had a grandmother now. McGonagall sat at the head table. As their eyes met each other, Professor McGonagall gave him a rare smile. Dumbledore was sitting in the middle and looked very sullen. Harry did not know what was wrong with him. But there was something that was not right. And it gave him a good feeling. Albus Dumbledore sat sulking in the Great Hall at breakfast. The reason for this was that he had received a letter the night before from Gringotts. One of his plans had gone wrong, and he did not know how far it had gone wrong. Together with Minister Fudge, he had made Amelia Bones the magical guardian of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. And according to the letter, Amelia had given Harry the right to rule over all the money from his trust vault. This meant that Albus could not do anything with that money out of the vault without letting them know. But the question remained, was this all that they knew, or was there more? Luckily, Minerva had said nothing at breakfast, so she, fortunately, did not know that she was the grandmother of Harry James Potter. That was at least a plan that Albus could still perform. That Sunday afternoon, Susan and Hermione had inserted an extra workout. It would be the first day that they would fly on their new brooms. And they needed the exercise. Oliver looked forward to the broom that they had bought and was eager to tell them all about brooms. When he saw that they have a fire dragon and a serpent dragon, he had almost fallen off his chair. "I've never seen those brooms but heard of them. Those were the best brooms that gold could buy at that time," he had said. "It was said that the Nimbus factory had made those brooms." "How did you get it?" Oliver asked, deeply impressed. Bella smiled at hearing how Oliver felt about her broom. "This has been the broom from Harry's mother when she was a chaser here at school. Harry has his father's broom," Bella told him. Oliver looked envious at the brooms. "Well, I want to see whether these brooms are as good as they have described they are." Oliver tried to sound strict, but his every word from him was dripping with excitement. Harry and Bella stepped on their brooms and flew into the sky. It was a wonderful feeling. Oliver wanted to know how fast they were and challenged anyone to a match. It was clear that Harry's broom was the fastest of all. Bella was followed right after him, but was not much faster than the other chasers. Oliver looked happier by the minute. He could see that they were professional brooms. And that meant that they were almost as good as a Nimbus 2000. "This year we win the cup," he shouted loudly after a few minutes. It had been a busy week. Oliver and Hermione insisted that there was a training every evening. He said that they had to be one with their brooms. And therefore they had to train as often as they could. Every night the friends walked dead tired into the common room. Neville and Daphne then had to check all brooms for damage and unevenness. Susan and Hermione could then make a comprehensive report about the training and what to do the next day. That weekend they were going to play for the first time against Slytherin. Professor McGonagall had come to watch some of the workouts, and that meant she was there every night. She had told the team that she wanted to know how good her house team was doing. But she really was there for Harry and Harry alone. She still had to get used to the fact that she suddenly had a grandson. But every day she saw him, she found it more and more to be a good thing. She loved that boy, and every day she loved him more. Every time something good happened, Minerva wrote a letter to Arabella. And with each letter she did add a memory of the event. Now it was time for the match of the day. She was a nervous wreck when she walked into the Great Hall. Normally she would only come around 9 o'clock on a Saturday, but this time she was there at 7. She was almost the first to appear in the hall and was just as nervous as her grandson. Her grandson was going to play that day, and she already had been chewing her nails to the brim. At 8:30 the entire Quidditch team of Gryffindor walked into the Great Hall. Bella was in the lead. She was very nervous and it showed on her face. Harry walked behind her and did not look too happy himself. With difficulty, Bella got a bite of her toast down her throat. At least she still tried to eat. That was something her grandson did not do. Soon they were going for their first game and Bella was filled with tension. It was a relief for her that Harry was there. Harry had, after all, told her it would be fine. But Bella could see that Harry was as nervous as she was. Little by little more students were walking into the Great Hall. Draco was sitting at the Hufflepuff house table, and was making inappropriate comments to Harry. Something that Harry had not even realized was happening. Ron Weasley was sitting apart from his own table and was clearly miserable. The match would begin at noon. Yet they all went to the Quidditch field at 10. Neville and Daphne walked, with 4 additional brooms under their arms also to the Quidditch field. "Why are you carrying those brooms? Ours are still in tip-top condition," Wood asked when he saw the two of them walking with those brooms. "Would you never know what might happen, and an extra broom is always handy to have," Daphne answered him. It was a logic thing, which Wood had never thought of. Hermione had also asked him if there were substitute players, and that was also something he had not thought about. It was crazy now that he was thinking about it. In the 4 years he played Quidditch, and his first year as Quidditch captain, he never thought about those things. And now there were students who thought along with him. Therefore, there would soon be a replacement team. Susan and Daphne would be their spare chasers, together with a girl named Alicia Spinnet. Bella sat in the dressing room next to Harry. She was hopping back and forth because of her nerves. Harry just watched all around him anxiously. In about an hour, they would play their first match. Wood had kept his pep talk and was hoping to get everyone calm. Another 5 minutes and then they would go to the field for a warm-up. Both Harry and Bella looked into the audience, and then in one of the rows they saw Minerva sitting with Arabella by her side. Lee Jordan, a friend of Fred and George Weasley, gave the commentary. The Slytherin players were already announced by him. "And there we have the Gryffindor team," Jordan's voice rang through the speaker. "First we have their Quidditch captain and keeper, Oliver Wood. Their beaters are Fred and George Weasley. I also do not always tell them apart from each other, but they are deadly with a bat, that I can tell you. So watch out for them. And there we have the chasers, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and the youngest chaser ever, Bellatrix Smith. And last we have the youngest seeker ever, Harry Potter. Everything indicates that we are going to get a great Quidditch year, so hold on tight." It was at that moment that they all flew on the field. Bella and Harry were last in the row. Harry went flying far above the field. And Bella took her place among the chasers. Madam Hooch ran onto the field and stood between the two leaders. It seemed as if Oliver Wood was about to curse the other captain. His head was red with rage. With a firm push off he went to his place as keeper. Madam Hooch whistled and the game was underway. It was Katie who first had the quaffle. She threw it to Bella, who immediately threw it to Angelina. Then back to Bella, who threw towards the goal ring of Slytherin. The keeper from the Slytherins had stopped the quaffle by a hair. It was the first real chance from the Gryffindors. And right away, Bella had opened the attack with menace. Now it was Slytherin who was on the quaffle, and Fred and George did everything to beat them off their brooms. They were especially throwing the bludgers in their direction, to keep them from scoring. Fortunately, Wood was one of the best goalkeepers they had, so that was not the problem. And he had stopped the quaffle with a simple flick of his broom. Wood threw the quaffle to Bella, who took him under her arm. She threw it to Katie and Katie threw it back to Bella. Bella ducked between the posts and threw him back to Angelina, who caught it and scored. 10 points for Gryffindor, voice from Lee Jordan sounded. The seeker from Slytherin plunged to the ground. Harry dived after him. Bella could just avoid him. She already had the quaffle in her hands. Without really thinking about it, she ducked behind Harry. Harry went at full speed towards the goalposts from Slytherin, following their seeker. The seeker from Slytherin went right past their goalposts. Harry followed behind him. Bella flew close behind them. No one had seen the quaffle that she had in her hands. 20 points for Gryffindor, sounded through the stadium. And the snitch was suddenly gone from sight. Harry went back to his position above the field. Bella flew again for another attempt with the quaffle in her hands to the goal posts at the Slytherin side. It was breathtaking to see her fly, thought Harry while he was searching the whole field for the snitch. Bella threw the quaffle to Katie. Katie to Angelina and was hit by a bludger on her arm. Wood saw it from his position at the goalposts and called for a timeout. Everyone came down and stood by Wood on the sidelines. Angelina Johnson immediately flew over to Madame Pomfrey. Luckily, it turned out not to be something serious and she could again take part in the game. Wood was yelling at Harry. According to him, Harry was taking too long to catch the snitch, and therefore he was a terrible seeker. Bella just glared daggers at Wood. "I have not seen you searching along with Harry, Wood," she cried fiercely. "You only had one quaffle to stop, and could, therefore, help Harry to find the snitch. But no, the almighty Wood is too good to do something like that." Wood was stunned and was just looking at Bella in disbelief. He opened his mouth but could bring nothing out. Fred and George, however, stood behind Bella. "Yes, Wood, we also think that you could have done more," they said simultaneously. Somewhat beaten, Wood looked from the field to Hermione. Hermione realized that she could now have her say. "Okay. Listen, their beaters are having trouble with the bludgers. To hit them downwards is not a problem for them, but to hit them upwards is a problem. The same goes for their keeper. He has trouble with a quaffle from above. He and their beaters are looking straight into the sun. Harry the snitch is often at the center goalpost on the side of Slytherin," said Hermione from the notebook she had in her hand. Neville and Daphne had brought the broom from Angelina back to order in record time. And so she could rejoin the rest. Everything what Hermione had told during the timeout was right on the spot. Before anyone from Slytherin knew it, Gryffindor had scored again. 3-0, 4-0, 5-0 points, shouted Lee Jordan. All the attacks from Gryffindor came from above, and every time they scored. 6-0, 7-0, 8-0, 9-0 points. The voice of Lee Jordan echoed again. Slytherin had no chance at all. It did not matter what they did not pass Gryffindor. Harry saw from the corner of his eye the snitch just above the ground and went for it. Bella watched him go. Inside, Bella became hot when she saw him go after the snitch. With a deep breath that she was holding, she saw Harry go straight down, now a sharp turn to the right and now to the left, straight up chasing the snitch. The snitch was right in front of his outstretched fingers. What happened then? Bella did not quite understand. Harry from out of nowhere shook from side to side. Katie threw the quaffle to Bella. Bella did not even see the quaffle coming. She was very shocked when the quaffle touched her on the shoulder. Nevertheless, she remained fixated on Harry. She saw how he was slowly losing his grip on his broom. Katie was now flying beside Bella and was now also looking into the direction of Harry. "It is 90-10 for Gryffindor," the voice of Lee Jordan said. Harry was now barely hanging onto his broom. His face was one of fear and determination. "It is 90-20 for Gryffindor." Jordan's voice sounded again. Now the audience in the stadium also noticed that something was wrong. Hermione grabbed the arm of Neville and pointed at Harry. "The broom had been tampered with," Daphne exclaimed. Susan was the only one not looking at Harry. "It's Snape. He is bewitching the broom," she yelled. The other three now also looked at Snape and saw him mutter, without closing his eyes. Without a word, Susan ran across the field toward the stands. From under the stand, she crawled upwards. Without knowing what to do, she crawled further up. Snape was now sitting in front of her. Professor Quirrell was sitting behind him. She grabbed the legs of Professor Quirrell and pulled them towards her. Professor Quirrell was pulled forward and fell right into Snape. She hoped she had broken the bewitchment of the broom. According to the screams she heard, she knew something bad had happened. But she did not really know what had happened. Just before that, Susan had grabbed the legs of Quirrell. Bella, who was now flying under him, and Fred and George flew between them and tried to grab him. Just when they almost had him, the broom shot straight up. Now Fred and George were flying back and forth beneath him. Harry had to hold his broom with all the strength he had, and it took the greatest efforts for him to hold on. Harry was only hanging on his broom with one hand. His fingers began to break loose from his broom. Bella was now hovering under Fred and George. She was totally fixated on Harry and everything else escaped her. Suddenly Harry's broom stopped shaking. But it did not help. Harry could just not keep his grip. His fingers slid down the broom and he fell off his broom. Fred and George saw him fall when both of them tried to grab him, but both missed him. Harry fell faster and faster down and suddenly he felt two hands. Bella had caught him in his fall, but Harry was too heavy for her. She could not stop him from falling. Harry slipped out of her hands and she screamed, "No!" The voice in her head sounded now harder than ever. "Yes, there he goes, well done Bellatrix, you did it, you killed Harry Potter." Harry fell flat on the ground. He was trying to get up and spat out the golden snitch. "Yes, he is still alive," Bella exclaimed. "No, it cannot be. Kill him now," the voice shouted in her head. And suddenly, like a dishcloth, Harry profiled down again. There was nothing about him which was moving. And everything looked as if Harry was dead. Hermione had run onto the field towards Harry with a rope in her hand. Madame Pomfrey was the first to reach Harry. She grabbed the other side of the rope and held her other hand on Harry's chest. Everyone saw them disappear into nothingness. Bella was the first on the spot where Harry had just disappeared. Daphne and Neville came running toward her. "Here, grab this rope as a port key just like the one from Hermione," Neville called to them. They had to wait until Minerva and Susan were there too, and then they could go. Neville activated the port key and they were moved to the infirmary. There Poppy Pomfrey was already busy with Harry. Poppy Pomfrey was treating Harry and had him floating in the air. She did not have any time to conjure a screen around Harry. And did what she had to do and vanished his Quidditch robes and undergarments, only his boxers remained. Poppy Pomfrey was too busy to realize what was happening around her. Harry was floating slowly, turning around and above his bed. Everyone in the room at that time had a clear view of the chest and back of Harry Potter. Every part of Harry's body screamed torture, mistreatment, and malnutrition. Daphne and Susan ran crying out of the infirmary. Neville followed them closely. Only Hermione and Bella stood still, tears leaking from their eyes. Minerva took Bella and Hermione in a hug. It was purely out of instinct. Only to reassure them that everything would be okay. Even Minerva had doubts about it, now that she was looking at her grandson. It was Arabella Figg who first walked into the infirmary. "Mom, it's much worse with Harry than we have ever imagined," Bella said, crying when she ran to her mother, whom she had seen from out of the corner of her eye. Shortly after Arabella, Amelia Bones and Augusta Longbottom walked into the infirmary. They were pulled ahead by Susan and Neville. Augusta, who had already read some things in the Red Book, had expected everything when Neville had run up to her saying, "He's beaten. Harry was beaten," was all she could hear between his tears and sobs. For Susan, it was the same thing. She had much contact with her auntie about Harry. In her letters, she'd said that Harry was way too thin for a boy. But also that he always retreated when anyone other than Bella or Daphne touched him. But this was one of the biggest shocks they could have. Amelia slumped into a chair crying with Susan in her arms when they saw Harry hovering above his bed. From the entrance of the infirmary, there was a deep male voice. "Who was abused and where is he?" the voice said. It was David Greengrass, the father of Daphne. Daphne, who was crying, walked on the arm of her mother Isabella Greengrass. David was almost as white as Hagrid. He was muscular through all his years as Auror. But despite what he had ever seen, this was also a shock to him. Poppy Pomfrey was busy with her wand to get everything right. And while she was busy, everybody looked at Harry. Everyone saw the red stripes and scars that were on his back and chest, ribs that had never healed properly. All over the body of Harry the scars shouted abuse. Hermione was still crying in the arms of Minerva. Minerva now had double feelings when she looked at Harry. It was now more than ever that she was ashamed. Reading the red book had been bad enough. But seeing the scars on the small body of Harry was unbearable. Now more than ever she was pissed at Albus, but also angry with herself, and especially saddened for her grandson. Poppy put Harry on his bed and conjured a pair of pajamas around him. Now there were no more scars to see, and everyone knew immediately how Harry had been hiding it all. But everyone had seen them now and knew that it was not anything they had seen. It was dead quiet in the infirmary when Harry was laid out on a bed. Poppy had dropped into a chair and began to cry. Of all her students, this had been the worst. The famous Harry Potter had been abused all his life. She now had the task to make a report of all his injuries. But she did not know where to begin. Some injuries he had suffered as a baby. It was also at that time that the doors of the infirmary opened. "How is Harry Potter doing?" asked Albus Dumbledore in a grandfatherly sort of way. Poppy jumped up and fired off a stunner at the headmaster. Dumbledore was blown against a wall on the outside of the infirmary and slipped to the ground where he landed in a heap. Before anyone could say anything, Poppy immediately closed the door and locked them with magic. "He will not come in here for a long time. Every year I asked him how Harry was doing. And every year he told me that all was well and that Harry was becoming a beautiful boy. And now I know it were all lies. You stay with Harry and the adults go with me to the office in," Poppy said sternly. The 5 friends went to the bed to sit around it. The adults went into the office of Poppy. Within the office walls of Poppy, no one spoke a word. Everyone just looked at everyone. All of them had a look of disbelief and sadness. Poppy conjured a large bottle of cognac and gave everyone a big glass. She herself was crying again while she was sitting at her desk. It took a moment before she looked up and spoke. "I regret very much that you had to see that. I do not know how and why you were so quick to get here, but I am grateful. I would never have believed it if I was here alone. Many of his injuries are 10 years old. Even some of his bone fractures are as old as 10 years. And it's much worse than that." Minerva gasped. It was even worse with her grandson, with her Harry. What could be worse than what they had already seen today, she wondered. David filled his glass up to the edge and looked, pointing to Amelia. "Amelia, I do not care what we have to do. But whoever is guilty of doing all of this to that boy, are going to pay if you ask me. I want to see them be hanged or be given the Dementor key. Even if I have to be in Auror again to catch them and get them to justice." Amelia could only nod in agreement. She was his magical guardian and she knew nothing about it. She did not even know she was his magical guardian. Isabella Greengrass had walked around the desk and had taken Poppy into a hug. "Poppy, what is even worse than what we have already seen today?" Isabella asked her softly. With big red eyes from crying, Poppy looked at Isabella. "The magic of Harry is still tied. I tied his magic when he was 1 month old," Poppy said to Isabella. This was something that was very dangerous. With a child of 1 year, the magic is sometimes tied. You have to take it away again when they are 3 years old. It can be life-threatening if that did not happen. Minerva knew it had happened because she had read all of that in the letter from Lily. She also knew that Albus knew all of that because he had been there when it happened. And Harry has a piece of soul behind his scar that does not belong to him, Poppy added in a murmur. Because of this, everyone was looking up at Poppy. The conversation lasted long into the night. The 5 friends had all crawled on a bed and had fallen asleep. David was going to look at Harry with Isabella. They had all agreed to that, one by one every half hour alternately. And this time it was their turn. From the bed next to Harry, Bella began to scream. "No, I'm not going to kill Harry. No, he's my friend, and I'm not going to kill him." Isabella stood beside her and spoke soothing words. However, it did not help. Minerva and Arabella ran out of the office and towards Bella. "No, I'm not killing Harry Potter. Harry, help me, he is back." Arabella did everything to silence Bella, but that also did not help. The other 4 children were awakened by the noise. No, I'm not going to murder him. Harry, please get him away from me. Help me, Harry, Bella yelled out in frustration. The other adults were now also standing by the bed. Bella. All of them had a look of fear as they saw Bella there screaming in the way that she did. Bella. Suddenly Harry's voice sounded through the ward. He cried out in pain. His body began to float above his bed. There was a blue glow forming around Harry. Poppy ran to him and did everything to get him calmed. His blue glow became green, purple, and now a deep green. He's breaking through. He's bound, Poppy said with panic in her voice. With a scream of pure, Harry broke the seal on his magic. All the windows in the infirmary were flying outwards to shards. Bella screamed that she did not want to kill Harry. Harry came back on his bed with a blow and looked around. Bella was in the bed next to him and shouted his name. Harry jumped out of his bed and lay down with Bella. Bella was quiet within a minute. She opened her eyes and looked guilty at Harry. Harry whispered to her that it was okay, that he would always be there for her. He looked straight into the eyes of Bella and said, "I love you, you know." His eyes began to turn away. With both hands, he reached for his forehead. Again he began to scream in pain. His scar was separating gradually. The blood began to flow over his face. He began to scream as if he was dying. A brown smoky substance was escaping from his scar. The smoke formed a face and flew out through the broken window. Harry collapsed and fell into a deep sleep next to Bella. Bella got up and ran to Arabella. "Mama, Mama, that was the guy who always tells me that I have to kill Harry," she said tearfully. David looked at Minerva. "Did I see that correctly?" he asked. "That was the face of he who must not be named, was it not?" Minerva nodded and sat down at Harry's bed. Poppy waved her wand over Harry and looked at Minerva. "He is going to make it, Minerva. Your lion is going to pull through, and that was the piece of soul that he no longer has, in his body," Poppy Pomfrey told her. Minerva glanced at Harry and sighed. "Forget that lion, Poppy. Harry is my grandson and I know he's going to pull through. He is stronger than most, I assure you." It was like she let a bomb go off when she said that Harry was her grandson. But she was proud of him. And she would do anything for him. Harry was her grandson, and no one could ever come between them, never again. Everyone was sitting around Harry's bed. Harry, who had collapsed after his body had driven out the piece of Voldemort's soul, which was stuck behind his scar. It was something that nobody had foreseen. According to Poppy, everything was going to be okay with him, but, unfortunately, there was still a long way to go. His magical core was virtually empty. But there were indications that it was refilling itself, and that alone was a good sign. It also seemed much larger than that it was before. But that was something she would look at later in the day when and if she had the time. Bella and Daphne were sitting on either side of his bed. Both of them had been there for the last 2 days and had not moved an inch away from his sides. Whatever their parents had tried, they could not get them to leave him alone. Everything from that point on was, according to Bella and Daphne, only devoted to Harry Potter. Every hour Isabella came to look at Harry and the 2 girls. She herself sat down and then glanced at the ladies. With admiration, she watched the ladies remained loyal to Harry with everything they did. And in their faces, she could see that they were both deep in thought. Bella just could not believe it when she thought back about the last few years they had had together. Every time Harry had been with her, he himself was holding a battle inside his head. He had that piece of Voldemort in his head, and that was what he was fighting. And still he was there to help her whenever she needed him. And now Harry was just lying there completely still. Bella had taken it on herself to not leave his side. Daphne was just like her, she only left his side to go to the toilet or to bathe herself. And then only one left his side, never at the same time. Neville, Susan, and Hermione had always taken their place when one had gone away. Professor Dumbledore had twice tried to come to look at Harry, and he had failed both of those times. As headmaster, he had never experienced this. The first time he was literally blown out of the infirmary by Poppy Pomfrey. She had been the nurse of the school for the last 20 years and had never gone against him. The second time he was there, he was removed from the infirmary by Augusta Longbottom, and again it had been without warning and extremely violent, this was according to him. Now he was going to try it for the third time. This time it was David Greengrass who stood in front of the headmaster. "Let me in, David. I want to know how Harry is doing. He is, after all, one of my students," he said in a fatherly tone. David looked at Daphne and saw her as well as Bella shaking their heads violently. "I am sorry, Albus. Young Mr. Potter cannot receive any visitors at this time. It is not permitted by Poppy Pomfrey. So I request you kindly to leave the infirmary and give Mr. Potter his well-deserved rest." Albus knew he had to do it differently and rose to his full height. "I want you to know that I'm still the headmaster of this school." When Albus was telling that sentence, it was enough for Amelia to stand up. From out of the corner of her eye she saw that Minerva also got up from her chair. Her eyes were full of fire and hatred. Amelia did not want Minerva to go toe-to-toe with Albus, at least not yet. Because if there was one person who would be willing to drink the blood of Albus Dumbledore at this point in time, it was none other than Minerva McGonagall herself. Amelia stood face to face with Albus. "Albus Dumbledore," she said. But she could not keep the venom out of her voice. "Harry Potter is now under my protection. I, as head of the DML, will ensure that young Mr. Potter gets the rest he deserves. Mr. Potter was mistreated in a very bad way when he was a child. Therefore, I will not rest until I have captured the criminal. Or the criminals who have done this, so I assure you, Albus, I will search until I captured them, and I will leave no stone unturned. And I was also told that I am his magical guardian. I do not know why I was not told this before, or who has made me his magical guardian. That is also one of the things I have to find out." The color in the face of Albus was slowly draining away upon hearing those words. And Amelia knew right away that she was on the right track with her questions. It was clear beyond a doubt that Albus knew more of this. Which was further confirmed by the way he ran off. Poppy Pomfrey was working every day to restore the old wounds of Harry. Every day she vanished 2 of his bones and then immediately let them regrow. Unfortunately, Poppy Pomfrey could do nothing about the scars that Harry had on his body. Even if she wanted to, it just could not be done. Harry was slowly turning into a pretty boy. Not that he was not a beautiful boy before this. But he was no longer a little shy, frightened young boy that walked in at the beginning of the year. The friends came one by one on the hour to relieve Bella and Daphne. Daphne or Bella could in this way go to the toilet or do something else if they needed to. It was at one of those moments that Bella was alone with Susan. "Susan," Bella asked a little shy. "How did you get your aunt here so fast, just like Daphne did with her parents and Neville did with his grandmother?" Susan looked at her quizzically. With her hand, she pulled a chain from under her sweater. "This is a necklace that I got from my auntie. It is bewitched so that I can call her if I'm in danger, or that there is something bad. She immediately knows where I am. And I have activated it just outside the Hogwarts wards. In this way, my auntie can apparate near me. I suppose Neville and Daphne also have a chain or something like that to call their parents and grandmother." While Susan was telling this to Bella, she was looking at Harry with a sad look in her eyes. Bella saw the sadness in her eyes and said nothing. She was just waiting for what was to come. "When I saw the scars on his chest and his back while he hovered over his bed, I just could not believe that this had happened to Harry. He saved our world when he was just a baby. And it cost him his mother and father, and I ask you why. My aunt also told me that Harry had to be protected whatever happens. He had to live with muggles to be safe, and again, I ask you, why? To be hit over and over again, and all the other things we do not yet know about Harry. Therefore I had to get her back here, just because Harry deserved to be loved. And I think that Neville and Daphne had exactly the same thoughts as me." Again Susan looked sadly over at Harry. With her right hand she wiped a stray tear away. "During the War I, just like Harry lost both of my parents. My auntie has taken me into her home. Although I miss my parents, my aunt looked after me with all the love she could give me. And Harry, PPPHHHFFF, Harry had been mistreated. Without Harry, I never had a dear auntie and I might not even be alive." Bella looked at Susan and now she knew a little about what Harry meant to many wizards and witches. Bella could do nothing but nod. She knew Susan was right, but could not say anything about Harry. Together they looked at Harry, and saw how his face was contorted in pain. Bella told her that Harry was regrowing new bones, and that Poppy could do nothing about his scars. Harry already had grown a little more than 4 inches. Bella began to see that Harry looked better with every hour that passed. But could not help to ask herself why. Why Harry had to go to those muggles and not his grandmother. And why has no one rescued him from it? But above all, why had all this had to happen to Harry? Meanwhile, there was a meeting, in the office of Professor McGonagall. McGonagall had invited everyone who had seen Harry. David was the only one who went back home. He would go to the ministry to gather information on Harry. Amelia Bones had just returned from the ministry. She did have a meeting with Minister Fudge. Although she did not seem happy with what she had learned while she was over there. "How did your meeting with the minister go?" Minerva asked. Amelia threw her hands in the air. "You will not believe this, Minerva. Minister Fudge will only talk to Dumbledore and Dumbledore alone. He does not believe us. We are just doing this to get our hands on Harry Potter," he said. "We are doing this for personal gain," he said to me. "I do not think he would have done something about it, even if he had believed us." This was an answer that most of them had expected. The minister was afraid that he would be thrown from his throne. And as predicted, he would say and do anything to prevent that. Fudge knew only too well that most witches and wizards still had a blind faith in Dumbledore. And he would use it with complete conviction. Minerva was turning her ring around her finger. In her mind she asked, what would House Potter have done with a minister like this? Isabella saw that Minerva was thinking. "Minerva, what do you think Harry would want you to do if he was here now?" "The first thing Harry would want is a house for him and me. It's almost Christmas and we have not yet found a home for us. I know we have to go to Gringotts. There, we can read the testament of James and Lily Potter. Only then we can go to the Prosper estate. The Potter castle stands on the estate and it will be public knowledge after the new year," Minerva told them. Isabella looked at her doubtfully. "Then it's settled," she said. "You along with Arabella and Bella will come to the Greengrass estate. There, you and Harry will celebrate Christmas with us." Minerva looked grateful at Isabella. She would therefore keep it a surprise for the children. "We need to do something about the chairs that Dumbledore is holding in the Wizengamot," Augusta told to anyone who was in the room. Amelia immediately responded to that. "I do not think it will give a big problem if we do something about that. Minerva only needs to do one thing to make it possible. If she walks into one of the meetings from the Wizengamot, and show her family ring at that time to everyone in the room, then the 18 Potter seats will be hers. And there's nothing that Dumbledore or anybody else can do about it." Augusta chuckled a little when she heard that. When everyone looked at her after she had chuckled, she explained why. "Well, Amelia, you told us that Harry has 18 seats in the Wizengamot. Albus only uses 4 of them. I do not think he knows of the other 14. I know that House Longbottom has 4 seats. Your house, House Bones, has 2. That's 24 seats together. If we take the 6 seats of House Greengrass with it, then we have 30 seats in the Wizengamot. Now, there is 1 seat in the Wizengamot that has been out of use for many years now. That seat is named House McGonagall. And that seat can belong to House Potter. All Minerva has to do for this is to link House McGonagall to House Potter. At that time, we have 31 seats. That is slightly more than 60% of the Wizengamot. We then with some luck can change everything we want. The only thing I do not know how we should do it. The best thing would be if we could get a further 8 seats. Then we have 75% of the Wizengamot, then anything we say will be as it is, and there's nothing they can do about it," Augusta explained. The whole talk about the Wizengamot was something that Minerva had never really understood. She had never been good at politics and did not know what it really meant. What she did know was that with this company, they were able to rule the whole country. So she also understood that Harry had a group of friends around him that can be very influential when they are older. In thinking about that, she realized she could be quite proud of her grandson. He had friends who would be there for him, and who are there for him. Bella and Daphne had not departed from his side, since his fall during his Quidditch match. Susan, Hermione, and Neville had in turn cared for them. They came regularly to the infirmary to bring them food and it gave them the rest they needed. This was something that had not gone unnoticed by the other adults. David Greengrass even praised them as to what they had done. They even did all their homework on his bed, and they did it together. Harry had not experienced anything of what had happened around him, from the moment he had fallen from his broom. Poppy Pomfrey kept him sleeping and brought him all sorts of potions. She also performed several spells that helped him with his other injuries. His face was one of constant pain, and it was a sight which he held for 24 hours non-stop. It was something that made Bella and Daphne cry. Each day they sat beside him. And every day they held his hands. For Bella, it was the most difficult thing she had to do. With all the strength she had, she tried to stay awake. She did not want to have a new nightmare. It was not so much for her but more for Harry. He had to be healed and get better. And it would not help if she had a dream with Voldemort. She had to stay awake because if she did not sleep, then Harry did not have to help her. It was also why Arabella had often come to her side. In this way she could go to sleep for a couple of minutes at a time. Although everyone went home every evening, Arabella was authorized by Minerva to stay at her own personal chambers in the castle. Minerva had placed a second bed in her personal chambers. And it was there especially for Arabella. Albus had tried to deny anyone to stay in the castle, but Amelia had put a stop to that. Everything was now done in the name of the ministry and the head of the DMLE. It was also in one of her naps that Bella heard that voice again. Kill him now. You can do it now. Arabella could tell that Bella was getting restless, and therefore knew what was happening. She then tried to wake up Bella with everything she had. Kill him, strangle him, grab a pillow and suffocate him, said the voice in her mind. Wake up Bella, you have to fight him. Wake up, you must fight him. Arabella tried everything but Bella did not wake up. Poppy had heard the commotion and came running into the infirmary. It was on a Saturday afternoon when it happened, and everyone was in the office of Poppy at that time. Kill him. He is so close. Kill him, the voice sounded again in her mind. Slowly, Bella began waving her arms around. She was fighting him. She did not wanted to call Harry, whatever he did. But Voldemort wished she did. And now she knew who it was. She had seen his face in the plume of smoke that came from the head of Harry. Call him, and kill him, Voldemort said. No, Harry has to get better. I cannot call him. Go away, Bella screamed. This was the line that everyone heard in the infirmary. It was also the line that caused everyone to come into the infirmary. Poppy, can you wake up Harry so he can help her? Was the question Minerva asked. I'm sorry, Minerva. Harry is in a magical sleep. I gave him a mild version of the draft of the living dead. He can only wake up when I get him out of that magical sleep. If I get him up, he would wake up in about 5 hours. And then he's as limp as a blubberworm. There is nothing else I can do. Bella will have to fight him alone. David sat on one side of the bed where Bella was lying on. He heard Arabella telling everyone that Bella was fighting with Voldemort in her head. Yet he could not understand what that meant. Augusta told him that Bella was actually Bellatrix Black. And also what her husband and Voldemort had done together, how they had used Bellatrix for their dirty work, and framed her for all of it. However, no one had seen Neville, who stood in the doorway of the infirmary and was listening to what they said. Bella began waving her hands around her in a wild way. No, I cannot call for Harry, Bella shouted. Just kill him, Bellatrix. If you do that, then you never hear from me again. Now if you kill him, you can sleep peacefully, the voice sounded in her head. Everyone in the infirmary could clearly hear what Bella said or shouted in her dream, but no one could hear what Voldemort was shouting at her in her dream. Tears were rolling down the cheeks of Bella. Voldemort was standing right in front of her, his nose almost touching hers. His red eyes burning with hatred and were looking straight into hers. Kill him, Bellatrix. Obey your master. Kill him now, Bellatrix. Voldemort screamed again. No, Harry. Help me, Harry. She could not stand it anymore. In the bed next to her, Harry began to toss and turn. He was fighting against the mild brew of the living dead. Poppy looked at him in horror. That cannot be. No one can come out of that magical sleep, on his own. That's not good. Harry will kill himself if he continues with this. This was what drew Neville over the threshold. Out of the door opening, Neville ran and jumped on the bed next to Bella. I am with you, Bella. Let me help you, Neville said. Bella's eyes snapped open and looked right into those of Neville. Neville's eyes turned away in his head and he fell limp beside Bella. Neville did not know what exactly had happened, it was new to him. For Bella, this also was very new. Neville was now standing in front of. He did not know where he was, but there was a grown woman, crying. She was sitting in a corner of the room in a dilapidated mattress with her head in her hands. She looked much older in his eyes, but also very familiar to Neville, though he did not know why. It was a small room with a very small window. There was light from the window but not much, it brought the room into a kind of twilight. Neville sat down beside her on the mattress, a bit smelly but he did not care. Hi, I'm Neville, Neville whispered softly. It was an adult Bellatrix who looked back at Neville with red eyes from crying and a sorrowful look in her eyes. There he stood in the doorway watching Bellatrix and Neville. If it is not little Neville Longbottom, Voldemort said with a sadistic voice. Bellatrix, do me a favor and kill him. Now kill him for real this time, Voldemort said, a little frustrated. Bellatrix looked at Neville and back to Voldemort. No, I do not kill Harry, and I will not kill Neville. I did not kill him when he was a baby, and I will not kill him now. He's my friend, Bellatrix said, braver than she actually was. For Neville, this again was a turning point. For years he had believed that his parents were tortured by Bellatrix. And now he was going to help her. Everything for his first and true friend Harry, but also his friend Bella. And now he heard Bellatrix telling exactly the same thing as his grandmother had told to David Greengrass. Bellatrix Black had saved him then, and was never responsible for his parents' abuse. Braver than he had ever dared to think he was. Neville stood up and as a rock he stood between Bellatrix and Voldemort. Oh okay BBR, bring it on Vivo Voldemort, he shouted. Bellatrix cried but got up and stood next to Neville. She would never have believed it if someone had told her that little Neville would be standing toe to toe with Voldemort. I said kill him. Kill him now, Voldemort screamed again. Bellatrix looked at Neville. Get Harry, he is scared of him. Harry is the only one who can do it. I know you tried, but he is so much stronger than us, she told Neville. Out of nowhere Voldemort shouted, Crucio. Neville fell to the ground right in front of Bellatrix and screamed out of pain. While Neville was lying on the ground he lay twitching and turning in odd angles. Augusta, Arabella, David and Isabella were standing around the bed. With disgust they looked at Neville. They first had seen his eyes turning away inside his head. And now he was screaming in pain. Augusta held him. What in Merlin's name had happened between these two? Harry, help us. He's doing something to Neville. He's hurting him. It was the cry of Bella that made Harry fight even more against the magical sleep. Poppy did everything she could think of to get Harry to calm down again. Minerva helped her with everything she could think of. He cannot wake up Minerva. It may be his death if he does. We must restrain him, Poppy shouted at Minerva. Amelia also joined in to help them with Harry. Neville was in the room lying on the ground. Voldemort had lifted the curse, but kept his wand pointed at Neville. He had a snide grin on his mouth. Bellatrix was weeping and held on to Neville. Bellatrix, are you going to kill Harry now or do I need to place little Longbottom under the Cruciatus curse again? Sneered Voldemort. Neville was shaking in the arms of Bellatrix when she laid him on the ground. Bellatrix stood up and took a stand against him. Look, Bellatrix wants to take on her lord, Voldemort shouted to her in a patronizing tone. It's over. I'm Bella Smith and I am no longer your servant, Bella whispered back. In that you are wrong, Bellatrix. I am your lord and I will rule over you, Impereo. Bellatrix's eyes were glassing over. Neville immediately noticed that she was under his control. Now listen carefully, Bellatrix. You are first going to kill that annoying Longbottom boy and then you will kill Harry Potter. Bellatrix, do not do it. You have to resist him. Call for Harry, Neville was begging her. I do not think so, Longbottom. Bellatrix is in my power and she will obey me. Bellatrix was sitting across from Neville and slowly brought her hands to his neck. Around the bed they saw how Bella was sitting upright. Even there she brought her hands to the neck of Neville. It was crazy to watch. Neville did not resist. He whispered to Bella. Resist him, Bella. You must resist him. Do not let him win. Call for help. Call for Harry. He's so strong. I'm sorry, Neville, she whispered back. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Every muscle in her body seemed to resist the imperious curse. And every word that they had whispered was heard by everyone around the bed. Voldemort looked at her. Harry cannot help you. He is weak and I am more powerful than him. Harry has never loved you, Bellatrix. The grip that Bella had on the neck of Neville slackened something. No one in the infirmary heard Voldemort. But the look in their eyes told them that something had happened that had hurt Bella very much. Do not believe him, Bella. Harry does love you. Call him. He will be there for you, Neville told her. Kill him. Kill him, NOW. The grip had Bella's neck. Neville became tighter, and her tears flowed faster and faster down her cheeks. Harry, help. I can no longer prevent him from using me. Harry, help. Help me. Neville had to struggle a little to breathe. The scream that followed went straight to the bone. No, Harry, no. Minerva's voice sounded through the infirmary. Everyone looked up to Minerva. Harry sat straight up in his bed. His eyes were open and had a hatred look at Bella. Then everything went very quickly. Harry got out of bed and sat down by the side of Neville. With both hands he grabbed the hands of Bella. Let him go, Bella, he whispered softly, still with the hatred in his eyes. Bella looked at Harry. Now the eyes of Harry turned away. But Harry did not go limp, he remained sitting upright. The grip from Bella relaxed a bit. Harry was now standing in the same room as Bellatrix and Neville. An adult Bellatrix had her hands around the throat of Neville. Neville looked at Harry. Bellatrix saw him through her tears. Harry, help me, she begged. Voldemort looked questioningly at Harry. Bellatrix let go of Neville. Do it now, Harry told her. No, kill him now. Voldemort shouted in her ear. Harry grabbed her hands and placed them around his own neck. No, Harry, do not do it. You must save Neville first, Bellatrix begging him. Yes, that's it, Harry. Good boy, Harry. Well, kill him, Bella. Do it. Kill him now, Voldemort screamed again. No, I do not. I do not kill Harry and I will not kill Neville. I'm Lord Voldemort and I command you. Voldemort screamed with more hatred than he ever did. Bellatrix still had her hands around the neck of Harry. Neville was struggling to sit behind her. He put his arms around her. We are with you, Bellatrix. Voldemort has no power over you. You have friends, and we are with you. With those words, Neville took Bellatrix into a hug. Bellatrix looked into the green eyes of Harry. Harry nodded and smiled at Bellatrix. Bellatrix, Neville's right, you have friends. Neville's is more than just a brother to me and you are many times more than that. We all belong together. The adult Bellatrix turned back into little Bella, the one Harry and Neville knew well, and was no longer under the imperious curse from Voldemort. I'll be back, Bella. And then you will have to kill Harry Potter, Voldemort called again just before he disappeared. The eyes of the three jumped back to normal. There they were together on the bed in a three-way hug. Augusta hesitantly put a hand on the Neville's shoulder. And Bella just looked into the eyes of Harry. She whispered softly, I'm so sorry, Harry, he is so strong. Perhaps we should not be friends anymore. That is much safer for you and Neville. Harry, however, did not say anything and just looked at her, and seemed to be somewhere else. It was Neville who responded to her. I do not think so, Bella. You are our friend and we will not let you go. They were three missiles that squeezed through the adults. Within a second, Bella was taken in a mountain of arms. Nobody will let you go, Bella, Daphne whispered in her ear. Bella looked around and saw all her friends sitting around her. Daphne, Hermione, Susan. Behind her sat Neville. In front of her were two green eyes of Harry. It was more than a quarter of an hour later when the friends finally let go of each other. The night before. Slowly, everybody let go of each other and looked at each other shyly. Harry stood up from the bed and went back to his own bed. He had not said another word from the moment they escaped from the dream state that Bella was in. His friends all looked at him a little strangely when he stepped from the bed. Minerva quickly put a hand on his shoulder, and asked how he was doing. Harry did not look at her, and he also did not say anything. Slowly he lay down on his own bed and closed his eyes. That it was very strange was saying it lightly. Bella got up and walked over to Harry, she laid herself next to him, and within a minute they both fell asleep again. Minerva looked questioningly at Poppy Pomfrey and pointed her finger at Harry. Poppy, please tell me what's going on with him. It did not feel like he was ignoring me, but it also did not feel like he was really awake. Minerva did not really ask the question, she was more articulating her thoughts. Poppy, who was already standing next to Harry, was waving her wand back and forth above Harry. You are not going to believe this, he is still in his magical sleep, he just never came out of it. Told a very surprised Poppy, to all the others who were still in the infirmary. Arabella pointed to Bella and Poppy told her she had just fallen asleep. The child is exhausted and that everything will be okay, she reassured Arabella. It was 8 o'clock in the morning when Amelia walked into the neighborhood of Little Whinging. With a look of a routine horror, Amelia looked around and took in everything she saw. At number 7 she saw a couple of cats sitting in different places. That was the only house that was different from the others, and not surprisingly it was the home of Arabella Figg, and Amelia smiled at the cats. Arabella had told her that some of her cats were watching the Dursleys for her. Each house seemed to have the same car and grass length, it was almost creepy. Although as head of the DMLE she had often had to deal with muggles, but this was new to her. Never before had she been influenced by her feelings, the way she was now. She felt through her magic that there was something different about number 4 than all the other houses in the street. The magical defensive wards on this house were the worst she had ever seen. It was a form of blood magic that only worked on hate or love. And it was clear that this ward was created for love. The downside, of course, was that if there is no love, then the wards will not work, and in the case of Harry Potter there had never been a great deal of love. Yet these magical wards were still here and have been here for over 10 years, and the reason for this was none other than Harry Potter himself. The thought of Harry Potter brought her back to the night before. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when Amelia walked into the infirmary at Hogwarts with a camera in her hand. The patient for whom she came was lying in the middle of the infirmary on a bed. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had more scars than Mad-Eye Moody. And that was nothing to be proud of. The only thing that Amelia was happy about was that she was alone in the infirmary with Poppy and Minerva. Bella and the others were sent away for some sandwiches in the Great Hall, so that they had an hour alone with Harry Potter who was still being held in his magical sleep and would be held in that sleep until the next morning. So now there was time enough to do one thing for the case of Harry Potter, and that was taking pictures of what had happened to Harry. So on this night she was going to do it together with Minerva and Poppy. It was also one of the things where no one was looking forward to. But it was something that had to be done. At the moment that all three of them stood at the bedside of Harry Potter, they all sighed deeply. Poppy vanished the blanket and pajamas away from Harry. Minerva waved her wand and said, Wingardium Leviosa. An unconscious Harry floated up and was now slowly turning around. Amelia had her camera already in hand and began to take pictures of all the scars she saw. In her job as an Auror and now as head of the DMLE, she had already been through a lot. But even the sight of Harry made her stomach turn around. With every photo she took, she had to swallow hard at the sight of the scars. In her mind she wanted one thing and one thing only, that was to hang the offender from the highest tree. But knew from experience that this is only the beginning of misery she had to face. After about 30 minutes they were finished and put Harry back in his bed. From the corner of her eye she saw Minerva, who had tears streaming down her cheeks. She saw the same thing happen to Poppy. For Amelia it was the sign to also let go of her personal defenses. She no longer had to be the strongest, and for once in her life she let herself go. The biggest question she had was how this could have happened. Here on the bed lay their hero. Through him they have had 10 years of peace in the wizarding world. Sure, it could always be better, but it was 10 years without war, without fear, without looking over your shoulder. And now after all those photos Amelia's work really began. And one thing was sure, it would be well into the night before she would be ready, and early in the morning when she would start again. At 11 o'clock in the evening she came walking into her office in the ministry. With a sigh, she slumped down in her chair and looked at the file she had in her hands. All she could find about the boy who lived, she now had in her hands. Anyone else would have been happy with every bit of information they could find about their hero. But for Amelia it was a huge disappointment when she opened the file. Inside the file were two small pieces of parchment. And the only thing that was on those pieces was that all information was forbidden for anyone on behalf of the Wizengamot. It was one of the walls she came across in her journey to find information. No one in any department knew anything or could say anything about the boy who lived. No, the only advantage Amelia had been Arabella Figg. Arabella Figg was the only person who could tell her anything about the life of Harry, and it was something that she never wanted to know. In her hands she now held the little red book. She knew that Augusta had already read it, and now she was the second one who was going to read it. Standing in the doorway was a black man. It was her chief Auror who had been working for her for many years. "Come in, Kingsley," Amelia said. Kingsley Shacklebolt was an Auror who had started a year after the war. It was for him the first time he saw his boss, a normally strong and firm but fair woman, crying over a little red book she had in her hand. It was a way he had never seen her before. He therefore did not know what he could do about it. "Kingsley Shacklebolt, tell me, what do you know about the boy who lived?" Amelia asked suddenly. Kingsley Shacklebolt looked at his boss when he heard that question and was now thinking hard. He was in his 6th year at Hogwarts when the war came to an end. His father and mother were in hiding like so many others. Something every half-breed, Muggle or Muggleborn, did when they had a child who was in Hogwarts. And Hogwarts was the only safe place all across England. The father of Kingsley Shacklebolt was a half-breed, but his mother was a Muggle, and that was a death sentence as far as Voldemort was of opinion. Just because of that he was not worthy enough to be a wizard, and it was something that every student knew that was staying at Hogwarts during the war. "Boss, I do not know much of the war itself, but I thank him every single night when I crawl into bed next to my wife. Without that boy, I might not be here, and my parents certainly would not be here. I cannot imagine what would have happened without that boy. Who knows how many more would have died. And just like me, I think that a lot of wizards and witches feel the same way about this," Kingsley said. Amelia nodded and opened the little red book. It was a copy that would disappear after a week, but it was good enough for Amelia. Minerva had given her the book just before she went to her office that night. Without saying anything else, she read several passages from the book out loud. She flipped by and read yet another piece out loud to Kingsley. After about 15 of those pieces she looked at Kingsley Shacklebolt, who sat with an open mouth, and was just looking at her. "Boss, I'm sorry to say it, but what sick mind gets it into his head to write something like that?" Kingsley said, bewildered. Amelia sighed again and shook her head. "No, Kingsley, this has nothing to do with a sick mind. If it is up to me, this is the last little red book that is ever written about this subject," Amelia told him seriously. Kingsley Shacklebolt looked to Amelia and tried to say something but could not really find the words. So with one last effort, he said, "Are you telling me that that is all true? Everything that is in that book is true? That there really is a monster like that, that would do something like that to a child? That there really are children out there who had experienced those dreadful things?" Kingsley stuttered in disbelief. Amelia pinched the bridge of her nose with 2 fingers and shook her head again. "There are no children. Kingsley is just one child, and it's all true what I've read, every little part of it." Kingsley just looked at her and was now shaking his head too. The things he had heard his boss say were things which were almost unbelievable. And to assume that it was about one child only was quite bad in his book alone. "Boss, am I right when I say, I do not want to know the child who is involved?" Amelia nodded and threw some photos to Kingsley to look at. Kingsley whistled and gulped loudly at the sight of the scars which were shown on the photographs. "That Kingsley Shacklebolt are 4 of I do not know how many scars that our hero has." Kingsley jumped from his chair, his wand in his hand and a look of rage and pure hatred in his eyes. "Sit down, Kingsley. Harry is safe now. For the first time in his life he is safe. At least I hope he is safe." The doubt that Amelia had was clearly audible to Kingsley, but he said nothing about it. While Kingsley took his place again, he looked again at the pictures in his hands. He now knew who the boy was and could not believe it, but knew it was true. "What can I do for Harry?" Kingsley immediately asked. Amelia smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes. "Sorry, Kingsley, but there's nothing you can do for Harry. This is a matter that I'm going to do alone and by myself as much as possible." The only thing I want from you is a sympathetic ear if I need it, said Amelia. Kingsley nodded and walked out of the office. It was almost 8:30 in the morning and Amelia looked from out of the window at number 7 to the house at number 4. In about 15 minutes she would go to the house and see what she could find about the life that Harry had had while he was living there. She wanted to do everything to keep it secret for as long as possible for everyone. Because the less people knew about it, the better it was. Only the adults and the children in the infirmary were allowed to know what she would find out today. If she would go public with this, then it would not end well for a lot of people. In the first place, there would be a riot between the magical population and the ministry. And secondly, she did not want anyone to go away freely. She came to the conclusion that this was far more than just child abuse alone. A door opened at number 4 and a wail of a man came out. Amelia knew immediately that it was the so-called uncle, from Harry. As always, he was on time to go to work. But what was different this time than usual was that Petunia went with him. It gave Amelia the freedom to take an unseen look at the house. It also meant that the so-called aunt and uncle could go on without knowing what was happening around Harry. About 10 minutes later, Amelia went under an invisibility cloak to the back door of the house at number 4. With the Alohomora spell, she went inside and looked around. The first thing she did was to go to the mantel above the electric heater. All she saw were pictures of a family of 3 people. Well, she could not really call it people, they were more 2 walruses and an eel with a horse face. Although she knew that there would not be any photos with Harry on it, she still wanted to know what was on the pictures. She could not believe that 3 people could hide a boy who was abused for 10 years without anyone knowing it. Especially when you know that Harry had to work in the garden and had to go to school. 2 places where everyone could see him and talk to him. She had seen the blood ward on the outside of the house. It was a ward that would keep everyone outside that wanted to hurt the family. And without much information, she knew immediately that it was Albus Dumbledore, who had placed the blood ward. Amelia also wondered why the defense was focused on the family and not on Harry. Harry, after all, was at Hogwarts, so the ward was no longer necessary at this time. And now she stood at the mantelpiece, which was full of pictures. The first thing she noticed was that there was a camouflage spell on the mantelpiece. With a better look at the mantelpiece, she saw that it was an anti-Muggle camouflage. One that showed Muggles something that was not really there. Probably all of them were pictures with a smiling Harry on it. Slowly she walked into the hallway and saw another anti-Muggle camouflage spell. This one was placed on the cupboard under the stairs. It immediately told her that Albus knew where the boy had slept all these years. And on opening the cupboard, she had to make every effort not to throw up. The first thing that came into her nose was a metallic smell of dried blood. But also the smell of a bottle filled with urine. It was exactly the things she had been warned about, but experiencing it was pretty heavy, even for an experienced Auror as Amelia. So the first thing she thought about was why these Muggles had not cleaned up that mess. Harry had been on school long enough to undo all the evidence of abuse. Certainly enough time to get rid of the evidence for the Muggle police. With a few quick pictures, Amelia went upstairs to the room that Harry had gotten when he had received his letter to Hogwarts. Again, the difference was overwhelming. One had everything a child of 11 could ever want, even to an exaggerated shape, while the other room had the bare essentials. A bed that was just big enough for a 6 or 7-year-old child. A small table and a small chair, even those things were for a child of 5 and certainly not for a boy of 11. After an hour, Amelia had seen enough and went to the following address of that day. With her wand in her hand, she transformed her robe to that of a Muggle commissioner with badge and all. And she disapparated towards the police station of Little Whinging. With her identification, she could go straight to the ward where she wanted to be. She did not speak to anyone. The file from Harry Potter would be enough for her. And with a little point me the way spell on her wand, she had found the file that was just all about Harry in no time at all. She copied the file and looked at it quickly. Almost every year a policeman and a policewoman were sent to the house, and every time there was nothing to report. According to the file, everything had always seemed in order. Sighing, she reduced the file and went to her next location. In the hospital of Little Whinging, she soon found out that it would be a different story there. Wherever she looked, and with whomever she spoke, There was no trace of Harry Potter. According to the archive, there has never been a Harry Potter in Little Whinging. Like everything was removed in a magical way, a nurse had told her sarcastically when Amelia continued to ask about it. That there was no documentation was something that was not right according to Amelia, especially after she had seen the scars on his back and legs, which were scars that definitely had to been treated in a hospital. With a knot in her stomach, she went to her last location. Fortunately for her, the last location was only a few blocks away, so she could think calmly about what she had learned. While she was walking to that location, the little red book what she had had in her possession for the last few hours has been etched into her memory. If she had not seen the amount of scars on the body of Harry, she would never have believed that little red book. And that Harry was not known at the hospital was a disappointment for her, but it had yelled Albus Dumbledore. He had been here and she was sure of it. Only one file in that place and she would have had a case against anyone who knew about the abuse, just one damn file. In the distance she saw the last address of the morning, before she had to return to Hogwarts. Upon opening the large doors at the front of the building, she was for the first time in her life at a primary school for Muggles. The only thing she was still hoping was that someone inside could tell her how bad it had been for Harry Potter in his younger years. The first thing she did was go to the principal office at the school. There she was told that Harry Potter had been a problem child in the time he had been there. But the problem was not with him, but because of him. It was also something a teacher could tell her better than the principal. Amelia had the opportunity to talk with the teacher during the break, and ask her the question of who Harry Potter really was according to her. It was a question that would give her more information than she had wanted. Good day. My name is Amelia Bones and I am the head of the Child Protection Services here in Little Whinging. I'm here to ask you a few questions about Harry Potter, a former pupil of yours. Amelia was still busy with her question but already saw the relief appear in the eyes of the teacher, and she knew she was on the right track. My God, thank you. Finally someone who wants to listen to me, the teacher said, relieved. Amelia looked at her and nodded. I have a lot of questions for you but would prefer that you first tell your story about Harry Potter. Maybe all of my questions are then answered by the time you're done with the story, Amelia told her in a soft voice. The teacher nodded and let out a sigh. Harry Potter came to our school, and from the first day I knew he was different from the other kids. At these words Amelia immediately sat up straighter and began to think. All the alarm bells went off in her head. The last thing she wanted to hear was that Harry Potter would have had strange powers. If that were so, then she would have to obliviate a lot of memories of that day. With a sigh, she kept her mouth shut and listened further. No, it was already clear to me on the first day that Harry Potter was different than the others, the teacher continued. He came in all alone and far away from the others. He immediately looked at all the exits as if he was searching for a way out when something would go wrong. He looked scared but also very aware of his surroundings. Amelia heard it and immediately thought that Harry might make a good Auror when he was older. The taking in of his surroundings at entering a room was one of the main things she looked for in a new Auror. Only the thoughts of why Harry did it was not something she wanted in an Auror. When I touched him on the shoulder to bring him back to the classroom, he drew back anxiously, the teacher went on. It was one of the first signs we look at when we suspect that children are being abused. In the 2 weeks that followed, it was clear to me that Harry was abused when he was at home. And not only by his aunt and uncle but also his cousin. It was every day the same thing for Harry. Here at school we had to do everything to get Harry away from that house. We asked everyone to help us, we asked the police, the hospital, everyone when we had brought him there. But whatever they did, they always came back saying that Harry was okay and that there was nothing to worry about. Everything was in good condition and Harry was cared for with love and kindness. So someone had removed the information from hospital archives, Amelia thought, and immediately wrote it in her notebook that was lying on her lap. They told us that there were photos of fishing trips and trips to amusement parks on the mantelpiece, with the two boys laughing and enjoying themselves. But every time I asked if they had done something fun during the weekend, Dudley Dursley then always told us that he had gone fishing or he had gone to the movies. Harry then told the class that he had been with a woman where he just looked at photo albums full of cats, and it was always like that he was always with that woman. Amelia listened and wrote down everything. So the little red book was true, and everything Arabella had told her was true. So the question was who put the spell on the house. Sure, she immediately thought of Albus, but she did not have the evidence for it. And that story about the woman with the cats brought her straight to Arabella. Subconsciously, the teacher had already answered her questions, but her story was not finished yet. Year after year it was the same for Harry. His cousin had built up a group of friends, and every break they had he was looking for Harry. If he had caught Harry, then he and his friends were beating him. Sure, I have had talks with his aunt and uncle and told them what their son did to Harry, but it was always the fault of Harry and never Dudley. And the next day Harry always came to school with new bruises. So I had to stop doing that for the welfare of Harry. Everything we did for Harry only made it worse for him, and after a while we did not do anything anymore. The only thing I could do was keep an eye on Harry, and help him with whatever I could. Every time Harry wanted to make a friend, Dudley Dursley made certain that within an hour they no longer wanted to be friends with Harry. And when they did, then Dudley Dursley and his buddies struck them several times. When I told this to his parents, Harry came back to school with bruises all over his body. It was his and always his fault that their son was in trouble. Often I gave Harry detentions so he could stay inside. It was in these moments that I saw him coming out of his shell. I also noticed that Harry was very smart but never showed it in his assignments. Harry was always slightly worse than Dudley, and I'm sure he had done this deliberately, likely to escape punishment when he was at home. Everything the teacher said was not new to Amelia. She had heard it all before from Arabella, but that she thought that Harry was smart was no surprise. Her niece Susan had told her they already did their homework together. And in the contact she had with Minerva about Susan, she already knew that the group would be top of the list as the best students of the school in their years. Again Amelia listened as the teacher continued. The last 2 years had a little happiness for Harry. It was mid-year when we got a new girl in class. Why she did what she did, I do not know, but she immediately wanted to sit with Harry. And in the months after she came to this school they came more and more together. Both kept their relationship hidden from the others, but I've seen those two exchanging notes with each other. Harry was always very sweet, and the girl made sure he continued to be sweet. If it was not for her, then Harry would have been a handful of problems, and that thanks to his aunt and uncle. I always hoped they would go to another school together. But when I heard that Harry had to go to a school for young criminals, I knew that he will end up somewhere in a prison. After all he has endured, no one can remain so sweet, even Harry, the sweet boy that he was. The teacher thought and then said, "If I have my wish, then Harry will be with that girl." You could see that they were made for each other, and also that he is far, far away from his aunt and uncle. The teacher frowned a bit and then said, "Her name was Bella, if I remember correctly. The little girl was named Bella." Amelia saw that the teacher was fighting back tears, so with a little compassion Amelia told that all was well with Harry. Sure, he was lying in the infirmary at Hogwarts, but that was better than the cupboard under the stairs. She also told her that Harry was now in a boarding school for gifted children in Scotland. He was there with her niece and Bella. She also promised to do everything to keep Harry away from his aunt and uncle. And that the cat lady had told her about Harry, and that was why she was there. The teacher beamed a little at these words and thanked her sincerely, and asked if Amelia wanted to convey her greetings and well wishes to Harry. All the questions that Amelia had been answered, and that was a relief for Amelia. All she had seen that morning was clear enough, and it had told her that there was more to the life of Harry Potter than they knew. Everything his aunt and uncle had done to him was not without help. And it was clear to Amelia that it was Albus Dumbledore who had helped them with the cover-up of the papers and the memories of the Muggles. His magical impression was left behind everywhere. The biggest problem for Amelia was now proving it all, and the Muggles were no help there. They had, after all, no rights in the magical world, and thus could not testify on behalf of Harry Potter. With a small farewell she went away from that school and disapparated to another school in Scotland. Slowly, everybody let go of each other and looked at each other shyly. Harry stood up from the bed and went back to his own bed. He had not said another word from the moment they escaped from the dream state that Bella was in. His friends all looked at him a little strangely when he stepped from the bed. Minerva quietly put a hand on his shoulder, and asked how he was doing. Harry did not look at her, and he also did not say anything. Slowly he lay down on his own bed and closed his eyes. That it was very strange was saying it lightly. Bella got up and walked over to Harry. She laid herself next to him, and within a minute they both fell asleep again. Minerva looked questioningly at Poppy Pomfrey and pointed her finger at Harry. Poppy, please tell me what's going on with him. It did not feel like he was ignoring me, but it also did not feel like he was really awake. Minerva did not really ask the question, she was more articulating her thoughts. Poppy, who was already standing next to Harry, was waving her wand back and forth above Harry. You are not going to believe this. He is still in his magical sleep, he just never came out of it. Told a very surprised Poppy, to all the others who were still in the infirmary. Arabella pointed to Bella and Poppy told her she had just fallen asleep. The child is exhausted and that everything will be okay, she reassured Arabella. End part of C20. One by one they all left the infirmary. Only Augusta, Minerva and Arabella remained behind. They sat quietly and looked only at the three children. Neville was placed in a different bed and was given a dreamless sleep potion. He was placed under a Cruciatus curse, and that was not something you could take lightly, and certainly not when you were just an 11-year-old boy. Augusta was the first to break the silence. Neville has forgiven Bellatrix, she said. I am happy that he now knows what she did all those years ago. Minerva nodded and looked up. I may be mistaken, but these are two very young men and a lady of noble and ancient houses. Who are lying in those beds? Arabella and Augusta nodded yes. You're right in Minerva. I may be wrong too, but I think that these two gentlemen will surprise us again in the future. Remember this line, because in BSC4, you will know what it is. Bella and Neville were awakened around 7:30 in the evening, and were immediately dismissed by Minerva, so that they could get sandwiches and drinks in the Great Hall. Start part of C20. That evening. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when Amelia walked into the infirmary at Hogwarts with a camera in her hand. The patient for whom she came was lying in the middle of the infirmary on a bed. Harry Potter, the boy, who lived, had more scars than Mad-Eye Moody. And that was nothing to be proud of. The only thing that Amelia was happy about was that she was alone in the infirmary with Poppy and Minerva. Bella and the others were sent away for some sandwiches in the Great Hall, so that they had an hour alone with Harry Potter, who was still being held in his magical sleep and would be held in that sleep until the next morning. So now there was time enough to do one thing for the case of Harry Potter, and that was taking pictures of what had happened to Harry. So on this night she was going to do it together with Minerva and Poppy. It was also one of the things where no one was looking forward to. But it was something that had to be done. At the moment that all three of them stood at the bedside of Harry Potter, they all sighed deeply. Poppy vanished the blanket and pajamas away from Harry. Minerva waved her wand and said, Wingardium Leviosa. An unconscious Harry floated up and was now slowly turning around. Amelia had her camera already in hand and began to take pictures of all the scars she saw. In her job as an Auror and now as head of the DMLE, she had already been through a lot. But even the sight of Harry made her stomach turn around. With every photo she took, she had to swallow hard at the sight of the scars. In her mind she wanted one thing and one thing only, that were to hang the offender from the highest tree. But knew from experience that this is only the beginning of misery she had to face. After about 30 minutes they were finished and put Harry back in his bed. From the corner of her eye she saw Minerva, who had tears streaming down her cheeks. She saw the same thing happen to Poppy. For Amelia it was the sign to also let go of her personal defenses. She no longer had to be the strongest, and for once in her life she let herself go. The biggest question she had was how this could have happened. Here on the bed lay their hero. Through him they have had 10 years of peace in the wizarding world. Sure, it could always be better, but it was 10 years without war, without fear, without looking over your shoulder. And now after all those photos Amelia's work really began. And one thing was sure, it would be well into the night before she would be ready, and early in the morning when she would start again. End part of C20. Early in the morning Harry was woken up by Poppy from his magical sleep. It would take another 5 hours before Harry would be really awake. 4 hours later everyone gathered around his bed. The first eyes he saw were those brown eyes from Bella. And Harry gave a little laugh and looked at his left. To his left sat his grandmother Minerva. "I'm sorry if I scared you, Grandma," he said softly. Minerva could not help herself and pulled her grandson in a heartfelt hug. "Ooh, Harry, you will only surprise me with everything you do." This brought stares from David and Isabella, but also from Poppy Pomfrey. Minerva rarely showed her feelings in public, and this hug surprised everyone. There and then, they all agreed to discuss everything that afternoon. With everyone that was in the infirmary at the time Harry was brought in. Because no one really understood what the connection was between Bella and Harry. Amelia Bones had arranged with Albus Dumbledore that there would be an investigation. And that investigation would be held that afternoon at 2 o'clock in the infirmary. It was there that they would discuss everything. This was also the right time, because Amelia was sure that Harry would already be awake at that time. And the other 5 children were also excused from classes for the rest of the afternoon. Even Dumbledore was there at this time. Only the others did not understand why he was there. When Amelia Bones walked into the infirmary in her Auror robes, she was welcomed with strange and questioning looks. She shrugged her shoulders, and immediately took the floor. "I bid you all welcome. I am really glad to see that everyone is healthy and awake to attend this investigation." For a moment she sighed and went on. "Everyone is called here to answer some questions. This is due to the investigation of the events of a few weeks ago, with young Mr. Potter." Everyone was silent in that notice and therefore did not cry or even coughed. The eyes of Amelia Bonkle rested especially on Dumbledore. "May I ask why you're here, Headmaster?" Amelia said in an overly friendly tone. Albus Dumbledore looked at her doubtfully. And a little taken back, he said, "Dear Amelia, I am here because I am the magical guardian of Harry Potter and Miss Granger, and that's why I'm here," Albus said with a tone that it was so because he said it. Amelia nodded and looked over at Harry and Hermione. She gave them both a small smile but said nothing. The smile was hard to see, but Harry and Hermione did see it and smiled back at her. Amelia took a piece of parchment from her pocket and said, "If that is so, then why, Dumbledore, may I ask, why Harry Potter was accompanied by Hagrid to Diagon Alley, and Hermione Granger, by Tom the Innkeeper and not by you? Can you tell me why you are their magical guardian? And why the minister has not told me that I am their magical guardian, according to this piece of parchment?" Albus Dumbledore looked anxiously when he heard those questions. And you can see by the expression on Dumbledore's face that he was deeply in thought for a good answer. "You are quite right, Miss Bones. We should have told you this much earlier than now. But as you've seen, you are only their magical guardian from the 2nd of September. Albus hoped he had the right answer to this news from Amelia. Unfortunately for him, Amelia was hoping for this answer, and had to suppress a chuckle that was trying to escape. "You are quite right, Headmaster," she said. Albus smiled kindly and apparently thought that he was safe. "Unfortunately for you, I became their magical guardian after the 2nd of September. Regrettable, it is a task that I cannot do well, because of my job as head of the DMLE. Therefore it was my duty to find a new magical guardian for the 2 children." Albus Dumbledore looked like he had been waiting for this answer. "I understand you completely, Amelia. And therefore I will take that task and will fulfill it with dignity," Albus said with a little arrogance in his voice. Amelia looked a little piercing at Albus and gave him a grin. Bella saw that it was an evil grin and waited with bated breath for what was to come. "Look. Now, that's where you are making a mistake, Headmaster. You did not do your task with satisfaction in the time before the 2nd of September. That is why I have appointed 2 other people as their magical guardians. I have chosen Augusta Longbottom to be the magical guardian for Hermione Granger. And for Mr. Potter I have chosen Minerva McGonagall." Amelia now knew that Minerva McGonagall was the grandmother of Harry, so this was a blow for Albus. Only Albus did not know that Amelia knew what Minerva was to Harry. "Well, I'm very sorry, Amelia, but I do not think Minerva McGonagall is the right person to do that task." Just that statement alone from Albus made the blood of Minerva and Harry boil with anger and hate. Minerva did everything she could to not shove the Potter ring into the face of Albus. Harry wanted to say something but was stopped by Bella and Daphne, who were both hanging on his arms. All of this was unnoticed by Albus. However, it did not go unseen by Isabella Greengrass. She looked admiringly at her daughter. and then wondered what Harry meant to her. Amelia saw that Minerva was angry and immediately stepped in to prevent the worst that could happen. That's very sad, Albus, that you think so badly of Professor McGonagall. But I think that Professor McGonagall is good enough for the task. And just as you made many mistakes in the beginning, she is allowed to make a few mistakes too. And I will personally assist her with any question she may have. This is the choice of the Ministry. If you want to appeal against the decision, then you can take it up with the Wizengamot, Amelia said firmly. It's not often that Dumbledore could not do anything. But this time he could not move an inch. Amelia had him firmly in the corner. I understand, Amelia. I'll be sure to take it to the Wizengamot when I am going to appeal this decision. I would also like to say, start with your research. Amelia said nothing and just waited like everyone else. However, no one knew where Amelia was waiting for, and just looked from Amelia to Dumbledore. Again, I'm very sorry, Albus. But you are not invited for these investigations. Only the magical guardians and the people that were in the infirmary at the time are allowed. This is a case of abuse that happened outside of the school. So the school has no say in this matter. But Albus, I would not go too far if I were you. The last she added with disappointed words. Ooh, can you also tell me why I should not go far away from here, Amelia? Albus asked, a little annoyed by her words. Sure you can, Albus, and let me explain it for you. These assaults have been taken place before the school term. At that time, you were the magical guardian for young Mr. Potter. You probably know young Mr. Potter, the conqueror of He Who Must Not Be Named, the hero of our country and a great example for witches and wizards all over the world. Amelia knew Harry did not like it whenever people talked about him as a hero, but now she could not help it. She wanted Albus to know exactly about who they were talking. Unfortunately, you failed your task and you have not protected him enough. So you are partly responsible for all of the things that happened to our hero. It was as if Albus was smacked in the face, so perplexed and insulted he left the infirmary. Minerva and Arabella had to make an effort not to laugh when they saw Albus leaving the infirmary with his head down. Then she told the children what was going to happen and why. It was now that Amelia told everyone what she had discovered that morning. It was also the first time they all heard what Albus did to Harry in his younger years. And also something, which only made Harry angrier than he already was. And for the adults it was all new too. It was also very surprising to them that Minerva was now acting Lord Potter. And also that they had to keep it secret. For Poppy it was a lot to get used to. She could still remember the conversations she had with Minerva over the years. Talks about Lily and James. But especially about how little Harry was doing, if he had friends or if he was happy or if he was not. After Amelia had told her story, Harry had to tell something about him, and especially what happened with the Dursleys. That was something that Harry did not wish to tell, but he understood that it had to be done. The support he received from Bella, Minerva and Arabella was exactly what he needed. The story that Harry was telling went pretty far back. He could remember very much of his childhood. Unfortunately, there was not one memory he liked. His story began with his 4th year. Then he realized that he was different from other children and that it was not right. He was a freak, and therefore deserved to be abused. The stories that he had been hit and that he right thereafter was put on water and bread, those were the worst. Especially when he was locked up in the cupboard under the stairs, something that almost always happened to him. It was something that made Amelia swallows away the lump in her throat she had. She could still see the dried blood on the floor and smell the urine of the bottle in the cupboard under the stairs. David and Isabella had a hard time believing all of it. The amount of scarring that Harry had on his back and chest helped in that aspect though. The strange thing was that despite everything, Harry was still proud of himself. The adults in the room could barely believe it. This was also the reason why his character was so good after all these years. Harry was proud that he could cook and clean, and he knew how to maintain a garden. At a young age he had learned the hard way how to do everything yourself. The best part of his life was probably the friendship with Bella. He also said that Bella was the only one who knew he was so mistreated. He did not know that most adults had read the Little Red Book of Arabella. He also told about those few occasions when he was with Arabella and Bella. Those were the days when he felt the happiest and safest of all the time he was with the Dursleys. The worst was that he had hurt Bella at the hands of his uncle, but above all by himself. Everyone looked at him and Bella. Even Bella did not understand what Harry meant by those words. Harry swallowed when he saw the questioning look from Bella. He knew he had to explain himself, but he did not want to. Look, Bella, you once told me that you were beaten just like I was. And now you were happy because you lived with Mrs. Fig. I was very happy because I had a friend. Then came that weekend you were gone. I went to the zoo with that so-called family of mine since I could not stay with you. Right thereafter I was locked in my cupboard under the stairs for a week. They thought I had too much fun at the zoo. There had also been an unfortunate thing with a magical outburst from me. But the main reason was that I was happy. When I finally got out on that Friday, you gave me my very first present. It was a seashell that you had found when you were on the beach with Arabella and my grandmother. I was so stupid that I showed it to my uncle. I told him that Mrs. Fig gave it to me. He immediately pulled him out of my hands and smashed it on the stone floor in front of the house. I saw you sitting by the window and knew you had seen everything. Harry looked sadly at Bella. I saw that you were crying. And I knew immediately that it was my fault that you were crying. Slowly, there were tears forming in the eyes of Harry. I am sorry, Bella, I did not care for that seashell. I'm sorry for all the trouble you had to do to find that seashell. I'm sorry I was such a bad friend. Harry was rambling, and that was all Harry could say before he burst into tears. It was Arabella who was the first to comfort him. Everyone else was speechless. From everything he told them, that according to him that was the worst. One story was creepier than the other. But that he had hurt Bella was the worst for him. Bella wanted to tell him that it was not so, but she could not keep her tears from falling. She said that the worst thing was that he could not keep his first present ever. And she forgave him immediately as she cried on his shoulder. After a while and a cup of tea, Arabella was telling everyone how it had begun. How she had gone to Minerva because Albus did nothing for young Harry, and how Minerva again called in the help of the other professors. There she also told that Harry Potter was lord of the ancient and noble House Potter. When Augusta said that at Gringotts Minerva for the first time found out that she was the grandmother of the great Harry Potter. It was really quiet in the infirmary. After nearly 4 hours of talking they had come to the happening in the infirmary. Minerva took out a pensieve so that everyone could see the memories. The first memory was one of Augusta. Augusta showed everyone what had happened at Gringotts. David and Amelia looked with admiration at Harry for what he had done. David told him it was an honor that he could drink tea with Bogrod. He himself had done business with the goblins for many years, and even he had never had tea with one of them, let alone the boss. Amelia thought it was something special and just looked admiringly at Harry. But Daphne had given him a key on his cheek. That's because you're always yourself, Harry, she had told him in his ear. The memory continued to the point that Minerva heard she was his grandmother, after which, the memory stopped because it was not for them to hear what Harry would inherit. It was late in the afternoon when they arrived at the memories of the infirmary. It was time everyone saw what had actually happened. Isabella was the first to show her memory of that day. Harry and Bella had gripped each other's hands in horror. Bella knew she had cried for Harry. But she herself had never seen or heard what she does when she is dreaming. Everyone saw Neville standing in the doorway when Augusta was telling David all about Bella. Bella was shocked when she heard that she was suspected of anything that had happened to the parents of Neville. Even more sorry about the pain that Neville had to wear for all these years just as Harry had. It was nice how Neville came to her aid, but she felt that pain now she knew what he had been through. Everyone was impressed by his act. And how Harry had come out of his sleep was amazing to see again. It still left many questions unanswered. No one understood that he could come out of that sleep to help Bella. Worse, no one knew what was happening in the mind of Bella. So now they wanted to see the memory of Neville, that way they could see what had happened in the dream of Bella. Everyone gasped when they saw an adult Bellatrix sitting on an old and dirty mattress. In memory they saw Bellatrix saying she had done everything under the influence from her husband and Voldemort. The hardest part for Augusta was when Neville was placed under the Cruciatus curse of Voldemort. He screamed in that memory as hard as he had done on the bed. The worst was when Lord Voldemort cursed Bella with the Imperious Curse. And especially when they heard that she had to kill Neville as if it was nothing. Now they also figured out why Bella did what she did on the bed. She was really fighting against Lord Voldemort, and they saw that he was really strong. When Harry stepped into the memory, all went very quickly. It was not so much how he defeated Voldemort. No, it was more the way he treated Bellatrix. And how much confidence he had in her. It was as if Harry took possession of Bellatrix with his eyes. And it was clear Voldemort had lost his grip on Bellatrix. When the memory was finished, Bella went to the back of the infirmary and sat down in a corner. She wept softly with her head in her hands. Arabella sat down beside her and asked her if there was something going on. I'm Bellatrix Lestrange. I'm a terrible person, Bella said softly. I've hurt so many people. I know it was not really me, but that is not what the others will see. And now that you know, you do not want me as a daughter, I think. I'm sorry, Mrs. Fig. When school is finished, I will pick up my stuff and leave. Bella began to cry even more than she already did. She did not even realize that Arabella was smiling sweetly at her. With a straight face, Arabella looked ahead. I think you're right, Bella. I do not want Bellatrix Lestrange to be my daughter. It is a real pity, you know. 3 years ago, I met this girl and her name is Bellatrix Smith. Her real name turned out to be Bellatrix Black, before she became a Lestrange. Now that's a girl I like to have as my daughter with the name Bella Fig. It took a while before Bella realized what Arabella had said. You want me to take the name Fig? You want me as your daughter? Well, only if you want it, Arabella said with a smile. I would love it if it were up to me, Arabella said. There were no more words needed when Bella flew herself around her mother's neck. What followed was a lot of talking. Everyone showed their memories of the Quidditch match. And then what had happened afterward. Amelia had told Harry that everything with him could lead to a lawsuit. And it was about all the things that had happened to him. But it was for a later time and not now. At first there were a lot of other things that needed to be done. Harry certainly would not go back to the Dursleys, and there was no doubt about it. Another problem was a home for Minerva and Harry. According to Bogrod, there was one in the will of Harry's parents. Unfortunately, it would only open in January. So there was no home for the Christmas holidays they had. At least that was what Harry and Bella thought. Everyone now knew that Dumbledore would again try to become the magical guardian of Harry. Amelia assured them that she could stretch it into the summer holidays. It would also be preferable to read the will at that time. That way they could prepare everything better. After all, Minerva was the magical guardian of Harry. That's what they would keep telling Albus. It will be hard to keep it a secret, but it would be worth it in the end. Minerva would now also learn about the lordship of House Potter. She would get help from David, Augusta and Amelia. Bella, Hermione and Harry would get the same lessons from Daphne, Neville and Susan. As lord of a house, you had to conduct yourself in a certain way. After all, it was not only you but your name that was also in danger, and just like your name was important in the wizarding world, your name was just as important in the Wizengamot, and it was also important on Hogwarts. It meant that they had to learn a lot in a short time. If all went well, they could be ready at the beginning of the summer. The first thing they agreed was that they were going to do everything after Christmas. Harry just wanted to be with his grandmother. But the other things he took it gladly and with pleasure. Bella was happy that she now had a real mother. She was also pleased that Harry was still her friend. When she learned that she had been working for Voldemort, she was really afraid for a second. It had been Voldemort who killed Harry's parents. But luckily Harry did not blame her. The friendship with Neville also appeared to be much stronger now. Minerva had given all the books in the Potter vault to the friends. These were the books about the lordship and the Wizengamot they had to study. It would be another 2 weeks before it was Christmas, and this would keep them busy. These 2 weeks were the hardest. Everything had to remain a secret, especially for Albus. But also for the rest of the school. That night, Harry was back for the first time since a long time in the dormitory. Along with Neville, he was going through the stack of homework he had missed. And now he had 2 weeks to do it all. The same mountain of homework was also there for Daphne and Bella. Luckily Susan and Hermione kept everything they had to do. They also were the ones who helped them to get everything done. That weekend Daphne, Harry and Bella had their noses buried in books. The only quiet time they had was the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw had won the game. Their seeker Cho Chang turned out to be very good in everything except looking for the snitch. Cedric the Seeker of Hufflepuff was very distracted by her. At the end of the weekend they had only the homework of Professor McGonagall left to do. From her they got another week to hand it in. But they did not need 1 week, and 2 days later they were once again equal with the others. And everything could go back as it should be. Severus Snape still had a hatred for Harry, a hatred he showed with all kinds of comments, one more tedious than the other. And Professor Quirrell appeared to be ill. His defense against the dark arts class was worse than it had ever been. What was weird for Harry and Bella was that they felt nothing when they were in the classroom with him. But he also did not walk through the classroom, which could explain their lack of feelings. No, Professor Quirrell just sat behind his desk and looked annoyed at each student. And those lessons were becoming more unpleasant by the day. The one thing that was good was that Bella did not have any more bad dreams. In the short time they had after the infirmary, the good point was that Harry did not have to help her. The bad thing was that he did not lie beside her in her bed. That was something she regretted. Because when he lay beside her, she always felt a sense of security. The last week of school before the Christmas vacation had finally arrived. Harry had asked if he could stay at Arabella and Bella with Christmas. But Minerva had told him that that was not allowed. She had also told him that he would not be in school during the holidays. And he certainly did not have to go to those horrible muggles. How much Harry had asked and how much Harry had begged, Minerva had told him nothing, and certainly not where they were going. Bella had told him that Arabella had told her that they also would be gone at Christmas. And Arabella would therefore pick her up at platform 9 3/4. But Arabella had not told her where they would be going. Neville had told him that his grandmother and he would also be leaving for the holidays. So it was certain that he was not with them. And Daphne and Susan had promised him they would ask their parents, but they had not said anything about it. 2 days before the start of the holidays, Harry was asked to come to the headmaster office. Harry did not know why, but he immediately told his grandmother about it. That evening they were standing in front of the gargoyle to the office of Albus Dumbledore. "Come on in," sounded the voice of Albus from behind the gargoyle. "Ah, Harry, I'm glad you're here." Albus paused and looked at Minerva. "Thank you, Minerva, for bringing Harry to me. That's all, you can go." Harry looked at his grandma but said nothing. "Sorry, Albus, but I have orders from the ministry to remain with Harry at all times, especially if you want to speak with him. As you know, you are a co-defendant in the case against Harry," Minerva said accusingly. Albus Dumbledore was somewhat discouraged after the words of Minerva, and he had to think hard for an answer. His blue eyes began to twinkle a bit. "Minerva, you are right, but this is a topic for the school, which is why the ministry do not need to know none of this." "Thank you again. But you can go now," Albus said, a bit irritated. Minerva looked at Harry and nodded slightly at him. "Again, Albus, as I will not be here for the ministry, then I will be here as head of my house. I'm still the head of Gryffindor, so I have the right to assist my lions when they talk to you." This was an answer that Albus could not deny. He could also not argue with the statement from Minerva, and so he let it be as it was. He did not want to have any more problems with Amelia Bones. He knew that if she could somehow put her teeth into the happenings around Harry, she really would not let it go until she had everything she wanted to have. "All right, Harry, what I wanted to ask you is this." He waited a moment before he moved on again. "What I wanted to know is this: where are you going to spend your vacation?" "I understand that you will not remain in school," Albus said. Harry looked at Albus and swallowed the first answer he wanted to give. He knew that would not be good if he did. Harry took the time to respond in the right way. His grandmother stood behind him and he knew that she would intervene, if needed. "Headmaster, I have given my papers to my head of house. In those papers I told her that I would be staying with my family during the holidays. Can I ask why you are asking me this again?" Minerva could see that Neville and Daphne had a good influence on Harry. Daphne was as cunning as a Slytherin. Neville was a lord in a way that you would expect from a Ravenclaw. And both had taught him those lessons well. You're right about that, Harry. But I have not looked through those papers and was just wondering what you were going to do during the holidays, that's all, Albus told him in a grandfatherly way. Minerva was now beginning to get really angry. She had already given those papers to him a week ago, so therefore she knew he had enough time to look through those papers. It was through this fact that Minerva could no longer remain silent. Albus, she growled, as magical guardian of Harry, as well as his head of house, I have looked through those papers. I can assure you that Harry will be safe with his family during the holidays. What I do not understand is why you have so much attention towards Harry. That's where I want an explanation for. Albus looked surprised at Minerva, she had never been so angry with him. His eyes piercing into hers, Minerva however looked just as steady as she could back at Albus. Albus opened his mouth to say something. Minerva however, interrupted him immediately. The reason that I ask Albus is the following. Harry has had a lot of misery before coming to this school. This all happened when he was your responsibility. In all those years you've never looked after him. And now when it's my responsibility, you want to interfere with Harry's well-being. Why, I ask you? Albus tried to open his mouth again. No, Albus, I do not want the reason for all the meddling you're doing. But I'm warning you now, stop interfering in my business as the guardian of Harry Potter. If you do not do so, then I will go directly to Amelia Bones and tell her that you're interfering in the affairs of a guardian. Albus looked startled at these words. And it was now that he immediately sent them away. Harry and his grandmother were walking down the corridors and were laughing hard about what had happened in the office of Albus Dumbledore. It was long ago that Minerva could do such things to Albus, and especially now that she had a reason to do so. On Saturday morning, Harry left the castle together with Bella on his side. Together with his friends he went to the station in Hogsmeade where they would take the Hogwarts Express back to London. Minerva had told them that they could share the train journey with their friends. It would be more fun for them if they were with their friends before the holiday began. She herself promised that she would be waiting for them in London. This gave her 5 more hours to finish everything she had to do in school. Harry realized that he would be spending Christmas at least with Bella. Why else would his grandmother meet them there? Bella found a compartment which was completely empty. Along with their friends they put their trunks on the racks above their heads. And made themselves comfortable for the return trip. It was the beginning of a wonderful ride back to wherever the holiday would bring them. Bella immediately snuggled against the side of Harry. It was 3 weeks ago that she had snuggled against Harry. That was also the last time that Bella had that dream with Voldemort. And now that she had the chance, she took it. Harry could not deny that he did not like it and enjoyed it just as much as Bella did. Daphne and Neville took the opportunity to teach everyone a bit more about the customs in the wizarding world. They told them what they could and could not do, and how to behave in certain occasions. But also told them that each house had their own coat of arms. However, when the real fun was starting to begin, the door to their compartment opened. There in the doorway stood Draco Malfoy. Potter. He sneered at Harry. I did not expect you to be going home. You do not have anything to go home to, is it not? You have no real family left, and you don't have any parents to go to, you can only get some more colors. You can always get a little more color in your face, that's still what whitish if you ask me. Harry wanted to get up at those words. However, it was Susan who was faster than him. Susan cursed Draco with only 5 centimeters between her wand and his chest. Draco had no chance to get away and was hit straight on. He flew down the corridor and collapsed like a pile of garbage on the ground. It was Hermione who closed the door just on time. Because Susan wanted to race after him with her wand lifted high in the air. Fortunately, Daphne and Bella could stop her before she could push Hermione aside. It took some time to calm down Susan. The rest of the ride was uneventful. The only question remained was what Draco meant by the colors. Did he know about the scars or not? No one had told him about his scar, which was something Harry knew for sure. It was on the platform in London that Bella saw David and Isabella standing a few meters away from them. But Minerva and Arabella were nowhere to be seen. But there was a little girl with wavy black hair that stood between David and Isabella. Astoria Greengrass ran straight to Daphne and torpedoed her sister. Daphne struggled to stay on her feet. It was in vain. She fell with her sister down on the platform. Bella and Harry could not maintain their laughter and were almost rolling on the ground. They had to hold each other to avoid falling themselves. Well, now it's time to go home. The voice of Isabella Greengrass came from behind them. Daphne and Astoria said nothing and were already running behind their parents and away from Bella and Harry. Bella looked at Harry and shrugged. I think we should wait here, she said to Harry. She turned and looked over the rest of the platform. From out of nowhere they both felt a hand that was pushed down on their shoulders. Harry immediately froze at that touch. Slowly they looked behind them and saw David standing there. You two are also coming back with us. You will be celebrating Christmas at our house this year. Arabella and Minerva will be arriving late in the evening, he told them. Bella and Harry looked up at David, and there was a small smile on both their faces. David and Isabella disapparated them to the Greengrass Manor, that was on the other side of the country. They were apparated into a large hall. Bella and Harry looked around while Daphne and Astoria were already walking into another room. Isabella took both their hands and took them both along to the other room. Minerva and Arabella will be coming here tonight. We are doing this for you, Harry. You will never have to be with those muggles again. They were simple words, but they meant a lot to Harry. Bella could tell he was relieved by those words, and immediately took him into a hug. Harry, it's real, she whispered. Finally, you will never ever go back to those awful Dursleys. It was for the first time that Bella really saw it. She had never guessed that this would be the day. But she really saw it. Harry looked at her and smiled broadly, all this while he nodded. For that reason alone Bella flew him around his neck a second time. Later that evening Isabella had asked Bella why she looked so happy. It brought a lump in her throat when Bella told her that it was the first time she had seen Harry giving her a smile which lit up his whole face. And she knew him for almost 4 years. Minerva and Arabella arrived with the flow just before dinner time. Harry had immediately taken his grandmother in a hug and thanked her 1,000 times. Bella had done the same thing with Arabella. That night Bella and Daphne both wanted to sit next to Harry. But unfortunately Isabella was already sitting on his left side. The two ladies fought in silence to sit on his right. Without them knowing it, Astoria had crept into the right seat next to him. Smiling and in good sport they both sat down opposite of him, and took their loss with a smile. It was fun to see how Astoria took Harry under a survey of her own. Harry, do you like it at school? She asked. Yes, I like it at school, was his reply. Harry, do you have a girlfriend? Harry blushed a bit. No, Astoria, I do not have a girlfriend. Astoria looked at him uncertainly. The eyes of Bella and Daphne were a little big, when she asked if he had a girlfriend. Then tell me, why is Bella or Daphne not your girlfriend? She asked. Harry swallowed by those words and immediately looked at his plate. He thought hard before giving an answer. Tell me, Astoria, how can I make a choice between the two most beautiful girls in Hogwarts? Great save, Minerva murmured under her breath to Isabella. Isabella chuckled and nodded in agreement. Ah, Daddy, can I keep him if those two do not want him? Astoria asked her father with puppy dog eyes. David had a good laugh when his daughter asked him that. Harry, however, was turning red everywhere where he could turn red. Yet Astoria was not quite finished with him and thus she went on for a bit. Harry, what do you like about Bella? She asked sweetly. Harry was starting to get uncomfortable and was playing with his food. Gently he replied and slightly louder than a whisper. Bella is caring, honest and can do great magic. She is beautiful and gives me soft and gentle hugs. Harry thought that nobody had heard him and therefore, he did not look up when it was quiet around the table. Bella turned red. But she mostly had a quizzical look when he said she gives me soft and gentle hugs. And Harry, what do you like about Daphne? Astoria asked again, giving Harry no time to unwind. Daphne immediately looked at Harry with wide eyes. Harry, however, was still staring at his plate. Daphne is smart, honest, gentle and beautiful. Just like Bella, she cares a lot about me. They are the first real friends I ever had. And I care about both of them. Everyone was silent after those words. Daphne glanced at Bella and both had a blush on their cheeks. It was Astoria who again broke the silence. Dad, I mean it. If they do not want him, I'll take him. This brought a burst of laughter around the table. Isabella, the food was delicious like always, David told his wife. To everyone's surprise, Harry and Bella were the first to stand up. They cleared everything off the table without commentary. It was strange to see them doing it. Daphne and Astoria had never done it. It was Bella who started off with washing up and Harry was drying the dishes. No one knew the reason why Harry did it. But Bella did it because she had always done it with Arabella. The adults had a quick look while they were washing the dishes, they let them continue. While they themselves went back to the table. Bella did not know how it happened, but it happened very fast. Bella had washed a plate and gave it to Harry to be dried. Bella gave the second plate to Harry. This was still very wet and it slipped out of his hands. The sound of a plate that broke on the floor let Isabella run to the kitchen at full speed. What happened here? She exclaimed as she threw open the door. Harry was startled and ran to a corner of the kitchen. He crawled together like a little ball and put his hands over his head as protection. I'm sorry, the plate was slippery and I could not hold him. I really am sorry, Harry squeaked. Harry sat in a corner like a frightened child. His eyes were wild and waiting for the blows that were about to come. Bella was shocked and went to stand right in front of Harry. It was an accident, he could not help it, cried Bella. Isabella looked a bit strange to Bella when she said those words. Bella, what is it? It does not really matter, these things can happen. I was only afraid that you hurt yourself. She told them a bit fearful as she looked at Harry. You are not going to beat me, came the timid and fearful voice of Harry from the corner of the kitchen. Isabella looked straight into the eyes of Harry, she brought her hand to her mouth and ran crying from the kitchen. David had just walked into the kitchen when she pushed him aside to get out. David saw his wife walking away crying and then he saw Harry sitting in a corner. Everyone had heard everything through the opening that was between the kitchen and the dining room. Minerva ran at Harry and took him into a hug. Harry, those things can happen to anyone and no one will punish you for it ever again. It took a while before Harry let his hands down slowly. Shortly afterwards he slowly answered her hug, but his body was shaking all over. Harry, I think you should just go to Isabella now, she was crying for you, you know. And you scared her quite a bit. Minerva told him gently. Harry nodded and slowly stood up. Daphne had told him to which room he had to go to get to her mother. Daphne herself went a bit shy and stood beside Bella. She was shocked by what had happened. And the hug that Bella gave her, she took gratefully. Harry knocked softly on the door and waited. It was opened by David. With sad eyes he looked at Harry and nodded. Slowly, Harry walked into the room. David left the room and closed the door behind him. Harry stood beside the bed and put his little hand on the shoulder of Isabella. Isabella looked at him with red eyes. Harry dear, I'm so sorry. If I had known, I would have never come into the kitchen that way. You had no way of knowing that. And I'm sorry that I have scared you so much. If something like that happened at my aunt and uncle's, then the next thing was a beating. I was so afraid that I would get another beating, he told her in a whisper. It was a bit rough, but Isabella pulled him into a hug. Again she began to cry. It will never happen again, Harry. You will never ever be beaten again, she told him tearfully. Harry showed no emotion and patted her shoulder gently. The only thing he did was apologize and apologize. It was half an hour later when Harry brought Isabella by her hand into the kitchen. He himself sat down between Bella and Daphne. She heard Harry telling to Bella and Daphne what had happened. And that he was afraid that he would be beaten for breaking the plate. Immediately Daphne and Bella took him into a hug. And she heard Daphne say that her mother would never do that. Slowly Isabella began to cry again, but the kids fortunately didn't see it. Later that evening Minerva took Harry along. Harry, I think you should show us a few things. We were really shocked when you were suddenly so afraid like that. I know that life has not been easy for you. And also that there is a lot we don't know. So if we had some memories we would be able to look at. Then we would know a little how life with those muggles was for you. If we could see it, then that's better than hearing it, and we could understand you a lot better if such a thing would happen again. Harry understood what his grandmother meant. But he was not happy with it. Years he had kept it a secret, and for years he was not allowed to talk about it, and now his grandmother wanted to know it all. When Minerva had told him that it was not tonight, but after Christmas when she wanted to see it. And she also told him that he was free to decide which memories they might see. They were after all his memories to share. But they would talk about it again later. For now Harry could think about it, and that he had to take his time. That night they went to bed early because the next day they would go to Diagon Alley. There they were going to buy Christmas presents. Bella had told Harry that they had to buy Christmas presents for everyone. And that Harry was also going to get presents. First Harry was shocked that he would also be getting presents. But after that Harry was happy and went into a peaceful sleep. The next morning David was awakened by the smell of freshly fried bacon. When he walked into the kitchen, he saw his wife Isabella sitting at the kitchen table. With a finger she was pointing to the kitchen counter. Harry stood there with Bella and Daphne at his side. They were making breakfast for everybody. Harry quickly put a plate of bacon, eggs and sausages in front of David and told him that he had to eat. With raised eyebrows, he looked over at his wife. Harry's sorry for what had happened yesterday, and in this way he wanted to say sorry, Isabella told him. David wanted to say something but was immediately brought back to silence. Merlin! He suddenly exclaimed loudly. Harry was startled by David's outburst, and immediately got a frightened look. Something that did not went unseen by Isabella, but she said nothing about it. This is so good, please do it again tomorrow, Harry, this is so delicious, and David took another bite. Harry looked anxiously at first but now slowly began to smile a little. I told you Harry, Daddy loves his food, sometimes I think he loves his food more than us, Daphne whispered, loud enough for all to hear. Arabella and Minerva looked at the three with big eyes when they walked into the kitchen. Astoria had a plate of food in front of her and was already eating. Daddy, I really mean it. If Bella and Daphne do not make him their boyfriend next year, then I want him for myself. Harry stood next to her and told her softly. You are too beautiful for me, Astoria. I would not know what I should do with someone as beautiful as you. Astoria glanced up at him and then looked straight at her plate, blushing profusely. When Harry walked away, she whispered to her mother, Mom, can I have him now? Isabella laughed at her daughter and stood up. All of you sit down and David will wash up, she exclaimed. David stared at his wife. Isabella just laughed louder. Philo! Isabella cried, and a little elf appeared at her side. Philo, will you clean this up for us, and thank you. Now all of you get ready, we will go to Diagon Alley in an hour. Philo is like any other elf. He just does not cook because Isabella likes to do it herself. At 9 o'clock they were all together in Diagon Alley. Minerva took Harry to his trust vault to pick up some money. She was surprised to see how much money there was in his trust vault. Lily and James had taken good care of him. She herself was also well off, so that was no problem. Along with Bella and David they were doing their first rounds. Now they were buying presents for the other group. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon they went to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch, thereafter they switched from group. Now Bella and Harry were walking along with Isabella and Arabella. In this way they were able to find a gift for the others without them knowing it. Oh number, muttered Arabella at once and pointed to the back of Diagon Alley. In the distance Isabella saw how Albus Dumbledore was walking towards Harry with great strides. Harry, my boy, he said when he was almost at Harry's side. I am sorry, but I have to ask you to come with me. We are going back to school and we are going immediately. Harry looked straight away at Arabella and Isabella and was searching for a way out. Albus reached out to grab Harry's shoulder. Bella jumped between them and looked at Dumbledore. Harry will stay with me for Christmas. With me and Daphne, she shouted at Dumbledore. Albus looked straight at her. Bella is it, he said. Well, Bella, the magical guardian of Harry's, supposed to be with him at all times. And I don't see her anywhere. So she doesn't do her job properly. Therefore, I will take Harry along with me, for his own safety of course, Albus said firmly. Now it was Isabella who stepped in between Harry and Albus. Arabella wanted to do the same thing, but she is a squib and she simply could not do anything against the big Albus Dumbledore. And she was also not the youngest. Isabella had already pressed the stone on her necklace and was now looking straight at Dumbledore. "Come on, Harry. Let's go back to school," Albus said again in a tone of a loving grandfather. "Albus Dumbledore. Bella and Harry are our guests. He has permission from his guardian Minerva McGonagall to stay with us for the holidays, so he will not be going with you back to that school," she told him firmly. Dumbledore looked straight into the eyes of Isabella and let his eyes twinkle a bit. "Isabella, it is like I just told Bella here. I do not see his guardian anywhere, and therefore he is not safe and I will take him back to school. Albus Dumbledore, if you dare to touch Mr. Potter with just one finger, I will curse you into next week and beyond," came the voice of an angry Minerva McGonagall. Albus jumped at the sound and looked anxiously behind him. "Ah, Minerva, I thought you were not here. I just wanted Harry here to be safe and therefore I wanted to bring him back to school." The nostrils of Minerva were beginning to tremble profusely and her lips were slits and were slowly turning white. "Albus Dumbledore, you perform your job terrible when you were Mr. Potter's guardian. And now you think you can be the hero." Dumbledore wanted to say something but Minerva would not let him. "Albus, I would just get out of here if I were you, otherwise I will really curse you," she snapped. The anger of Minerva was clear in itself from the magic that hung around her. The idea that he kept her grandson and her daughter away from her for all those years was only fuel on the fire. She could not forgive Albus for her loss. And she wanted to blame him for everything. But there was also the thing that happened the night before, which were still haunting her mind. The fear for a beating in the eyes of her Harry was heartbreaking. And Albus was the one who knew all the reasons for it. Without another word, Albus turned around and disappeared from the place he was standing. "David, can we invite Augusta and Amelia?" Minerva asked. "I think they want to know about this as well." David nodded and told her that he would invite them on Christmas Day. And that was the next day. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.